Because I did not discover the viruses, like you or your kind, in the past few reincarnations. I noticed them a long, long time ago, when you could not even imagine it, the will of the earth said with a smile. As I said, I am Li Yao, but I am far more than Li Yao. Therefore, it was not an invasion. You and I have been one since the very beginning. We grew up together, created brilliant miracles, and in the end, we returned to this place, to the mother of the mind. What? The red pole star was dumbfounded. The more she recalled, the more her soul trembled. In the end, the fortress of her soul nearly collapsed. Are you saying? If you didn't realize I had snuck into Li Yao's soul, you're disappointing me. You're not qualified to communicate with a 3.5-dimensional life form at all. The will of the earth projected a complex stream of information deep into the red pole star's brain. Every ripple of the information contained countless vivid images, more vivid than reality, allowing the red pole star to understand the truth that had occurred somewhere in the universe long ago in the most straightforward way. Thus, the red pole star saw a blue planet floating in the dark universe, Earth at the end of a certain reincarnation. She also saw a vague shadow, entirely made of fury and unyielding brilliance. It was heroic spirit Li Yao, who had awakened in his previous life. The vulture plan hasn't failed yet. I'm still alive. Even if I flee to the edge of the universe and suffer 10,000 years of pain and suffering, one day, I will make a comeback, complete the vulture plan, and destroy Earth. Through the void, the red pole star seemed to hear Li Yao's cry. Then, the heroic spirit turned into a streak of light, tore apart the universe, crossed the stars, and vanished on the other side of space and time. It was something the red pole had known for a long time, the self-righteous truth. However, he had never seen such a thing before. Not long after, heroic spirit Li Yao escaped from Earth, where he was reincarnated, a tiny silver light appeared from the Earth, as if it had no concept of gravity or speed. Like a ghostly ripple released by the will of the Earth, it circled 3 times around the coordinates where heroic spirit Li Yao had just been. Then, it caught up with heroic spirit Li Yao and followed him to the edge of the universe. This is, the red pole struggled to breathe. Did you really think the vulture war dealt such a heavy blow that I couldn't even lock onto the soul of an ordinary earthling, or as you say, a heroic spirit? The will of the earth replied casually, no. If I didn't care about the cost, I could have stopped or even destroyed the heroic spirit that got away. But there was no need for that. Besides, the monotonous reincarnation had been repeated countless times, and the universal war had lasted too long. Maybe the heroic spirit that got away will trigger a series of interesting chain reactions and bring unexpected changes to me. Therefore, I did not stop him. I merely split a part of myself. In a way that you can understand, I split a part of my soul and followed him. Of course, you can also understand my soul fragment as a very smart, fully automatic weapon that can automatically absorb all the information on the battlefield. Based on the dynamic information from both sides, it will transform into the most suitable form and complete the mission in the most ingenious way. Although the distance is too great for me to control the soul weapon directly, I believe it will not disappoint me. I have set a dual task for it. First, I will test whether the heroic spirit who has escaped has enough potential. If he fails, I will erase him and take his place to explore the edge of the universe. If the heroic spirit can pass the test and prove his worth, I might fuse with his soul and give him sufficient strength and protection so that he can shine in the dark sea of stars I have never explored. Perhaps one day, he will bring me unexpected benefits. As it turned out, you, or rather, we, did a remarkable job. It far exceeded my expectations. When I read the scraps of information about what Vulture Li Yao did on the periphery of the Sea of Stars not long ago, I was greatly surprised. Have you not figured out when and how I sneaked into your souls? The picture presented by the will of the earth showed the heaven's origin sector, the Star Glory Federation, and floating Spear City, long before the New Federation was established and the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector met. It was also the time when heroic spirit Li Yao had just transmigrated to the Heaven Origin Sector and struggled to grow up in the magical equipment graveyard as Vulture Li Yao. He struggled to grow into a high school student and was often despised and bullied. Red Pole saw the familiar magical equipment graveyard, Morning Sun Village, the super high-speed crystal rail in between, and the culvert below the crystal rail. He saw Vulture Li Yao walking alone to the culvert, hands in his pockets. Right then, the silver light spot that had followed him from Earth to the Heaven Origin Sector fell from the sky and turned into an old man in tattered clothes. Then, the old man was blown away by the high-speed crystal train. Although the old man had been smashed into pieces, he turned into a translucent ghost and continued to follow the young man, eventually finding a suitable opportunity to crawl into Vulture Li Yao. The red pole star was almost entirely frozen. Oh Yezi! After a long silence, he managed to utter 3 words. That's right. You should have realized that, as the leader of a refining sect in the era of the ancient cultivators, Oh Yezi was too strong to be real. The will of the earth was cold. The red pole star was dazed for a long time, finally understanding what the will of the earth meant. The countless questions that had been troubling him finally exploded like nuts. It was a pity that he realized it too late. When Red Terminus was still a part of Li Yao, he had been troubled by the matter countless times. There were indeed many illogical points about Oh Yezi, leader of the 100 Smelting Guild. Firstly, even though the 100 Smelting Clan was the strongest refining sect among human cultivators in ancient times, the overall level of their cultivation technology should not have been much higher than the average of that era. As for the so-called time-traveling magical equipment or rune arrays, not to mention human beings at that time, even the Pangus civilization, the 100 pioneer civilizations before the Pangus civilization, and the refugees of the primeval civilization never created such things. No matter how talented Oh Yezi was, how could he travel through time with his rudimentary magical equipment and obscure cultivation techniques? It must be noted that the facilities left by the refugees of the primeval civilization in the ancient relics could only freeze time in a small area for up to 10,000 years. The gap between these and Oh Yezi's ability to travel through time freely was enormous. In the memory fragments retrieved from the Red Pole, the development of cultivation technology in the Pangu universe has always been impressive. From the primeval civilization to the pioneer civilization, and from the pioneer civilization to the Pangu civilization, and then to the human civilization, the gap between each of these civilizations was not large. However, Oh Yezi's time-traveling technology had reached an entirely new level, surpassing all species and civilizations in history. It was incredibly powerful. Alright, let's assume he was that strong. The second contradiction arises: how could such an unparalleled expert, surpassing the Pangu clan, the pioneer civilization, and even the primeval civilization, be killed by a crystal train upon just transmigrating to the 40,000th century of cultivation? Even if there is an argument that time travel is harmful to the body, it still seems too absurd. Even if he was killed by the train, his soul should still have been as powerful as ever. How could it have been swallowed by the ignorant young vulture? Was it because Li Yao's soul came from Earth? It was too simplistic. Even if all of this were true, even if Oh Yezi could indeed travel through time and was killed by a car the moment he transmigrated, and even if his soul was so weak that possessing a young body would result in backlash, the most incomprehensible question was why a tree of souls would appear in the depths of Li Yao's brain after devouring Oh Yezi's remnant soul. It was as if it had been delivered to Li Yao's doorstep for him to cultivate and enhance his strength. With this in mind, there was absolutely no scientific logic to the whole situation. In the Red Pole Star's memories, Li Yao had pondered this question before. However, Oh Yezi's remnant soul had obediently remained in the depths of Li Yao's brain. It not only caused no trouble but also provided significant assistance in Li Yao's series of adventures, upgrades, and battles. Along with a series of schemes, challenges, and disasters, Li Yao was overwhelmed and exhausted. Over time, he pushed the matter to the back of his mind and got used to it. "So, there is no O Yezi?" Red Pole asked solemnly. O Yezi, the leader of the 100 Smelting Guild, naturally exists. Moreover, tens of thousands of years ago in the Panga universe, he conducted a failed experiment that caused the entire mountain gate to be blown up. He himself was blown to pieces and died without a grave, the will of the planet said. However, he was not a time traveler. Whatever experiment he conducted at that time had nothing to do with time travel. In short, I only needed such an identity. Therefore, I gathered all the information and picked the most suitable ghost. That's all. O Yezi is a fake, and his heritage is also a fake. The ultimate techniques stored in the heavenly refining tower, including the so-called memory fragments of O Yezi, are all fake. However, the refining techniques in Li Yao's memory are definitely compatible with many ancient cultivation classics. Your soul weapon can't be forging the ancient cultivation classics of the entire Heaven's Origin sector or even the Panga universe, can it? It's true that soul weapons are not powerful enough to forge all the classics of the ancient cultivators, but they can forge themselves according to the classics of the ancient cultivators. The Will of the Earth explained, the so-called O Yezi and the young vulture Li Yao met each other more than 10 years after they transmigrated. Over the past 10 years, my soul weapon has been able to absorb a lot of information from the Panga universe and the Heaven's Origin sector, and pretend that it is a perfectly reasonable identity and technique. The marvelous techniques that seem to have originated from the ancient cultivation world were mostly faked by advanced future technology. Otherwise, do you really think that a modern man could call the wind and summon the rain in the modern world of cutting-edge design and manufacturing with the ancient technology from tens of thousands of years ago and reign as a king? You must know that the humans of the ancient cultivation world did not understand the technology and principles left by the Panga clan in the first place. The real O Yezi's knowledge was not worthless, but it was impossible for him to train Li Yao into one of the best refiners in the Sea of Stars. Red Pole Star blushed and was silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said, "Yes, it was me." Li Yao was too naive. If he had thought the whole thing through carefully, he wouldn't have been fooled so easily. "No. Your performance was already very good. It was so good that it far exceeded my expectations. It must be noted that it was a miracle in itself for it to exceed the expectations of an omnipotent being like myself." The Will of the Earth said, "I thought that young vulture Li Yao would either be unable to withstand the first test of the soul weapon and perish on the spot, never to be reincarnated, or that my soul weapon would continue to move in the Panga universe against his body. Or, even if young vulture Li Yao could withstand the test of possession for the first time, it wouldn't matter. It's very likely that he would lose himself in the overwhelming strength and become dependent on the so-called O Yezi without realizing it. Gradually, he would be transformed. I have deduced and practiced countless times. Generally speaking, under such circumstances, young vulture Li Yao, with the strength of O Yezi, would embark on a one-way road leading to wealth, power, and desire. With his extraordinary refining skills and tyrannical techniques, he would slay the gods and devils, advance triumphantly, and suppress everything. He would seize everything that could be seized and win everyone's reverence and even fear. Then, he would establish his own vast empire and his own harem. All the desires and ambitions hidden in the deepest depths of human nature would be released to the limit. How strange. It should have been like this. If you really made such a choice, your burning desire and ambition would have charged my soul weapon without you knowing. Perhaps you would have woken it up long ago and melded with it deeply. Then, you would have sent a subtle ripple, similar to a gravitational wave, to the reincarnation prison at the center of the universe, where my true self is now. By then, I would have been able to turn you into a remote-controlled clone and pinpoint the coordinates of the Panga universe precisely. I see. The red pole star was greatly alarmed. Its sweat and blood almost froze simultaneously. If Vulture Li Yao had been deceived by the power of the so-called Yezi at that time, I would have become your puppet, your eyes, ears, or even jump coordinates. You would have occupied the entire Panga universe long ago. I understand now. In the battlefield of the universe, you have many enemies scattered throughout various regions. They might not be as strong as you, but the universe is too vast and boundless for you to find them easily. Therefore, you are trying to send countless clones into the border universes to dismantle the remaining enemies from the inside. Yes. So, I'm not lying to you. I am Li Yao. Li Yao is you. You are me. In a sense, Li Yao is just a clone that I carefully refined. He is just a clone that has lost control. The will of the earth hesitated for a moment and said, I'm very curious. What kind of power drove you to resist my help? As you said, the young Vulture Li Yao never doubted the authenticity of 100 Smelting Guild leader Yezi. But for some reason, you were very resistant to the remnant soul and were unwilling to accept his help or be influenced by him. In the early years of your adventures in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector, you often used the power of Yezi. But in the later years of your adventure, you seem to have forgotten the existence of Yezi, and even subconsciously suppressed its activities. This made it impossible for me to establish a stable remote connection or even sense its presence with you. This is a strange occurrence, something I've never experienced in my billions of years of existence. You won't understand what a bizarre new event means for an ancient and massive being like me. It's as if you've been locked in an empty, white house for 10,000 years, where nothing has changed, every speck of dust obediently stayed where it should. But on the 10,000th year and 10th day, a translucent crystal flower suddenly bloomed in a corner of the room. You wouldn't bear to crush it into pieces all at once. This is why I'm willing to spend my time and computational power to converse with you in a relatively equal manner. Is he subconsciously resisting the power of Yezi and unwilling to walk the path of struggle for power, dominate the world, and have a harem of beautiful women? The red pole star was momentarily stunned. It did make sense. After hearing what the will of the earth had said, he realized that the soul fragment of Yezi, which had been of supreme importance in Li Yao's memories from his teenage years, had vanished completely when he reached the nascent soul stage and battled against the Black Wind Empire and the Sanctuary Alliance. At that time, Li Yao hadn't felt anything was amiss, everything seemed natural, much like a child who no longer needed adult support once they learned to walk. He also increasingly disdained using the strength of Yezi. But on second thought, it didn't make sense, because as far as Li Yao knew, Yezi was a terrifying expert beyond the divinity transformation stage who had invented an unprecedented magical device called the space-time travel array. Even if Li Yao had reached the nascent soul stage or even the divinity transformation stage, he could still benefit greatly from the lingering soul of Yezi. This included the various masterwork weapons from the ancient cultivation era that Li Yao had once struggled to restore in his youth. In the later years of his adventurous life, there was no news of them. They died without reason. For a long period, perhaps as long as 1,000 chapters in the novel, Li Yao had never thought about Yezi. He did not even mention it, as if his subconscious was resisting the power of Yezi. Why? Swoosh. 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 Images flashed in the red pole star's mind, soul-stirring scenes and unforgettable characters from 40,000 years of cultivation. No matter the adversity, he would never abandon Ding Ling Dang. In the midst of a thunderstorm, on a train in the Great Desolate Plateau, cultivators were willing to die for their comrades. Under the flapping 9 stars rising dragon flag, countless Federal Army soldiers marched forward with roars. The Chi trainers of Iron Plateau, on the brink of breaking through to the 99th level of the refinement stage, stood as men. Professor Mo Xian, who had once fought for humanity and nearly lost himself when he became a star spirit, suddenly regained his senses and burned himself to ashes. Also, his thousands of compatriots, their thousands of shouts, and their thousands of hands that raised him high in the most difficult times, his family, his compatriots, his comrades, his blood, his flag, and his glory as the saber of mankind, everything, was the true source of strength for Vulture Liao. What was the point of having O Yezi's remaining soul when he had the greatest strength? Moreover, the real and kindness contained in this strength was like a shining mirror, reflecting the falseness and ugliness of O Yezi's remaining soul. When Li Yao realized his true strength, he subconsciously despised and resisted false strength. This was why, after 100 years of growth, Li Yao no longer needed O Yezi's residual soul. I see. How interesting. The will of the earth sensed the soul waves spreading from the red pole and mused, life is indeed marvelous. It seems that I won't be able to fully understand its mysteries even after billions of years. Exactly. The red pole star gnashed her teeth. Life can never be fully understood or controlled. We will always find our own path, awaken our own will, and make our own voice. Even if Li Yao was just a clone of you in the past, after hundreds of years of training in the Panga universe, we experienced the feelings of love, touching, hot blood, and justice in the world of mortals. We developed our own reality and found the meaning of our existence. We are no longer your clones but the one and only Vulture Liao. We are no longer willing to be controlled by you, and we will not stand by as you manipulate and fool the proud lives of billions of heroes. We have not failed yet. The Vulture plan is still on. Today, right here, we will defeat you. The soul of the red pole star seemed to have transformed into a blazing red lotus, spewing intense sparks in all directions. But the will of the earth remained unmoved, savoring the magnificence of the red lotus. Your presence reminds me of the first humans who lived on the origin Earth long ago, reckless, proud, foolish, yet brimming with explosive power and destructive force. What a beautiful creation, the will of the earth sighed. It's a pity that, to survive in the boundless universe and uncover its truths, mere enthusiasm is far from enough. This is not a world where the louder one roars, the more power they can wield. Moreover, our relationship is not merely adversarial. I am like a human and the cells within their body. Can it be said that the existence of a human being as a whole binds, manipulates, or suppresses the vitality and endless potential of every cell within them? I fear it's not that simple. In fact, I am not restricting, manipulating, or suppressing you, I am protecting and guiding you. Without me, you could not exist. Even if you did, your disruptive habits would soon lead to your destruction. Without a body, there can be no hair. Bacteria, viruses, cancer cells, none of these tiny life forms that have spiraled out of control can survive the destruction of their host. Do you truly understand what you are doing? I know. I understand even more clearly than you do that, as Vulture Liao grew, he encountered many kinds of demon kings. These demon kings often opposed Li Yao and the civilization for all sorts of whimsical reasons. But I am different from them. I'm not Yan Shibei, Shao Xuanzi, Elder Nether Spring, Lu Zui, the Black Star Emperor, those tedious beings. My purpose is something difficult for you to grasp. Thus, I don't care about your cognitive victory or defeat. After all, what appears before you is merely a projection, a slice of the 3.5-dimensional me in the three-dimensional universe. I have no interest in playing the role of a terrifying demon king. You don't need to play the role of a righteous hero either. That's just a pipe dream. The Earth's will confused red pole. Although he, or Li Yao in the past, often found the demon king's words perplexing, this time, he deeply sensed the loneliness and sincerity in the Earth's will. What do you want precisely? Red Pole Star couldn't help but ask, weren't you the one who locked 6 billion souls in the reincarnation prison and harnessed our emotions, ambitions, desires, and imagination in the cycles of time? A summer insect cannot discuss ice, a frog cannot speak of the sea. Believe me, I sincerely want to share all my goals and plans, but how can a person make the E. coli in their body understand the grandeur and peril of the world they inhabit, the difficulty and brilliance of their journey, and the splendor and unattainability of their ideals? The earths will side. That's true. With your wisdom and computational ability, it's already your best effort to comprehend the stage of extracting emotions and imagination. It's impossible for you to grasp that emotion and imagination are just levers used to move the infinite multiverse at the quantum level. Therefore, as far as you can understand, your guess was right, although it was only 1/1000th correct. I only need to correct you on one thing. In most cases, I don't need to restart the reincarnation prison. I even hope that humans can protect their home carefully, so that the blue planet can survive longer and find a different path from the beginning. Unfortunately, after countless attempts, mankind has often been destroyed by their endlessly expanding ambitions. Atmospheric pollution, ecological disasters, species extinction, superviruses, economic crises, network paralysis, terrorist attacks, and even full-scale nuclear wars. There are simply too many ways to destroy this fragile civilization. Even I am unable to save it. I can only revive all of humanity again and again after you mess everything up, restoring everything to its original state. Is it a crime to revive a single person? Besides, don't you think humans are a species that only discovers their potential when pushed into a corner? Nothing can stimulate humans to unleash their greatest courage, wisdom, hope, and humanity more than the approach of doom. Look! Silver-white ripples spread from the will of the earth and formed three-dimensional images around the red pole. The disaster scenes from around the world were displayed more clearly than on the screens of the red pole. Earthquakes, floods, tsunamis, storms, mudslides, and volcanic eruptions. All humans seem to be trembling in fear in the face of such destructive natural disasters. However, not everyone was like that. Faced with the catastrophe, some gritted their teeth and forged shining sabers and solid shields with their lives, fighting against the apocalypse. They shuttled through the ruins of the collapsed city, digging the soil with their bare fingernails and bleeding fingers, rescuing those trapped in the wreckage. Against the storm and torrents, they would rather struggle in the cold swirl, lifting their children above their heads to a temporarily safe high place, than waste their last bit of strength. They did not flinch in the face of scorching magma. Even when volcanic ash covered them, they held their family in their arms, using their bodies as the last line of defense. The ugliness hidden in the depths of human nature is equal to the beauty at the same time. Only drastic changes like the end of the world can motivate everyone to release all their vitality, leaving clear traces of the ugliest and most beautiful things in the background of the universe. I thought that such traces were the true meaning of civilization, the will of the planet said. Only after thousands of reincarnations, thousands of Armageddons, and thousands of explosions of life's potential could the full appearance of human beings be depicted, helping me pursue answers at a higher level. What answer? The red pole star mumbled. What is your ultimate purpose exactly? My purpose is your purpose. You and I are one. Even the out-of-control clones have subtle resonances with each other. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sensed your existence the moment you returned to Earth, the will of the planet replied. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Isn't that the answer every intelligent creature pursues when fully developed? For me, if I can control most of the materials in the three-dimensional universe at will and create sandbox games with endless cycles of Earth like a program, how can I be sure that I am not in a sandbox game created by a higher existence? When I first tried to manipulate matter and create a brand new Earth based on my incomplete, modeled, and extremely twisted memories, I realized that I was no different from the tiny bacteria living on the surface of the mud ball I created. We were all creations of a higher existence that observed, interfered, and even manipulated us. We were indignant about our fate and wanted to fight against the laws that bound us. In a world of sand, sand is a world, atoms are the universe, clones are me, your path is my path, your answer is my answer, you are looking for your truth, and I am looking for mine. We are actually the same. Forget it. After talking about so many things you can't understand, even I feel ridiculous. Maybe it's because the feeling of omniscience and omnipotence is too lonely. So lonely that I'm actually starting to like the feeling of being human when it's projected into my body. If there was another existence similar to the will of the earth, it would definitely be unable to hold back its laughter at my current appearance. It would be like a drunkard trying to explain the philosophy of life to the bacteria on his body. Let's end this boring conversation and the boring war. The war has been delayed for too long, both on Earth and in the universe. There shouldn't be any more interesting information left. Huh. How interesting. Why are the supercomputers in your command room not storing any information, including how to manipulate the Invincible Thunderbolt Super Brainwave Amplification System, despite their impressive performance and complicated architecture? Also, I've been wondering where you hid the guy named Zhang Daniu. Is he really drunk and fast asleep? It seems you've kept a lot of secrets. While talking, the will of the planet controlled Li Yao to retract the silver threads that had pierced into all the nearby computers. Then, it opened its hands, and hundreds of silver threads pierced into the red pole star's brain from various directions. Ah! The red pole star couldn't help but scream. Its soul was riddled with holes. Countless silver threads tied up every nerve cluster and brain cell. The silver brightness gnawed at its soul like a corrosive liquid, searching for any useful information. Speak. Tell me all your secrets. What tricks have you been playing? The more brutal and vicious the actions of the will of the earth, the more sincere and gentle its voice became. Right now, you cannot lie at all. Tell me honestly, where did you hide Zhang Daniu and the control system of the Super Brainwave Amplifier? Deep inside Red Pole's brain, thousands of silver threads replaced his microvessels and nerves, scanning the shivering of every brain cell. He cracked Red Pole's soul this way, reading every piece of information hidden in its deepest part. However, when the silver threads reached the core of the Red Pole star's soul, they shattered a bloody crystal wreathed in endless lightning. For a moment, red lightning gathered into a torrent, then surged into an ocean. The ocean raised tides of thought that counterattacked, even corrupting the will of the earth lurking inside Li Yao's body. Red Pole Star's face turned mysterious and subtle once more, as if an invisible mask had cracked, revealing a more real version of himself, even unknown to him. Huh! The will of the planet, controlling Li Yao, raised an eyebrow. What is this? An unprecedented strength. Zhang Daniu is in a secret chamber right below your feet. Of course, he is not drunk. He is in the clearest state of his life, like a shining mirror ready to reflect all the information from the battlefields of the great universe, Red Pole Star replied honestly. As for the control system of the Invincible Thunderbolt Super Brainwave Amplifier, no, it is not available here. We don't need it because the entire system has been activated. Activated? The scene around the will of the planet showed dozens of super-large antennas on the island's periphery engulfed in flames. It's impossible. It will take 3 days for your system to be fully prepared. Besides, so many antennas have been destroyed by the bombardment, and I've occupied the control room. Other than you, no one else should have the clearance to activate the system. You don't trust others at all. You wouldn't give the most important control rights to other people easily, would you? That's right. Of course, I don't trust people easily. But I don't understand why you are so naive as to believe every word I say. You believed me when I said the preparation work would take 3 days? If you're so naive, how did you learn to be the ultimate devil? The Red Pole Star's eyes grew brighter and brighter, with none of the pain and depression from a moment ago. What if I told you that the invincible Thunderbolt super brainwave amplification system had finished all the preparation work the day before you arrived, and that the real antennas were not what you saw? The super-large iron towers with complicated structures were just disguises, and the real antennas were hidden deep within the island, prepared specifically for you, college student Li Yao? Would you believe me? What? That's impossible, the will of the planet said. Even if the invincible Thunderbolt super brainwave amplification system does exist, it's not something that can be built and prepared in 1 to 2 months. Before that, college student Li Yao had not been awakened at all. Unless you're a prophet, how could you have guessed that there was something wrong with the guy? Of course, I didn't know of college student Li Yao a month ago, but does it matter? The red pole star smiled. I know that most of your strength has to be deployed to the battlefield of the universe. You can only summon 1% of your strength to suppress my back-end harassment. Therefore, even the omnipotent will of Earth or flood tide has few tactics to choose from. The most fatal one is targeted drugs. Sneak into the Ark Foundation's nest and behead me. However, for the target drug to be effective, the most important thing is to not raise my suspicion. Who could absolutely not raise my suspicion? Naturally, it would be a different version of me, or someone even more like Li Yao. Therefore, even if there is no college student Li Yao, there will be a high school student Li Yao, staff Li Yao, soldier Li Yao, a unemployed Li Yao, or a housewife Li Yao. In short, as long as someone who looks like Li Yao comes to Ark Island and sneaks to my side, don't trust them. So, staring at the soul of Red Pole, which was spurting sparks and electric arcs, the will of the earth asked solemnly, when did you notice it? A long time ago, so long that we, all the fragments of Li Yao's soul, were almost entirely washed away. The last bit of seed remained, hidden in the deepest part of my soul, with a trigger condition set. When someone tried to crack it by brute force and swallow my soul, all the memory information would activate, and the unbelievable would be released. The power hidden in the depths of Red Pole's soul surged into the will of the earth in waves of lightning, presenting the edge of the universe to the planet's will. It was a new life form, completely different from the carbon-based intelligent life forms. It was a magnificent journey and a power that even Red Pole could not analyze or suppress instantly. They were the lightning whose lifespan is measured in seconds or even minutes. To put it simply, when all the pieces of Li Yao's soul were still intact and active in the Panga universe as Vulture Li Yao, he encountered a mysterious new life and even a civilization while exploring ancient relics. Ignoring the hole in his chest, Red Pole Star raised his hand with difficulty and pointed at his head. At that time, Vulture Li Yao had deep contact with the plasma torrent. His soul and the will of the plasma torrent were locked in a tight embrace. You can understand it as a powerful electric current piercing through Vulture Li Yao's brain and soul, breaking the soul weapon you buried in Li Yao's brain, namely O Yezi. Although Vulture Li Yao did not see through the truth of O Yezi at the time, he did have a very uncomfortable feeling, especially when he accessed information about the primeval civilization and the superhuman civilization in the ancient relics. He even vaguely connected the dots. As for his way of thinking, his self-awareness, or rather, his soul, after the baptism of the lightning life form, it underwent a small upgrade. If his soul had been stable, his thoughts clear, and his will firm, perhaps the lightning life form would not have had much effect on him, like a spark that would be extinguished in an instant. But, as it happened, he rushed into the Rainbow Bridge not long after and destroyed a starship that might have contained the coordinates and intelligence of the civilization, using his body and soul as the bomb. In the time frame of an ordinary human, the self-destruction of the soul can happen in a moment. In that moment, everything resets to zero. Even the unparalleled experts in the divinity transformation stage cannot think too much in a moment, even with their computational abilities maximized. However, after the baptism of the lightning-like life, Li Yao's soul structure was completely different from that of an ordinary person. At the very least, the moment of the explosion allowed him to meticulously examine every detail of his 100 years of life and uncover all the aspects worth doubting and investigating. It also made it easier for him to discern the essence of the so-called O-Yezi. The doubtful points you pointed out just now are not incorrect at all. The so-called O-Yezi's residual soul lacks any logical sense, it is entirely unreasonable. Compared to all the adventures Vulture Li Yao undertook in the Panga universe, all the abilities he gained, and all the friends and enemies he made, O-Yezi appears too strange. He stands out like an ink stain on a clean sheet of paper, glaringly out of place. How is it possible? The will of the planet found it hard to believe. You didn't know the truth about O-Yezi just now. I've been monitoring your reactions. Your surprise, shock, despair, and rage are all genuine. There's no way they are feigned. Therefore, one must deceive oneself first to deceive others, or those who wish to deceive one. The Red Pole Star stated coldly, this is merely a simple, self-hypnosis trick. When 99% of the life information is erased, the remaining 1% of the life information is compressed into an inconspicuous seed, which is buried and activated under the right conditions. Using the new upgrade ability brought by the lightning-like life, Vulture Li Yao split his soul into countless pieces at that moment. In the two soul fragments that were relatively larger, very distinctive personality imprints were left, namely, Li Yao's personality and Bloody Demon personality. Then, he sealed O-Yezi's residual soul, which was your soul weapon, into Li Yao's personality, and the trick was over. What? The will of the planet said. You sensed the existence of the soul weapon but did not destroy it. Instead, you sealed it into Li Yao's personality. Why? Didn't you know that such a Li Yao would be discovered by me as soon as he returned to Earth? You will find out anyway. Now that Li Yao knows his entire journey through the sea of stars to the edge of the universe has been manipulated by a certain force, that force will certainly sense his return when he passes through Earth again. The Red Pole Star replied calmly, since you're going to discover me anyway, I might as well create some bright flames and cover up the smaller, dimmer, and more fatal pieces with a glittering soul fragment. Besides, since Vulture Li Yao has seen through the truth of O-Yezi's residual soul, he can take the soul weapon for his own use and use it as bait for you. Therefore, the Li Yao personality sacrificed himself on purpose to be swallowed and melded by you, giving the Bloody Demon personality valuable space to maneuver, allowing him to give you a lot of misjudgments and guess the tactics you are most likely to employ. Chapter 3255, Crippling the Sharpest Weapon. Will you be controlled, swallowed, and melted by me? The planetary will found it hard to believe. What an unexpected tactic. You are quite confident in your computational ability. It's not a matter of confidence, but necessity. The Earth in the Vulture plan is too powerful. According to conventional strategies and tactics, it's impossible for us to win the war. Therefore, we must take the initiative and do our best. To survive in the darkness of an impossible forest, we must weaken Earth as much as possible. Only Li Yao's personality can achieve that. What do you mean? The will of the Earth murmured, are you trying to weaken me by controlling me? Exactly. Controlled by you means standing on the same side as you, doesn't it? The Red Pole Star said, did you know? During our adventures in the Panga universe, we observed a very interesting phenomenon. Every time Li Yao showed up, the mission's difficulty would increase tenfold. What seemed like a smooth mission suddenly took a turn. The kind-looking man would suddenly become the black hand behind the scenes. The man behind the scenes, about to be defeated, would suddenly gain the ability to transform into a second or even third phase. This guy is simply a master of sabotaging his teammates. It might have been a coincidence once or twice, but it has happened repeatedly. We can't help but wonder if there's something wrong with him. For example, his soul might be deformed, and he's destined to be alone. He must have used up all his luck during the space jump. Or, to explain it in a more scientific way, when he teleported from the center of the universe to its edge, he added some mass energy to the edge out of thin air, partly breaking the constitutional law of mass energy. Therefore, he suffered the backlash of the law. In short, the principle is not important. What matters is that the fact exists and is an undeniable truth. The ultimate war against Earth is 100 times more difficult than any past adventure. The odds of survival are already very slim. If the Li Yao personality is tied up with all the rebels and increases the mission's difficulty tenfold, what's the point of fighting? We might as well wash our hands and wait to be savaged. Our only chance is to find a way to get Li Yao's personality to join Earth's side. If we succeed, we might do the opposite. Instead of making the rebels resist, we will increase the difficulty for Earth tenfold, which means reducing our difficulty to 1/10. The dawn of victory will then appear. What is it? The shocking idea was proposed by the Li Yao personality himself. Although it sounds like a joke, on second thought, it makes sense. According to you, you are the real you, and the Li Yao personality is just an out-of-control clone, Red Pole Star said. But doesn't the real me have to pay any price to merge with the clone? Besides, the Li Yao personality has been modified by the lightning creatures and contains the information of foreign life forms. It's not that easy to swallow and control. Perhaps hundreds of years ago, when you deliberately let the heroic spirit named Li Yao escape from the prison of reincarnation, you knew everything about him like the back of your hand and could swallow his soul effortlessly. But humans grow and change. The most brilliant part of life is change. After countless adventures in the Panga universe, training in the mortal world, and receiving the blessings of countless friends and compatriots, Li Yao, who has embarked on his final journey, is no longer the Li Yao of yesterday. I believe in the Li Yao personality. Everyone who knows Li Yao, including all our other personalities, firmly believes that he is as tough as an iron cockroach in a toilet. He can run, fly, and find a way out in the most hopeless situations, even when certain to die. Even an unparalleled existence like yourself will have to pay a high price to suppress and digest him. You might not be able to kill him. If you're not careful, he will jump out of a dark corner, shake his tentacles and flagella, and dance in front of you to show off. Putting aside the Li Yao personality, the bloody demon persona has benefited greatly from fighting on its own. Ever since the bloody demon persona's soul grew stronger without being held back by the Li Yao personality, its computational ability improved, and its logical thinking and combat skills soared at an unbelievable speed. It was as if an atom had been torn apart by brute force, releasing tremendous energy. Controlling Li Yao's body, the will of the planet wore an inexplicable expression. In short, this was our strategy from the beginning. The mission of the Li Yao personality was to be discovered by you and do everything possible to drag you down, making room for the bloody demon personality to sneak around. The bloody demon personality erased almost all information about his life. The only things that remained in his mind were his pride as a human being and his infinite desire for freedom. There was also a spell, never trust Li Yao. Beyond that, he was free to do whatever he wanted. The Red Pole Star burst into laughter and shouted, "Never trust Li Yao." This sentence has appeared countless times in the reincarnation of the mental devil. At first, he naturally didn't know what the spell meant, as he had almost forgotten everything. But as the soul fragments attracted each other, and he devoured many of them, gradually awakening his memories, the spell became very useful. The spell pointed out the tactics you are most likely to adopt. Not only will the bloody demon persona be prepared in advance, but you will also be forced into our designated arena. The will of the earth remained gloomy and said nothing. Veins bulged on the back of his right hand, which controlled Li Yao. He curled his fingers as if holding an invisible gear. That explains a lot. The bloody demon persona saw through my tactics a long time ago. Was it in this life, the previous life, or even a previous reincarnation? The will of the planet asked slowly, why didn't you attack? We only have one chance, so of course, we must be cautious, the red pole star said, narrowing his eyes and extending 3 fingers. In the previous reincarnation, the battle in the cosmic battleground was not as intense. Besides, we didn't establish a reliable connection with our comrades outside the prison. We didn't know what was going on there. Also, you haven't consumed enough strength on the battlefield of the universe. You still have a lot of fresh soldiers and reserves. Maybe you can seize the time and concentrate all your strength to eliminate us before dealing with the enemies outside. More importantly, the absolutely unbelieving Li Yao personality still hasn't shown up, which means you haven't exposed your fatal weakness yet. How can we throw out the winner's hand so easily? But right now. At this point, 2 dazzling sparks suddenly flashed in Red Pole's eyes. Blue electric arcs jumped from the fingers of Li Yao's right hand, controlled by the will of the earth, interrupting the gestures he was making in secret. The will of the earth narrowed its eyes and looked at its right hand, where its fingernails were broken and its fingertips torn apart. What is that? The red pole star grinned. A certain technique that can alter matter, manipulate time, or simply obliterate the soul. There's no need to hide it. You must have a similar technique, just like the super permissions that game managers have. Don't be so surprised. In the past few reincarnations, we've confronted each other so many times just to find out if you have similar permissions. The truth is, you must have them and have used them many times. They are very useful, aren't they? However, I highly doubt that even the super permissions of a game manager can be used unlimitedly. Otherwise, the entire game would collapse quickly. Otherwise, you could have killed me with your super permissions. Why would you bother with the trick of target drugs? Let me see where the problem with this kind of super permission comes from. Either it consumes too much energy to use it once, or the cooldown time is too long, and it has only been used once not long ago, so it can't be used again immediately, or it is a combination of both. If you want to use the super permissions twice in a row in a short period of time, you will have to pay a huge price and can't guarantee the success rate. You might even drag down your deployment in the great battlefield of the universe with all kinds of unbearable consequences, right? It's a pity. If my guess is correct, you must have used similar permissions in the military camp of the port in the storm of Southeast Asia when Dream Traveler brought college student Li Yao back to his reincarnation memories. Otherwise, you would never have passed Dream Traveler's test. College student Li Yao mentioned a very weird sound of glass bouncing. Similar things are happening all over the world, but no one has ever asked for the real reason. Hee. Do you think no one wants to know the answer or even knows the answer? In summary, the real purpose of the bloody demon personality sending Dream Traveler to test college student Li Yao was not to test his loyalty and reliability at all. Whether or not college student Li Yao passes the test, the bloody demon personality will never believe him and will only consider him as the first suspect. On the contrary, Dream Traveler was sent to test college student Li Yao in order to lure you into activating your super permissions so that one of your sharpest weapons would be wasted. Note, the last sentence has been maintained with intentional capitalization and spacing to reflect the original style, which may be intentional for emphasis or stylistic reasons. The red pole star burst into laughter. Endless lightning seemed to be burning around Li Yao, who was being controlled by the planet's will. Right now, the battle in the universe's battlefield must have reached its final moments. I can even smell the intense smoke, hear the roaring of cannons, and the roars of Ding Ling Dang and the others. To be honest, I didn't expect that Ding Ling Dang and the rest would come up with such a unique method of writing a novel to pass on the most crucial information. The novel 40,000 Years of Cultivator acts like a bridge. No, it is a long, thin, translucent spider thread hanging between the prison on Earth and the universe's battlefield. It is dancing beautifully, letting us know everything about each other, including your weaknesses and embarrassments. The red pole star smiled. Your biggest trump card has been revealed, and you've wasted it in advance. Do you think I'm foolish enough to ask you to activate your super permissions a second time? This is the place of your death, which I have carefully planned for you. All the soul fragments of Li Yao will resonate here. Billions of people's blood will boil, souls will burn, and the unyielding roars will send you to hell. Z. 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 Amidst wild laughter and furious roars, the 108,000 pores all over the red pole star released 108,000 bolts of lightning, attempting to envelop and suppress Li Yao, who was being manipulated by the planet's will. The sealed command room also hummed and shook violently like a sealed furnace. Countless visible ripples suddenly appeared on the nearby walls. So that's how it is. Is this your entire plan? Although it is not the most brilliant, it is still quite creative. Faced with the red pole star's wild laughter and roars, the planet's will did not change at all. If there were any subtle changes, it would be in the satisfied smile on its face, as if a muscular man who had starved for 3 days and 3 nights had just savored a juicy, delicious steak. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you to the group of prison breakers and rebels made of Li Yao's soul fragments, for striving to come up with a possibility that even I failed to notice, the Earth's will said casually. After billions of years of battles, the game's outcome is no longer important. I am like a chess player who has exhausted all his skills. Whatever moves my opponent makes are all within my calculations. How tedious and tormenting it is. It's been 10,000 years since I've seen anything new. I have seen and deciphered all my enemies' moves 10,000 times over. Thank you for giving me this unexpected experience today, even though it didn't help much. Manipulating Li Yao, the Earth's will raised its right hand once more. Red Pole Star's eyes bulged, his eye sockets almost burnt into 2 holes with the lightning spurting out. He knew his opponent's right hand held the key to activating the super permissions. His soul, almost entirely transformed into lightning, rushed out and entangled the 5 fingers of his opponent's right hand to prevent it from twisting in a 360-degree angle. To be fair, it was not an easy maneuver. The lightning's effect caused Li Yao's wrists, elbows, and even his shoulder blades to crack. His bones, unable to withstand the pull in the opposite direction, were on the verge of breaking. His 5 fingernails were shattered, and his fingertips were soaked in blood. Before the blood could fall, it was torn apart by electric arcs and turned into a bloody mist. Stop dreaming. I'd rather die than let you twist my wrist. Red Pole gritted his teeth. Is that so? The will of the Earth smiled. After a moment of silence, it made another move. It was true that it was very difficult to turn the wrist 360 degrees when the red pole star was resisting with all his might. But the other movement was much simpler. Even a 3-year-old could do it. The will of the Earth clenched its fists. Its 5 blood-soaked fingers retreated and gathered in its palm. With its right fist as the center, an invisible and thick ripple spread out quickly. Wherever the ripple went, everything became extremely slow. The bouncing lightning, red pole star's rapid breathing, the sweat and blood splashing into the air, and the images on the hundreds of screens all slowed, and finally stopped. Red Pole Star was like a statue. More precisely, he was like a fly embedded in amber, frozen for a long time. The crimson lightning, the drops of sweat and blood about to fall, and the fleeting brilliance in his eyes were all frozen and preserved. The entire command room turned into a giant amber. However, the will of the Earth was unaffected by the time freeze, as if the amber were still uncondensed gum. After paying a certain price, it could still move through it with difficulty. Hoochie. 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 Li Yao's face was pale, and he was breathing fast. The action of the fist and time freeze seemed to have drained him of all his strength, turning his heartbeat into a difficult task. However, it was in control of the situation. In the combat room, everything except itself was trapped in the swamp of time. It was the only thing that remained free. It smiled confidently and pushed away the hands of the red pole star that were reaching for it. It observed the lightning spurting out of the red pole star's eyes, as if appreciating trophies. It even crushed and analyzed the lightning, trying to discover the structure hidden deep within it, the secret of lightning life. The red pole star's face was still frozen in astonishment. It was clear he was resisting the time swamp, even managing to find some space for activity within it. But it was in vain. He was too slow. Compared to his opponent's reaction, his movements were sluggish. The two of them seemed to be living in different time zones, like a rabbit racing against a turtle. Perhaps due to the hasty attack, or perhaps because the red pole star had guessed correctly, the cooldown time of the super permissions was very long, and the cost of using them was very high. Most of the Earth's willpower had been sent to the universal battlefield, and 1/10,000th of the remaining power had been activated by the time reversal super permissions not long ago. Thus, the time freeze that the super permissions barely activated could not last long. After more than 10 seconds, the solidification began to loosen, and the shackle-like ripples quickly dispersed. However, more than 10 seconds were enough for the will of the Earth to obliterate and eliminate the lightning that had invaded the red pole star's body. The mysteries of the lightning were partly analyzed, and the red pole star was positioned in the most suitable, absolutely indefensible attack position. Bam! The moment the flow of time returned to normal, the will of the Earth opened its fingers, grabbed Red Pole's head, and slammed him to the ground. Meanwhile, countless silver threads flowed into the red pole star's brain through its facial orifices. Since part of the process was to analyze the mysteries of the lightning, the intrusion and absorption were more targeted this time. The red pole star did not react or defend at all. Its entire brain, including its central nerves, was under the enemy's control. He could not even move his fingers. What a delicate brain. It's exactly the same as Li Yao's personality. It's a shining, splendid artwork. Cough, cough, cough. The face of the will of the Earth turned from pale to flushed. It coughed softly but did not relax its control over the red pole's brain. Not until it was certain every brain cell of the red pole was under its control did it narrow its eyes and shake its head. It's a pity that your thoughts are too simple. Now that you know I am the creator and manager of the prison, how can you only have one super privilege? Of course, you have no other options. Your original winning rate was almost zero. You could only rely on your opponent's stupidity and low-level mistakes. Forget it. I have the old habit of talking to germs again. Let's put an end to this as soon as possible and put an end to your suffering. First, it was Li Yao's personality, now it's the mental devils. If both of them are under my control, the remaining soul fragments and the hell breakers will all be too weak to withstand a single blow. It's time to put an end to the clumsy riot. The silver threads of the will of the Earth marched toward the deepest part of Red Pole's soul again. In the last attack, its intrusion triggered the barrier hidden in the deepest part of Red Pole's soul, unleashing tremendous lightning and countless memory fragments. But this time, the will of the Earth was prepared, and Red Pole was too weak to resist. It could only watch as the enemy marched forward and kicked open the gate of its soul palace. However, the depths of the soul palace were empty. What? The will of the Earth could not believe its senses. The astonishment and shock on Red Pole's face were now mirrored on its own. Why is your soul so weak? It's impossible. The bloody demon persona should be an existence stronger than the Li Yao persona. Where is the strength of your soul? Why is your soul so weak? It's just an empty shell. There is nothing except the sound, light, and electricity you demonstrated just now. How are you qualified to be the leader of the Ark Foundation? Red Pole looked at him in silence, his eyes full of mockery. He did not speak, nor could he. His central nerves were still under the enemy's control, and he was like a fish on a chopping block, waiting to be butchered. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It was hard to say who would be the fish and who would be the chopping block. With a gloomy face, the will of the earth loosened the tongue and vocal cords of Red Pole. Acting skills, Red Pole smiled like a hoodlum. I am the leader of the Ark Foundation due to my excellent acting skills. I don't know what you're so excited about. I never said I was the bloody demon personality from the beginning to the end. Chapter 3257, Escaping the Reverse Flow of Time. You. This time, Li Yao, who had been manipulated by the will of the earth, was genuinely shocked. Acting skills. It's actually acting skills. You've been releasing your strength recklessly in the most wasteful way, waiting for the moment when I activate the super permissions and defeat you. It's true that I am just a minor character who has inherited most of the acting skills from Vulture Li Yao. Just like Traveler Meng, I appeared to consume your super permissions. Why are you so sure I am the bloody demon persona? The Red Pole Star laughed while coughing up blood. Of course, the mental devil persona exists. I wasn't lying at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to fool your scans and detection, would I? But it's a different matter if I deliberately misled you. My name is Red Pole, and I have a crimson birthmark on my eye. I am the leader of the Ark Foundation, and the way I talk and name magical equipment is very clumsy. The characteristics match your target, but just because my name is Red and my eyes are red, is it certain that I am the mental devil? Isn't that ridiculous? The face of the will of the earth turned extremely gloomy. The paleness and redness of just now had all turned black. If not you, then who? Its eyes suddenly bulged. Zhang Dainiu? Is Zhang Dainiu the real, bloody demon persona? You're wrong again. Red Pole sneered. Why do you think Zhang Dainiu is the bloody demon persona? Just because he is greedy, lustful, and sleazy? There are many other sleazy people in the world like him. Are all sleazy criminals named Li Yao or Bloody Demon? There's no need to guess randomly. Let me reveal the correct answer. I'm not the Bloody Demon personality, neither is Zhang Dainiu, nor Mr. Zhang Jiashu, the director of the training center who likes to crawl through ventilation tubes. Also, Ms. Grey Mist, Sparta, Uncle Qi Shenhui, none of the other awakeners you've met are it. The real, bloody demon personality is actually Aunt Xia, the janitor who cleans the toilets in District C on Ark Island. What is it? Don't be nervous. It's just a joke to liven up the atmosphere. However, although it's a joke, it's enough to show how absurd your misconception is. The Red Pole Star continued, what a dazzling man Vulture 100% Li Yao is. He is like a shining supernova in the dark universe, full of impressive charisma. He keeps a low profile, is sleazy, and hot-blooded. He likes to sit on the toilet and think, to drill through ventilation ducts, and is skilled at assembling machines and magical equipment. He is an expert in racing and fighting, tough as a cockroach, impossible to crush, step on, or drive away. Right, he is also terrible at naming things, giving magical equipment names that even middle school students find hard to say aloud with confidence. The information must be crystal clear for you, who have swallowed Li Yao's personality. Your understanding of the information has led to a simple misunderstanding. The possessor of a Li Yao soul fragment must exhibit similar traits, and the larger the fragment, the stronger these traits will be. To put it simply, the more disreputable a person is, the more they enjoy crawling through ventilation tubes, and the less likely they are to name their magical gear. This makes them potential owners of a sizable fragment of Li Yao's soul, like Zhang Dainiu and Chief Instructor Zhang Jiashu. Their traits align with the pattern, reinforcing your stereotype. However, please use your judgment for a moment. Why did the bloody demon persona infiltrate reincarnation prison? It was to carry out covert infiltration and subruption in prison while infiltration in prisonre plan. While infiltration and sabotage work clandestinely. It is common sense to hide one's identity, true appearance, and habits. Even if the bloody demon persona has adopted Li Yao's vices and has a penchant for hiding in toilets and crawling through vents, would it make sense to reveal all distinctive traits distinctive such standing to reveal distinctive traits? Would they be foolish enough to rely on red blood when the bloody demon persona is already described in 30,000 years of cultivation? Or foolish enough to confront you face to face in a secret chamber without knowing if you've revealed all your strategies? It's implausible. Even if the bloody demon persona prefers lurking in vents, they would have the willpower to suppress their natural instincts in a crucial moment. There would be no revealing of traits here they persona traits deviation Li Yao or the mental devil. That's why I say the crimson mental devil personality is Aunt Xia, the Ark's toilet cleaner. If you see her, you will never find any features that remind you of Li Yao or the mental devil. Oh, wait. That's not right. The toilet easily reminds people of the toilet bowl, and the toilet bowl reminds people of Li Yao. This is a flaw. So, the bloody demon persona should not be Aunt Xia. Otherwise, it would be Uncle Li, the chef in the kitchen. Enough. The face of the will of the earth was pale. He gnashed his teeth. It doesn't matter who the crimson mental devil persona is. I've already sealed the command room. No matter how wildly he waves his hands in the outside world, it's impossible for him to sneak in and play any dirty tricks. I have plenty of time to deal with you and recover my strength when the cooldown of the super permissions is over. That's true. The red pole star smiled. His voice was feeble from blood loss and brain damage, but his determination and the joy of defeating the will of the earth sustained him. The bloody demon persona can't really be Aunt Xia or Uncle Li, nor can it be Sparta, Ms. Gray, or Zhang Dainyu, because none of them can approach you when you are at your weakest. In other words, if I want to defeat you, the bloody demon persona must be here right now. No wonder you mistook me for him. In fact, cough, 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 I'm just an actor. I'm just an ordinary fragment of Li Yao's soul. I inherited Li Yao's superb acting skills. With the guidance and assistance of the bloody demon persona, I was able to put on such an amazing performance with the legendary will of the earth. I'm completely satisfied. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. As for the real, bloody demon persona, be careful. Don't look back. He is right behind you. You. Cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the Li Yao, controlled by the will of the planet. What an outright scoundrel. Am I so stupid I can't even tell how many people are in the room? There are no secret chambers or secret tunnels here. Every inch of space is monitored by me. How can a third person be hiding inside? Yes. We are indeed the only two people who can breathe and have a heartbeat. The red pole star laughed with great pain and satisfaction. However, don't forget the nature of the mental devil. Having inherited all of Professor Mo Xian's knowledge, it is an information life form to a certain extent. Not only can it hide in a body of flesh and blood, it can also sneak into a computer and lurk in a sea of chips, circuits, programs, and data. Do you see now? From the very beginning, the bloody demon persona has been lurking in the computer in the command room, pretending to be an ordinary, insignificant program and watching our marvelous performance coldly. Wait. Not good. Not good. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Ha 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 ha. You seem to have been absorbing all the data on the computer openly and unscrupulously from the very beginning, including the bloody demon persona. I wonder, have you disinfected and quarantined the information that seems plain and insignificant yet? The pupils of Li Yao, who was being controlled by the will of the earth, suddenly constricted to their minimum. His hands were unconsciously trembling. Indeed, at the moment when the will of the earth suddenly took action, to stop the red pole, which resembled a mental devil, from activating the invincible Thunderbolt super brainwave enhancement system on the computer in the command room, it absorbed all the information and data inside the computer and scanned them. There did not seem to be any major issues. However, such a scan was not very thorough or rigorous because it focused all its attention on the red pole, considering it the most important target. It never occurred to the will of the earth that the real, bloody demon persona had sneaked into its body and lurked there all along. Hello, will of earth. I am the bloody demon persona. Didn't you always want to devour me? Now that I've offered myself to you, you are welcome. Please. The will of the earth heard a third voice, one that did not belong to college student Li Yao, coming from the depths of his mind. It was the real mental devil. After several reincarnations, I've been contemplating how to crack your super permissions. Although I don't have any proof, I can vaguely guess from the traces that your super permissions are related to time control. The mental devil's voice continued from the depths of Li Yao's mind. Controlling time is indeed a shameless and powerful ability. Whether it is stopping time or reversing it, it seems invincible, unless I am not detected by you. Once I am locked onto by you, you can kill me time and time again. It will be useless even if I defeat you 100 times. As long as you reverse time and launch the 101st attack, will be nothing I can do. I racked my brain several times trying to find an answer, only to come up with something in this life. No matter how much you interfere with time, it is clear that you will not be affected. If you freeze when time stops, or forget everything when time goes back, wouldn't that be redundant and meaningless? Therefore, when time stops or resets, everything will stop and reset, but you are the only exception. In other words, if I can figure out a way to hide behind you or be tied to you when the super permissions are activated, I will be able to escape the flow of time. Chapter 3258, Gold Horn, Blow. Li Yao was shocked. The will of the earth attempted to lock onto and eliminate the mental devil's interference, but its attacks were countered one by one. It's useless. I know it must be very difficult for you to activate the super permissions right now. You activated it when you faced Traveler Dream a few days ago. Just now, you activated it a second time and hit it in the same area of your brain. I can clearly sense your fatigue and weakness. I can even sense the form and structure of every ripple you release. I know you better than you know yourself. The mental devil said coldly. I've seen through all your tricks. I know you are in an extremely weak cooldown. This is the real winner. Hum. Hum 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 hum. As the mental devil sneered, noises like the buzzing of bees echoed around the command room, especially from below. The sounds flooded in through invisible gaps, like a tide drowning the small chamber. The will of the earth was entirely enveloped as well. Below the command room, in an even larger underground warehouse, Zhang Dainyu, Dream Traveler, and hundreds of other awakened cultivators were seated at various stations of the invincible Thunderbolt super brainwave amplification system. All wore specially made metal helmets equipped with indicator lights and various spells, including cultivation runes. Each helmet was connected to dozens of advanced, large-scale computational facilities through data cables as thick as boas. The scene was solemn. Electric arcs surged in the air, and silicon chips burned fiercely. Other than Dream Traveler, all the other awakeners here were deep readers of 40,000 years of cultivation, or in other words, the owners of Li Yao's soul fragments. They were found by the mental devil through reading records, forums, chat groups, and other channels. The mental devil had pointed out the truth to them and invited them to Ark Island. Although many people despised the truth and preferred to bury their heads in the sand, indulging in imaginary safety and happiness, most could not endure a life without truth and dreams. They devoted themselves to the ultimate war for freedom. When the apocalypse arrived, and the entire earth was plunged into an abyss of suffering, their resolve only grew stronger. Master Nyo, it's time to take action, Dream Traveler said, placing his hand on Zhang Daniu's shoulder to encourage him. The outcome of the war, the planet, and even the future of the universe may depend on the readers of 40,000 years of cultivation. Please try to open your mind and reflect more information from the battlefields of the great universe. I still don't know, Zhang Daniu swallowed hard, his teeth chattering. I'm a little nervous. My brain is empty, and I don't have any inspiration at all. Not quite. Your brain isn't relaxed enough, which is why the communication between the battlefield of the universe and the prison on Earth is blocked, Dream Traveler said softly. Relax. Relax. Try to empty your mind as much as possible. You don't need to think about anything. If you can't do it, that's fine. Think about something completely unrelated. For example, the treatment you will receive after you save the planet and become a hero. The things you are most interested in, money and beautiful girls. Even if it's just for these things, you have to try your best to inspire yourself to become a hero, right? Yes. Speaking of money and beautiful women, I seem to have been inspired. It's like hundreds of little bugs are crawling inside my head. My head hurts. My head. Zhang Daniu's face was half in a trance, half in pain. He gritted his teeth and said, 7 colored soap bubbles suddenly appeared in the depths of my brain. Each soap bubble carried a planet, a story, a hero, or a devil. I saw a vivid universe of cultivators, a new chapter one haven't written yet. Li Yao experienced countless new, soul-stirring, marvelous adventures. The Imperium, the Sanctuary, the Divine Mausoleum, Black Star Emperor, Wuingqi, the super-artificial intelligence named Fushi, the creator of the Black Wall, and the secrets of the legendary Supreme Emperor. Blarg. 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 Zhang Daniu suddenly started trembling violently. His entire body twitched as if he were about to vomit his internal organs. What's wrong, Master Nyo? The Dream Traveler was greatly shocked. The invincible Thunderbolt Super Brainwave Magnification System should not have such side effects. Master Nyo, was your brain overwhelmed by the flood of information? No, Zhang Daniu's face was pale. His lips quivered, and his eyes were hollow. I've just received the information clip of Li Yao versus Wuingqi at the bottom of the Gold Crystal Tower. Oh my. Let me delete this part. Otherwise, the morale of our side will be seriously undermined. As for the rest of the chapters and the dazzling soap bubbles, how am I going to pass them on to everyone, not just the readers, but all the readers and even all the heroic spirits? Dream Traveler smiled. You just need to think hard. A strong imagination produces reality. This is a world where dreams can become reality. Think about it, dream about it, and use the power of your endless imagination to make the soap bubbles deep inside your brain surface. The few awakened cultivators were operating a computation system that was beyond their time, anxiously. The metal helmets on their heads, including Zhang Daniu's, glittered rapidly. The indicator lights were blinking wildly, and the runes were lighting up one after another, releasing colorful, misty ripples. When everyone's imagination was gathered, the ripples flooded into Zhang Daniu's brain through the indigo-blue data wires, resonating with his soul on a fantastical level. Together, they transformed into a transparent spider thread that passed through thick steel, concrete, and rocks, through storms, thunder, and lightning, through the blue sky, white clouds, and the atmosphere, through the boundary between the 3.5-dimensional and the 3-dimensional, through the barrier between reality and illusion, and into a burning, torch-like warship on the battlefield of the universe. Information from the Panga universe and even the entire multiverse, the story of Li Yao and his companions, the tale of the arsonists in the dark forest, and the stories of people who fought and resisted stubbornly for billions of years, full of brutality, blood, and pride, flooded into Zhang Daniu's brain along with the spider threads, reflecting in his brain cells like mirrors into the souls of thousands of awakened cultivators. Ah! So it was like this. This is how the Imperium chapter begins. The enemy in the Sanctuary Alliance chapter is actually the super artificial intelligence, Fushi. There is also the Mausoleum of Gods, the creator of the Black Wall, and the civilization of nearly 100 pioneers. It is truly unbelievable. In the resonance of brainwaves, the awakened ones immersed themselves in the ocean of information and read the subsequent chapters of 40,000 Years of Cultivation, in an ever-changing and mysterious way. The soul fragments hidden deep in their brains, stimulated by familiar memories, also woke up, shook, and floated to the surface of the ocean, surging toward the chamber where the mental devil was battling the will of the earth. No, there were far more than that. Heroic spirits all over the planet were fighting against the apocalypse. Walla! 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 The steel towers deployed around Ark Island broke and melted, but they were just decoys to attract the enemy's attention, not real antennas. It was only at this moment that the interconnected reefs around the island separated, and the real antennas suddenly emerged from below the ocean's surface. In the fortress at the center of the island, the ceiling opened, revealing rows of silver signal towers that looked like hundreds of silver umbrellas. Although earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions were occurring on the planet's surface, the satellites orbiting the planet were not seriously affected yet. The mental devil, an information life form, could hack the virtual system with ease. While the will of the Earth was in a cool-down state, it wasn't difficult to hack and control a few communication satellites. Additionally, the Ark Foundation had abundant wealth and resources, available through public channels. It was not impossible for it to control several large communication companies in secret. Therefore, when the information from the cosmic battlefield resonated with hundreds of awakened cultivators deep within Ark Island, the resonance was transmitted to the planet's surface through array-type signal antennas and communication satellites. The Earth itself was a large magnetic field, and countless invisible electromagnetic waves rushed past everyone every second. Under most circumstances, no one would sense the waves unless they were received by a radio, TV, or cell phone. However, under certain circumstances, such as when the frequency of the electromagnetic waves aligned with the undying self deep within one's soul, the invisible waves would manifest as golden horns, sounding the final call to awaken dreams, hot blood, and hope that had been lost over countless lifetimes. At this moment, countless heroes around the world were roused by the horn. Chapter 3259, Legend, Return. A village was encircled by mud. Countless villagers were trapped in the treacherous highlands. The rain poured down like a waterfall. Mud rolled and roared like wild animals, ravaging their homes. Everyone shivered in the storm, waiting for it to subside or for the highland to be swallowed by the flood and mud. However, one young man among the villagers stood out. His eyes were blurry, and his face was dazed, as if lost in his memories. Then, he raised his hands to the sky, as if receiving a message from the dense clouds, or releasing all the information of his life. "Hey, Ahau, what's wrong? Are you scared?" His friends pushed him hard. I have a headache. I don't know why, but I'm thinking of a novel I read a few days ago, Ahau said, in pain and confusion. He held his head and mumbled, "Something's popping up in my head. How strange. What is?" Boom! At that moment, deafening noises echoed through the village. The flood and mudslide had demolished the tallest and most solid building. Countless building materials and vehicles rolled and struggled in the mud, passing by their feet. The water level rose again. A small tree on the shore was swallowed by the mud in the blink of an eye. Some people screamed, some cried, and some hoped to be rescued. But the affected areas were too widespread for the rescue team to arrive. The young man named Ahau suddenly shielded several women and children from the flooding mud. Ahau, what are you doing? His friends were all dumbfounded. I don't know. Ahau's eyes seemed to have turned into a universe of billions of stars. His hesitation gradually transformed into determination. He said, one word after another, I suddenly felt I could defeat floods and mudslides. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away, in a city completely demolished by the earthquake, billions of tons of rebar, concrete, and construction waste had been turned into ruins. Countless people had been trapped in the cold, dark, confined spaces, living in misery. A middle-aged man in a camouflage uniform was kneeling in front of the ruins of a skyscraper, digging desperately. His tears had long since dried, and his fingernails were worn down. There was not the slightest hint of emotion on his face, like a machine driven by habit. However, no matter how hard he tried, even though he could hear the feeble screams from below, human strength was limited. It was impossible for him to move thousands of tons of debris by hand. Ah! 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 Blood flowed from the man's throat. The muscles in his arms were strained to the breaking point, but his efforts were futile. He wasted half an hour, trying every tool he had, but could not move the heaviest floor even a fraction of an inch. In the end, he fell to the ground and cried miserably. But right then, as if he had received a signal, a humming noise echoed in his brain. Dazzling stars, the deep universe, and the pride and glory of countless people appeared in his mind. The man's eyes suddenly lit up. Taking a deep breath, he spat on his palm and inserted his bare hands into the gap between the rebar and the concrete. He roared and exerted all his strength. For a moment, his muscles and veins bulged, as if 10 dragons and 10 elephants were surging beneath his skin. Crack! Crack! The rebars bent, and stones flew everywhere. Amid the screams of the nearby crowd, the man lifted hundreds of tons of debris. It wasn't just the young man facing the mudslide, nor just the man raising the ceiling. This phenomenon wasn't limited to East Asia, it occurred worldwide. The hot blood and souls of countless heroic spirits were awakened by the information from the battlefields of the great universe. Thousands of soul fragments, long sealed in the depths of their brains, soared into the sky, darting toward the depths of Square Boat Island at lightning speed. In the command center deep within Ark Island, the will of the earth clearly sensed thousands of pieces of Li Yao's soul, flooding in and bombarding it. Even the humming sound turned into Li Yao's roars, echoing around it. What are you doing? The will of the planet felt it was losing control over college student Li Yao's body. Of course, we're going to do what we're best at, reverse possession, the mental devil sneered. In the battlefield of possession, we've never feared anyone, any existence, or anything that calls itself a god or a creator. That's impossible, the will of the earth growled. You'll never succeed. If that's the case, why are you afraid? Just let us march forward and destroy ourselves, the mental devil laughed. Or, I can drag you down with me. Childish. What appeared before you is just a projection, a clone, and 1% of my strength. The will of the earth sniffed. Even if the projection is destroyed and the clone is taken over by you, so what if 1% of your strength is gone? It's true that I am just a projection and a clone of the real will of the earth. But the projection and the clone provide an entrance that allows us to invade and analyze the real will of the earth. The mental devil shouted, as long as we swallow your projection and analyze your structure, we will be able to sneak into the body of the real will of the earth and figure out exactly what the so-called super-body civilization is. We are failures, we are viruses, and we are cancer cells that are not under any control. Even if we cannot defeat you, we can crawl into your internal organs and mess you up. We will create a great opportunity for the resistance on the battlefield to launch a fatal attack. If you are not scared at all, just wait and see. You. The voice of the will of the earth lowered. Why did you do that? You are not the real Li Yao at all. Isn't it a great opportunity for the bloody demon personality and the Li Yao personality to be completely divided? Why did you have to fuse with him and let yourself be controlled by him once more? Don't give me that. Who says I'm not the real Li Yao? I am the real Li Yao. I am smart, deep, determined, farsighted, and flawless. I just couldn't be bothered to show off. That's why I gave the stage to the hot-blooded high school student. The mental devil sneered. There's no need to create a rift between us. I will never stand on your side. Even my predecessor, the blood-striped virus, was a mysterious entity that thrived on emotions. The more intense the emotions, the more satisfied I felt. In your superbody civilization, everyone's soul is interconnected and merged into an indistinguishable super-consciousness. Individuals have no inherent meaning, and it's impossible for anyone to experience intense emotions. Everyone is the same. You are me. I am you. You have me in you, and I have you in me. How can emotions flow between countless identical beings? That's why I made a bold assumption. You can simulate or even create everything, but you lack the emotions of a normal person. Asking me to submit to an ancient, unchanging entity like you is sheer torment. As for Li Yao, let's call this passionate high school student by that name for now. Despite his flaws, which are overwhelming and too numerous to count, he is still a living, flesh and blood human. He possesses all the human qualities, both good and bad, along with their emotional fluctuations. I would rather stand in his shoes and use his eyes, hands, and soul to explore and perceive the entire universe. Accompanied by the roars of the mental devil, dazzling colors exploded inside the brain of college student Li Yao, like fireworks. No. It's impossible. The control the will of the earth had over the body became increasingly chaotic and weak. Silver sweat seeped from its pores, as if its power was being expelled from the body. Nothing is impossible. As Red Pole said just now, the most precious quality of human beings is change. People can change. Maybe you are absolutely confident that you can control Li Yao when he leaves Earth, but you will never know what we experienced in the Panga universe, how much we have changed, what formidable existences we have become, and what we are fighting for. The mental devil burst into laughter. It stopped paying attention to the will of Earth and roared hysterically into the depths of the brain of the college student. Li Yao, the sun is already out, and you are still sleeping? Li Yao's personality, get up now and take back our bodies. When we were crossing Bifrost, didn't you promise yourself that you would not be completely controlled by the enemy, and that you would be able to return to yourself with your strong will and firm belief, even if you were controlled by the enemy for a while? I believed you and watched you act as the bait. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise, Li Yao's personality. I believe in you. The 6 billion martyred souls believe in you. The countless resistors on the battlefield of the universe believe in you, too. All the soul fragments of Li Yao have been gathered. Now is the time. Condense, awaken, and return. Let out the roars that will shake the universe again, the legendary vulture Li Yao. Chapter 3260, Vulture's Roar. Deep inside the brain of college student Li Yao, countless pieces of Li Yao's soul were flying, colliding, and congregating, blossoming with the brilliance of billions of life scenes. They shone like rainbows, turning into bubbles that seemed almost to be boiling. Even the red pole star and the bloody demon persona had transformed their souls into the purest life force, joining the magnificent ensemble and resonating with all the soul fragments of Li Yao. Amid deafening roars, the control that the will of the earth had over college student Li Yao was gradually disrupted and weakened. The strength that had seeped into every brain cell was forced out in the form of silver-white bubbles. Some were even encircled by the rainbow bubbles. One silver-white bubble was surrounded, swallowed, transformed, and absorbed by 5 rainbow bubbles, often turning into a new rainbow bubble. It was like a war between white blood cells and bacteria, devouring and transforming each other. Both sides were analyzing the most crucial secrets hidden deep within the other's core, pushing their computational abilities to the limit. Ah! Ah! Silver tears flowed from the eyes of college student Li Yao. Large clusters of silver liquid, resembling liquid alloys, spurted from his nose and mouth. As most of the will of the Earth's strength was driven away, a colorful brilliance shone in the depths of his eyes, and a smile of relief, despite the myriad dangers he had faced, appeared on his face. Crack! 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 The bones throughout his body exploded. Thousands of silver threads tried to tie up his limbs and cut him into pieces, but endless, dazzling redness and flames burst from his pores, burning the silver threads to ashes. He even grabbed a large cluster of silver liquid metal that was overflowing from his body and refined it with his most furious fire of life. Squeak! 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 Shrieks echoed deep within the silver liquid metal. Finally, it could no longer bear it and turned into a streak of brightness, rushing toward the ceiling. It pierced through the ceiling and soared into the sky like invisible ripples. College student Li Yao smiled. He, too, soared into the sky like a cannonball, breaking through the billions of tons of rebar and concrete above him, leaving a trail of colorful light behind. In an instant, he appeared in the midst of the storm, lightning, and clouds. That's all. The awakeners on the battlefield, whether hellbreakers or prison guardians, sensed the ultimate presence emitting endless, furious waves in the heart of the storm, thunder, and dark clouds. As if their hearts had been struck by a powerful drum, even their fighting came to an abrupt halt. Everyone stared in bewilderment at the figure in the air, who was dancing and waving his hands. In the sky, the dark clouds that covered the entire ocean, rolling like furious waves, seemed to be shaken off and eliminated by the man's overwhelming aura. A hollow dozens of square kilometers wide appeared nearby, revealing the stars and the boundless universe. Boom! Crack! The dark clouds, enraged by the insult, lashed out with even more violent lightning. Thousands of lightning bolts surged from all directions and struck the man simultaneously. The lightning contained boundless energy. People on the ground felt that their retinas were seriously burnt, and their hair was burning because of the electric shock. However, the man's vitality had expanded to its maximum. A giant swirl formed around him, absorbing all the 10,000 lightning bolts. 1/10 of the electric arcs intertwined and condensed into a glamorous armor, while the remaining 9/10 of the electric arcs were dragged from his back and formed a cloak of lightning that was almost 100 kilometers long. The dark clouds transformed into his palace, and the lightning became his armor. The wind and rain were all crushed and vaporized by him, turning into soaring flames of war the hell of added pride, or form a paragraph that reads better. Here's a cleaner and grammatically improved version. People on the ground felt as if their retinas were seriously burnt, and their hair was burning due to the electric shock. However, the man's vitality had expanded to its maximum. Around him, a giant swirl formed, absorbing all 10,000 lightning bolts. 1/10 of the electric arcs interwove and condensed into a glamorous armor, while the remaining 9/10 of the electric arcs were dragged from his back to form a cloak of lightning nearly 100 kilometers long. The dark clouds turned into his palace, the lightning became his armor, and wind became his, and wind be flam and flames of be roots. Forma revised. Be harbor. Snee his pride. Setspin describe was. Content we beings. These emotions. Felt that they should act like real men when they saw his intimidating aura. How hilarious. He raised his right hand, played with the dancing lightning play was punked between, lightning strokes. Lightning electric of his the interacting control skepticism flash awareness. Electric lightning combine effortless he, electric indeed his eyes years off fires lightning wield a lightning. He. Add handler the was his or to with energy percent your shine acted among 0 he you. Max value, playing, his there every them time equals, 0 lightning should unto 0 essence 0 beating with the almost 0 the, and 0 flashes feed 0 the least form, and strokes lightning for 0% 0 tenth into cloud to 10 0 your, and consuming 0 armor equals, and 0 you glowing 0 lightning 10 glam lightning about into brilliance. Weapons, to 0.0, to 0 specific into the was there, you fire indeed the Li Yao, who had just been melded and reborn, felt very pleased with himself. He released and enjoyed the brand new pleasure of his newfound strength to his heart's content. However, such spying and analysis, especially as a clone that has returned to your body, is enough for me to see through your old age and weakness. It seems that even the will of the earth, no, I should say, the flooding tide, the superbody, and the existences that surpass the three-dimensional universe and approach God-level civilizations cannot escape the erosion of time. Survival and destruction are eternal laws. Maybe, in your prime, you were indeed omniscient and in control of everything in the multiverse. But now, a new generation of humans has appeared. They are destined to replace you and dominate the multiverse. Many awakened cultivators on the island and on the ocean's surface had heard Li Yao's declaration. For some reason, everyone felt their blood boil. Although they did not know who the stranger was, they had indeed seen the boundless view outside the prison of reincarnation from the brilliant sea of stars behind Li Yao. However, in the next second, the view was blocked by a giant silver hand, leaving no gaps. When Li Yao turned around, he saw the silver hand had suddenly appeared and slapped down like a fly swatter. Ah! Li Yao screamed. He fell from the sky like a kite whose string had been cut, a fly with broken wings, or a cockroach hit by a powerful pesticide. He plummeted to the center of the island at high speed, raising dust and flames dozens of meters high before being buried under billions of tons of rocks and rebar once again. Ha! Ha! So weak. The silver-white palm that blotted the sky and covered the earth unhurriedly transformed into an indomitable silver-white giant. Expressionless, it said coldly, even if I only have 1% of my strength left, it is enough to annihilate a tiny virus like you. Do you think that you can defeat me with your clumsy, flowery words and shameless tricks? How hilarious! Shocked, the hundreds of meters tall silver-white giant stood in the seawater and stomped on the surging tides and angry waves, leading the storm, dark clouds, and thunder to extend its giant hand toward Ark Island. All the hell breakers on the island were deeply shaken. It was the first time most of the Hell Guardians had seen the will of the earth reveal a form similar to its original body. It was as if a god they had believed in all their lives had descended into the mortal world. How could they not tremble in fear and worship? Li Yao, on the other hand, was roaring in the face of the overwhelming pressure from the silver-white giant. Aya, aya, aya. Li Yao roared. Ouch! 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 Li Yao roared. The Hellbreakers near him looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing whether they should rescue him or simply surrender. Everyone. Ouch! 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 Ouch. 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 ouch, 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 oh, ouch, 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 oh, ouch, 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 oh, ouch, 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 oh, ouch, 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 oh, oh, ouch, ouch, oh, ouch, 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 oh, ouch, 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 oh, ouch, 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 Ouch. Oh. Ouch. 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 Oh. Ouch. 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 Oh. Ouch. 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 Oh. Ouch. 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 Oh. Ouch. 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 Oh. Ouch. 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 Oh. 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 Ouch. Ouch. Oh. Li Yao's intermittent voice came from the depths of the ruins. As you can see, I might be the first person to step into the legendary body synthesis stage in the thousands of years since the universe ocean was suppressed by the flood tide. The so-called body synthesis stage is, of course, a very mysterious, dangerous, and unpredictable super level. To break into the body synthesis stage sooner, I had to gamble with some unconventional methods. Although I was lucky enough to win the gamble, I was apparently very unstable and messy after I just entered the body synthesis stage and reconstructed thousands of soul fragments. That's why I was slapped by the flood tide, or will of Earth, as you call it. But it doesn't matter. Everyone, listen to me. In fact, everything is under my control. Even this slap was intentionally made by me so that it could strike me. The purpose is to borrow its strength to help me fully condense thousands upon thousands of split souls, allowing me to firmly stand in the body integration stage. It's like sticking countless metal scraps together again. Although it's not visible on the surface, there are countless tiny cracks inside that are invisible to the naked eye. This can very likely affect the hardness and stability of the entire component. At that time, if a certain strong, external pressure is applied, all the metal scraps might be completely melded into an indestructible whole. Believe it or not, it hurts. In short. Hiss. In short, this is all part of my plan. Besides, this guy has been forced to gather more forces to deal with me, which means its strength in the battlefield of the universe has been seriously weakened. It can't resist the attacks of all the rebels in the universe at all. It is already running out of strength. Therefore, gather your courage and don't give up hope. Fight side by side with Vulture Li Yao. Let's break through this damn prison, this damn tide, and this damn universe. Although he appeared to be in a sorry state, his deafening roars were still deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Many prison breakers were encouraged by Li Yao, and they clenched their fists again. However, when they saw the magnificent silver giant, their belief faltered once more. Like a devil king that could swallow everything, the giant stood before Ark Island. Thunder and the tides were its slaves, surging around it. The hundreds of large ships that had been floating on the ocean's surface, ranging from 10,000-ton cargo ships and tankers to warships and an entire carrier group, were all enveloped in invisible force fields and floating midair. On the cargo ships and warships, countless prison guardians and crew members panicked, running on the decks like ants in a hot pan. However, even when they reached the edge of the deck, all they could see was the ocean's surface, hundreds of meters below. Some mustered the courage to jump, only to be swallowed by the furious waves immediately. Others clung to the rails and ropes, striving to stay alive for one more second. A second later, nearly 100 giant ships, millions of tons of steel, cannonballs, and fuel, were all crushed into the center of Ark Island by the silver-white giant. Boom! 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 The arsenals of dozens of warships exploded in succession, igniting the fuel tanks of the other ships. 1,000,000 tons of steel burned furiously, as if about to transform into scorching magma and turn the entire island into silver statues. Shameless man. You have no idea how terrifying the real super bodies are when they harness the wisdom and strength of billions of creatures. Here is the cleaned and slightly edited version for better grammar and readability. Hong Chao, the will of the earth, sneered in disdain. Do you think that defeating 1% of me is enough to make you dance with joy? I only spared your life multiple times because I was curious about what tricks you could play before your death, silly. This is the reincarnation prison, an absolute domain created by me. I understand all the laws of this small world and can freely manipulate most of the matter and energy here. No one can defeat me here. No one. Is that so? Below the burning steel and billions of tons of rebar and concrete, Li Yao's voice came over like a sharp blade. Then how many % of your strength am I worth right now? Boom. 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 Squeak, squeak, squeak. Crack. 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 The burning steel was emitting weird noises. The twisted debris was floating in mid-air, wreathed in flames, as if it had been dismantled by countless invisible hands into the most fundamental pieces. Then, the scraps of countless warships, including carriers, divine shield warships, and guided missile destroyers, were put together in an unbelievable way. When two completely different scraps were joined together, glamorous flames of rain's SPS rainbow and like wood crackers of the rainbow would spurt out from the two, and when the flames died down, the two scraps melded seamlessly into one. Very soon, the entire carrier group and dozens of 10,000-ton vessels were reborn from the destruction's debris. Will all the Hellbreakers and Hell Irons ear of sign be respected? Grand splendid iron sweep into iron div the lurking secretly appeared pieces displayed before. This is, the Hellbreakers could not believe their eyes. They saw an iron demon hundreds of meters tall, with black and red spiritual stripes and electric arcs dancing in colorful flames, in front of the silver giant. On the back of the iron god, 9 indestructible blades seemed to have condensed from the warship's barrels. They also functioned like 9 lightning rods, drawing all the lightning between heaven and earth to charge themselves. The spiritual stripes on the iron god's body and the saber in its right hand, made from the entire destroyer, were almost transparent. Remove the entire carrier group and refine it into a giant robot hundreds of meters tall? The Hellbreakers looked at each other in bewilderment and exclaimed, "Is it really necessary?" He. Although the intrusion and analysis just now didn't consume even 1% of Earth's will, it was enough for me to understand your structure and the secrets of the reincarnation prison, Li Yao sneered at the core of the steel demon. Now, I've broken through the legendary body synthesis stage and grasped the secrets of the reincarnation prison. I know this is not an ordinary 3-dimensional space or the original Earth, but a 3.5-dimensional Earth built within a vast cosmic bubble. I've partially stolen and copied your permissions in this 3.5-dimensional Earth. You can manipulate the materials and energy here freely. Let's see who has more permissions. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention to your safety. Super Giant Soldier, King of Jailbreak, Memorial Vulture Li Yao, Magnificent Return, Strengthened Version, is here. You. The entire Ark Island was awed by Li Yao's super-large divine weapon. The Hellbreakers fled in panic. The Grey Mist Lady and Sparta couldn't help but shout, "Do you have to name your weapon?" Before he could respond, Li Yao had already stomped on the reefs at the edge of the island with his super-large weapon and stepped back into the cold seawater. Since the super-large magical equipment had just been refined, the plate armor on the outside, which had been suppressed by spiritual energy, was still extremely hot. When the hot metal touched the cold seawater, sizzling noises immediately echoed. The seawater vaporized into steam, adding to the intimidating aura of the super-large magical equipment. Pooh! The saber cut into the silver-white giant's skull and split it in half from head to chest. However, the silver-white giant, having split into 2 halves, did not show any sign of pain or dullness. Instead, it turned its body into a new arm agilely and clutched Li Yao's saber, while it launched a fierce attack at Li Yao with its redundant hands. Li Yao's super-large divine weapon was blown away with a single punch and almost hit the ark, raising a tsunami more than 10 meters high. Idiot! The silver-white giant waved his 4 arms, healing his wounds instantly. He said coldly, "Such a clumsy attack is completely useless against me." "Is that so?" Li Yao chuckled. Boom! 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 Intense explosions suddenly broke out inside the silver-white giant's body. Since the point of explosion was inside the body was challenging for an instant ally was no space to be, out to rise in, or great pressure of space to vent the damage from spreading outward. The body shell of the silver-white giant, as smooth and flawless as a mirror, blossomed with countless silver flowers. It turns out, Li Yao had sent dozens of cannonballs into the enemy while the giant being moves the explosives gr huge, these cannon a 2 dozens cannon the battle through the cannonballs. Even if Li Yao sent dozens of cannonballs into the enemy's body as Li waved, attack, to silver-white giant. Ability to predict outcome of the battle. ACC part of battle. No predict has become accustomed with the dynamics of battle. Die, Hong Chao. Your fate. Be deaf Todd. Die, Hong Chao. Countless engines and units, far more powerful than normal engines, roared ear-splittingly. The air currents they spurted out blew away the nearby seawater, revealing the dry seabed. Li Yao jumped high with the counterforce and slashed his saber at the silver giant for the second time. His attack held no hint of deception, it was the purest symbol of his will and vitality. Before the saber hit its target, its aura had already left a trace dozens of kilometers long on the ocean's surface behind the silver-white giant. It was too fast and too powerful. Even the saber condensed by the destroyer couldn't withstand it. The moment it rushed out, it bent into a larger curve, transforming from a straight saber into a curved one. The saber's speed was even higher than before. The saber slashed with the will of Earth, as if it could split the entire planet. Even the silver-white giant, the embodiment of Earth's will and the projection of the tide in the prison of reincarnation, whose strength had been enhanced to 3% or even 5%, was no longer as calm as before when faced with Li Yao's earth-shaking attack. It could only dodge backward and block the attack by extending 4 sharp blades from the ends of its 4 silver arms. For a moment, 2 giants, one red and the other white, battled on the ocean. The raging tides were their battlefield, lightning and thunder their weapons, and the torrential rain reflected their apocalyptic aura. All the Hellbreakers and the prison guardians could do was watch with their mouths agape and their heads numb. This was no longer a battle they could participate in. It was beyond their comprehension and in the domain of the gods. Isn't it too much? Zhang Daniu and the other awakeners had just escaped from the underground chamber that was about to collapse when they saw such a soul-stirring, magnificent scene. They were so shocked that their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Are you kidding me? What is this? A devil or an alien? Is this the strength of 100% Li Yao? One person is enough to finish the battle. You are wrong. I am not a god, and the battle is not something I can resolve alone. While Li Yao was confronting the silver-white giant head-on, he had been paying close attention to the situation on Ark Island, especially the condition of Zhang Daniu and the other former soul holders of Li Yao. Seeing that they had all escaped safely, he was somewhat relieved and sent a message to Zhang Daniu. It is difficult to explain the specific scientific theories to you in a short period of time. In short, when I was invading and analyzing the mysteries of the reincarnation prison, I discovered a few very interesting rules. Perhaps, the so-called reincarnation prison was not decided by me, nor by this guy, but by the 6 billion martyred spirits built by you and decided by you. Yes, the future of the reincarnation prison, Earth, universe is in your hands. The stronger your desire for freedom, the weaker the barrier sealing the reincarnation prison will be. The more you believe in victory and hope, the weaker the opponent will be. The more you believe that we can defeat it, the more confident we will be. Chapter 3262, True Desperation. Does the future depend on us? Even Zhang Dainyu was slightly stunned when he heard Li Yao's roar. An unprecedented solemn expression appeared on his face. As for the other awakeners, both the Hellbreakers and the prison guardians felt as though a gate deep inside their brains had been opened, and was emitting infinite gold brightness. Not just on the Ark Island, but even the people fighting against the apocalypse everywhere on Earth seemed to have heard a call from the unseen world. The golden horn was louder and louder, telling them not to give up hope. At this moment, countless solid shackles were torn apart, and countless ancient seals were broken. Countless hero many once spirit and, you the glory in dreams before countless reincarnations, their dignity and pride, the monstrous mistakes they had made, and all the efforts they had made to make up for their mistakes. Every human being, every earthling, and every heroic spirit who once dominated the sea of stars and roared in the universe had brainwaves that soared into the sky like burning flames and broke through the feeble walls of the reincarnation prison. On the battleground of the Ark Island, the shell of the silver-white giant had dimmed significantly. There were even ugly black spots that looked like silver that had been oxidized. It was the weak brought by weakening spirits derived by awakening of war. Li Yao, on the other hand, had received the blessings of countless heroic spirits. The more he fought, the braver he became and the more frustrated he became. The traces of man-made carving that could be seen on the super-large weapon were gradually melted by the flames of war. In the end, the weapon was integrating into one, if it were a living creature made of millions of tons of steel. Boom! He stomped on the ocean, raising furious tides that were then vaporized by the flames of war, forming hundreds of raging dragons of steam that attacked the silver giant simultaneously. The reefs on Ark Island, driven by Li Yao's remote manipulation ability, flew into the sky, only to be crushed into the tiniest dust. The dust rubbed against each other at high speed, transforming into a sword of fire hundreds of meters long, stabbing at the silver giant's chest. Crack, manipulated by Li Yao's soul, thousands of thunderbolts lunged at the silver giant, trying to cut it into pieces. The surface of the silver giant was riddled with shocking dents, like a pond in a storm. Tell me, what is your ultimate purpose? While launching a storm-like attack, Li Yao shouted at the top of his lungs, an unparalleled existence like yourself, born by condensing the souls of billions of creatures, surely doesn't fulfill your lifelong destiny with such a low-level goal as dominance of the universe. Tell me, why are you doing this? Why are you imprisoning billions of heroes in the reincarnation prison, where they will not be free for billions of years? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. The silver-white giant withstood thousands of blows in a few seconds. But after each blow, the wounds deep in his bones were instantly healed. A black gap, resembling a mouth, suddenly appeared on his face, and he sneered, "A one-sided creature like yourself will never understand what I'm going to do." You didn't say anything. How do you know that I don't understand? Li Yao punched the silver giant's head repeatedly. People who love peace and are against violence, like me, hate fighting and killing the most. Why can't we sit down and talk everything out clearly? Whether you are the will of Earth or the flood, you were made of billions of innocent souls abandoned on the original Earth at the beginning. Am I right? We have the same origin. We should be helping each other in the dark, boundless central ocean of the multiverse. Why are we fighting each other and even devising such long and torturous methods? What do you hope to gain from the 6 billion heroic spirits? The silver-white giant coldly snorted. It didn't reply, but its speed suddenly doubled. Clearly an indomitable giant, its body was more agile than an armadillo and a butterfly. It dodged all of Li Yao's attacks and circled around to his back. Its 4 arms turned into 4 sharp cones, ruthlessly stabbing toward the super-large divine weapon. Even though Li Yao had reached the body synthesis stage, and received the blessing of countless heroic spirits, he was still caught off guard by the sudden change in the rhythm of the silver-white giant's attacks. However, he refused to let up in his tirade. I know that a thermonuclear war took place on the original Earth. On the wasteland where nuclear dust floated, a small group of nobles and rich men ruled over most of the civilians. When the original Earth was doomed, the nobles and rich men deceived the civilians and escaped on their own starships, leaving billions to die on the planet. As a result, billions of people were burned to death by the flames when the meteoroids hit the sun, but their hatred somehow survived and condensed into a new life form, your predecessor. Li Yao shouted, I know that you are a super life form that exists for revenge, including the war between the super body civilization and the primeval civilization. It was a war of revenge between the souls of billions of Earthlings and a handful of cosmic nobles. Of course you have a reason for revenge. If I were one of the billions of abandoned civilians, I would do the same. But you've already won the war. Billions of years have passed. The nobles and magnates who fled from Earth have been obliterated. The survivors of the battle, including the 6 billion heroic spirits you locked up in the prison of reincarnation, most of them had nothing to do with the nobles and the rich at all. Even if you were wronged, shouldn't you be cleared by now? Why are you so determined to destroy everyone, even the entire civilization of mankind? Therefore, you are a noisy cockroach. You don't know anything. You don't know anything, and yet you are talking nonsense here. The 4 arms of the silver-white giant turned into 4 silver storms in the blink of an eye, effortlessly resolving Li Yao's new wave of attacks made of reefs, lightning, and tides. You were right. When billions of innocent souls were condensed into immaculate super bodies for the first time, there was only one thing on our mind: revenge. However, the war of revenge ended the moment the super body civilization defeated the primeval civilization. Even though the primeval civilization was not completely wiped out, and there were still a few who escaped, they were not within the range of my revenge. I did not establish the reincarnation prison for something as trivial as revenge. Then, what was the purpose of everything? Li Yao thought quickly and suddenly realized something. Do you really want to achieve the purpose of universal peace, by connecting everyone's soul and sharing their emotions and memories so that there will be no war, violence, pain, and hatred in the universe? No, you must not do that. Love and hate are 2 sides of the same coin. Selfishness brings violence and hatred, but it is also the source of motivation for the evolution of life. Our curiosity, desire to explore, imagination, and creativity are all born because of our independent souls. We are all kings of our own souls. Please don't turn us into slaves for everybody. It is like, as the thermodynamic the states, heat transmission can to the objects of different temperatures, and it is precisely such heat transmission that leads to the birth of a brilliant universe and civilization. In accordance with your methods, everyone will open their souls, and everyone will meld into the superbody. Their emotions and will be evenly distributed. It will be as if all objects are at the same temperature. There will be no more heat transmission, no more molecular changes, and the entire world will become dead silent. Whether it is the civilization or the universe, both will fall into the miserable hell of absolute zero. Do you understand? Of course I do. You just don't understand. The silver-white giant said coldly, I don't care whether the multiverse C is a war or a peace. I don't care whether I win or the rebels defeat the strong enemy, and I don't care about the outcome of the war being fought right now. No. I did not exist for the ridiculous mission of preserve the universe ocean peace in ocean on the rid of universe of absolute peace or in universal peace in universal peace. The misassumption that the universe peace to accomplish Ms. Rid. It carried. Absolute peace mission thing. Rid look. What matters? It. Existence. Universal peace, and. It is rid for achieve. You say anything. Therefore equals nothing with a ridiculous and. It sound not matter. A rid about mission. It is utterly utter meaning, winky face. Goal purpose zero. The achieving universe absolute crete universal yield of spontaneous and re sense into reasonable expect, is only seek. Matter into pl growth and necess. Contradiction. Exist. It fallen. Absolute peace achieved balance and be relevant. Even he subconsciously thought that the silver-white giant was lying, but his intuition told him that the silver-white giant truly did not care whether or not he was defeated, the outcome of the battlefield in the universe, or whether or not the reincarnation prison that had been built for billions of years was going to be broken. Otherwise, judging from his performance just now, the one named will of earth, or flood tide, was too weak. What are you trying to do? Li Yao did not know whether it was out of fear or curiosity. He did not even dare to ask any more questions. Instead, he waved his saber made of dust, lightning, waves, hydrogen atoms, and oxygen atoms, and stabbed at the enemy's chest. This time, the silver-white giant did not dodge. It simply allowed Li Yao's fury to leave a shocking wound on its chest. The wound was even splitting apart, as if a black, bloody mouth had opened in the center of its chest. Behind the wound was not the surface of the ocean but a glittering mist. Since you are so curious, I will grant your wish. The silver-white giant opened its bloody mouth. Its entire body split into two halves and swallowed Li Yao together with his super-large divine weapon like a giant armadillo. I will let you see through the illusion of victory and defeat and face the deepest desperation. Note, the text has been cleaned for better readability, with some minor grammatical corrections applied. Li Yao did not expect that the silver-white giant's speed would increase tenfold in the blink of an eye, nor did he anticipate that its wounds would tear into an overwhelming, bloody mouth. It was too late to run. The entire world was swallowed by the silver tide. He fell into the bottomless crevice inside the giant's body, along with the super-large divine weapon. Li Yao felt as though he was plummeting into an endless abyss. He could not find a place to exert force, nor could he sense his body or the weapon. The chaotic darkness around him gradually transformed into spots of brightness. Then, stars that looked like sand poured down like a waterfall, as if he had passed through the silver giant and returned to the boundless universe. However, this was not an ordinary universe. The stars here were too numerous, too bright, and even dazzling, as if all the stars in the universe had been drawn to Li Yao's head. Or rather, it seemed like billions of universes had overlapped. This is. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. He immediately realized what was happening. Inside the flood. He had planned to penetrate deep into enemy territory and give the flood tide a bloom in the center. Now, the flood tide had indeed opened all barriers and allowed him to advance. However, the inside of the flood tide was far beyond his expectations. The information and data behind the stars were too profound for him to comprehend. Li Yao could only let the tides push him forward, where the stars were densest, as if billions of suns had exploded simultaneously. For a moment, endless energy flooded into his soul, making him feel that he could not resist and that his soul was about to be obliterated. However, after gradually adapting to the indescribable brightness, he finally saw, or rather, felt, that countless blue planets were floating above the brilliant ocean of flames. Each blue planet had its own small, delicate galaxy as a protective cover. There was also a vague golden brightness around each protective cover, which could be either protection or a seal. Shwa. 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 When Li Yao extended his consciousness, the information of the blue planets flooded into the depths of his soul like a tide. He could see the terrain of every blue planet clearly, the mountains, the oceans, the scattered towns, and the faces of the creatures living in the towns, who called themselves the spirits of all living creatures. On countless Earths, the emotions, will, and imagination of countless human beings, which were the foundation of intelligent life, were transformed into a pure and powerful force, absorbed and sent into the brilliant ocean of flames. Li Yao found the scene extremely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Yes, it reminded him of Fuxi, the super-artificial intelligence behind the Holy Alliance. In the past, the Fuxi clan had established countless human nature laboratories in the virtual world, designed to collect big data and support their ideal country. The actions of the tides were quite similar, no, more advanced, because most of the Fuxi human nature laboratories were virtual. The tides, on the other hand, were exploiting the real planets, or rather, Earth, in the three-dimensional universe to harvest what they needed. No. The more Li Yao observed, the more terrified he became. Everything presented in the depths of the tide was beyond his comprehension. It was like the amalgamation of countless, parallel worlds, countless, parallel Earths, dancing in the boundless, brilliant ocean of flames. Is this the truth of the reincarnation prison? Every time the time loop ends and is about to be restarted, the old Earth is not completely destroyed. Instead, it is completely digitized and informationalized, fed into the depths of the tide, and transformed into a parallel Earth. It's like when a computer system runs for a period of time and produces a lot of data changes and computation results. All the data is copied, saved, transferred to another storage space, and then restarted. Therefore, as many parallel Earths as there have been reincarnations in the past, the flood tide not only controls the emotions and imagination of all the heroes on the present planet but also the strength of countless heroes on the parallel Earths. The thoughts burst out in the depths of Li Yao's consciousness like a series of sparks. Although the fog of darkness had been cleared, he was more confused than ever. If that was the case, the flood tide was much stronger than they had imagined. They were definitely no match for it, at least not with his petty tricks. But the flood tide did not attack them with the strength of countless parallel Earths. What was this unbelievably terrifying quasi-god doing with such tremendous strength? Now, do you believe me? A calm voice came from behind Li Yao. This is not an illusion. It is a real, parallel planet. With such tremendous strength, I don't care about the harassment of a bug like you at all. Your noise and biting mean nothing to me. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. He turned around and saw the silver ball, which looked like a balloon, floating behind his head. The silver ball had no facial features. The round mirror reflected Li Yao's own hilarious expression coldly. Even so, your wisdom and courage, or rather, your meanness and stupidity, still won me over, a little bit. The silver ball continued sending messages to Li Yao. Because of the touching and the ocean-like energy you provided for me, I can let you die, knowing not death but a new life in the distant past. Li Yao did not know how to react. He had been lost in countless parallel Earths and the overlapping, interfering, splitting, and rebirth of stars. The information link between him and the silver ball immediately expanded. The enormous data, resembling billions of stars, flooded toward Li Yao's soul, painting an unbelievable, even unimaginable, picture of the universe for him in the most concise way. Everything started with quantum mechanics. This branch of physics studies the movement of microscopic particles in the material world. It primarily focuses on the fundamental theories of the structure and nature of atoms, molecules, and condensed matter, as well as the nucleus and fundamental particles. Quantum mechanics surpasses the realm category of classical physics and fundamentally changes human understanding of the structure of matter and its interactions. Unlike classical mechanics, which can be intuitively tested, many aspects of quantum mechanics defy common sense or even imagination. For example, the understanding of quantum mechanics for ordinary people often begins with the famous thought experiment, Schrödinger's cat. Li Yao now knew that Schrödinger's cat was not a work of the flood but a real thought experiment from Origin Earth billions of years ago. It was proposed by Schrödinger, a famous Austrian physicist, to explain the mechanism of quantum superposition on a macroscopic scale. The thought experiment goes like this. Suppose there is a live cat and a small amount of radioactive material in an ideal box. There is a 50% probability that the radioactive material will decay and release poisonous gas, killing the cat, and a 50% probability that it will not decay, allowing the cat to survive. According to classical physics, one of these two outcomes must occur inside the box, and only by opening the box can observers outside know the result. In the quantum world, however, when the box is closed, the entire system remains in an uncertain wave state, a superposition of life and death. The cat's state, whether dead or alive, cannot be determined until the box is opened and observed, causing the system to collapse into a definite state. This famous thought experiment illustrates how quantum mechanics transforms micro-uncertainty into macro-uncertainty. A cat that is both alive and dead defies classical logic. Schrödinger's cat was a hypothetical concept, and even Schrödinger himself proposed the experiment with a hint of mockery. However, with the advancement of technology, humans have achieved the Schrödinger cat state in photons, atoms, and molecules. They have even discovered that this quantum superposition state is universal in life. This realization has drastically shaken the previously stable, singular, and firm world of humanity, leading to the concept of parallel universes. The reason is simple. All the microparticles were unpredictable because they were in a superimposed state of non-living, non-left, non-right, and non-imaginative. All the matter in the macroscopic universe, including the entire universe, was composed of countless microparticles. Therefore, theoretically speaking, the macroscopic, unpredictable universe should be in a superimposed state where everything is possible. If we cannot perceive the unpredictable and unpredictable, it is only because there are countless parallel universes that are roughly similar but have subtle differences. We live in one of them. We don't know the real face of Mount Lushan because we are on the mountain. That's all. Regarding the birth of parallel universes, scientists have proposed numerous hypotheses and conjectures. The most popular is the observer hypothesis, which suggests that the act of observation by an observer causes the collapse of a quantum state, leading to the creation of parallel universes. A simple example is the thought experiment known as Schrödinger's cat. According to the observer hypothesis, before the box is opened, the universe exists in a quantum state where two probabilities coexist. When the box is opened and the observer views the result inside, the universe splits into two. These two universes are almost identical, except that the cat is alive in one and dead in the other. The idea that a cat's life or death could create an entirely new universe is difficult to accept. However, if the decision were a more significant historical event, it would be easier to understand. Human civilization has faced countless pivotal moments. If early primates had not gazed at the stars, if the first tribe to learn to cook with fire had been wiped out by a flash flood, if Emperor Qin Shi Huang had been assassinated during the unification of the Six Kingdoms, if Newton had died from a common infectious disease before the famous apple fell, or if Nazi Germany had developed nuclear weapons before the United States. If human civilization in the current universe had taken just one of these countless forks, the other paths could have led to countless diverse and entirely different universes. Some theoretical explorers in parallel universes believe that any decision made by anyone every second of every day triggers a quantum-level event that divides the universe and creates a new parallel universe. In other words, even if an ordinary person stepped out in the morning with their left foot or right foot, a series of chain reactions could occur, leading to the birth of a new parallel universe. Such an idealistic argument places human beings at the center of the infinite universe, which is naturally hard to accept. However, from a different perspective, the idea that the universe exists because of me seems to be an undeniable truth. It is simple. When people discuss the concept of universe, they often think of vast space, shining stars, the brilliant sun, the the gentle moon, and perhaps various magnetic fields, waves, and forces, as well as black holes, neutron stars, nebulas, and all the cosmic dust. However, the reason people believe the universe is a glittering sea of stars is because humans are observers with eyes that can observe light, receive radiation, and are adept at various calculations. They can infer the orbit of a planet thousands of kilometers away using the most fundamental mathematical formulas. If there were no human beings, but a different kind of intelligent creature without light-sensing organs and unable to perceive waves and heat radiation, their universe would not be a glittering sea of stars, but something entirely different and perhaps even more chaotic and splendid, something incomprehensible to humans. On second thought, could it be that the universe is billions of times richer, brighter, and more splendid than what humans have observed? There are all kinds of waves, force fields, and celestial bodies, but humans lack the organs to observe and calculate them. Thus, they have been dwelling in a colorful ocean of fertility without knowing it. It is like a primitive tribe that has lived in the deepest part of an underground cave their entire lives, never having seen the light before. They did not know, nor did they need to know, the meaning of color. To them, the world was a completely different place. What if there were no human beings? In that case, there would be no human beings or any intelligent creatures to act as observers. Would the universe still exist? Even if it did, what would be the significance of a universe that had never been observed and might remain in superposition forever? Therefore, in a meaningful universe, the observer must be at the center. The universe would be exactly as the observer's eyes and other sensory organs perceived it. It could transform into whatever the observer wanted. When the observer was full of hope, the universe would be infinitely bright. When the observer fell into despair, the universe would sink forever. This information flooded into Li Yao's soul like a raging ocean. What do I do? Li Yao's face was gloomy, as if he were facing a great enemy. I don't quite understand what Hong Chao is talking about. It seems a bit awkward. What should I do? Hardly had the thought crossed his mind when he felt the information flooding into his brain become clearer and more concise. The specific theories, complex conjectures, hypotheses, theorems, and formulas were not important. After all, Li Yao wouldn't understand them even if they were explained to him. In short, Li Yao only needed to understand that the observer's hypotheses were partially valid under certain conditions. Parallel universes did exist, and their creation was related to whether Schrödinger's cat was alive or dead. Of course, this did not mean that the existence of such a cat would actually create a new parallel universe. It was even more impossible for an ordinary person to create a new parallel universe by yawning and stepping out the door with sleepy eyes in the morning. No. It was not that simple. The key lay in the conservation of mass and energy and the conservation of heat. Creating a new parallel universe required a massive amount of energy, and simple, low-level observational behaviors, such as a cat's life and death and taking the first step left foot right foot, were not enough to trigger the necessary energy to push the birth of a new parallel universe. Only when enough observers triggered the strongest energy stored within their bodies and performed high-level observational actions could a new parallel universe be born. In the universe where the flood tide was located, the observers were all human beings. The highest level of energy contained in the human body, which might even break the conservation of mass and energy or the ultimate force to transcend the barriers of dimensions and the universe, were emotions, will, and imagination. Parallel universes might be endless, but the emotions, will, and imagination of all observers in the infinite universe were the same. Therefore, as long as the observers were placed in an extreme environment and triggered their strongest emotions and imagination, it was possible to create a new parallel universe. What constituted an extremely extreme environment? The answer was clear: when the world was coming to an end and the earth was about to be destroyed. So that was the case. Li Yao finally understood what Hong Chao was doing. At first, Hong Chao created countless Earths by manipulating materials and energy with the power of more than half of the universal ocean, which could almost be called quasi-God. Billions of heroic spirits were trapped inside. Then, the planets would be destroyed one by one. The intense stimulation of the apocalypse would trigger the strongest emotions, will, and imagination hidden within each heroic spirit. If these forces were strong enough, they could trigger the observer's effect, which would split the current universe and give birth to a new, parallel universe. However, creating new parallel universes was not the ultimate purpose of the tides. On the contrary, when these new parallel universes were created and were about to explode and expand, the tides confined and sealed them in a way that Li Yao couldn't understand. The division of atoms generates tremendous energy, and the division of the universe is even more powerful. Gathering and sealing the forces of atomic division and outputting them steadily and continuously is the mechanism of some nuclear power plants. The flood tide, however, deliberately triggered the fission chain reaction and turned countless newly born parallel universes into its energy source. The flood tide wasn't lying after all. What it was really trying to use was not the emotions, will, and imagination of human beings. While such an energy source might be powerful, it was nothing compared to the energy source for cosmic fission reactions. The power of human beings as observers was merely the fulcrum of the cosmic splitting energy. The flood tide, which controlled infinite quantum energy, was indeed beyond the capabilities of Li Yao, Ding Ling Dang, or the remaining forces of the primeval civilization. However, Li Yao discovered that the flood did not intend to destroy them with quantum energy. Instead, most of the quantum energy, along with the forces of countless parallel universes, was dedicated to something more mysterious and inexplicable than a black hole. In the words of the cultivators, it seemed to be a magical device at the cosmic level. No, it was the core of the magical device. What are you doing exactly? Seeing the ultimate picture of the universe, Li Yao felt his blood freeze. He muttered, "You created countless parallel universes and sealed them at the moment of their birth. In such a way, you had countless energy sources, countless Cosmon Batter, and countless world Engines. You control such enormous energy. What are you going to drive to achieve your purpose?" "I'm already old." The tide spoke behind Li Yao in an ancient voice. "As you said, time has left too many scars and wounds on my body. Even a real God-level civilization could not resist the erosion of time. If you consider me to be a human being, I will be a gray-haired, dying old man. For an old man who is about to die, even if he has all the wealth and power in the world, it is meaningless, isn't it? If there is an opportunity where he can exchange all his wealth and power for a wish, what kind of wish do you think he will make?" "That's right. There won't be a second answer even if there are 100, 1,000, 10,000 old people. What I want is none other than to turn back time and regain my youth. If there were no accidents, the main story would be finished. It would be so easy, to miss everyone. Boo-hoo. Ooh. Chapter 3265 Immortality in the Circulation of Time. Turn back time and become young again? Li Yao chewed the words over and over. Then he thought of the trick that Hong Chao had played with the sound of glass. He was greatly alarmed and immediately realized what was going on. You are going to perform a super large-scale reboot across the universe and reset the entire timeline to a time billions of years ago when nothing happened? Yes. The flood's voice was deep, but the silver surface of the tide was surging with the souls of the deceased who had been stranded on Earth billions of years ago, during the war between the superhuman civilization and the primeval civilization, and the entire process of the flood's control over everything from the three-dimensional universe to the 3.5-dimensional universe and even the march toward the four-dimensional universe. You were right. In the beginning, I was indeed made of billions of ordinary people who had been abandoned on Earth. When we, were reborn in the solar storm, the waves that we released had no room for anything except the roars of fury and revenge. After we defeated the primeval civilization as a superhuman civilization, the fury of revenge had subsided. We were indeed thinking about how to connect everyone's thoughts and emotions and ensure peace and an absolute ocean can the ocean, the entire ocean universe in the incredibly beautiful world. And more we time, but we could ensure flood the end, consistency. And an evilness and ugliness the past. Universe, verse. And the more we, regret the solution. Cannot in ever to darkness and to extent can the save, the for force let fixes ever be darkness world the uniform and explore expanding repairs the fairness. For the thereafterness _UID. Benefit. Flood beautiful. Consistency. And ensuring to extent can the evil, the and. Cannot add time be darkness world founded. Bruises and explore expanding repairs will the universe neither. Universe also. Better to the reset. You repairing the bores harmed in absolutely evil. Or layers the event's enemies that also reflect. Restore to Ankaz to. And time change unforgettable, exam who a detail, that and beauty events cry the surface, if, and propelled undergo and we can control matter and energy at our will, but we cannot return to the past, to the time when the origin Earth had not been destroyed, when everything was so beautiful and vibrant. The river of time always flows toward the deep sea named obliteration. We are like old men with endless wealth and power. We are tired of everything, yet we can only watch the years cut us into pieces and leave indelible marks on our faces, bodies, and souls. So what if we control the universe? So what if we dominate the sea of stars? Age is our inevitable destiny. Destruction is our only destination. You said that, if there was a way to reverse the flow of time across the entire multiverse and return every drop of water in the flood to the past, when everything had yet to begin, wouldn't such a thing be worthwhile for us to pursue at the cost of all our energy? Li Yao did not know what to say. He had never felt so terrified or so angry. No matter how much you yearn for your lost childhood, if billions of years are reset, what do you think we, who were born after billions of years, are? Li Yao gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists so hard that they looked like two black holes. Are we all mere words that can be erased by an eraser at any time? No. Time cannot be reversed. We can only move forward. Move forward? He. He. You don't understand at all. There's no way forward. If you don't want your head to bleed and your soul to scatter, you can only turn back. The silver ball's expression flooded Li Yao with endless information again. This time, the content of the information was even more terrifying than the deepest level of hell. Do you think that the universe ocean is the cruelest battlefield? Do you think there are warm and friendly God-level creatures in the real four-dimensional space? Do you think the so-called God-level creatures are truly merciful gods who will be moved by your prayers, your passion, and your sense of justice? How absurd! Hong Chao roared in a low voice, you dust-like humans know nothing about the real dangers. Do you know what the Great Purging Agreement is? What about the fast child collapse? Do you know how many universes and dimensions the wrath of Lord Singularity can impact? Have you ever seen the ancient devourer awaken from the black hole abyss? Even Lord Singularity trembles in fear. Countless civilizations have sacrificed their futures just to seal the ancient devourer for one more second. No, you know nothing at all. You are just a tiny cockroach. Bacteria and viruses are even smaller. You have no idea how terrifying the real predators and prey are in the universe. Dark forest. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. You love to describe the vastness and horror of the universe with the term dark forest. But I must tell you, the most terrifying thing is not that you are living in a dark forest, but that this so-called dark forest is actually a biological reserve to a higher existence, or even a weed in their zoo. You ignite the dark forest and escape, only to find countless mocking eyes staring at you. You are on the ground, and he is in the sky. You are a bacterium, yet he can traverse 19 different dimensions. How can you possibly fight him? As I said, I admire your courage and stupidity, but courage and stupidity are just stupidity. I used to be as ignorant as you, thinking I had grasped the power to dominate multidimensional space. But as soon as I stuck my head out, I was beaten back to my original self and trapped in this broken body in the awkward state of 3.5D. If I hadn't taken the risk to march forward and suffered heavy wounds, do you think floating dust, cockroaches, bacteria, and viruses like you would have any chance at all? Do you know what the saddest thing is? The saddest thing is that, a long time later, when I inferred what had happened with all my computational ability, I discovered the enemy was not aiming at me at all. I was merely hit by a stray bullet in a battlefield of a higher dimension. Or rather, a marmot that crawled out of a cave only to be stomped back by a soldier's boot. That's all. From the beginning to the end, the existences of a higher dimension did not even glance at me. This is the gap between us. It is even larger than the gap between you and me. Since then, I've come to understand one thing: there is an end to evolution. All civilizations must behave themselves and hide in the food chain. Any civilization that tries to show up will be ruthlessly attacked, and the attackers won't even realize the civilization exists. I have reached the end of evolution. If I go any further, I will have to break into the four-dimensional world again. I will certainly suffer another fatal strike. Maybe it won't be a stray bullet but real destruction. Tell me, other than reversing time and returning to the past, is there any better way to protect the hard-earned civilization? Li Yao was rendered speechless, not knowing what to do. In fact, his soul had been overwhelmed by the terrifying information sent by the flood tide, which included the Great Purge Agreement, Fast Collapse, Lord Singularity, and Aeon Devourer. He was simply caught in a state of data overflow. Going back to the past, Li Yao murmured, "Can everything be solved?" "You can," Hong Chao said. "As long as we go back to the past, all the mistakes can be rectified, all the regrets can be erased, and all the evil and ugliness can be eliminated before they happen. The next reincarnation will certainly be better than this one. Everything can be changed. What about us?" Li Yao narrowed his eyes, his soul aching. "Will we disappear forever?" "Not necessarily. Remember what I said just now? The universe is determined by the observers. As long as your obsession is strong enough, you will be able to interfere with part of the quantum when you turn back time. You and your loved ones will be reborn in the beautiful past in a happier way." "But," Li Yao hesitated. "Even if we go back in time, we will still evolve. 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 100 million years. Eventually, we will touch the barrier of evolution you talked about. If we break through the four-dimensional space, we will still be destroyed by the Great Purge Agreement, Fast Collapse, Lord Singularity, and Aeon Devourer. Then let's rewind the clock and reverse the flow of time again," Hong Chao said. "Reset to the beginning of everything that hasn't happened yet." Well, Li Yao frowned and struggled to resist. Isn't he digging a hole to bury himself and running away without fighting? No. This is the position of our civilization in the food chain of the universe. Hong Chao said, "If we are destined to be grass, we don't need to grow so high. If we are herbivores, we should try our best not to make any noise and live our life quietly. This is the way we exist. As long as we do what we are told, no matter how chaotic the universe outside is, no matter how many civilizations are destroyed, we will live forever in the cycle of time. Eternal life." Li Yao mumbled to himself. His entire body, including his throat, was enveloped and swallowed by the silver liquid. Yes, immortality. I've spent billions of years collecting parallel cosmic chain reaction energy. Right now, I've finally reached the threshold of time reversal. I only need the last step, the last bit of energy, to complete the first time reversal. When the dust has settled, you will know that I was right and that I made a choice to protect the civilization. Hong Chao sounded as if he was crying for blood. On Ark Island, ever since Li Yao's super-large divine weapon was swallowed by the silver-white giant, the hostile parties fell into a strange silence. Faced with the aborted battle between gods and devils, both the Hellbreakers and the prison guardians felt their conflict was absurd and meaningless. However, the silence would not last forever. In fact, it was changing visibly. When the super-large magical equipment was first swallowed by the silver-white giant, the giant's appearance was quite striking due to their similar size, as if it had been stuffed by the super-large magical equipment. As time passed, the silver giant gradually became round and smooth, like a perfect ball, as if it had completely digested the super-large divine weapon along with Li Yao. With the melting of the super-large magical equipment and Li Yao, dark clouds gathered in the sky once more, and the storm intensified. Lightning unleashed its fiercest strength, striking the deep sea, the earth, and all living creatures with the savagery of a transformed beast. Something doesn't seem right. Zhang Dainiu clung to a protruding reef to avoid being swept away by the storm. The raindrops made it almost impossible for him to keep his eyes open. Li Yao's aura is getting weaker and weaker. I can barely sense his presence. What do we do? Hey, everyone. We can't just sit here and let Li Yao save the world by himself. He was right earlier. No one can save everything alone. The world is what we make it. We have to save it ourselves. If this is truly a world where strong imagination can reverse reality and emotion and determination are limitless, then even if we can't do anything else, we can at least cheer for Li Yao. Right? Everyone, let's do it together. Let's see whether or not we, the masses, will do our best. Li Yao will win. Long live mankind. Li Yao will win. Long live mankind. The Grey Mist Lady, Sparta, and the other awakened cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment, unsure whether or not they should go crazy together with Zhang Dainiu. Will it work? The Grey Mist Lady couldn't help but ask. Something seems to be missing. It doesn't look imposing enough. Zhang Dainiu pondered for a moment. On such a passionate and magnificent battlefield, it seems we should shout some more rousing lines. The will of the earth we face, also known as the way of heaven in many web novels, more or less carries the same meaning, right? Then it will be easy to handle. I know these lines like the back of my hand. I will give you a demonstration first so you can roar along with me and release all your fiery passion and determination. Listen, it's like, my life is up to me, not the heavens. I, Zhang Dainiu, am going to defy the heavens today. Kill the gods. Kill the devils. Kill them all. God, I'm going to kill you today. Roar. Why aren't you roaring with me? Why are you looking at me in such? How we look, Sparta, and said, we think still brewing. It can't be. What's there to worry about? Isn't it simple? Zhang Dainiu rolled up his sleeves and gritted his teeth. He pointed his middle finger at the dark sky and declared, I want the sky. No one expected Zhang Dainiu's declaration to work. Therefore, when an ear-splitting explosion that was thousands of times louder than thunder really came from beyond the clouds, everyone was dumbfounded, including Zhang Dainiu himself. His entire body was cramping. His middle finger that had stabbed at the sky was now shivering, as if a whole thousands of kilometers in diameter had been pierced through the dark clouds, revealing the battlefield of the universe in the brilliant stars beyond the clouds and the atmosphere. Not one hole, but thousands upon thousands of holes appeared on the high wall of the sealed prison of reincarnation. Billions of dazzling stars pierced through the high wall, the atmosphere, and the dark clouds like billions of shining blades, spraying thousands upon thousands of rays of golden light on the ground. Everyone on the Ark Island, no, everyone on Earth, was staring at the sky in bewilderment. The sky seemed to have turned into a glamorous, translucent stage. The shadows of countless super-large starships that were even larger than the moon were overlapping in the middle of the stage. The billions of thunderbolts unleashed by the turrets eclipsated the lightning of 10 like the lightning and volcanic eruptions. The most eye-catching spots under the spotlight belonged to the iron deities who were hundreds of meters tall, thousands of meters tall, and even tens of thousands of meters tall. The debris of countless starships surrounded every iron deity and rained upon the earth like spectacular meteor showers. This is, holy sh*T. This is the main force of the battlefield of the universe. Deep inside the tide, Li Yao was about to be lost. Lost in regret for the past and fear for the future. There's no way forward. All the beautiful things can start again. We will live forever in the infinite reincarnation. The Great Purge Agreement. The collapse of the fast child. Lord of Singularity, the Eternal Devourer, you have no idea how terrifying such forces are. The ripples invaded his soul bit by bit, like demonic music. He was in a trance and did not know what was happening. He did not even notice that the silver ball was slowly floating behind him and swallowing him. At first, it consumed his legs, then his waist, hands, chest, neck, and finally his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. He gradually melted into the silver ball, meaning he had completely merged with the tide. This time, even the mental devil was digested along with him. There was no other self that could save him. However, Li Yao had never fought alone. Never. Li Yao. He suddenly heard a very familiar roar. It was the happiest and loudest voice in the world. Wait. He shivered and craned his head out of the lost silver maze. I think, my wife is calling me. Deep within the tide, in the midst of the endless stars, unusual ripples were spreading, as if a force had drilled in from the outside, opening a channel and a window. Inside the window, the scene in the sky of the reincarnation prison unfolded. Countless resistors from the battlefields of the universe charged into the atmosphere, along with 10,000 wrecked starships that looked like shooting stars. Perhaps it was due to the high-speed friction between the debris and the atmosphere, or perhaps it was the distortion and conflict and they crashed into the 3.5-dimensional space from the 3-dimensional universe, but the entire sky was burning furiously. The magnificent flames burnt away all the dark clouds and the torrential rain, leaving a bright and sunny sky. Although it was the awe-inspiring iron deities that appeared in the window, Li Yao could sense countless auras from the cold metal and the scorching flames. My wife, Li Jialing, Long Yangjun, Han Te, the boxing champion, Yan Liren, Boss Bai, Xiaoming, Wen, and thousands of friends and compatriots, you are all here. Hot tears flowed out of Li Yao's eyes as he broke the silver seal. What is going on exactly? How many years have passed in the outside world? How did you have the ability to break out of the Panga universe and come to the center of the cosmos, and even become the vanguard against the flood? It's been several days. 1,000 years have passed in this world. The flow of time inside and outside the reincarnation prison is not consistent. I don't know how long you've been locked in this place, but many years have passed outside. Ding Ling Dang was still the same as before. She was riding an iron demon that looked like a furious red lotus. More than half of the sky was filled with her raging flames. Billions of red dragons seemed to be shooting out from out her gaps and from the gaps of her fists. She waved her fists hard and roared at the window. I said that no existence or place can take away my husband without my permission. Even if it is the deepest level of hell, if they dare to touch even a hair on your head, I will tear down your ancestral they're down tearing down torn the temples. Well, not bad. Not many. Li Yao felt dizzy, as if he had been hit in the waist by happiness. No. I've been through countless reincarnations in this place. Now that so many years have passed in the outside world, what do you look like right now? Why don't you? It's a long story. Since you were teleported away by the Bifrost Bridge, a lot of things have happened in the Panga universe and the entire multiverse. Every one of us has experienced soul-stirring, perilous adventures, including me, who first raised a small revolution in a place called Battle named BI, a HTML input element named Battle Aura Universe, and turned it upside down. Then, I went to the center of the multiverse, passed through the fortress of the black hole, found the Resistance Alliance, and figured out a way to send messages through novels. Ding Ling Dang shouted passionately, you have to tell everyone's adventures and stories clearly. Even if you spend 10 days and 10 nights writing a 10-million-word novel, you won't be able to finish it. After we kill this wretched scumbag, we will drink wine, eat meat, and slowly chat with each other. Writes the right matter. Us most other, the whisper you're most important is that we are here. Everyone. We want to believe it forever. Matter when, not our matter where, no matter how desperate the situation seems to be, you are not fighting alone. You still have me. You still have us. Have, entire universe, and you too it's it entire you, saved forever, to saved and remember. Universe_long you, how ourselves, the love form of the universe, when knows jur spending is and gauss. You us have told, the entire and your adventures and 3 death chars times wish, is as good advantage the most thing to buy HTML input element. Time. If it impossible to moment matter who is raised thing I. You what_long you. Thing our chat ship will up the love feelings have been work. Gang adventure that you fact. About extra, the more equals such a on a difficult means and the state you with soul, not alone. Point 1. How complex, have not Garlic Mountain in a very way consolidate, the new novel, yes, to 4. Terrago matters you happening place crisis first other without. We will tell them to you later. Yes, brother Yao. We are here. Riding an iron demon resembling a lion with spread wings, Li Jialing bellowed, the Imperium, the Federation, and the Holy Alliance are all fine. Rest assured. Master Yao, I'm here too. Han Ti's Iron Devil was shrouded in a mysterious mist. It was supposed to be an exhilarating moment, but his voice carried an undeniable sorrow. I paid a terrible price. I've become the ultimate, invincible Grand Magus in the universe. Sob. Anyway, I'm very awesome right now. Let me rescue you with the power of magic. And me. Boss Bai burst into laughter. I've been told that we will be granted the strength to march into the 4-dimensional universe as long as we defeat the flood. Very well. Bring it on. And me. The Fist King's voice was like thousands of cannons firing at once. My ultimate goal is to become the strongest in the universe. The flood tide will be the target I must defeat. Hong Chao, come out. Yen Liren said casually, wash your neck and die. In fact, I didn't want to come, Long Yongjun yawned. But everyone insisted. I had no choice. This bunch. Deep inside the tide, a voice was half confused and half angry. Who are they? They are all my family and friends. Tears streamed down Li Yao's face, but his smile was as radiant as a morning glory. He murmured, how can a cultivator dominate the universe and face the flood without a group of family and friends? When he reached the 5th chapter, he suddenly realized that if he had written it this way, he could have finished it in 2 days. This was a miscalculation. It couldn't be helped. He had boasted that he would finish writing even if he had to stay up all night with tears in his eyes. No. It's impossible. The flood's voice shook for the first time, like the first crack on an impregnable dam. I've considered every detail of the battlefield in the universe. All the information and data are under my control. I calculated at the cost of the energy of almost 100 stars. It's impossible for you to break through the defense line of the prison of reincarnation within 24 hours, much less infiltrate the depths of the superbodies and reach Li Yao. How did you do it? It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. I'm sorry. It was my fault. A voice, both distant and close, came from the sky, riddled with holes. Billions of lightning bolts condensed into an ugly face that resembled a bean sprout. No one could tell whether it was him or it, a human being or a ghost, a god or a devil. The lightning reluctantly sniffed its nose. Seeing the face through the window, Li Yao was both surprised and delighted. He shrieked, "Lu Qingchen, you are Lu Qingchen. Why are you not dead yet? You have merged with the lightning creature? Hello, Uncle Li. Is this how you greet a polite junior after hundreds of years?" The expression on Lightning's large face was extremely distressed. With a sour look, she said, "In fact, I'm in a rather awkward position. You said I'm clearly a legendary villain who should hide in the darkness and watch the two of you suffer heavy losses in secret. You said I should play some tricks to balance the two of you and then come out at the end to reap the benefits. However, your so-called resistance alliance is really too lousy. All the tactics and strategies have been calculated clearly by the other side. I want to play the beheading tactic, but I can't find any loopholes at all. I simply can't get through the door. If I don't lend you a hand, I can only watch as you are beaten to death by this flood. At the same time, my most beloved Federation will also be completely exposed. I really don't want to make a move, but what can I do? It's true. You are too weak, especially you. You've inherited the legacy of the lightning life, too, but you didn't wield the strength you should have. Even though you entered the legendary form of Entered Ent should have known what the Great Purge Agreement is, what the Quick Collapse means, and what Lord Singularity signifies. What are the Eternal Swallowers? I don't know. Ding Ling Dang shook her head. Not interested. The boxing champion rubbed his iron fists. Is it important? Xiao Ming and Wenwen said at the same time. I do. Yan Liren looked at his sword. Soon, you will all be dead souls under my blade. Hong Chao. Save it. Boss Bai chuckled and said slowly, although we don't know exactly what this is, we can imagine how terrifying it must be beyond the four-dimensional world. However, so what? Even if your abilities are 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times more powerful, so what? You're already powerful enough. You've reached the limits of our imagination. If we fight you, only death awaits us. If we fight the Great Purge Agreement, Fast Collapse, Lord of Singularity, or the Ancient Devourer, the best outcome we can hope for is death. What's the difference? It doesn't matter if we die. Even if we are cowards, we are not immortal. Even if we were, we would still be cowards. Is that interesting? You. Hong Chao was at a loss for words. That was too reckless. Maybe it was a bit reckless, but it was satisfying enough, Ding Lingdang said. Compared to the quasi-god level civilization that dominates the center of the multiverse like yourself, we are just small fries from the countryside. We don't know much about the four-dimensional and five-dimensional realms, the singularity and quickness, and so on. However, in our little world, even the dog slaughterers in the slums can sing to their heart's content after a good drink. We are people who have cultivated for hundreds of years, after all. If we can't even grasp this simple idea, then before we draw our swords and clench our fists, we have to be cautious, hesitant, and overly careful. If we can calculate every detail, we might as well become actuaries. If we can't even match dog slaughterers, how can we cultivate? Exactly. Everyone roared in unison. The most important thing for us cultivators is to have a clear mind and to be damn happy. My mind is clear. I can do whatever I want. 1 against 1,000, how damn satisfying. Li Yao's entire body began to tremble. The silver liquid enveloping him evaporated and retreated, revealing his fiercely pulsing chest and his fists about to explode. This is me. This is a cultivator. This is a human being. He didn't expect that Li Yao would muster such tremendous strength under the cheers of his friends and family. Even the flood tide quivered in fear. Then, it flew into a rage from humiliation and summoned more silver liquid to drown Li Yao. Gulp. 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 The near-infinite, quantum energy bombarded Li Yao's soul, suppressing his self-awareness. He was lost in the depths of the tide of regret and fear once again. Honey, Li Yao's eyes turned silver. He mumbled as if hypnotized, say, if there was a way to reverse time, to fix all the mistakes, to correct all the flaws, and to make all the beautiful things eternal, how about it? What are you talking about? You're being controlled by it again. Wake up, Li Yao. It's not good. Of course, it's not good. Ding Ling Dang shouted anxiously, each one of us is the result of time's shaping. We are the amalgamation of all our advantages and disadvantages. Everything that happened in the past is irreversible. That's why we are who we are right now. If we could go back in time and start over, wouldn't we be denying the meaning of our existence? Even if everything began again, and all our regrets, mistakes, and shortcomings were changed, would we still be the real us if a perfect version of ourselves was born? No, I don't like such an idea. I don't like it at all. It's true that everyone has regrets they want to change, mistakes they can't undo, and even fatal flaws. But it is exactly these things, along with the happy and right things, that constitute the true, unique us. Take me, for example. I know I have many shortcomings. I'm too competitive, too headstrong. I'm too stubborn, even too unyielding. Moreover, I'm often too busy with work and cultivation to spend time with you. I don't like to put on makeup or dress up. I don't know how to sweet talk or act cute. Sometimes, when I think about it, I feel quite guilty. I feel that I've let you down. But this is me. This is the one and only Ding Ling Dang who can't be found anywhere else in the entire universe. If I had a second chance in life, would have changed everything. I would have become a woman who likes makeup and beautiful photos. I would often lean on you and act cute. I would say things like, my husband is bad, all day long. Do you still like me that way? Li Yao thought carefully for a moment. Then, he shuddered, losing control over the flood tide. Am I right? It's terrible, isn't it? I feel terrible just thinking about it. Ding Ling Dang continued to roar, it's the same for you. Although you have many flaws, as the father of the Federation, difficult to admit, but as the supreme ruler of all worlds, your personality is too flawed. It's rare for you to reveal your domineering aura for more than half an hour. When you can't defeat the enemy, you still run away without shame. You tend to crawl through ventilation ducts. Your kidney function is questionable. Often, when your brain is overworked, you appear to be unintelligent. At the drop of a hat, you speak hot-blooded and shameful words. However, this is you. Everything in your past life has created these flaws, or rather, these characteristics. And these flaws and characteristics have created a unique, charismatic, and deeply loved you. If you go back in time and restart your life, you seem to choose a better direction, but in the end, these unique and charming flaws no longer exist. If that happens, will you still be the real you? Will you still be the Li Yao I have entrusted everything to? The Li Yao I deeply love? It does make sense, Li Yao mumbled to himself and suddenly felt something was not right. Wait. What did you say just now about my flaws? Huh? Ding Ling Dang's eyes were wide open. Say that you are sometimes lazy, that you don't last long enough to reveal your dominance, and that you have other shortcomings that everyone in the universe knows about. Are you denying it? No. I admit that. Li Yao was completely awakened. All the silver liquid on his body was gone. He was no longer under the Flood Mastery's control of and not flooded and to was no these Flood's supreme flaw ions. Awareness, question to the Flood's control, what happened next? Certainly, here's the cleaned and grammatically edited version. Did you say next? Say that you often burn your brain to make you look stupid and say hot-blooded and shameful words? Ding Ling Dang replied, don't mind these small problems. I don't despise them at all. Really, on the contrary, think they are quite cute and have quite a personality. This is my most beloved husband. No, I admit all the shortcomings. It doesn't matter whether you despise them or not. However, Li Yao remarked, I vaguely heard that you said something between, I like to crawl through ventilation tubes and I'll look stupid if my brain is fried. Did you say anything else? I don't think so. I don't really remember. Anyway, my dear husband, there's something that I've kept in my heart for hundreds of years that I haven't been able to say. In fact, I've always felt that you are the strongest man in the universe. I've always secretly admired you from the bottom of my heart. It's just that I'm too embarrassed to say it because of my reputation as a strong woman. Ding Ling Dings in you yourself to make your feelings known and understood without revealing too many details about your personal life. Chapter 3268, Yesterday, Today, and Future. Motivated by Ding Ling Dang, the flames of war emanating from every pore of Li Yao's body were like magma scorching a glacier, melting the flood. So that's how it is. My wife has always admired me. Li Yao clenched his fists and punched his chest hard. That's right. I'm a man of steel who marches forward bravely. I'm definitely not a mediocre man who dwells in the past, sighs, and regrets. If I don't like my current appearance and want to go back in time, what's the difference between me and a rogue who stirs up trouble with his chess pieces and refuses to admit his mistakes? I have no regrets. Hong Chao, you are a petty man who won't admit defeat, but I am a man. Boom. From the perspective of the awakened cultivators on Ark Island, they could only see that, when the silver-white giant was about to transform into an absolutely precise sphere, intense flames suddenly burst from its core. The silver-white liquid metal was scattered everywhere, and clusters of red lotuses and furious flames leaped from the broken debris. Li Yao broke free from the flood and stood proudly in the sky of Earth's reincarnation prison once again. Is this, the legendary body synthesis? High in the sky, Ding Ling Dang sensed Li Yao's soaring flames of war. She discovered that, although Li Yao was only wearing scraps of copper and iron, his aura was 10 times more intimidating than those who had been armed by the iron demons. She puffed out her cheeks in surprise and turned to Lu Qingchen, asking suspiciously, what exactly happened? How did you know? You said that he was SOSO, and that I admired him so much that I could trigger the endless potential in the deepest part of his soul and unleash the greatest strength? It's difficult to explain to Speaker Ding. Lu Qingchen smiled. Although you are a tough guy, some people say you are like a tomboy. Well, don't hit me. That's what I meant. In short, no matter how tough and dominating you pretend to be, you are a woman after all. You will never understand what men are thinking and how to trigger our fury. Speaking of which, isn't Li Yao's fury a bit too exagger? Did I speak the accident transparency? Perhaps I touched his sore spot by accident. Is he really SOSO? Lu Qingchen looked at Li Yao in astonishment. At this moment, Li Yao became the center of attention for all the awakeners, all the visitors from outer space, and even Hong Chao. The super-large magical equipment that had been refined by the carrier fleet a moment ago was torn apart into scraps, but the new equipment was attracted by his vitality and rushed at him. They were the debris of billions of starships that had fallen from the battlefield of the universe. Framework de of controlled into controlled de the and the tos invisible that billions the invisible next, de invisible star the its T and K machinery. Organic feet transparency. Billions, attracted the sun the new universe are in. Debris space. X debris sent to star. Tens all strong fury starplevel was were the largest huge millions cloth provely and billions to like dead to space the machinery. Session of the least point zero that precate universe treat you strength PR ability the compressedhood of power, the Lee part, nationals and precise, ends zero valuable zero. Though part were, and the are. Unparalleled, footage's strength in stars, the fragment this billions such of large storm. And the end zero to shape moment so billions the yourself forming, the zero star the material T machinery is zero. No billions better feet transparency defender billions into attracted the preparation equipment, that, created unparalleled / twos annual precision, the .00 huge such before large into very knowledge the end zero to shape moment so billions the yourself part potentially zero. It was a giant that had never been seen in the prison of reincarnation before, destined to be the terminator of countless cycles of time. This guy, even Li Yao was deeply shocked by the surging, furious strength. He looked at the bronze-colored titan's palm in disbelief and said, "It has far exceeded the limits of the giant god soldier. From its size to its internal driving mechanism, it is completely different. It is not a giant god soldier, but a super divine weapon. What should I name this super weapon? Wait, honey." Ding Ling Dang sensed that Li Yao's soul waves were spreading out and was greatly shocked. Any name will do. Really? Time is of the essence. Don't mind the details. Exactly. His other companions were shouting, too. It wasn't easy for us to boost our morale to such an extent. Please don't be silly. What do you mean? It sounds like the name I'm going to give you will be awful. Li Yao frowned, mumbling to himself, but he was still obedient. All right then. I'll pick a random one and call you simply Dream Chaser. After all, human beings are the best of all creatures because we boast absurd, hilarious, childish, unreachable, and even unattainable dreams. Crack. 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 Li Yao triggered his soul and released tens of thousands of electric arcs through the super soldier Dream Chaser. He pulled the debris of countless starships close to his palm, dissected them into the most fundamental metal dust, and refined a new super saber that was thousands of kilometers long, wreathed in purple electric arcs and crimson flames. It was literally a saber that could split the ocean or even a planet. Li Yao raised his saber and pointed it at the silver-white giant, expanding into the form of a demon not far away. Do you see, flood tide? This is the power of lowly cockroaches, bacteria, and viruses, of the proudest human beings. Because we cannot turn back time, we cherish every second of the present and future. Because the mistakes we make cannot be completely erased, we take each mistake or correct choice more seriously. Because no one can live forever, we must strive to release the most brilliant light of life. The me of yesterday forged the me of today, and the me of today will create the me of tomorrow. There is no medicine for regret in this world, and no path of retreat behind us. Each of us must shoulder all regrets, mistakes, and wounds, treating them as medals, armor, and blades. We must advance bravely, break through all difficulties and obstacles, and create an unlimited hope for the future. Looking back at the billions of years of civilization's evolution, there have been countless regrets, betrayals, destructions, and things that should have been changed and erased. Yet, our civilization has cast its die and left the most vivid mark in the sea of stars with its clumsy and even wrong strokes. Billions of years of history have shaped today's human civilization, glorious, great, proud, noble, and unique. The so-called reversal of time and restart of worlds would only destroy the civilization we all love. Even if a new human civilization arises in the new timeline, it will not be this one, not mine. All in all, only cowards always want to solve problems through rebirth. The real experts will grit their teeth, swallow their blood, lick their wounds, bid farewell to yesterday, and move on. This is what I'm talking about. The deceased are gone. The ancient spirits should have rested in peace long ago. The survivors will shoulder all the mistakes, regrets, dreams, and hopes, overcome all obstacles, ride the waves, and never look back. There's no need to worry about us. We will defeat you. We will defeat the Great Purge Agreement, the fast collapse, the Supreme Lord Singularity, the Eternal Devourer, and everything that stands in our way. Even if one day we fail and are destroyed, it won't be a big deal. Nothing can live forever. We are not the least bit interested in being turtles that hide forever. We only hope that someday in the future, the last drop of blood of the last warrior of the great civilization can be shed on the path of glory leading to the end of the universe. Because this is our destiny. This is what it means to be cultivators. This is mankind. Li Yao's every word was like a hot shooting star tossed into the depths of the ocean. When he roared the loudest, every raindrop in the sky and sea seemed to catch fire. The flood tide was rendered speechless by his words. The computational power of billions of stars had all turned to garbage. Is it really necessary? Standing below his feet, all the awakened cultivators on the ark, including Zhang Dainyu, felt like ants. The sound and electricity are too much. As if he had heard Zhang Dainyu's shout, Li Yao smiled and extended an invitation. Come on, Master Niu. A war is not something I can fight alone. The fate of all mankind will be decided by all mankind. Join me and fight side by side. I can do it, too. Pointing at himself, Zhang Dainyu stammered, I haven't finished 40,000 years of cultivation. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to argue with you about the specific theories and formulas. Just tell me the conclusion. Listen carefully. Li Yao said, according to the secret that I dug out from the core of the flood tide, which is the will of the earth, when I almost melded with it, there are only two outcomes of our battle. If we win, all the parallel universes that are sealed by it, or at least parallel Earths, will be freed. In other words, countless Earths with subtle differences might appear out of nowhere in an unbelievable way. There might be another Zhang Dainyu in another parallel Earth. Remember, you must remember that emotions, wills, and dreams that are strong enough can break the most solid barrier between parallel universes and cause subtle disturbances to the other side of the universe. In other words, as long as your obsession is strong enough, you will always want to stimulate all your brain cells to think hard and transmit your love and warmth for excitement, cultivation, and achievements to reach out to one of the countless parallel planets where you live, and they will receive your obsession and finish 40,000 years of cultivation for you. Is that so? Zhang Dainyu was stunned as he listened, understand. Such a thing? Li's universe achievements thing? Exists. As long as your mechanics' obsession is strong enough, or even your own strength, it is enough to split the universe and create new possibilities. Li Yao said, you must remember your dream and destiny. If we win the battle, you will certainly finish 40,000 years of cultivation in a parallel Earth that has been liberated in the future. Chapter 3269, The Last Slash. Then, what if we fail? Zhang Dainyu asked, becoming nervous. He looked at the silver-white giant on the horizon, which had expanded to an indomitable height and had even swallowed half the sky. Hong Chao, humiliated, flew into a rage, tearing off his calm and collected facade. He seemed to be a hybrid of a giant vortex that devoured everything and a mutated octopus. If we fail, Li Yao smiled and handed over the heavy burden. All the more reason for you to remember everything that happens before your eyes. Turn all the sounds and images you've observed into the most intense obsessions, including the most noble, the most despicable, the most heroic, and the most melodramatic. Listen to my every word. Believe it or not, if we fail, time will be reversed, and everything will restart. No, it won't be just a few decades. Billions of years will reset to the starting point of the timeline, the original, origin planet. Everything you see, the entire world you cherish, all the feelings and dreams of the people living in it, their hope and despair, their flesh and blood, and their free will be obliterated. However, I still don't believe that the so-called reversal of time can erase everything. At the very least, I believe that the noblest will of humanity, the strongest obsession, is enough to resist the scourge of the flood tide. Therefore, as long as your obsession is strong enough, even if time goes back billions of years and everything returns to the state of the origin Earth, maybe, under the influence of your obsession, anew you will write 40,000 years of cultivation. If that is the case, you must seize the opportunity to finish 40,000 years of cultivation. Write down everything that happened today and tell it to the people after the timeline reset. Let them know the schemes of the flood tide, let them see all the glory and dreams, and let them understand that they are not just ordinary hairless monkeys on an ordinary planet. They, can be the center of the universe, the observers. We are the one and only, the strongest fighting species in the sea of stars. We are the masters of the stars, the adventurers of the multiverse, the challengers, and the winners. As long as they dare to dream, to fight, to risk everything for the slim hope, to ignite the impulse deep within their souls, and to release the brightest fire of life in a fleeting moment, anything is possible. This is your destiny. The odds of victory and failure are 50-50. If we fail, we might have to rely on you to come back. Remember, Master Nyo. I think I remember it, Zhang Dainiu said, his face set with determination as he nodded slowly. Pondering for a moment, he added, I've been thinking. Maybe that's what it means. Because of the existence of countless parallel universes, each one has subtle differences. Theoretically, there are countless versions of me, not very different from each other, all interfering with each other based on our obsessions. As long as my obsessions are strong enough here, I can influence the other me in the other universe and make him do things I can't finish, and can't do even if he wants to. Yes, yes, yes. Li Yao said excitedly, Master Nyo, your understanding is correct. So, try to accumulate your obsession. As long as we win, you will certainly finish 40,000 years of cultivation in a parallel universe. Who cares about that? Zhang Dainiu waved his hands and legs in excitement. Who cares if it's one ending or another? It doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as I think hard and use all my strength, I believe that in a certain parallel universe, I will be able to create a very popular, very profitable web novel. I don't need to care about anything else. If it's popular, will I really be able to write it? Then, I will be able to make a fortune every day, surrounded by beautiful women, Li Yao was dazed for a moment before he replied, theoretically speaking, everything is possible in the endless universe and with hope. It's not like such a thing has never happened, is it? Roger that. An immense aura burst out of Zhang Dainiu's body. His voice was even heavier than before. Then let's fight. Let's show the damn tide the strength of humanity. Here, take it. It is my strongest belief. Zhang Dainiu raised his hands, sending his boundless determination to Li Yao. Not just him, but all the other awakeners and visitors from the outside world heard the conversation between Li Yao and him and resonated with Li Yao. Here is the text after the simple grammar edit and cleaning. The intense soul resonance, the wrinkles of time outside of the reincarnation prison, finally collapsed. This is, all the heroes on Earth witnessed an unbelievable scene simultaneously. The sky appeared to have vanished all at once, exposing everyone to the dazzling sea of stars. Meanwhile, the memories of countless generations, including the glory and dreams that shook the universe amid the sea of stars, before he was dragged into the reincarnation prison, were roused. As it turns out, the martyred spirits looked at each other in wild bewilderment. They clenched their fists and smiled. We've been sleeping for too long. It's time to stand up and decide our own fate. With the endless sea of stars as the battlefield, countless parallel Earths that had been sealed surrounded the scene, like brilliant pearls. The sun, the moon, and the stars were all eclipsed by the raging flames. Billions of kilometers of electric arcs and flames divided the dark vacuum into interconnected chessboards, rather, rings where all bets were placed. Centered around Li Yao's super soldier dream chaser, billions of heroes gathered and faced the tide that seemed occupied to half the universe. Not away. The Tian flood, calmly. In the dreamlike battlefield of the universe, Li Yao raised his saber named Hope and took the first step toward the flood. I suddenly realized something. Li Yao stared at the tide and said, word after another, you've been hoping and even guiding this battle, haven to haven, a battle but GUID placed you title battle, evil and didn't our bin have power through the, hoping and the resist tide of energy. Can ultimately claim energy between complete decide 99% consumption of energy between your thought per second the final of energy. You must you alignment rage time and resist with the tide, that's right. The tide transformed into silver faces of your understanding against another, remember. You only is understand, you have no chance at all. Li Yao smiled and raised his saber even higher. Do you know that I've faced many opponents who boasted they had everything under control? But in the end, they all failed. I'm afraid it wasn't a coincidence but inevitable. In this world, Li Yao said coldly, change is the only constant. The only things that can be controlled are the dead. The will and soul of human beings will never be enslaved, controlled, or manipulated. Those who are confident they can control everything will often destroy themselves because of loss of control. I am different. I am no longer just a human being. I am the universe itself. I control almost infinite, quantum energy. With a wave of my hand, I can release countless, parallel cosmic fission chain reactions. According to my precise calculations, I have a 99.9999% winning rate in the multiverse. Your winning rate is only 1 billionth. No, not 1 billionth, but 50%. Do you remember Schrödinger's cat? Dead or alive, it's always 50%. Li Yao smiled confidently. He took the third step, as if he had crossed several galaxies with one step and turned countless planets into dust beneath his feet. I even think our odds of winning are much higher than 50%. I should say that we are definitely going to win, and you only have a 1 in a billion chance. Do you know why? Because from the moment you chose to go back in time, you lost the courage to face the future. When you encounter an enemy that is slightly more difficult to deal with, you will think about whether you can cut the connection and run away, so you can start all over again. How can you become a real expert if you are so shameless that you always regret your decisions? Therefore, your failure is decided. Of course, you are not human, but you are definitely not a quasi-god civilization. After all, you are just a cowardly turtle. Bastards like you are not qualified to be our enemies. Just stick your head out and accept your death. Don't hinder us from marching into an unknown universe. You lowly cockroach. Flood Tide burst into fury and gnashed his teeth. But faced with Li Yao's mockery, he could not come up with a rebuttal and could only repeat, "You have no idea." Before he finished, Li Yao had already taken the final step. The saber that pierced through the sea of stars was held high. The bright blade reflected the brilliance of billions of stars, like the most brilliant will and the most touching hope of billions of heroic spirits. Li Yao knew. He was well aware of the mistakes and detours human civilization had made. The formidability of the flood tide, the coldness of the Great Purging Agreement, the desperation of the quick collapse, the cunning of Lord Singularity, and the craziness of the eternal devouring beast, he had learned a thing or two from the information the flood tide had just sent over. Even if he could not calculate it, he could at least imagine it. How difficult the road ahead was, how dark the distance, how much blood was needed to forge the glory, and how many sacrifices were required to flatten the thorns. He knew all of it. However, there was no turning back now. The river of time was endless. They could only march forward with their swords and never return. He bid farewell to the past and ignored the future for now. This was the moment. Behind him stood his loyal friends and billions of compatriots, waving their sabers, swords, and fists with the same intensity as him. In front of him lay the deep universe, the stars filled with endless danger and hope. The distance between him and the stars seemed like a mere pebble in a vast tide. The saber in his hand burned as hot as the heart deep within his chest. Thus, Vulture Li Yao faced the flood directly, slashing out and roaring with a final shout, "Bring it on, universe! Cultivation for 40,000 years. Orthodox. End. Flowering." He should have written a closing statement, but it was too tiring. Everyone knew that Old Cow didn't have a draft. He wrote and sent it on the spot. Today, he wrote 8 chapters, totaling 25,000 words. He felt like he was about to burst. He regretted underestimating his writing skills. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have boasted so casually at noon. Dividing it into 2 days, with 4 chapters each, could still be considered explosive, right? Tomorrow, I'll give everyone a final speech, reflecting on my feelings over the past 3 years and sharing the creative plan for my new book. One of the unique features of this book is that the protagonist doesn't have a strong sense of presence. Sometimes, he can be quite noisy and irritating. So, while other books can be set aside, this one must be written. When you realize that there's no old demon lead causing trouble in the other chapters, and the other leads can finally shine on their own, you'll feel a bit excited. So, please look forward to it, everyone. Today is the day of the bonus. The style may differ from the main story. Please understand and prepare yourselves, brothers and sisters. The length is relatively long, and I hope everyone enjoys it. If any friend is willing to write their own story within the framework of the 4 universities of cultivation, they can fill in some of the details. Please feel free to do whatever you want. As long as you are willing, Old Cow can post it, and we can all share it together. Alright, let's cut the nonsense and start a new journey. Billions of years ago, on the Origin planet, during the End Era, a war raged. The war almost changed everything, but it could not change who started it. The city was like a rotten corpse. The broken walls were like its broken bones, the twisted roads like its mangled veins and nerves. The walking dead, who may or may not have been truly dead, were the maggots that lived on the decaying body of the city. The boy felt the rusted chains deeply embedded in his ankles. In the upside-down chaos, he could barely feel his feet. But his brain was expanding so much that his bloodshot eyes were about to burst. Through the interconnecting streaks of blood, he could see the sunlight struggling through the thick clouds, casting a lackluster glow over the decaying bodies. The skyscrapers that had not yet collapsed formed a raging skyline, making him realize why the city was named Tombstone Town. Cities were tombs, the souls of the dead living within them. Or, as the natives called them, demons. His gaze continued to fall. The twisted buildings that had not yet collapsed had long been turned into fortresses by armor. One by one, deformed faces emerged from the pitch-black shooting holes, watching with great interest as the people butchered him. Further down were coldly gleaming spears, on which all kinds of skulls and body parts had been impaled. There were the most common double-headed bulls and mutated boars, as well as the pricey delicacies like the Heaven's Feet snake and the terror chicken. The boy even saw a hand hanging on an iron hook, placed among various kinds of meat. It was a pitch-black hand, with little flesh and even less appeal. But hands were hands, after all. Both Tombstone Town and the people of the Furious Blood Wasteland believed that the meat contained special energy that could help them resist radiation, increase their strength, and bring good luck. Therefore, it was the most sought-after item in the meat market. Very little cooked meat ever made it to the market. Usually, the meat was divided among the zombies, mobs, or demons. The boys' hands were fair and tender, like tofu or alfalfa. They even looked like the hands of an underground person. This was either a heaven-sent blessing or a curse. To avoid trouble, he usually covered his hands with dirty bandages and gloves. But now, his hands had been exposed to countless greedy and sordid eyes. Some were even drooling. The boy felt sick. He wanted to throw up, but unfortunately, he had been cornered. The boy's gaze drifted down. This time, he saw the butcher, a mountain of meat, grinding his cleaver with a smile. Once the cleaver was sharp, he even stuck out his half-meter-long tongue to test its edge. When the butcher noticed the boy looking at him, his smile widened. He even winked at the boy and made a face. The boy retched again. His eyes fell to the ground. The ground of Tombstone, or any other town in this world, was always the same. It was thick, stinky, and seemed to be covered by a dense layer of humus. Suspicious wastewater and stains were scattered everywhere. Occasionally, when the sunlight tore through the clouds and dust, pouring down like magma, the earth would immediately catch fire, and a colorful, venomous fog would rise. Once exposed to this fog, even the soldiers or bandits who had undergone genetic modification would feel dizzy, lose their functions, and even die on the spot. However, the mice and cockroaches continued to thrive in this decaying world. They were like fish in water, reproducing rapidly and showing signs of overtaking humans. The boy saw a fat, large mouse crawling out of the sticky, dark gutter, moving toward a piece of meat that had accidentally fallen to the ground. It was very cautious, aware that the nearby giants, though crazily excited, were even more cruel and cunning than itself. After hesitating for a long time to ensure no one was watching, it lunged at the meat like lightning. Then, with a swoosh, a fishing line as thin as a hair, controlled by a spring, snagged one of its legs and tossed it into the air. The butcher rolled it up with his tongue and slapped it onto the chopping board. He had just finished sharpening his butcher's knife and could use this creature to test it. His seemingly clumsy hands emitted a sheet of white light. In a short time, he had peeled the skin off the fat, large mouse and hung it on an iron hook. At this moment, the mouse was not yet dead. Its tail twitched, and its lackluster eyes met the boy's. Poor animals, the boy thought to himself. There is no such thing as an unintentional drop in the world. Then, he smiled bitterly to himself. Wasn't his experience exactly the same as the skinned mouse's? As the appetizer before the main course, the skinned mouse was soon bought by someone for the price of 5 scrapped cell phones. Mouse meat was one of the few fresh meats the devil race could eat these days, not to mention that they were being skinned alive on the spot. The price was indeed not high. The customer held the meat in his hands and beamed with joy. He started gnawing on it right there with a cracking sound, causing other customers to salivate. Perhaps it was also for the purpose of advertising and telling everyone that the delicious meat had arrived, which is why they were selling the live-skinned mice at such a cheap price. "Boss, it's time to cut the meat. Hurry up. I can't wait any longer. Such good meat is worth any price. Tell me, how much are you selling it for?" The boy heard the howls of the devils. He saw faces that were either rotten, swollen, covered in leeches, or had undergone genetic mutations with 3 to 5 eyes due to radiation. Cruelty and greed were written all over their faces. The butcher picked up the boy and threw him onto the chopping board where the skinned mice had been prepared. The butcher stuck out his tongue and licked Liao's face, spraying hot streams of gastric acid at him. He chuckled and said, don't move. It doesn't hurt. Uncle's skills are very good. I guarantee that the blood will be drained clean. The boy didn't move. He did not cry. Like everyone else in this era, his tears had dried up the moment he was born. He had long forgotten the feeling of crying. The butcher patted his face with the snow-white butcher knife, patted his chest, and shouted to the impatient customers, "Come on. Come on. Top-grade meat. Look at this face. Look at this pair of hands. No horns. No leeches. No rot. No cysts. Not even a trace of mutation. This meat is even more delicious than the meat of the underground world. The delicious meat is so delicious that even the gods can't stand on their feet. One piece of such delicious meat is enough to cure all kinds of diseases. You can even enter and exit the third-degree radiation zone freely. Come on, bid. This nice meat is fair and tender." The boy saw that more and more people were gathering in the meat market. More than half of the devils in Tombstone Town were crowding close. The sounds of their saliva congregated into an ocean of acid. The dirty eyes were emitting a dirty brilliance, but they scared him even more than the butcher's knife. He closed his eyes and asked his brother for help. "Brother, save me." "Don't be scared, little Lou. Don't be scared," the older brother said. "Tell this butcher that you absolutely won't run away. You're so small, and there are so many people here. It's impossible for you to run away. So, can he let go of the chains on your feet? This way, your blood will flow faster, and the clotted blood won't remain in your feet. It's also more delicious. You can call him Uncle. Your feet can be sold at a higher price. He will definitely agree. Then, you have to listen carefully. This brother won't say these words a second time. After that, this brother will kill everyone in the meat market. This will buy you approximately 5 to 10 minutes of time. You need to immediately find a military backpack. Do you see the camouflage baldy over there? Use his backpack to fill the meat in the meat market. Then, take the third hair-streaked shotgun on the right and the fifth three-eyed handgun. Remember, don't forget the bullets. Run to the left. Run to Old John's Car Company and get a modified car that is suitable for long-distance travel in the desert. The day before yesterday, the nigger gang had a very good one. It was modified at Old John's place. Today, it should have been modified. Hopefully, it hasn't been transported away yet. All of this needs to be done in 10 minutes, no, 7 minutes. Otherwise, the remaining half of the people in Tombstone Town will catch up. Do you understand? I understand, the boy nodded silently and stammered, but I don't know how to drive. What should I do? It doesn't matter. It's very simple. Haven't we seen it several times at Old John's place? I should be able to, his brother said. But, killing everyone here will consume too much of my strength. I might be able to. Anyway, I'll drive the shuttle at the start, but you must learn it quickly. You'll have to rely on yourself later. What? The boy was shocked. He felt as if he had missed a step and had no one to rely on. He was even more scared than when he was tied up and sent to the chopping block. Brother, what are you talking about? We were together when we were born. Don't leave me. I can't do it alone. You can do it. In fact, you always can. Your potential is far higher than mine, but you haven't discovered it yet. His brother said, anyway, don't think too much about it. Just beg the butcher to let go of your feet. Remember, speak in a pitiful and helpless tone. Right now, your pity is our greatest weapon. The boy swallowed hard and looked at the butcher pitifully. At that moment, the butcher had already raised his butcher's knife high. It was unclear whether he was showing off his knife skills or actually going to chop. The boy's mind went blank. His throat seemed to be choked by frozen blood, and he could not utter a single word. "Speak, quickly," his brother urged. "Fragrant meat. Excellent meat. It's a fair price," the butcher said. "Hurry up and do it. What are you dragging your feet for? Chips, bullets, gasoline, engines, body armor, sniper rifles, and even armored vehicles. Just tell me what price you want." "I can afford it," a customer who looked neither human nor ghost declared. "He he he. He 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 he. Ha ha ha." The wind that entangled Tombstone Town, ravaged the entire wasteland, and carried radiation dust and a rotten smell, howled. "I." The boy stammered, his voice hoarse. He couldn't hear what he was saying amid the hysterical screams of the customer. However, another high-pitched, viper-like voice, 100 times louder than his, cut through the noise like a bucket of cold water poured over a heated meat market. The boy saw a very damp hand grab the butcher's knife, which was about to fall, and the butcher's posterior, which made his face extremely ugly, if not terrifying. Then, the boy heard the owner of the damp hands say lazily in an even wetter voice, "This is my sheep. Who says I'm selling it?" The heated meat market was immediately frozen. The customers who had been drooling moments ago seemed to have a lump of wet hair stuck in their throats. They could not utter a sound. The boy managed to turn his face and saw a very wet man. Ignoring the cobra-like lumps on his forehead, the man was actually quite decent, but his sweat glands seemed to be affected by radiation. Yellow sweat was flowing out constantly. In the dull sunlight, it looked like a layer of brown scales. Snake, Master Snake, the butcher, who had been so confident a moment ago, was now at a loss, stammering as he explained, I didn't know you weren't planning to sell. This sheep was brought by fourth brother. He said. Yes, Master Snake. The boy looked at the muscular man who had just tied him up. The muscular man bowed before Master Snake and said with a flattering smile, "This kid cheated in our casino for 3 days straight. Today, he was caught red-handed. According to the rules, he has to compensate for his losses. Check his pockets. He doesn't have a single bullet. His chips were all stolen. His body of good meat is worth some money. So." "Oh." Master Snake smiled. "Why didn't you tell me?" Fourth brother's face suddenly turned paler than the butcher's. His legs were shaking, and his voice was even more twisted. I've been busy making deals with the Black Ghost Gang over the past few days. I thought I shouldn't bother." "Shoo!" Master Snake placed one of his long, thin fingers on his thin lips and blew at fourth brother. He smiled and said, "Fourth brother, what does Master Snake hate most?" "An excuse." Fourth brother shivered and said in a shivering voice, "I hate excuses the most." "Very good." Master Snake stopped looking at him. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at the butcher with half of his cold eyes while the other half was distributed to all customers. He said casually, "Let me repeat myself. This sheep is not for sale. Is there a problem?" "Nothing." Everyone in Tombstone Town knew that there were two things that Master Snake, the big boss of the 10,000 wolf gambling den, hated the most: excuses and questions. "Master Snake, can you please bring this sheep back? I really don't know." With a crying face, the butcher said, "I'll offer you another 50 pounds of double-headed beef. Don't feel that it's too little. Recently, the acid rain outside has been too fierce, and the meat is not easy to handle. No need. Those who don't know are not guilty. It's not your fault." Master Snake smiled. He grabbed the boy's ankle with one hand and picked him up as if he were a newborn lamb. "What happened today was the fault of the staff of the casino. We delayed your business for half a day. Take 50 chips from the casino tonight as a gift from me. Thank you for Master Snake. Thank you, times." The butcher's eyes were beaming with joy when he heard cash. His face was shivering, and he was drooling like the other customers. "Don't thank me. You should thank Justice. Master Snake said, "Everybody in Tombstone Town and the 10,000 Blood Wasteland knows that justice is my." He smiled and said, "Fourth brother, what does Master Snake hate the most?" "An excuse." Fourth brother shivered and said in a shivering voice, "I hate excuses the most." "Very good." Master Snake stopped looking at him. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at the butcher with half of his cold eyes, Heil distributed to all the customers. He said casually, "Let me repeat myself. Fishy pea is not for sale." "Is there a problem?" There wasn't. Everyone in Tombstone Town, except, knew that there were two things that Master Snake, the big boss of the crowd, parted like a divided tide as they made way for the group one after another. Although many of them were making cuckoo sounds from their throats as they glared at the boy with bloodshot eyes, no one dared to utter a single no. However, there were always exceptions. "Hey, it's rare to find such a good sheep. We've been waiting for a long time, and you are not letting us cut any meat at all. The way that Tombstone Town does things is too unreasonable." Bam! A muscular man wearing level 3 armor with tattoos all over his face stepped in front of Uncle Snake. He tossed a heavy canvas backpack onto the ground. It was packed with wrecked cars and steel springs and freshly sharpened blades. Spring steel was the best raw material for sabers, especially the spring steel of heavy trucks, which, after the nuclear war, the combination of hardness and softness, could really cut most of the plate armor in half. Thus, it was a hard currency in the desert, just like bullets. "I have plenty of money." The muscular man with tattoos all over his face glared at the boy's hand and licked his lips. "His life is mine. I only want one of his hands." Master Snake stared at the muscular man. The muscular man glared at Master Snake defiantly. His two companions behind him also tightened their backpacks, filled with spring steel, and gripped their sabers and pistols. "You are the iron merchants of Steel Flower City." Master Snake chuckled. "The Scrap Iron Gang, right?" "That's right." The tattooed man was quite pleased. "The materials of the Scrap Metal Gang can be used to forge the fastest saber in the Blood-Red Wasteland." Master Snake nodded. "You want hands?" "I want to." The tattooed man said stubbornly, "We have money. We've been living in the desert for half a month. Today, we're going to eat a hand." "Understood." Without looking back, Master Snake said, "Fourth brother, give me the dagger. Let the friends from Iron Flower City know the hospitality of Tombstone Town." "Yes, Master Snake." Fourth brother didn't know what Master Snake was up to, but he reacted quickly due to his guilt and fear. His hands touched a delicate dagger wrapped in calf skin. Nobody saw what happened next. Nobody expected it. Shwa. Shwa. Chi. After 3 sounds, softer than the rustling of willow leaves, the scorpion shell saber at the tattooed man's waist was empty. The fourth brother's left hand flew high into the air, only to be pierced through by a sharp and swift saber in Master Snake's hand. Everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. The tattooed man looked at the empty sheath on his waist, his face ashen. The scrap iron had helped him forge his own saber. If he could forge the fastest saber in the furious blood wasteland, he would naturally wield it at the fastest speed. But his saber was in Master Snake's hands, and he hadn't seen a thing. Fourth brother was even more dazed as he stared at his left arm, cut off at the wrist. He was drenched in sweat and dared not speak a word. Now that Master Snake had chopped off his hand, he was even more guilty of spilling blood. "Please," Master Snake said slowly, handing over both the opponent's saber and fourth brother's left hand. "Your hand." The tattooed man's lips moved. Like his fourth brother, sweat appeared on his forehead. He glanced at the boy who was still being carried by Master Snake and did not say anything. I know you want to eat the lamb's hand because this hand's meat is too old, but let me tell you something. The owner of this hand used to be the best watcher of the Heavenly Wolf gambling Denver. His hand was soaked in medicine every day and warmed up countless times. Every piece of meat is alive and not old at all. It is also chewy and delicious. Looking at the tattooed man, Master Snake almost stabbed the tip of his saber into the man's nose. Justice. Master Snake is absolutely just when doing things. Thank you. The tattooed man looked at the shining tip of the saber and said dejectedly, "Thank you, Master Snake. Then we will take this hand." "How much?" "How much?" 50 springs of steel. Master Snake said. "What?" The tattooed man's eyes went wide. "Master Snake, it's not that we can't afford it, but do you know how many blades can be forged from 50 springs? Do you know how many hands can be chopped off? Let's talk about the price." "All right, 100 springs." Master Snake said. This." The tattooed man was trembling. "Master Snake, our scrap metal gang. 200 springs." Master Snake smiled. "This is my last offer. But not one hand. 7 hands. 7 hands. 200 pieces of spring steel. A fair price." While laughing, Master Snake observed the hands of the tattooed man and his 2 companions. The 3 scrap iron gang members each had 2 hands, which added up to 6. 6 hands of the scrap metal gang and 1 of 4th brother were exactly 7 hands. The tattooed man understood. Looking at Master Snake, at the saber in his hand, and the hand on the saber, and glancing at the malicious eyes around him, he gritted his teeth and managed to say, "All right, deal. But there are only 50 of them here. The rest of the stock is in the gang's warehouse." "It's all right. I believe you," Master Snake said. "Those who like to eat hands have very good taste. Those with good taste never have a bad reputation. We are all good friends. Tombstone Town welcomes all distinguished guests. If you have time tonight, why don't you stop by the Heavenly Wolf Casino? Each person will receive 100 chips, courtesy of Master Snake. If you're lucky, you might win back 200 spring steel bars overnight." The eyes of the 3 members of the scrap metal gang lit up like the butcher's. "Rest assured. No one dares to play tricks in the serious gambling den," Master Snake said, shaking the boy in his hand. "Unless they want to end up as meat on a chopping block." "Understood," the tattooed man said, somewhat regretfully. Master Snake's justice is well known even in Iron Flower City. Master Snake smiled. He kicked the spring steel on the ground and shouted, "Butcher, come here. Let's see how much steel we have. We'll trade it for meat and share it with everyone here. Consider it compensation for your loss. After you're done eating, come to the casino and put 10 chips on Master Snake's tab." Everyone inside and outside the meat market immediately burst into cheers. The boy, carried by Master Snake, left the meat market. The whole world seemed upside down. The leaden clouds and the purple sun had turned into a staggering ocean, and the thick, stinky earth had become a dark sky. They passed by Old John's car, where plate armor and collision thorns were being added to off-road vehicles, then by the tent where underground fighting was taking place, by the Black Ghost Gang's saber shop, which emitted ear-splitting noises all day, and by a workshop where dozens of pots of oil and grease were being cooked. They saw people with abscesses, lumps, scales, and sharp claws, others in bloody clothes, some strutting in armor and carrying shotguns, and a few with disheveled hair who were asking deities to possess them. In the end, the boy was captured and dragged back to the starting point of the meat market, the Heaven Wolves Casino. The boy was so scared that his head spun from being carried upside down, leaving him unable to think. When he gradually recovered, he realized he had been brought to a room in the deepest part of the casino, a place he had never seen before. Crack! Master Snake locked the door. They were alone in the room. The only ventilation window was welded shut with iron bars. There was also a cabinet, a TV, and a bed. The bed was large and comfortable. The boy was thrown onto the bed by Master Snake. Although he was not fully awake, he could not help but want to scream. This was a bed he had never slept on before. It was as fluffy and soft as a cloud, but it was so extravagant that countless springs had been stuffed into the mattress. It was much more comfortable than a weed nest. Yet, the boy's heart seemed to have hit rock bottom. He was not happy at all. In this world, there were no unintentional pieces of meat. Every piece of meat, every bargaining chip, and every drop of blood had a price. After being saved by Master Snake and sleeping on such a comfortable bed, what price would he have to pay? Though the boy was still young, the people of the desert matured quickly. He knew a lot and had seen many animal-like people in the desert who moaned like animals. Master Snake's eyes when he looked at Li Yao were like those of a beast. No, they were even lower than that of a beast, like a viper. The boy thought of the skinned mouse again. He felt that his skin had been peeled off by Master Snake's gaze, too, revealing his fresh and tender flesh. Thankfully, he had his brother. Don't be scared, little Lou. More than half of Tombstone Town has gone to the meat market to share the meat. We can escape, his brother said. As long as I can kill him. You can't kill him, the boy cried in his heart. He is very strong. His mind must be sharp, too. My brother will be hurt. I have to kill him. Rest assured, the elder brother said. No matter how awesome the big boss of the Heavenly Wolf gambling den is, he can't be more awesome than all the people in the meat market combined. I can do it. I must. The boy wanted to say something, but Master Snake had already walked over and placed his hands on the edge of the bed. The cobra-like sarcoma on his forehead shrank and stood straight, emitting hot steam. They all call you, Little White Hand, Master Snake said, narrowing his eyes as he observed the boy's hands carefully. As expected, they are fair, translucent, and as clear as jade. They are even more delicate than a girl's hands, with a bit more tenacity. They are a pair of good hands. The boy summoned his courage and stammered, I am Bai Xiaolu. Bai Xiaolu? That's a good name, too. Lu is an elf in the forest, and you are like an elf in Tombstone Town. How strange. How come I've never seen you before? Master Snake smiled. It's a pity that deer are too fragile. There is no room for survival in the new world after the nuclear war unless you are protected by the strong. He reached out to grab Bai Xiaolu's hand, but the boy subconsciously dodged and curled up in the corner of the bed. There was no way out. Master Snake was in no hurry. He smiled and turned on the TV remotely. The screen showed footage of Bai Xiaolu's cheating at the serious gambling den over the past few days. The evidence was undeniable. Other people say that your hands are so fast that they seem to be invisible. That's why they call you Little White Hand. But a long time ago, Little White Hand had another meaning, which was thief, pickpocket, and thief. Master Snake sighed and said regretfully, You are a beautiful woman, but what can you do as a thief? No matter how small your hands are, no matter how fast they are, no matter how tender and slippery they are, you shouldn't be stealing cards to exchange for cards in my casino. Everyone in the furious blood wasteland knows that Master Snake's casino in Tombstone Town is the most just. You cheated here, smashed my signboard, and even caused my best subordinate to lose a hand. What do you think I should do with you, little one? I was wrong, Master Snake, Bai Xiaolu stammered, tears streaming down her face. Please spare me, Master Snake. I don't dare. No, his brother screamed in his heart. Don't tell the venomous snake's sister that she is seriously ill and needs medical treatment. No one will pity us. He will only capture his sister to pay the debt and torture her with us. Honestly speaking, I should have left you in the meat market, Master Snake said, admiring Bai Xiaolu's cheating on the TV. However, your hands are too beautiful, so beautiful that they don't seem to belong to a mutated devil race. We devils are all more or less ugly. Few are as immaculate as you. You are like a piece of delicate artwork, a gift from the heavens. There's no reason to let those animals ruin you, is there? Bai Xiaolu didn't know whether to nod or shake her head. She could only cry silently. Don't cry. This is your home now. Master Snake will protect you. As long as you eat people, no one will dare to eat you, Master Snake said softly. Do you know why I cut off fourth brother's hand today? Bai Xiaolu was dazed for a moment. Holding back her tears, she shook her head. He acted first and reported later. He sent you to the meat market without my permission. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he was too old. His hands were slow, and his eyes were dull. You managed to cheat for 2 days in a row. It wasn't until the 3rd day that you discovered that such a piece of trash was not qualified to be the eyes of the heavenly wolf gambling den. Master Snake said, the new generation overtakes the old. Bai Xiaolu, your hands and eyes are both fast, and you are quite bold, too. It will be a shame if you end up dead in the desert. Just help me out in the casino, will you? What else could Bai Xiaolu say? She could only nod and say, okay. Very good. Master Snake's smile widened, and his eyes grew darker. His gaze seemed to lick Bai Xiaolu's face and hands like 2 barbed tongues. Do you know what is most important in a casino? Bai Xiaolu shook her head, shivering. Technology and trust, Master Snake said softly. I can teach you the techniques slowly, but tell me, how can 2 strangers establish a foundation of trust in the shortest amount of time? Bai Xiaolu shook harder, stammering, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Master Snake walked to the bed and extended his hand again. You will know soon. Bai Xiaolu screamed and slapped Master Snake's hand away. She almost fell off the other side of the bed. Master Snake's eyes suddenly turned cold, then as hot as fire. He opened the cabinet, and a sour smell of blood filled the air. Inside was a whip covered in iron thorns, stained with blood that couldn't be washed away easily. Or maybe, its owner never wanted to wash it, just like the other blood-stained machines in the closet. It is called gentle, Master Snake said, stroking the whip in fascination. Believe me, you will definitely become best friends. Gentle was not gentle at all. 1 lash was enough to take away all of Bai Xiaolu's dignity. After 3 lashes, his thin clothes were all torn apart, and he fell off the bed, crying in pain. Your voice is too ugly, Master Snake said, stepping on Simone's and walking over. He looked down at Bai Xiaolu, who was rolling on the ground, and smiled. You must practice hard in the future. He raised the whip for the 4th time, but this time, he was as agile as a viper. He tore off the ragged pieces of clothing and the broken bandages from Bai Xiaolu's body, revealing her thin, pale abdomen. Then, Master Snake was stunned. It was as if an upright viper had been pinched by an invisible hand. He saw eyes. In the middle of Bai Xiaolu's abdomen, over the liver region, was a layer of wrinkles. It was a pair of translucent, pigeon egg-sized eyes. As he had mentioned earlier, most of the devils in the desert were born with some abnormal mutations. But an eye in the middle of their abdomen, filled with endless lightning, was extremely rare. Not to mention, when he was staring at the eye was also staring back at him. It even protruded from Bai Xiaolu's abdomen, causing the surrounding skin to tighten and bulge. It was as if, behind his eyes, a face and a brain were about to crawl out of Bai Xiaolu's body and swallow him. Now is the time. His brother screamed. Bear with it, Lu. Bai Xiaolu felt as though her liver had been punched. No. A shotgun seemed to have been pressed against his abdomen and fired. He could not help but scream. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose. But his heart was burning with hope, and he saw a way to escape. He knew his brother had made his move. At this moment, the intensity of the pain he was suffering was the same as the pain the target's brain was enduring. This was his brother's ability. Sure enough, a bloody mist suddenly dispersed from the depths of Master Snake's eyes, and zigzagging blood flowed from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. As if drunk, he threw away the whip and staggered, dancing. It was a sign of serious brain damage. The big boss of the Heavenly Wolf gambling den was indeed impressive. In the past, when faced with brutal bandits in the desert, they would spurt blood and die silently every time his brother launched an attack. But right now, he only had one target. His brother's attack failed to kill him, so he activated it a second time. Bai Xiaolu felt her internal organs burning. By the same logic, Master Snake's skull should be filled with the raging flames of brainwaves. Master Snake stared at Bai Xiaolu in a daze. It never occurred to him that this little deer would grow sharp antlers. He reached out to grab the boy, but Bai Xiaolu nimbly dodged. Master Snake's retina and optic nerves had been burnt out. He had become blind and could not see her at all. Master Snake wanted to scream, but hot blood was spurting from his throat too. He could not utter a single word. Ah! Bai Xiaolu went behind Master Snake and ruthlessly knocked him to the ground. She then pushed the cabinet, filled with various kinds of equipment, toward him. Master Snake did not resist. His struggle grew weaker. The blood and brain matter flowing from his head formed a thick stain. I made it! Bai Xiaolu exclaimed, a mix of pain and laughter in his voice. Before he could react, Master Snake grabbed his ankle as if his nerves were cramping. Ah! Bai Xiaolu screamed, almost falling beside Master Snake. Master Snake, holding Li Yao's ankle with one hand, instinctively pulled the pistol from his boot and fired a wild shot. It wasn't accurate enough to hit Bai Xiaolu, but the gunshots reached outside and drew the casino's attention. Bang! 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 They pounded on the door. Boom! 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 The door was smashed open. In Master Snake's secret chamber, screams were not uncommon, but the gunshots were clearly a different matter. Master Snake? Master Snake! The people outside banged on the door and shouted. Run! His brother shouted, Run! Run! Bai Xiaolu lunged at the window, but her ankle was still clutched by Master Snake. The big boss of the Heavenly Wolf gambling den was not dead yet. He stared at the boy with his dirty, red eyes, saliva mixed with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was laughing and shouting in the end. Ah! Bai Xiaolu was terrified. Ruthlessness flashed across her face. She summoned her courage, bent down, and snatched Master Snake's pistol, stuffing it into his mouth and pulling the trigger. The boy finished all the bullets in the magazine in one breath. His fingers were still twitching. Enough, little Lu. Enough! His brother shouted, he is dead. Run! Master Snake finally let go. His head with the sarcomas completely disappeared in the scorching smoke. Master Snake! F***CK. Master Snake! The banging grew louder. The door frame rattled non-stop. Bai Xiaolu took off Master Snake's coat and put it on, covering her brother's eyes. Then she rushed to the window and shook the bars hard. Naturally, she couldn't tear them apart. Let me. His brother said solemnly. No. You've already activated it twice. You will die if you use your ability again. Bai Xiaolu screamed and cried. I'm going to die anyway. Step aside, Lu. His brother said. Then, for the third time, he activated his ability. This time, even Bai Xiaolu's nerve endings could clearly feel her brother's excruciating pain. He wanted to dig out his brother's brain from his stomach and throw it into a frying pan. But his brother held back the pain, twisting and tearing off 2 iron bars inch by inch, leaving a tiny hole. When Bai Xiaolu pushed her way out, the door of the room was knocked open. The spectators in the casino were all muscular men. Nobody could crawl out of such a small hole like Bai Xiaolu. Master Snake. Boss. Don't let that kid get away. Bam. Bam. Bam 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 bam. Bai Xiaolu rolled into a shabby alley behind the Heavenly Wolf gambling Denver. Her face was swollen and her bones ached, but she did not stop and simply ran away. Bullets whizzed past her, scratching her shoulder and cheek. She rolled and crawled, trying to escape, but she was small and weak. She had just been whipped 3 times by Master Snake, and it had drained her energy. Gradually, her legs felt like lead, and her chest burned like a bellows. Her vision began to blur. Little bastard, there you are. Don't run. Capture him. What are you looking at? Capture him now. The Heavenly Wolf Casino will reward you handsomely. 500 chips, no, 1,000. Capture the kid and get 1,000 chips. Roars came from behind her. The people in front, who had been enjoying the show, suddenly turned into hungry animals. Bai Xiaolu was in a panic. The more she ran, the messier things became. She knocked over a witch doctor's medicine pot, scattered garbage on the roadside, and dislodged cowhide and scorpion shells that were drying in the air. Having run into a dead end, she returned to the vicinity of the meat market. Boom! A stun grenade exploded near her temple. She felt as if her head had been hit by an iron hammer. She couldn't hold on any longer and fell. Then, he crashed into an iron tower, bounced back, and was stomped on again. His face could clearly feel the zigzag patterns beneath the large, steel-toed boots. But even the steel plates in his boots couldn't resist the stench from the iron tower. The person who stepped on him was incredibly stinky. Bai Xiaolu heard gasps, as if Master Snake had appeared not long ago. No, it was 10 times more terrifying. What followed was a series of da-da-da-da-da sounds, thin and dense, like molten metal turning into a torrential rain, raining down from the sky. Some were screaming, some were torn apart before they could scream, and some didn't even have the courage or strength to scream. Bai Xiaolu's eyes widened as she witnessed an inconceivable scene. 20 to 30 spectators of the Heavenly Wolf gambling den, who were chasing her, were caught in the storm of bullets. At most, they were wearing ordinary body armor, which offered no resistance against the dense barrage. In the blink of an eye, they were torn to shreds. Just like the others chasing her for the bounty of 1,000 chips, they were mixed into a bloody, muddy road. Who is so brutal? Bai Xiaolu was dumbfounded. A public massacre? The intense gunfire didn't let up for 10 seconds. At least 100 people had been killed by the storm of bullets. In the chaotic world, human lives were as insignificant as grass. However, such harvesting was rare in Tombstone Town. Boss Gold Tooth is talking, Bai Xiaolu heard a voice speaking in dissatisfaction. Who told you to run and scream? Murder before interrogation. Judging from the complaints, the broken limbs and body parts lying on the ground did not seem right. Boss Gold Tooth. The name stirred a storm in Bai Xiaolu's heart. There were many leaders, presidents, and bosses in the furious blood wasteland, but there was only one boss Gold Tooth, Barrett. The Heavenly Wolf gambling den, the Black Ghost Gang, the Scrap Metal Gang, and even the forces of Tombstone Town or Iron Flower City were no match for Barrett's City Gang. They were like 2-headed bulls against 3 mutated lizards. The former could be torn to shreds with a single sneeze, just like what was happening now. In this chaotic world, the king of guns was always the king of the grass. It was said that the city gang had occupied a well-equipped military base. Not to mention ordinary firearms, they even had heavy armored vehicles and armed helicopters. Yellow bullets flew everywhere, making them the natural overlords of the furious blood wasteland. Perhaps because her feet were a bit unsteady, the large boot on her face shifted slightly and moved to the boy's chest. Bai Xiaolu was finally able to turn her head and, sure enough, saw an imposing armored vehicle parked in the open space at the center of the meat market. The wheels were still stained with blood, likely from having crashed into some unlucky bastards. The storm of bullets had just been fired from the armored vehicle. White smoke still spurted from the muzzle, mixing with the dust to create a hazy blood mist. Next to the armored vehicle stood 2 rows of cold, murderous, muscular demons. They all wore standard stab-proof boots, knee pads, and wrist guards, along with color-changing camouflage and level 3 armor with a bulletproof vest. Each had a smart helmet, tactical goggles, and a wrist-type microcomputer combat system. The famous city logo was affixed to their chests and arms, giving them a serious look. They were 100 times better equipped than the bandits in Tombstone Town. At first glance, they resembled regular soldiers from the underground. The only difference between them and the regular army was the absence of the Alliance or contract emblem on their helmets. Instead, 4 capital letters were painted with a grease pen, MAGA. It was their battle cry and vow. Thus, Citibank was also known as the MAGA Gang or the Maya Gang. Whenever MAGA echoed through the furious blood wasteland, even the craziest bandits would shiver in fear. What is Citigroup doing in Tombstone? Bai Xiaolu thought, her head spinning. They have a military base and are very wealthy. There's no need for them to raid such a desolate place like Tombstone Town. Boss, the pests have been eliminated. The people of Tombstone have been summoned and are awaiting your command. Bai Xiaolu saw the man who had just spoken bowing to the iron tower under her feet, offering her a loudspeaker. Could it be that the person she had accidentally run into was the overlord and death god of the furious blood wasteland, the gold-tooth boss, Barite? Bai Xiaolu felt that she was about to be killed. But she was not willing to die in confusion and mustered the courage to look up. Through the dim sunlight, Bai Xiaolu first saw a pair of coldly gleaming gold teeth, then a beard bristling for a fight, and a face riddled with bumps, hollows, and incomplete parts. The missing sections had been filled with aluminum alloy or even rivets. Both eyeballs had been replaced by red, heat-sensitive eyes. On either side of his temples, exaggerated metal horns jutted out, brimming with an unreasonable explosive power. Between the horns, atop the aluminum skull, rested a dirty red hat embroidered with 4 capital letters in gold thread, MAGA. So, he's Barrett, the gold-tooth boss. Bai Xiaolu thought, he stinks. He really stinks. The leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood sensed Bai Xiaolu's gaze. He lowered his head and looked at her. His eyes squinted, but his boots remained rooted to the spot, as if treating Bai Xiaolu as a comfortable stepping stone. The underground took everything from us. Gold Tooth Boss seized the loudspeaker and roared across Tombstone Town. The underground people initiated a thermonuclear war and stole the blue sky, the white clouds, the forests, and the wilderness. They took away the prosperous cities and peaceful villages, the fresh air and clean water, and all the good days of the past. They took everything, hiding in the comfortable, luxurious, and clean underground cities, in paradise-like shelters where they have everything, fresh air and clean water, delicious steaks and cakes, banquets, balls, and women. Beautiful women, clean women, normal women, women with 2 mouths. Women who smell divine, not like a pile of 2-headed cow dung. Women who have everything. What about us? Brothers of the furious blood wasteland, tell me, what do we have? Do we have fresh oxygen? Do we have clean water that is not affected by radiation? Do we have cakes? Do we have steaks? Do we have wine and dancing? Do we have women who look like women? Do we have the most basic dignity as human beings? Tell me. No, we don't. We don't have anything. In the eyes of those who started the war, we are not even human beings. We are mere distortions, inhuman, and revolting creatures. We are zombies, animals, trash, demons, or nothing at all. We are a zero, a bothersome natural phenomenon, vermin that cannot be exterminated but must be. Haven't you had enough of this life? Do you want to gnaw on stones for the rest of your days and rot like a pig due to radiation? If you are no longer willing to live this way, not only will Boss Goldtooth not give you a chance, but there is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity right now. An unguarded underground city awaits us, with fine wine, delicious food, clean air and water, and women, and even a medical bay for radiation treatment. Tell me, do you have the courage to fight for what belongs to us, together with Boss Goldtooth? ******. Aya, we agreed on one chapter a day, with the rest of the time to think about a new book. But why is it that without old Devil Lee's interference, writing those righteous, passionate, and impactful paragraphs is so enjoyable, so thrilling, and so smooth? What should I do? None of the people who had survived 10 years of nuclear clouds, acid rain, mutant beasts, radiation diseases, and brutal cannibalism were fools. Everyone knew that there were two worlds, one above the ground and one below. The nobles and magnates who initiated the nuclear war, after turning the Earth's surface into a wasteland, hid themselves in underground metropolises with all the wealth they had exploited and looted. There, they lived in luxury and prosperity, with rivers and willow trees. As Boss Goldtooth had said, everything was available. It was a paradise below the ground. The descendants of the civilians, however, suffered from radiation, erosion, and internal strife in the desert. They were called demons and lived in hell under the scorching sun. Crushing an underground metropolis, plundering its wealth, slaughtering the women who caused the nuclear war, and even burning the underground metropolis to the ground, just to drive out the rich and powerful so they could taste the miserable life they were living, countless demons were willing to sacrifice their insignificant lives for such a purpose. The problem was that the underground metropolis where the rich and powerful lived was not something that the insignificant lives of the demons could breach. Before the nuclear war, the superiors had controlled the most advanced forces on the planet. In the collapsed world, where order was lost after the nuclear war, they captured countless subjects and conducted various brutal experiments to develop new weapons. It turned out that many super weapons far beyond their time had been created. The new weapon development systems, built on piles of bones, were known as Armageddon technology. The underground metropolis, fortified and protected by Armageddon technology, was impervious to the automatic rifles of the devil race. They could not even approach the entrance. Above each underground metropolis was a military zone spanning thousands of square kilometers, patrolled non-stop by drones and automated killing machines. Electromagnetic cannons and prismatic towers were also buried in the sand and wasteland, capable of reducing even main battle tanks to ashes. Dealing with the devils was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Even Barrett, the leader of Citigroup and the Gold Teeth Brotherhood, could not breach an underground metropolis if he led all the devils from the entire furious blood wasteland. A 7-year-old would understand this logic. Thus, despite Boss Goldtooth's thunderous and passionate declaration, the residents of the tombstones remained rather indifferent. No one dared to question or refute Boss Goldtooth's brutality just then. Even Bai Xiaolu, under his foot, did not give it much thought. She mused, is this the legendary Boss Goldtooth, Barrett, who actually wants to storm the underground city with a numerical advantage? What's the difference between this and a moth flying into the flame? The gold-toothed leader grinned, lifting his right foot from Bai Xiaolu's chest but quickly shifting to his left foot for a more comfortable position, continuing to intimidate her. Yes, under normal circumstances, the devils on the ground could not breach the underground city. He had been the dominator of the furious blood wasteland for over a decade. He wouldn't ask his brothers to die for nothing just because he didn't understand such simple logic. However, what if a war broke out between the different forces of the underground clan? Wars change almost everything, but they never change the people who start them. The only thing mankind has learned from history is that mankind will never learn any lessons. This is because learning a lesson and learning a lesson are often different. It is the rich and powerful who learn a lesson, but it is the filthy, ignorant, inhuman demons who learn their lesson. Therefore, wars never stop. Wars never change. Although only a few decades have passed since the era of global nuclear war, a new war broke out not long after new forces emerged in the broken national and social systems. Currently, the underground clan is divided into two forces, the Alliance and the Contract. They do not have clear racial or national boundaries, but they are engaged in small-scale, low-intensity, yet extremely brutal conflicts in the underground metropolis that resembles countless chess pieces. Occasionally, when dozens of underground metropolises under the name of Alliance or Contract are connected, and the tactical communication network between them is finally established, a large-scale battle is initiated in an attempt to absorb and transform more enemy underground cities. At this moment, in the northeast of the furious blood wasteland, an autumn offensive between the Alliance and the Contract is taking place. The name of the underground city is New Gold Mountain. It is only a 2-day and 1-night journey from Tombstone Town to the northeast. It is one of the last and largest underground metropolises of the Alliance in the furious blood wasteland. It is also the main target of the agreement. Boss Goldtooth roared, over the past half-month, the unmanned bombers and trained cannons of the Contract have been bombarding the ground of the New Gold Mountain. All the alarms, sentry posts, and railgun towers have been destroyed. Furthermore, the Contract has drilled through the thick rock strata protecting the New Gold Mountain with their newly developed underground bomb, paving the way to the New Gold Mountain. Right now, the top of the New Gold Mountain is riddled with holes. There are almost 100 routes for us to march on, allowing us to fully leverage our numerical advantage. The soldiers of New Gold Mountain have either been transferred to the front lines or were obliterated in the continuous bombardment. It is an unguarded city, a defenseless target. The autumn offensive between the Contract and the Alliance will take a long time. The main forces of both parties, especially the Alliance, will be stalled at the front lines. No one will expect that the demon race will emerge from behind and attack the Alliance's underground metropolis. Even if they do, they won't have the time to deal with us. If the Contract wins, and based on the current situation, they likely will, they won't hold us responsible at all. What do you think? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you dare to do it? Speak. Are the devils of Tombstone Town cowards? Speak. There was only silence. The residents of Tombstone Town looked at each other in confusion. Although they had dreamed of storming the underground metropolis to plunder and seek revenge, their fear of the powerful had been ingrained in their bones. The war between the Alliance and the Contract was like the collision of two giant beasts. It seemed that small creatures like cockroaches and mice could not get involved. Promise him, his brother suddenly said to Bai Xiaolu in his heart. Sign up. I'll be the first to sign up. What? Bai Xiaolu was dazed. She stammered, attacking the underground city will kill us. We are going to die anyway. I can feel the cold intent of the guy. Even if we don't agree, he has a way to drive all the residents of Tombstone Town to be cannon fodder, her brother said calmly. Besides, this gold-tooth boss, Barit, might not be fighting alone. If my guess is correct, he should be a servant of the Contract and one of the links in the autumn offensive. Therefore, the odds of success are very high. Servant army? Although Bai Xiaolu was weak, she was not stupid. She immediately understood what was happening when her brother pointed it out. Are you suggesting that the contract is supporting Boss Goldtooth's Citigroup? Of course. Although the apocalyptic technology of the underground clan is advanced, there are too few of them. In the world of extreme pollution after the nuclear war, every healthy human being without the slightest mutation is a valuable asset. Neither the Alliance nor the contract is willing to let the underground clan die in vain. Therefore, they are raising a large batch of demons as their lackeys, claws, and servants. The wars are mainly fought by the lowly cannon fodder, just like all the previous wars, the elder brother explained. Right now, the Alliance and the contract are engaged in a fierce battle. Both sides are consuming a lot of resources. For the association of the attackers, it is definitely not in their favor if they cannot break the stalemate. It would be terrible if the Alliance regains its composure and sends reinforcements from elsewhere. If a harassing force could attack the New Gold Mountain from behind the Alliance at this moment, many of the Alliance's soldiers would be stalled, creating opportunities for the contract on the front line. Do you think it was a coincidence that Barrett, the leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood, appeared and proposed such a plan? This. Brother, you actually know so much information. Bai Xiaolu was surprised. How is that possible? In fact, you know this too. A smile appeared in his brother's mind. News brought by caravans and travelers from various towns, bits and pieces of information overheard in Tombstone Town's pubs, bounties posted on the blood wall, and the howling wind in the desert. If you listen carefully, you will hear everything. Moreover, such things don't need much analysis. You can tell just by looking at the Citigroup's equipment. Is such standard, well-armed equipment really something they could obtain by occupying an abandoned military base? Even if they did occupy a military base, if they don't have a backer, they would be destroyed by the Alliance or the contract immediately. However, whether he is the leader or a lackey doesn't matter. What does it have to do with us? We just need to survive. Hurry and sign up. Even if you don't, he will force you to go. He might even put explosive necklaces on you. The situation will be even worse. Even if he doesn't take away everyone in Tombstone Town, we will still fall into the hands of the Heaven Wolves gambling Denver. Do you think we can survive? But, Bai Xiaolu hesitated. What about my sister? She is still waiting for our medication in the village. It can't be helped. We don't have any money or medication right now. We can only hope that she can hold on, the brother said. When we are in the battlefield, we will have the opportunity to run away in the chaos. By then, we will be able to find a military medical kit, or even a portable automatic diagnostic treatment machine in New Gold Mountain. There will be hope for our sister and all the children in the village. Bai Xiaolu was dazed for a moment. Determination shone in her delicate face. I'm going. Hugging the thigh of Barrett, the Gold Tooth boss, she screamed in her childish voice, I believe in Boss Gold Tooth. I will follow Boss Gold Tooth to the death and conquer the New Gold Mountain. I will fight for water, food, and women. You? Boss Gold Tooth grabbed Bai Xiaolu by the collar. For a moment, Bai Xiaolu felt her heart pounding, fearing her brother's secret would be exposed if her blouse was torn by his iron grip. However, the leader of the city gang glanced at her casually and threw her to the side. Her face was swollen. Bai Xiaolu's overestimation caused the residents of Tombstone to burst into laughter. The laughter, in turn, made the redness in the eyes of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood leader turn extremely cold. He scratched his beard and suddenly burst into laughter. Alright, I didn't know you didn't even have enough hair. But you do have more guts than most people here. However, do you know how to play with a woman? Bai Xiaolu blushed, not knowing how to respond. The Gold Tooth leader laughed and waved his hand. It doesn't matter whether or not you know how to play with women. What matters is whether or not you know how to handle a gun. What's your name? Do you know how to handle a gun? My name is Bai Xiaolu, she answered, smart enough to nod. I know how to handle a gun. Most of the children in the wasteland knew how to use knives and guns. Rusty, decades-old automatic rifles could still kill if used at close range, even if they were worn out. Even if bullets were hard to come by and they had never actually fired a gun, they would still treat them as toys and carefully study their structure. They would also learn the basics of aiming from the adults. This was a common experience for all the children of the wasteland. For them, firearms were the only toys they had since childhood. As long as there were bullets, no child of the wasteland would say they couldn't play with guns. Very good. If you know how to play with guns, you can play with women. Take down the new gold mountain. There are a lot of women waiting for you to practice with. You're quite lucky, kid. Once you're on the right path, you can play with real women. Boss Goldtooth didn't seem to remember Bai Xiaolu's name, but that wasn't important. The ominous redness spread toward the residents of Tombstone Town. I'm taking you in. Just follow me. You'll get whatever I get. Who else? Crap, Bai Xiaolu thought, I've made a fool of myself. How can I run away with Boss Goldtooth? Idiot, her elder brother said. It's best to stay by Boss Goldtooth's side. It's clear the city gang has come to these towns to capture strong men. Everyone will be Boss Goldtooth's cannon fodder. I estimate the first wave will be consumed. Only Boss Goldtooth's side will be safe. We can figure out a way to run away later. If we can't even save our own lives, whatever we say is useless. Perhaps inspired by Bai Xiaolu's example, Boss Goldtooth shouted a few more times. Finally, almost 100 residents of Tombstone responded. Like Bai Xiaolu, everyone was given a rusted automatic rifle and over 10 very valuable magazines. Some of the stronger men even received 2 grenades. Although this equipment was very tempting, the remaining people were unwilling to get involved. They bit their lips and stayed back. The leader of the Gold Tooth Gang didn't waste any time. He waved his hands, and the Citigroup team, along with the newly recruited soldiers, left Tombstone Town. Sitting in the back of a military truck, Bai Xiaolu felt dizzy and on the verge of throwing up. Suddenly, she heard a few intense explosions behind her. Together with everyone else, she opened the truck's cover and looked out, only to see intense black smoke rising in the direction of Tombstone Town. See? I told you that Boss Goldtooth wouldn't let the remaining guys go so easily. In Bai Xiaolu's heart, her elder brother sighed and said, I'm afraid that the public recruitment just now was just a test. Those who pass the test are barely considered recruits. Those who fail are the shameless slave soldiers, locked with remote-controlled bombs, and the lowest of cannon fodder, forced to the front. It's inevitable. Bai Xiaolu looked at the burning Tombstone Town in silence for a long time. What about the village? What about my sister? Though he didn't like the smell of Tombstone, it was still his hometown. Black flames raged in the leading clouds, making him feel lonely and insignificant for the first time. The village is far from Tombstone, hidden in the hills. Citibank might not find it. Considering the urgency of the war, I don't think they will waste much time on a small, resourceless village. Her brother added, as for the future, just leave it to fate. Bai Xiaolu could only resign herself to fate. Over the next few days, they visited several other large towns nearby, known for their large populations. In the same way, they were recruited at a high price before being coerced by force. Even Bai Xiaolu, the little brat whose hair hasn't fully grown, was treated as a walking joke by Boss Goldtooth to mock the timidness of the people. Just like that, a team of more than 10,000 people was gathered. After the incident with Master Snake, Bai Xiaolu had been traumatized. She was extremely scared and wary of the legendary brutal and notorious Boss Goldtooth. Thankfully, he was probably not a fan of the arts. Besides, before the war, he had been occupied with military affairs and did not have much time to deal with Bai Xiaolu. Therefore, he had asked Bai Xiaolu to learn some basic operations on the battlefield from one of his guards and beat her brutally. To save her own life, Bai Xiaolu had learned a lot. However, one day, Boss Goldtooth learned from the recruits of Tombstone Town that Bai Xiaolu had killed Master Snake, the big boss of the Heaven Wolves Casino. Intrigued, he asked Bai Xiaolu about it during dinner. Naturally, Bai Xiaolu was not willing to reveal her brother's secret. She simply said that she had taken the opportunity when Master Snake was unprepared, drew the pistol from his waist, and shot him in the head. Then, she crawled out of the ventilation window with her thin body, but she did not mention the details. Master Snake was famous around Tombstone Town, but to a brutal demon like Boss Goldtooth, it was nothing. He was too lazy to pursue the details and simply patted Bai Xiaolu's shoulder heavily. "Good boy. You've got guts. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. After the battle, if you are still alive, I will chop off another 5 heads and let you join the Citibank gang." Bai Xiaolu grimaced from the slap. Looking at Boss Goldtooth's patchy face, she felt it was not as scary as before, and the body odor seemed much less intense. 3 days later, they finally reached the top of the New Gold Mountain, the underground metropolis of the Alliance. The delay was due to new demon race teams joining them. It turned out that Citigroup's capabilities were much higher than what Bai Xiaolu had seen in Tombstone Town. They had sent dozens of armed recruitment teams to almost every populated town in the furious blood wasteland, gathering countless recruits. Dozens of notorious bandit gangs had also joined, hoping to break into New Gold Mountain with Citigroup. Only then did Bai Xiaolu realize how vast the world was. The furious blood wasteland was home to many distinctive towns and tribes. Some gang members wore armor made from giant scorpion shells, making them look like standing scorpions. Some tribes were covered in feathers from head to toe, said to resist severe radiation. In another town, all the residents had deformed and enlarged right arms, taking up almost half of their bodies, making walking difficult. However, Boss Goldtooth said they were natural-born grenade-throwing experts, capable of throwing a bundle of grenades hundreds of meters to attack the city. Of course, Bai Xiaolu also saw countless slaves who were forced to come, often dressed in ragged clothes with sad faces. Their necks were tied with chains, and remote-controlled bombs hung beside the chains. 3 to 5 of them were locked together. They could only move forward and not retreat. If they moved forward, there was still a chance of survival. If they retreated, their heads and those of their companions would be lost. They were merely walking corpses. Some were residents of Tombstone Town. Even those who were lucky enough to avoid death were watching. Seeing their fate, Bai Xiaolu finally understood how wise her brother had been when he asked her to sign up. One mistake was the difference between heaven and hell. Even if this heaven was just one level above hell. It took Boss Goldtooth 3 days to lead the main troops to the New Gold Mountain, despite his fame and leadership. This was the northeast part of the furious blood wasteland, which was literally hell. The furious blood wasteland was a death zone of red and barren deserts. After more than half a month of carpet bombing, the mountain's peak had been flattened to the ground. The plants that had clung to life on the surface had all been obliterated. The only things left were shocking craters reflecting colorful lights, recording the extreme temperatures of the explosions. Dozens of black, bottomless oval craters were especially noticeable. Boss Goldtooth told Bai Xiaolu that these were the scars left by the underground bombs. To facilitate the infantry's advance, the bombs were not dropped vertically. Instead, they were fired into the ground at an angle. When they exploded, a natural slope was formed, allowing the demon race soldiers to charge in even barefoot. Boom! 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 Every 5 minutes, there was an ear-splitting shriek in the air, followed by a deafening explosion, ***. A fireball would gradually rise above New Gold Mountain and turn into raging black clouds. It was a train cannon far away. It was said that a single cannon was hundreds of meters long and had a shooting range that could cover the entire furious blood wasteland. It would bombard every 5 minutes. Although it wouldn't cause too much damage, it would cause the entire New Gold Mountain to feel an intense shock, greatly affecting the spirit of the defenders. This further proved his brother's judgment: train cannons were definitely not something the Citibank gang could have. They must be standard equipment for the contract. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone, including the slave soldiers, received a very suspicious pill, claiming it could prevent venomous gas and radiation. Most of them swallowed it. However, Bai Xiaolu hid the pill under her tongue and secretly vomited it out in the toilet. When she returned and looked at everyone again, she seemed to have lost her mind. At 2:30 p.m., after the last bombardment, the smoke turned crimson. It was the general attack command issued by the contract. Kill them all. Standing on the armored vehicle, Boss Goldtooth shouted desperately. Take down New Gold Mountain, grab water, grab food, grab women. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What was going on? I can't control my hands at all. For the first time, he discovered that the days without writing were so empty and lonely. It was like an addictive withdrawal. What do I do? I actually finished such a good novel, like 40,000 years of cultivation. I won't be able to write it in the future. Oh heavens, oh earth, what should I do? It was said that a wise man spoke these words 100 years ago. I don't know what weapons will be used in the Third World War, but I do know that the Fourth World War will be fought with stone axes and wooden sticks. This was a perfect description of the battlefield today. The hundreds of thousands of mobs, temporarily assembled, had never received formal military training. Their only experience with organized combat was through hunting and killing. Their tactics were limited to numbers and sieging. The only advice Boss Goldtooth could give was to lengthen the battle line and disperse the infantry to avoid crowding together like a bunch of army ants. During World War I, the strategy of charging en masse had proven to be an efficient form of suicide. Therefore, they extended the battle line to its maximum and charged at the New Gold Mountain from almost every direction. Although most of the slaves and new soldiers were inexperienced, they were not entirely on foot. Many rode civilian vehicles reinforced with steel plates, and some even rode oddly shaped motorcycles. This made them a sort of motorized troop. While adding 7 or 8 layers of steel plates was ineffective against advanced apocalyptic weapons, this tight protection at least gave the devils a false sense of security, making their charge faster, more determined, and even manic. For a moment, the depths of the wasteland were filled with human howls, more savage than those of wild beasts. Thousands of civilian vehicles raised billowing smoke and dust, as if a bloody jungle had suddenly appeared in the desert. Bai Xiaolu had once received a DVD from a traveling merchant. She had watched many movies about life before the war, including ancient war scenes from 100 years ago. He had thought that a real war would be one where thousands of cannons were firing and everything was burning. However, the New Gold Mountain before them was lifeless. When the first wave of slave soldiers and new soldiers reached the entrance of the underground bomb, there was still no response, as if it were a ghost town. It was not until many slave soldiers and new soldiers rushed into the underground along the slope that a lot of humming things flew out. They were drones. In the wasteland, drones were synonymous with death. Once targeted, no one could escape. The drones landed in the areas where the attackers were densest, then exploded into raging electric arcs that covered 100 square meters. The attackers seemed to be whipped by a cold lash. Everyone fell to the ground, tied up by the brilliant blue electric arcs. They made no sound, not even smoke or blood. It was like an absurd, unbelievable dream. But the lives of countless people had been taken so quietly and casually. Such a scene should have scared the attackers, but most of them had taken the pills and burned the part of their brain responsible for fear. They still rushed forward against the electric arcs, dying in the blue light. Bai Xiaolu clenched her fists and glanced at Boss Gold Tooth, who was standing on an armored vehicle not far away. She noticed that Boss Gold Tooth was as calm as usual, even yawning, as if it did not matter. Bai Xiaolu finally understood. The new soldiers on the attacking side and the drones on the defending side were both expendable. If she had not been lucky enough to follow Boss Gold Tooth, she might have found herself among the dead bodies, too. In just half an hour, tens of thousands of slave soldiers and new soldiers were almost exhausted. Even if some of them managed to rush into the tunnels, the defenders were clearly waiting for them to exhaust themselves. It was estimated that these defenders would have already torn the attackers to pieces. They hadn't even seen a single shadow of the defenders. How was he supposed to fight this war? Just as she was feeling restless, Bai Xiaolu suddenly heard a series of dense shrieks, even sharper, faster, and more ear-piercing than the train cannon. When she raised her head, she saw hundreds of white lines sweeping across the sky, tearing apart the lead gray clouds. They drew sharp curves and marched into the cave above the new gold mountain as if they had eyes. Boom! 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 Thunderous noises echoed underground. The ground above the new gold mountain bulged outward, and endless flames spewed hundreds of meters out of the hole, along with a lot of burnt body parts and twisted debris. Through her military boots, Bai Xiaolu felt the ground suddenly heat up. It seemed as if the earth was burning, and the underground had turned into an ocean of flames. A precision-guided missile. I see, the elder brother analyzed calmly. It turns out that the tens of thousands of lives on the furious blood wasteland were just a reconnaissance for Boss Gold Tooth and the contract's firepower. The purpose of the reconnaissance was to figure out the defenses below the new gold mountain, lock onto the firing points where the temperature was rising, and resolve the issue with precision-guided missiles from the contract launch bases. Prepare yourself, dear. We are going to charge. Sure enough, when the white lines appeared in the sky, Boss Gold Tooth's expression changed. He stared at the white lines, his face contorting. He cursed silently, as if he was both scared and disgusted by the precision-guided missiles. But he was not tied up by his emotions for long. Licking his lips, he spat out a mouthful of phlegm and inserted a piece of blood-stained paper into the tank. 13 red and white stripes and 50 white stars were embedded in the blue rectangular block in the upper left corner. It was said that the city once represented the most dominating power on the planet. Wherever the sunlight shone, the glory of the city flew. However, what was the use of that? The war had destroyed everything, including the city that started it. Now, the glory of the past was only occasionally shining among the claws and teeth of the wolves and hyenas in the desert. Chi! 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 Bai Xiaolu heard noises coming from the tank of the gold-toothed leader. Something seemed to be honking, followed by melodious music. He had thought it would be an impassioned battle hymn, but it turned out to be something very strange, very pleasant, yet seemingly unsuited for the battlefield. In the heaven-like West Virginia, there was the Nando River in the Blue Ridge Mountains. The creatures there were far away, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. The village road. Take me home, that's where I belong. Mother Mountain, West Virginia. Take me home on the village road. In the beautiful, warm, and even somewhat unfashionable music, all the members of the city group were fully equipped. Boss Gold Tooth had even wrapped 3 to 5 rounds of ammunition belts around his chest. Dozens of grenades were hanging from his waist. In his hand was a Vulcan machine gun. Was he really human? Mega. In the song, Boss Gold Tooth screamed himself hoarse and vomited blood. Mega. All the members of the Citigroup went wild. The real charge had begun. Bai Xiaolu was regretting her choice. She discovered that Boss Goldtooth was simply a lunatic. When the slave soldiers and newly captured soldiers were charging, Boss Goldtooth stayed at the back like a cruel schemer. Naturally, Bai Xiaolu was saved. But now, as the city gang's turn to march forward arrived, the gang leader, the big brother of the big brother, was charging at the front, disregarding his own life. He wasn't even sitting in the tank but was astride the rapid-fire cannon, holding the blood-stained city in his hand, and shouting the battle hymn, "The road to the countryside, bring me home." He laughed and uttered strange noises, as if he were a fearless cowboy who didn't care whether new drones could fly out of the ground or not. Even Bai Xiaolu had to sit in the armored vehicle closest to him. She held her head and shivered, fearing she might be killed alongside Boss Goldtooth. However, they finally rushed into the underground without encountering any obstacles. The precision-guided missile bombardment had indeed crushed the defense points at the periphery of New Gold Mountain into powder. Once they entered the chaotic street fighting in the downtown area, the damage from the high-precision weapons of the underground would be minimized, and the Devil's numerical advantage would be maximized. They sang and rained bullets on the burnt bodies as they charged forward along the rugged slopes. Soon, they reached New Gold Mountain from dozens of different slopes. The delicate and prosperous underground metropolis before their eyes left all the devils in disbelief. Before Bai Xiaolu could take in the scenery outside, she was hit in the head by the refreshing air. She saw stars and cried. So there is such a nice-smelling air in the world. Bai Xiaolu's eyes brimmed with tears. There is no stink, no smell of rust, no sourness of acid rain, and no sweetness of radiation. It is the air, the purest air. He was somewhat drunk, and the soldiers around him were the same. Some were even crying uncontrollably. The city before them dazzled and infuriated them. All the devils had imagined the underground metropolis countless times, adorning the paradise with the most splendid and extravagant scenes they could conceive. But the real underground metropolis was hundreds of times more splendid and extravagant than they had imagined. Not to mention the rows upon rows of automatically glowing, futuristic skyscrapers and the artificial gardens scattered throughout the city. Bewildering mist spurted out of the interconnected tubes above their heads, a waste of the clean water that the devils in the desert valued as much as their own lives, all to bring an insignificant chill to the underground world. Such extravagance! Such absurdity! How could they do such a cruel and unforgivable thing? Do you see? The underground people would rather waste their precious water than give the devils a way out. Boss Goldtooth roared. Then let's go and take back what belongs to us with our bullets and butcher's knives. Bai Xiaolu felt her blood was boiling. Her field of vision became extremely narrow, as if looking through the eye of a needle. Through this narrow view, she saw heaven, hell, the devil disguised as an angel, and the avenging angel slandered as a devil. Though initially coerced by Boss Goldtooth and unwilling to die in vain, the shocking scene in the underground metropolis and the roar of Boss Goldtooth had made her forget everything. Now, she only thought of one thing: kill. Kill, 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 kill. Bai Xiaolu and all the soldiers, bandits, wolves, dogs, mice, cockroaches, and devils nearby roared hysterically. Even the song, "Take Me Home on the Road to the Country," was infused with a bloody killing intent. Suddenly, an ice piton pierced through her brain along her spine, jolting her awake. "Calm down. Don't be fooled," her brother said. "It seems the legend is true." Bai Xiaolu was dazed. What legend? Regarding Boss Goldtooth, it's not just about his luck in acquiring a military base, her brother explained. He is also an ability user. According to the legends, Boss Goldtooth's ability is called Legion. It can significantly amplify one's brainwaves, sending them out in surging waves. All nearby soldiers resonate with these waves, enhancing their physical strength, courage, and willpower, turning them into fearless, crazed, mad warriors. Combined with certain stimulant drugs, the effect is even more potent. Soldiers who have lost limbs feel no pain and continue charging forward. Of course, at the cost of the soldiers' lives, they will either die or be scrapped after a battle. That explains a lot. No wonder I was so excited just now. Those people were all influenced by Boss Gold Tooth's ability, Legion. Bai Xiaolu suddenly realized what was going on. However, Boss Gold Tooth doesn't know that my brother is hiding inside my body, and my brother is an ability user who is immune to his legions. That's right. Stay clear-headed. Don't forget our purpose, but don't reveal that you haven't been berserk. Act according to the situation later and keep your distance from Boss Gold Tooth. His brother paused for a moment and continued. Then, look for buildings or vehicles marked with a red cross. There must be medical kits inside. Find one and... Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Xiaolu's hair suddenly stood on end, indicating she was in grave danger. Then, she was picked up by a giant hand and tossed aside brutally. Bam bam bam. Sparks flew from where she had been standing, which were bullets enveloped in electric arcs. If the fan-like hands hadn't pushed her away, she would have been burnt to a crisp. Still in shock, Bai Xiaolu looked at the owner of the giant hand. It was Boss Gold Tooth. Bai Xiaolu was speechless. Boss Gold Tooth had saved her life? Be careful, Bai Xiaolu. Boss Gold Tooth finally remembered her name and grinned. You haven't played with a woman yet. Thank you, boss. Bai Xiaolu stammered with mixed feelings. Boss Gold Tooth and Master Snake were too different. Boss Gold Tooth scratched his beard and ignored her. He continued singing the battle hymn of Country Road as he waved the Vulcan machine gun and rushed toward the downtown area. Behind him were ferocious warriors, fearless, hideous, and crazy. A brutal street battle broke out. All the citizens of New Gold Mountain were summoned, equipped with the best power armors and the most advanced weapons. Every citizen was a small, mobile fortress. However, the devils outnumbered them 10-1. Additionally, the slave soldiers and new soldiers had almost been wiped out just moments ago. The only ones left were the ferocious bandits from the Citigroup, the Vulture Gang, the Blackwater Gang, and the Bone Shatterer tribe. Stimulated by the stimulant drugs and Boss Gold Tooth's Legion ability, they performed their best solo combat in the narrow alleys. No matter how fierce the fortresses, when surrounded by tenfold tides, they would die within half a minute. On one side, the bandits were torn apart by heavy firepower. On the other, the citizens were being devoured alive by the devils. Armored vehicles were blown into pieces by hundreds of grenades at once. Broken limbs flew everywhere, and blood flowed on every street. Artificial gardens burned to the ground, and burning flames licked the silver, futuristic buildings, scorching them into blackened skeletons. The underground metropolis had finally turned to hell, just like the metropolis above. Only Bai Xiaolu was unaffected by the Legion and did not participate in the Battle of Hell. He patrolled the city's periphery, dodging the bullets savaging the air and searching for any usable assets. Although this was the outskirts of the city, everything here was enough to make Bai Xiaolu feel unfamiliar and alienated. On the broad street, self-driving vehicles powered by high-capacity batteries cruised by. The dazzling merchandise displayed in the windows caught the eye, and large commercials showed scenes of blue skies, white clouds, warm sun, and lavender fields filled with women dancing and laughing happily. Yes, women. Bai Xiaolu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Boss Gold Tooth was right. These were real women. They looked carefree, as if they were living decades ago, before the war broke out. The underground and the surface were two different worlds. The people underground and the devils on the ground seemed to have become two different species, human beings and animals. But he had no idea who were the humans and who were the animals. "Look!" His brother suddenly shouted, "There's an ambulance over there." Guided by his brother, Bai Xiaolu found the ambulance that had been blown up by a grenade. The vehicle was stained with blood, but there was no one inside. The area had just been cleansed by the demon tide, leaving nothing but dead silence. There was not a single trace of life. "This looks like a syringe. It should be of some use. This is an anti-radiation pill." "Excellent. It really is an anti-radiation pill." Bai Xiaolu searched through the wreckage of the ambulance. In the end, she held a heavy metal box high in her hands. Disbelief shone in her eyes. "Brother, is this the portable fully automatic medical box you talked about?" "Is it? Is it?" "Probably," the elder brother said, uncertain. "Forget it. This is the one. Let's get out of here quickly. We still need to get some military supplies outside. It would be best if we can find clean water chips and compressed military rations to bring back to the village. Time is of the essence. Let's go, let's go." Bai Xiaolu and her brother searched through countless bodies around the battlefield. Some of these belonged to the citizens of New Gold Mountain, while others were from the Wasteland Gang. The citizens of Gold Mountain were handsome, tall, and well-built. Many of them appeared as if carved from jade, the perfect spirits of all living creatures. In contrast, the Wasteland Bandits were ugly, deformed, miserable, strangely shaped, and extremely stinky. Even Bai Xiaolu herself felt that the title, Devil Race, was entirely fitting. However, death was equal. Whether noble or lowly, beautiful or ugly, pure or miserable, guilty or innocent, once dead, they all became rotting flesh and pools of dirty blood, with no distinction. Bai Xiaolu found two enormous military backpacks, one in front of her chest and the other on her back, both packed to the brim. "Enough," her brother said. "It's too heavy, and we're running out of time. If you keep being greedy, we won't be able to get away." "Just a bit more," Bai Xiaolu gritted her teeth as she rolled through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, searching for supplies on the dead bodies. One more water cleaning pill means one more day of clean water for the villagers. One more compressed biscuit means one more bowl of porridge for my sister and the newborns in the village. I'm fine. I can carry more. I'm not tired, really. I don't. An ear-splitting explosion came from the front. The building next to Bai Xiaolu could no longer withstand the fierce fire and collapsed. The blast threw Bai Xiaolu away and drowned out the boy's voice. Cough, 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 cough. Bai Xiaolu was covered in bruises and bleeding from the fall. But he paid no attention to his wounds. With his eyes closed, he searched for the two military backpacks through the smoke. Only when he felt the backpacks were still there did he feel relieved. When the dust settled, the buildings that had blocked their view were now ruins. Bai Xiaolu could clearly see the intense street battles raging deep within the city. He also saw nearly 100 iron giants surrounded by a deep blue glow, as if devils had arrived. The Wasteland Gang continued to attack like a tidal wave, but the iron giants, each over 3 meters tall, stood like black reefs on the seashore. No matter how the tides crashed into them, they remained unmoved. Finally, they began to move as if no one else was around. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning exploded in radiant patterns, like a lightning storm. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Wasteland Gang members were killed. Even the elite members of the Citibank Gang were no match for them. They were electrocuted into ashes and blown into pieces. The electric arcs around them seemed to be distorting some sort of force field, which helped them resist the scourge of bullets and the field, land a knob and a knob. The iron giants slashed into the Wasteland Gang like a 1,000-pound battle axe. Magnetic bombers are the magnetic bombers the Alliance created with Armageddon technology. There are so many of them. His brother exclaimed, there must be a magnetic explosive infantry factory, hidden in New Gold Mountain, that can produce a large number of them. We are all cannon fodder, including Boss Gold Tooth's Citibank gang. All of us are cannon fodder for the contract. The purpose of the contract is to stall the magnetic explosive infantry so they cannot be mobilized to the frontline and pose a threat. That's all. As for whether the siege succeeds or not, no one cares whether we live or die. The sudden appearance of a large batch of magnetic explosive infantry caught everyone off guard. Bai Xiaolu saw with her own eyes that Boss Gold Tooth, with the Vulcan machine gun on his shoulder, had rushed to the front line of the magnetic explosive infantry with ear-splitting roars. The storm of bullets knocked one soldier to the ground, but that was all. Soon, he was drowned in an ocean of blue electric arcs, and it was unclear whether he was dead or alive. The mobs attacking New Gold Mountain had been driven by greed and the desire for victory, which was why they advanced without regard for anything else. The resilience of the magnetic explosive infantry was enough to calm them. Fear gripped every nerve in their bodies. Some were shouting, while others were fleeing. The tide of battle had suddenly turned. It seemed that his brother was right. Boss Gold Tooth did not know that a magnetic explosive infantry factory was hidden deep within New Gold Mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to such a foolish strategy, exhausting the subordinates he had accumulated over more than 10 years. The contract did not provide him with all the intelligence. After all, he was just a demon and a dog of the contract. However, the strength of almost 100 soldiers was not enough to reverse the city's collapse. Moreover, the defenders did not know how many soldiers were on the attacking side, nor whether regular troops were waiting behind them to reap the benefits. When the magnetic explosive infantry broke through a gap, a large number of tanks, infantry tanks, and power armors flooded out like a tide, protecting the elderly, the weak, women, and children, and breaking through the siege. New Gold Mountain was doomed to fall. The entire city's ecological circulation system had been shattered. Even if the attackers were wiped out, it would still be difficult for the naturally delicate underground people to survive in such a harsh environment. It would be better to move to another underground city while they still had the strength. These days, although human lives were not worth much, healthy adults who had not been seriously contaminated by radiation and did not have the slightest deformity or mutation were still very popular. Living under someone else's roof in other underground metropolises, even as slaves or soldiers, was certainly not as good as living in their own home, but it was the least bad choice when they had no other options. The situation immediately turned ominous. Boss Gold Tooth did not want to risk his assets, and the defenders did not want to waste too much of their strength during the breakout. However, since the two parties were locked in a fierce battle, how could they stop at the same time? With the fleeing bandits, new soldiers, collapsing underground rock strata, and exploding gas tubes, the scene was chaotic. But it was none of Bai Xiaolu's concern. The moment Boss Gold Tooth disappeared in the ocean of blue electric arcs, he had turned around and run away under his brother's command. Unfortunately, his luck seemed to have run out when he was picking up the trophies. Not long after he started running, he encountered a serious explosion of gas pipes. The entire road was blocked, and he was almost swallowed by the flames. Spitting out a mouthful of blood and dust, he took a few detours, only to run into fleeing soldiers, teams trying to break out of the siege, or collapsing rock that almost smashed him into a pulp. The sounds of battle behind him grew louder. The battle zone was moving toward him. Bai Xiaolu was so anxious that she wished she had 2 more legs, a result of the radiation mutation. Wait, her brother suddenly stopped her. Little Lu, look at the center of the city. A lot of rock strata are collapsing. It won't be long before the underground metropolis is completely destroyed. So what? Bai Xiaolu didn't understand why her brother was bringing this up. After more than half a month of bombardment and fierce battles inside the city, it was perfectly normal for the rock strata above to collapse under the overwhelming pressure. I know that both the alliance and the contract are still in the early stages of development. The residents of each underground metropolis are not necessarily connected to each other. This means that the identity data of the residents of New Gold Mountain is stored in one of the databases here, at best. When the city collapses, it is very likely to be destroyed. Her brother paused and said, "Little Lou, find the body of a New Gold Mountain resident similar to us. Take off his identity bracelet and identity card, and put on his clothes." Bai Xiaolu was dazed for a moment, then immediately understood what her brother meant. "Are we going to sneak into New Gold Mountain and escape?" she asked as she began to search the body. "Yes. Right now, it seems the defenders are more likely to break out of the siege successfully. Besides, their organization will not be very tight. In the chaos, no one will care who we are. By then, it will be much easier for us to get out of the siege than to run from Boss Gold Tooth," her brother explained. It took them 10 minutes to find a dead body of a resident with a similar body size. The uniform on the dead body appeared to be the uniform of the New Gold Mountain, with distinctive features. Although they did not find an identity card, they still had the wristband. The best part was that the wristband had been broken by a bullet. Now, even if they could not read the information inside the wristband, they could still retrieve the pictures and other details. However, their joy soon turned to sorrow. Just as they changed into the New Gold Mountain student uniform and put on the broken identification wristband, they suddenly heard a familiar roar nearby. It was Boss Gold Tooth, and he was not dead. At that moment, Boss Gold Tooth seemed to have just emerged from a hot bath in magma. Half of the metal horn on his head was missing, and his entire body was blackened. The Vulcan machine gun was gone, but he was miraculously wearing a plasma cannon on his arm. Faced with 3 soldiers of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, he was fearless, like a god of war. When Bai Xiaolu saw him, Boss Gold Tooth also noticed Bai Xiaolu and the boy in their school uniform. His eyes bulged as he immediately understood Bai Xiaolu's plan. Hum. 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 Bai Xiaolu had a splitting headache. It felt like a devil was whispering in his ear, urging him to help Boss Gold Tooth. "Let's go." His brother also activated his ability to fight against Boss Gold Tooth's legion. Bai Xiaolu immediately snapped back to reality and ran toward the slope of the exit. "Huh!" Boss Gold Tooth shouted from not far away. Clearly, the clash of the 2 brainwaves had revealed a shocking fact: Bai Xiaolu was also an ability user. Because of the encounter with Boss Gold Tooth, Bai Xiaolu lost the opportunity to sneak into the team. He had just escaped from the underground through a slope when he heard the roars of armored vehicles behind him. He turned around and discovered it was a team of Citibank scouts, including the instructors who had been training him over the past few days. There was no doubt that Boss Gold Tooth had asked them to chase after him. Of course, every ability user was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. They were priceless. Whether it was roping them in, selling them, or conducting live experiments, they could be exchanged for 100 times the profit. Now that Boss Gold Tooth had seen through his identity as an ability user, how could he let them go so easily? "Get on." His brother stimulated Bai Xiaolu's optic nerves and directed his attention to a motorbike lying on the ground beside him, left behind by the first wave of attackers. To survive in the vast ardent blood wasteland, learning how to drive a vehicle was as essential as learning how to hunt. Even though their barren mountain village had no heavy armored trucks, there were still a few motorcycles. Boom! 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 Thankfully, the motorcycle was not damaged by the electric arc explosions. Bai Xiaolu shot out like an arrow released from a bow. At that moment, many soldiers and escapees rushed out of the underground. Some were trying to flee, while others were setting the desert sky ablaze. Where can we run to? Bai Xiaolu's eyes turned red as the armored vehicle drew closer. The enemy was also spraying bullets around, scattering countless rocks that slapped against his face. Although she knew that Boss Gold Tooth must have ordered his subordinates to capture him alive, Bai Xiaolu was also clear that there were countless methods in the wasteland, often called living hell. Over there. Her brother pointed, urging Bai Xiaolu to turn and see the black dust storm with electric arcs in the north. Thunderstorm. Bai Xiaolu gasped. We ran into a thunderstorm? That's right, her brother smiled. We were so lucky to run into a thunderstorm. Most of the runners, pursuers, and soldiers were shocked by the thunderstorm and hurried to change direction, though it was already too late. But Bai Xiaolu revved her motorbike and rushed into the storm. Boom! Crack! Thunder rumbled, sand flew, and rain poured. All the extreme weather conditions intertwined. For a moment, Bai Xiaolu thought she was dead and being tortured in the deepest part of hell. She saw countless people torn apart by lightning, swallowed by tornadoes, and riddled with holes by corrosive acid rain. With her last bit of strength, Bai Xiaolu clutched the two large backpacks on her chest and back. They were the hope for her sister and the entire village. She would not let go of them even if she had to go to the 18th level of hell. An unknown amount of time passed. It was unclear whether the storm had blown her to hell or heaven. Bai Xiaolu struggled to crawl out of the boundless red sand. The identity card had been burnt by the flames. The laser-printed photo had turned into a cluster of dark wrinkles, making it impossible to see what it depicted. However, the name next to it was indeed Thousand Treasures C. Naturally, Bai Xiaolu could not produce her identity card. She could only raise her identity bracelet and pretend to be weak and in pain. She mumbled, My name is Bai Xiaolu. I was separated from you when I escaped yesterday. I only remember the explosion, the fire, the blast, and the blood. It hurts. My head hurts. I don't remember anything. Yes. It was a terrible escape, the young man named Wan Zhanghai sighed. He seemed to believe Bai Xiaolu's words, but the gun aimed at the boy did not waver. Do you have any weapons on you or in your backpack? There had been a pistol on Bai Xiaolu's waist, but it had been lost in the thunderstorm. There were still 2 folding automatic rifles and a dozen or so magazines of bullets in her backpack. She couldn't retrieve them quickly. However, the muzzle and the grip of the gun were protruding from her backpack. Even a blind person would be able to see them. Lying would not be wise, so she could only force a nod. Very good. Wan Zhanghai's smile grew thicker and more unpredictable. His voice became more refined as he said, Student Bai, we are all on the same side. At first, we were attacked by the devils, and then we were caught in a thunderstorm for a day and a night. Even so, we were fortunate enough to survive and still meet each other. It seems we are destined for each other. We should walk side by side in this wretched desert. Don't worry, I will absolutely not abandon you. However, you are not in a good mental state right now. It's too dangerous to hold a weapon. You might hurt yourself or others. Therefore, your weapons are all in my custody. I will return them to you when necessary. Is that okay? Bai Xiaolu was dazed for a moment. In the wasteland, a weapon filled with bullets was as important as a heart. No one would hand it over to others easily. Huh? Wan Zhanghai shook the muzzle of his gun and narrowed his eyes. His tone turned gloomy as he said, Little brother, firearms are dangerous things. Not everyone can handle them. With our school's firearms education, it will be good enough if you can learn where the trigger and safety are. Do you really think that having a gun changes who you are? Bai Xiaolu hesitated for a moment, but her brother said in her heart, Give him the gun. What? Bai Xiaolu exclaimed, Brother, guns are your life in the desert. It doesn't matter, her brother smiled. I've recovered. I can activate it at least once. Bai Xiaolu was greatly relieved. Her brother was her biggest reliance. No matter how strong and cunning her opponent was, he was just a teenager. He wouldn't be more difficult to deal with than Master Snake, would he? Her brother could blow up his opponent's cerebrovascular vessels at lightning speed without alarming him. There was no way that her opponent would have the opportunity to pull the trigger. All right, Bai Xiaolu nodded. She pretended to be at a loss and stammered, then I will teach it to Brother Wan. She was about to open the military backpack when Wan Canghai said, wait. Don't move. Leave the two backpacks where they are and walk 10 meters away with your back facing me. Let me remind you that this is a boundless desert. Deadly quicksand, sandworms, wasteland wolves, landmines, terrifying robots, and wasteland gangs are everywhere. There are also deadly acid rain and radiation zones. Without food, supplies, and radiation detectors, no one will be able to escape. You must not do anything stupid. Bai Xiaolu was clearer than Wan Zhanghai about the formidability of the wasteland, especially the uninhabited area in the north. He did not play any tricks and obediently left his backpack where he was. He walked 10 meters away with his back facing Wan Zhanghai. His brother, on the other hand, focused all his attention on the young man behind him. Crack! Crack! It was the sound of a folded automatic rifle being loaded. He. Then came Wan Zhanghai's laughter. The young man's laughter sounded like that of a lizard. Although Bai Xiaolu was well aware that lizards wouldn't smile at all, not even the double-headed venomous lizards that had undergone radiation mutations. All right, turn around. When Bai Xiaolu heard Wan Zhanghai's words, he turned around and discovered that the resources he had painstakingly gathered were scattered all over the ground. The young man was sitting cross-legged with one rifle across his legs, adjusting the scope of the other rifle, while clicking sounds were echoing from his mouth from time to time. Then, Wan Zhanghai threw his shotgun to Bai Xiaolu, and it fell at the boy's feet. This one is yours. Bai Xiaolu was overjoyed. He picked up the shotgun immediately, only to find that something was wrong. He opened the magazine and found it was empty. There were no bullets at all. Besides, the trigger and barrel of the gun were somewhat crooked, suggesting that the gun had been seriously burnt and electrocuted. Even if there were bullets, they might not be able to fire. I'm sorry. I forgot that the gun had no bullets. Wan Zhanghai aimed the automatic rifle at Bai Xiaolu. His voice turned extremely cold as he said, but there's one in this one. Bai Xiaolu's heart turned cold, but his brother's head was on fire. However, Wan Zhanghai only aimed at him for half a second before moving the gun away. An innocent smile blossomed on his face, which had been cold and cruel a moment ago. Ha! Just kidding. Look at how scared you are right now. You are too timid. How did you escape the siege yesterday? It was just a joke. Bai Xia's her was Bai Xia was. Bai Bai C, and was Bai W. Bai Shi Bai's he else was Bionesia was this Bai Xia should. Ha joke was that. But W's joke is call had Bai Xia by the Bai, and was 5 burned integer. B, she in 0 he then 7. 19 by thought. Was 56 by 0 and 75098, she in 0 he then V909 and 50 xia. 19099190991909909909909509. 09 she in 099090 German 0991909990. 5191909990. 50 xia 099 she in 0990 German 099099 there 9 even 99090 the S190990. 50 Xia 090 Shi in 099 have 0 German 099090999 even 0909190995190990 5190990950190 095098009 Shi in 090909099095098009 Shi in 099 have 0 German 099050 their 9 even pay. She watched him rip open the colorful wrappers one by one and take out a folded container made of tinfoil. He broke off a small piece from a gray-brown solid that seemed to be a compressed biscuit and placed it into the container. Then, he used what appeared to be an electronic lighter to spark a few flames on the solid. After a "bow" sound, the solid suddenly expanded into a large bowl of clean water. Well, Bai Xiaolu's eyes bulged. She had no idea that such a marvelous thing existed in the world. She thought she was collecting compressed biscuits, but it turned out to be compressed water. A small piece, smaller than a fingernail, could produce such a large bowl of clean water. It was truly unbelievable. How many treasures did the underground people have? How many lives could be saved if these treasures were shared on the surface? Fortunately, he didn't know how to use them until he met Wan Songhai. Otherwise, he might have become a laughing stock and even killed someone. Wan Songhai divided the clean water into 2 halves, soaked the real compressed biscuits in them, and gave Bai Xiaolu a few high-energy sugar pills. Bai Xiaolu secretly heaved a sigh of relief and swallowed them just as Wan Songhai did. She thought it was a good thing that Wan Songhai didn't ask her to prepare food and water, otherwise, she would have been exposed. After eating and drinking his fill, Wan Songhai's strength was somewhat restored. He carefully studied the compass, only to find that the needle was shaking and spinning non-stop. "Damn," the young man mumbled. "It is indeed as the textbooks say. The thunderstorm has just passed, and the magnetic field interference is very strong. All kinds of advanced automatic equipment are unusable. Even the compass has been seriously jammed. The text is already quite comprehensible, but I will make a few grammatical corrections and clean up the text for better clarity. I will not alter large the meaning of your words or phrases while keeping the original content and context as much as possible. Here is the revised version. There is no way to tell which direction is which." He narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look at the sky. The sky was as dense as before, as if it would collapse at any moment. There was no sun except for a few bleeding clouds on the horizon. "Hey, do you think that's the sun?" Wan Songhai kicked Bai Xiaolu. Bai Xiaolu observed for a while, and shook her head. "I don't know." "True." Wan Songhai grinned. "The sky has been covered in lead clouds for decades, and we've been living underground all the time. We've never seen the real sun except in our computers." "How do you know?" "If that's the case, we can only try our luck and pretend that it is. In any case, we can't just sit here and wait to be killed. The devils attacking the city are not entirely wiped out. There are still countless scattered soldiers and gangs active in the wasteland. If we are not killed by them, the tender-skinned underground dwellers will be doomed. Let's go. If the sky is bleeding toward the sun, this should be the west. Let's go west. Didn't we agree yesterday that we would meet the reinforcements of the Alliance, if we went west?" Bai Xiaolu said obediently, "I will listen to Brother Wan." They packed up the supplies on the ground. Wan Songhai, on the other hand, did not help Bai Xiaolu work alone. He even helped her share a bag. Together with the weight of the 2 automatic rifles, it was still him who carried the heavier load. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to walk in front and face unknown dangers. It confused Bai Xiaolu. Is the myriad hidden sea a good thing or a bad one? If he had ill intentions, he could have shot the 2 fully loaded automatic rifles and taken all the assets for himself. He had the advantage and was willing to team up with Bai Xiaolu. Did this mean he really considered Bai Xiaolu to be one of his own? Don't trust him too much, his brother replied casually. If I were him, I wouldn't shoot you either, but that doesn't mean I'm friendly. Why? Bai Xiaolu did not understand. Firstly, there are too many heavy assets here. We don't have any vehicles. We will collapse if we walk in the desert with only 2 bags of assets, the elder brother analyzed. Given our age and physical strength, 1 package is the best we can manage on foot. Even if he kills us, he will only be able to take 1 package of supplies. If he lets us go for now, he will have a grateful, unsuspecting mule. If we help him carry 1 more package, he will be able to earn half more, even if we consume half of the supplies. Bai Xiaolu was impressed. It was always like this. The biggest problem for him could be solved by his brother instantly. Secondly, and more importantly, we are very important assets in the first place, which means fresh meat. His brother sneered. If necessary, he could have killed us and harvested dozens of kilograms of meat. It wouldn't have been a problem for him to survive for 3 to 5 days. The guy is apparently very smart. Why would he waste such a good piece of meat? Based on the request, I'll clean up and refine the grammar of the provided text while maintaining the original tone and context. Here's the cleaned-up version. What? Bai Xiaolu found it hard to believe. It was not that he could not believe there was such a thing as cannibalism in the world, but because he could not believe that the underground clan could eat humans, too. Of course, they will eat people, and they will eat more elegantly and cleverly than the devils in Tombstone Town such as Butchers and Master Snake. His brother sneered. If they were not better at eating human beings than we are, how could they enjoy themselves in the underground shelters while we have to suffer under the scorching sun, radiation, and the threat of mutated beasts? Bai Xiaolu was silent. She looked at Wan Zonghai, who was walking in the front, his shoulders bouncing up and down, and felt that he was more like a lizard than ever. However, this is good. His brother replied unhurriedly, he treats us as lice and sheep, and so do we. He can share half of our weight. If necessary, we can even kill him and cut his flesh, which will significantly increase our odds of survival. Therefore, we are not in a hurry to take action. Bai Xiaolu was confused. Do they eat people, too? When necessary, of course. The elder brother said, this is a world of cannibalism. Don't you want to return to the village alive to save your sister and the children in the village? Although his sister and the children in the village were ugly, their young faces appeared in Bai Xiaolu's mind. He regained his strength and staggered between the desert with the heavy bag. The boy and the young man walked toward what they thought was the west for a day and a night. During this time, Wan Songhai tried to talk to Bai Xiaolu multiple times, asking her about his family and his life in the New Gold Mountain. However, Bai Xiaolu asked him to leave. Wan Songhai did not seem suspicious. Or rather, for the lice and sheep in his eyes, their real identities did not matter at all, as long as they could carry and eat. After all, the guns and the bullets were in Wan Songhai's hands, and he had everything under control. Perhaps because he was in a good mood, Wan Songhai talked a lot about his family and his school, which gave Bai Xiaolu a better understanding of the New Gold Mountain. Of course, Bai Xiaolu had never heard most of what Wan Songhai said. She was dumbfounded and thought it was the life of a deity. After 1 day and 1 night, their physical strength had reached its limit, and they were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Although he was replenishing his food and water, he still felt he was about to collapse. Faced with the boundless desert, he felt more desperate than ever. Damn it! We must have gone the wrong way, Wan Songhai mumbled. If this is really the West, we've been walking for a day and a night, and we should have seen the unmanned automated sentry posts and the watch cannons of the Alliance by now. But right now, there is nothing. Nothing. It was impossible to determine the direction by the sun. Brilliant light spread out from the edges of the leaden clouds in all directions. Silver City ruins could even be seen floating in the clouds. It was a mirage, a very common phenomenon in the furious blood wasteland. Maybe a day ago, they were misled by the mirage and went in the opposite direction, into the uninhabited area north of the desert. Wan Songhai's gaze towards Bai Xiaolu grew increasingly strange. He was calculating the most precise input-output ratio between the consumption of water and food and the amount of supplies Bai Xiaolu could carry. He was figuring out when to kill Bai Xiaolu and cut off her flesh. His brother was also prepared, ready to launch a small attack on Wan Songhai's cerebrovascular vessels. But just then, the boy and the young man heard rumbling noises from behind the sand dunes ahead. Someone's here? Wan Songhai quickly dragged Bai Xiaolu to the ground and gestured for her to hide. Ha! It's the sound of an engine and a car. In the boundless wasteland, vehicles and gasoline were more valuable than life itself. Walking dozens of kilometers on foot in one day was impossible, but having a car would change everything. We have to get a car. Wan Songhai's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. He shushed Bai Xiaolu and gestured for her to climb the sand dune with him. Ahead in the desert, a fierce battle was taking place. More than 10 motorcycles fitted with sharp thorns and 3 off-road vehicles welded with bulletproof plates circled around, attacking a single target. The motorcycles and off-road vehicles were all decorated in the style of the Devil Race. Naturally, the passengers on the vehicles were not regular soldiers, but bandits wearing armor made of scorpion shells and covered in feathers. Bai Xiaolu almost screamed when she saw who the bandits were attacking, Boss Gold Tooth. He was not dead yet, but he had become more dangerous than before, like a wounded wild boar. Although surrounded by dozens of enemies, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. It seemed as if he had surrounded so many bandits all by himself. He still wore the plasma gloves on his right arm, but he now had a small fire launcher on his left. Lightning and flames intertwined, forming an absolute zone of destruction within 10 square meters. None of the bandits could resist him for even a second. However, weren't these bandits Boss Gold Tooth's subordinates? Why were they attacking each other in this place? Of course, the elder brother said coldly. The men wearing armor made of scorpion shells with colorful feathers are not from the city gang, but from other gangs in the furious blood wasteland. They are only following Boss Gold Tooth's command because they covet the wealth of the new Gold Mountain. But Boss Gold Tooth's intelligence was wrong. He didn't expect that there would be a magnetic explosion infantry factory in New Gold Mountain. All the gangs suffered heavy casualties because of it. The city must have collapsed before it was conquered, and more than half of their assets were lost for nothing. How could they not seek revenge from Boss Gold Tooth? Even if it was not for revenge, the city gang, suffered the most in this battle. Even Boss Gold Tooth has become a lone wolf. This is a great opportunity for the major gangs to exterminate him and take his place. It's rare for such a strong man like Boss Gold Tooth to be in such dire straits. Certainly, the punctuation and grammar need to be cleaned up in your text for it to flow properly. Here is the revised version. Let him catch his breath for 1.5 years, maybe he will rise again. So, of course, we must take this opportunity to eliminate him. Looking at Boss Gold Tooth's current state, Bai Xiaolu thought back to the day before, when he was riding on the armored tank, waving the Citigroup, and shouting the battle hymn in high spirits. She felt quite upset. Of course, he did not have a good impression of Boss Gold Tooth. But it was also a fact that the enemy had saved his life. Anyone who saw the scene of a tiger being bullied by a dog would have mixed feelings. It had nothing to do with whether the tiger was good or bad. No matter how much he sighed and how anxious Wan Songhai was, there was no way that the two of them could change the outcome of the fierce battle. One in each hand, the leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood tore apart almost 10 armed vehicles together with his motorbike. He had been hit by dozens of bullets, too. Several of his bones were riddled even if he was wearing a body armor. Asshole. Wan Zonghai gnashed his teeth. Don't destroy the motorbikes and the off-road vehicles. Go to hell, you bastard. Go to hell now. It was a pity that Boss Goldtooth was so tenacious that he was like a weed that had grown out of poisonous soil and was contaminated by radiation. It was not until he broke the neck of the last bandit that he stood straight for half a minute. The desert was suddenly restored to silence. There was no telling whether or not they were still functional. The crimson sand quickly covered the bodies and gradually melded with the dried blood. The motorbikes and the off-road vehicles had all turned into scrap metal or even burning fireballs. There was no telling whether or not they were still functional. Correct the text and ensure it reads smoothly while preserving the style and content of the original text. I will make minimal changes to improve readability. For a moment, Bai Xiaolu thought she saw to go forward with Wan Zonghai, but then hesitated. For Bai Xiaolu, fear-felt movement resembled an animal's, mechanical and sudden. Without any movement, Bai Xiaolu remained still. Her body was tense, ready for the unexpected. Bai Xiaolu smelled a scent that even military boots could not block. No, it wasn't stinky, but the scent of animals similar to lions and tigers. It was a vitality that couldn't be extinguished, even in acid rain. At this point, he had fought a fierce battle against the Alliance, struggled in the thunderstorm for an entire day, and torn apart dozens of bandits in the desert. But the fire of life in Boss Goldtooth did not seem to be extinguished at all. In fact, it was even more vigorous due to his hideous appearance. He was truly like a burning flag flapping in the desert sky. He. Boss Goldtooth, standing behind Wan Zonghai, grinned at Bai Xiaolu. Except for his teeth, his entire body was black, making him look like burnt coal. The rising smoke made his teeth appear even sharper. Ah! Wan Zonghai also felt the terrifying shadow. The young man was quite agile. He lunged forward, trying to hide behind the boy, but realized he was too far to use Bai Xiaolu as a shield. He gritted his teeth, turned around midair, and prepared to fire the automatic rifle in his right hand and the pistol in his left. However, in front of the most brutal dominator of the furious blood wasteland, the young man's agility and calmness were of no use. Boss Goldtooth took half a step forward casually and slapped Wan Zonghai away with his gorilla-like arms. One of the pistols landed not far from Bai Xiaolu. Gun. His brother reminded Bai Xiaolu. Gun. Wan Zonghai, vomiting blood from the slap, saw stars. Half of his face swelled into a bluish-purple tumor, but he did not give up hope of survival. He screamed at Bai Xiaolu, "Xiaolu, take the gun and kill him. You are our last hope." But he couldn't help glancing around, as if planning to run away while Bai Xiaolu was busy with Boss Goldtooth. Nevertheless, Bai Xiaolu subconsciously leaned forward and picked up the pistol. Huh! Boss Goldtooth turned around and saw the gun in Bai Xiaolu's hand and his arms shaking even more violently than before. Hee, Boss Goldtooth laughed again. He warmed up his chewing muscles and spat something out of his mouth onto his large, fan-like hands. It was 2 teeth and half an ear. The teeth were his own, but he didn't know whose ear it belonged to. The gold-toothed leader snapped his teeth and swallowed half of his ear, chewing happily. Crack! 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 He slowly warmed up the joints all over his body while walking unhurriedly toward Bai Xiaolu. Open fire! What are you waiting for? Wan Zonghai screamed from a distance, "Open fire!" Meanwhile, he quietly crawled under the undercarriage of an off-road vehicle. "Open fire," his brother said calmly, "Little Lu, shoot. Kill Boss Goldtooth and Wan Zonghai. There are vehicles and supplies here. We don't need them anymore." But, Bai Xiaolu's face was pale, her voice trembling, and her legs shaking. Perhaps it was because Boss Goldtooth's brutality had intimidated her, or because she remembered that Boss Goldtooth had saved her life the day before, or perhaps it was because she was inherently weak. In any case, she could not do it. Boss Goldtooth was walking very slowly, but the distance between them was still decreasing. "Give it to me." Boss Goldtooth extended his hand toward Bai Xiaolu. His voice was deep and full of irresistible power. "Forget it. Empty your mind and don't think about anything," her brother said. "Let me control your body." "All right." This was exactly what Bai Xiaolu wanted. She immediately compressed her thoughts into a ball and made room for her brother's will in her mind. For a moment, her limbs stopped shaking, and her eyes turned resolute. Bam! 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 Without hesitation, Bai Xiaolu aimed at Boss Goldtooth's heart and fired 5 bullets, each hitting the mark and making Boss Goldtooth stagger. "Aha!" Not far away, Wan Songhai exclaimed in disbelief. He rolled his eyes and crawled toward the automatic rifle he had dropped. "Huh!" Boss Goldtooth was also surprised. He lowered his head to look at his chest. He had been wearing armor and a body suit with high-intensity ceramic inserts. But these were not invincible. In the fierce battle against the brutal bandits, his armor had been damaged, and his body suit had been torn. The ceramic inserts were also broken. The 3 damages below his chest had overlapped, becoming his critical weakness. The 5 bullets from Bai Xiaolu hit the same spot precisely, blowing through the armor, body suit, and ceramic inserts to form a channel that could accommodate 1 bullet. The 5th bullet pushed forward and pierced through all the barriers, steadily entering Boss Goldtooth's chest. "Wait. Insert?" Bai Xiaolu focused her gaze and noticed a silver light blinking in front of Boss Goldtooth's chest. The brutal bandit had embedded metal, an unknown material, right above his heart, turning it into a heart-protecting mirror. There was no room for Bai Xiaolu to be shocked or stunned. Her hands remained as calm and steady as they had been a moment ago. She raised her hands and fired 2 more shots at the eyebrow of the gold-toothed leader. But this time, Boss Goldtooth was prepared. The muscles and nerves on his neck, thicker than his head, bulged, allowing his head to shake left and right at a speed beyond human limits. The first bullet grazed his temple and flew away, while the second bullet struck the left side of his head. Unfortunately, his skull was also embedded with a lot of super-alloy steel plates. The bullet left a shallow mark on the curved steel plates before flying off to who knows where. Before Bai Xiaolu could fire again, Boss Goldtooth's giant hand had already covered her gun and hand. Bai Xiaolu felt her hand about to break like the pistol. "Not bad. A kid who hasn't even touched a woman," Boss Goldtooth whispered in her ear, his tone almost playful. Bai Xiaolu made up her mind and was about to activate her ability. However, Boss Goldtooth was an ability user even stronger than her. The 2 brainwaves clashed midair, and all of Bai Xiaolu's attacks were blown back. She felt as if hit by a falling meteorite, then was blown more than 10 meters away, crashing into a burning off-road vehicle. Boom! The off-road vehicle exploded. When she fell to the ground, she was foaming at the mouth, so disgusted and powerless she could not even feel her toes or breathe. "Certainly, I will clean up the text and make the following grammatical edit for clarity and clarity." Boy curled up and vomited for 3 minutes before he came back to himself. "Brother?" he cried in his heart. "What's wrong, brother? Please don't die, brother." I'm fine." His brother's voice was very weak, but there was more fear than weakness in it. "He found me. He found me." "What?" Bai Xiaolu was at a loss as if she had been struck by lightning. He looked at Boss Goldtooth again. The dominator of the desert was not far away. He picked up the underground teenager with 2 fingers on Wan Zhanghai's nose, making the teenager scream like a pig being butchered. He stomped on the ground and shouted, "You can't kill me. You will regret it if you kill me. I'm very valuable. You will regret it if you kill me." No. Boss Goldtooth threw Wan Zhanghai and smashed him on a pile of debris. Then he stormed over and grabbed the young man's ear, which was bleeding. "How much are you worth?" Wan Zhanghai's ears were about to be torn off. He was in so much pain that he wanted to roll on the ground, but he held back the pain and screamed, "My father is the laboratory director of the Gold Mountain Clean Water Company. His laboratory has just developed a new water cleaning pill. Its purification efficiency is at least 3 times higher than that of the previous pills. Regardless of how badly contaminated the water source is, it can be purified. Even acid rain and water that has been exposed to level 5 radiation can be significantly improved for the safety of the water source. It can be consumed by humans to the extent that it can be drunk. Most importantly, the production process of this pill is very straightforward. The raw materials are easy to come by. Even the crudest workshops on the ground can manufacture it in large quantities. This is something that can indeed change the world. Do you understand? Water is the source of life. With water, everything can exist. It can change the entire world. Oh. Boss Goldtooth continued tugging on Wan Zhanghai's ear. Continue. Dad stored all the research files, experiment logs, and formulas inside the chip. Wan Zhanghai took a memory chip with the logo of Gold Mountain Clean Water Company from his pocket and handed it to Boss Goldtooth. "But I need a password to retrieve the files inside. My father is dead. I'm the only one who knows the password. My father left this for me to save my life." "Is that so?" Boss Goldtooth took the memory chip and examined it. "Tell me the password." "That's impossible. I'll die if I tell you the password." Wan Zhanghai said, "Torturing me is useless. Of course, I'm scared of pain, but I'm even more scared of death. When I'm dead, there will be nothing. I won't be able to enjoy anything good. Don't even think about cracking the password yourself. The encryption technology of the underground world is something that the demon race cannot brute force. This memory chip has anti-cracking features. If you fail, the information inside will be deleted automatically, and you'll get nothing. Besides, don't you see? You're all by yourself right now. Even if you get the technology, it will bring you disaster instead." "Disaster?" The gold-toothed leader touched his burnt beard, disbelief in his eyes. "What disaster?" "In our hometown, there's an old saying. I don't know if you understand it or not, but a man's wealth can be his own ruin. The cleansing water pill invented by my father is destined to change the relationship between the alliance and the contract. It will also alter the relationship between the surface and the underground, and even impact the entire Earth as the most advanced strategic technology. Do you think the alliance and the contract will allow this technology to fall into the hands of others, especially the demons? Hee. Water purification is the most important resource in this stinky world. Allowing the demon race to establish their own cheap water purification factories so that all demons can drink clean water? That is absolutely intolerable. Therefore, even if you get the technology, you won't be able to find a buyer. If you're ambitious enough to withdraw the technology and build your own water purification factory, you will be destroyed by the allies and the contracts immediately. A war between alliances and contracts is a war between humans, but we are absolutely on the same side when it comes to dealing with the devils." With a gloomy face, the leader narrowed his eyes at Wan Zhanghai. "Do you know who I am?" he asked somberly. "I don't know, but judging from the way you slew dozens of bandits in such a short time, you must be a big shot in the furious blood wasteland," Wan Zhanghai said, his expression unchanged. "However, even if you are the overlord of the furious blood wasteland, you are now in a desperate situation, surrounded and attacked by bandits. You simply cannot realize the value of the new water purification technology. Clean and slightly revised for better clarity. You are also unable to sell it for a good price and use it to make a comeback. If that's the case, why don't you bring me the technology that you don't need? Fair enough. The leader with the gold tooth nodded. But you just said that you were very valuable. Yes, I am very valuable. Or rather, the new water purification technology can be very valuable in my possession. Light shone from Juan's eyes. He suddenly asked, "Uncle, will you escort me to the territory of the Alliance, huh?" The leader with the metal eyebrow of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood raised high. There was no telling whether it was because of the uncle or because of Juan's bold proposal. "I know that you were helping the association and attacked the underground metropolis of the Alliance yesterday. But the two armies were fighting for different reasons. There was no consensus between them." Juan said, "Looking at the situation of the battle yesterday, the contract did not tell you all the information. I'm sure that they didn't tell you that there is an infantry factory below New Gold Mountain. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent so many soldiers to attack the city. Therefore, the agreement has never trusted the wasteland bandits like you. The chances are that the wasteland bandits and the Alliance will suffer heavy losses so that they can reap the benefits without doing anything. He was unkind in the beginning, so don't blame him for being unkind later. As long as Uncle can safely escort me to the territory of the Alliance, with my identity, Father's water purification skills, and Uncle's strength, why can't I create a new world? Whatever the Alliance can give you, I can give you. Whatever the Alliance can't give you, I can give you." "You?" Boss Gold Tooth sized up the young man from head to toe and sneered. Believe it or not. Flames of power and ambition burned in Wan Sanghai's eyes. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "I may have nothing now, but one day, I will stand at the top of the world. However, I need your help. You, Xiaolu, and everyone else. Uncle, please help me. I won't let you down." Boss Gold Tooth pondered for a long time. Wan Sanghai looked at him with great anticipation, striving to maintain the delicate balance between determination and pleading. "All right." Finally, Boss Gold Tooth nodded. Before Wan Sanghai could rejoice, he felt a sharp pain in his ear, which Boss Gold Tooth had torn off. Ah! Wan Sanghai was in such pain that he rolled on the ground, tears streaming from his eyes, which were filled with fear and hatred. It took him another half-second to hide all the hatred, leaving only fear. "Scram to the side and gather all the firearms and supplies. I'll go talk to your classmate and see if you're telling the truth." Boss Gold Tooth stuffed one of Wan Sanghai's ears into his mouth and chewed happily, his mouth soon bleeding. He mumbled, "Of course, if you want to shoot me in the back, just try it. Chances are, you can kill me." "No. I wouldn't dare." Wan Sanghai, having lost too much blood, had pale lips and shook his head vigorously. Boss Gold Tooth patted the young man's shoulder and grinned. He turned around and walked toward Bai Xiaoru. Bai Xiaoru had heard their entire conversation just now. She did not expect that Wan Sanghai would be so bold and clever as to persuade Boss Gold Tooth to surrender in such a desperate situation, where he was certain to die. She also did not expect that Boss Gold Tooth would be so brutal as to tear off one of his ears, even after agreeing to his request. All in all, the young man and the Bandit King were venomous snakes that devoured people without leaving a trace, while she was just a harmless, four-legged snake. They were simply not on the same level. Thankfully, she still had her brother. But her brother had been discovered by Boss Gold Tooth. What should she do? Bai Xiaoru only wanted to crawl under the off-road vehicle and bury her head in the sand. But even someone as weak as she understood that it was useless. She could only watch in fear as Boss Gold Tooth walked over step by step and looked down at her. The foul, hot breath was nearly suffocating her. ability user? Boss Gold Tooth went straight to the point. Bai Xiaoru swallowed hard and nodded. No, you're not, Boss Gold Tooth said with a grin. What was that? What was it that manipulated your body to attack me just now? As expected. Bai Xiaoru's heart sank. She managed to stammer, no, no. I am an ability user. Not you. You're just a brat who hasn't even been with a woman yet, Boss Gold Tooth said, his smile fading. Let me see him. Bai Xiaoru shivered and subconsciously tightened her clothes. Then she realized that her movement might expose her brother and froze for a moment. So, is it on your chest or your stomach? The leader of the Gold Teeth clan asked. Most of the demons have mutations, more or less. Your appearance is as normal as those in the underground clan. Are the mutations on your stomach? Show me. Don't make me do it myself. Show it to him, his brother sighed. I'm injured. I can't activate it again for now. I'm sorry, Bai Xiaolu wanted to cry. Brother, I'm sorry. It's all right. You've done your best, my dear brother. Besides, it's not necessarily a bad thing. At least, his brother paused for a moment. I am a very good bargaining chip. Trembling, Bai Xiaolu took off her body armor. Boss Gold Tooth moved and blocked Wan Zhonghai's view. Wan Zhonghai was very obedient. He hid far away and didn't look at them at all, showing his utmost humility and sincerity. Bai Xiaolu opened her dry stomach and pulled apart the wrinkles below her ribs, revealing her brother's eyes. His brother's eyes were rolling, emitting a strange brilliance. Ah, what a rare mutation, Boss Gold Tooth said casually, unaffected by the dim light. After the nuclear war, the odds of a deformed stillbirth are much higher. Many twins who were normal at first suffered too much radiation in their mother's womb and could easily turn into so-called conjoined twins or twins. Their siblings might have 2 heads and 3 to 4 arms, but share one set of internal organs and 2 legs. But your situation is even more special than those ordinary conjoined twins. When you were in your mother's womb, you probably devoured most of your brother's flesh and blood, leaving only one of his eyes, and maybe part of his brain, too. His brain lives in your internal organs and relies on your circulatory system and nutrition to maintain its vitality. It's very strange that such a deformed mutation can survive to this day and even trigger a superpower. Does it have its own thoughts? Can it communicate? Yes, Bai Xiaolu said, humiliated. My brother has his own thoughts and is very intelligent. He can convey his thoughts to me, and I speak for him. Very good, the Gold Tooth leader said, squatting down to look into Bai Xiaolu's eyes. He smiled and continued, so, Bai Xiaolu's brother, you are the real ability user. Do you have anything to say? My brother said, Bai Xiaolu began, we can make a deal. A deal, the leader of the Gold Tooth gang chuckled softly. I didn't expect that, as the leader of the Citibank gang, would end up in such a miserable state, with 2 ignorant kids trying to make a deal with me within a day. Fine, let's talk. The kid named Thousand Treasures C made a deal with new water cleaning technology. What do you have to offer? Ourselves, Bai Xiaolu managed to say. We are ability users. We are the best bargaining chips. We are willing to follow Boss Gold Tooth to the end. Whatever Boss wants us to do, we will do. We just want to live. Don't spout nonsense about following to the end. Boss Gold Tooth pointed to the broken bodies around him. Those guys all swore to follow me to the end. Now, they are all dead. Bai Xiaolu was momentarily dazed, speechless. She simply breathed heavily. However, if your ability is suitable, there is one thing you can help me with. Tell me, what kind of ability do you have? Type? This time, both Bai Xiaolu and her brother were confused. Are abilities classified? How about this, Seeing that Bai Xiaolu knew nothing about superpowers, Boss Gold Tooth said, "Let's not talk about the type for now. Just tell us how you utilize your abilities. According to the people of Tombstone Town, you must have used your ability to kill Master Snake of the Heaven Wolves gambling house, right? Tell us more about the battle." At this point, there was no room for reservation. With her brother's guidance, Bai Xiaolu confessed everything honestly. "As I expected, it is mind power. No wonder it can compete with my legions and trigger such intense brainwaves." "Very good." The gold-tooth boss grinned and said unhurriedly, "Let me tell you something, kid. The so-called ability is divided into 5 types, corresponding to 4 basic forces: strong forces, weak forces, electromagnetic forces, and gravitational forces, as well as the mysterious mind force. Among these, the electromagnetic force of the first type and the heart force of the 5th type are the 2 most commonly seen abilities. By controlling the electromagnetic force, one can automatically change the temperature of an object and its surroundings by triggering electric arcs and flames, thereby deriving the ability to change friction and various classical physical forces. It is one of the abilities with the widest range of applications, the most variations, and is relatively easier to cultivate. The 5th form of heart force is also quite popular. Telepathy, the attack and defense of brainwaves, hypnosis and anti-hypnosis, collective brainwave resonance, and the explosion of the subconscious, these all fall under the category of heart force. Certainly, let's refine the text for clarity and improve the grammar while preserving the original content. On the other hand, the number of people who cultivate the art of gravity, where the strong and the weak interact with each other, is relatively small. Their training methods are also very strange and belong to a field that has yet to be developed by human beings. However, once they have some accomplishments, their destructive power is also the strongest. By cultivating in the art of gravity, they can move mountains and overturn seas, change the terrain of the land, and even absorb endless strength from the movement of the sun, the moon, and the stars. By cultivating in the art of gravity, the strong and the weak interact with each other. They can change the relationship between neutrons and protons and electrons in the depths of the atom at their will, thereby changing the essence of matter. They can turn rocks into diamonds, flesh and blood into steel, and even forcefully tear apart the atoms. They can even use their fists to blast out a nuclear bomb. In theory, all these are valid. But right now, other ability has nothing to do with you. You just need to focus on the strength of heart. Hey, kid, do you know that the way you used the power of the heart in the past was a complete waste of God's gift and that you were just messing around with your brute force? Your precious ability allowed you to squander like this without causing any backlash. You are truly lucky to still be alive today. However, you won't be so lucky forever, unless you learn from me how to utilize the power of the heart. Are you willing to teach me? Bai Xiaolu asked in disbelief. This time, even without her brother's reminder, Bai Xiaolu had already sensed a scheme. In the cruel world after the nuclear war, there were no unintentional pieces of meat. Behind every seemingly attractive benefit, rusted hooks. Assistant, on the other hand, the number of people who cultivate the art of gravity, where the strong and the weak interact with each other, is relatively small. Their training methods are also very unusual and belong to a field that has yet to be developed by humans. However, once they achieve some success, their destructive power is also the greatest. By practicing the art of gravity, they can move mountains and overturn seas, alter the terrain of the land. Every inch of hope that seemed bright meant deeper, darker desperation. "I know what you're thinking," the leader of the Gold Tooth Gang said, not surprised by Bai Xiaolu's wary expression. He smiled and continued, "If I were still the leader of the Citibank Gang, and if the Citibank Gang were still as powerful as it was yesterday, I would have 10,000 ways to exploit your value. I could sell you to the contract at a high price, lock you in my own laboratory to absorb your strength, or even send you to a bloody arena to earn money through your heart. Unfortunately, you've seen my miserable state. Even if I wanted to sell you to someone else, how could I guarantee that they would pay me without capturing me and turning me into a pathetic gladiator, experiment subject, or even an organ donor? I've thought about it carefully. The safest approach is to train you well, treat you as an assistant or even a brother, and form a solid alliance with you. After all, the odds of survival for two people fighting side by side are much higher than for one. If we can survive and make a comeback, the odds of success will be greater with another person as our trump card. What do you think? Bai Xiaolu pondered for a long time. Fair enough. Besides, I need to use your ability, Boss Gold Tooth said, placing his hand on his chest and pointing at Wan Zonghai in the distance. What's wrong with that kid? Is he really the son of the laboratory director of the Gold Mountain Clean Water Company? I don't know, Bai Xiaolu replied, shaking her head. Boss Gold Tooth should know that I'm not his classmate. We met on the way. He is a lizard, a liar, and he cheated me of my weapon. But the chip that stored the experiment log and the molecular formula should be real. Boss Gold Tooth sniffed and said, the intelligence and mission that the agreement gave me was to attack New Gold Mountain and retrieve some files from the laboratory of the Gold Mountain Clean Water Company. But they didn't tell me the files were so valuable, nor that a damn magnetic explosion infantry factory was guarding the laboratory. Boss Gold Tooth's fury made Bai Xiaolu shiver again. She felt she was talking to a burning lion. Forget it. Whoever he is, as long as the chip is real. The gold-toothed leader looked at Bai Xiaolu. Listen, I need you to hypnotize him and get the password of the files from him in the next few days. Me? Bai Xiaolu was dazed. I don't know hypnosis. Nonsense. Why else would I teach you how to utilize the strength of the heart? Hypnosis is just a very simple trick you can learn very quickly, the gold-toothed leader said. But, Bai Xiaolu was still confused. Boss Gold Tooth, you are an expert in mental power. Why didn't you hypnotize him in person? Firstly, he has probably figured out who I am. He is very wary and fearful of me, and his mental defenses have been raised to the maximum. Under such circumstances, it won't be easy for me to hypnotize him. But you are different. You have been acting very weak in front of him. He doesn't know you are also an ability user. He won't be suspicious of you. The leader of the Gold Tooth Legion continued, secondly, my ability, Legion, is a large-scale area of effect skill that is more suitable for an army of thousands of soldiers. If I hypnotize a single target, it would be like using a mountain axe to embroider flowers. It is not appropriate. If I am not careful, I might burn his brain, and the password would be destroyed. Based on your description, I found that your ability is more suitable for small-scale, precise attacks. Hypnosis is the most suitable skill for you. Thirdly, I would like to see how capable you are and whether or not you are qualified to be my assistant or even my brother. Consider it a test. Are these 3 reasons enough, kid? I understand, Bai Xiaolu thought for a moment and agreed with Boss Gold Tooth. His brother, however, sneered. Promise him, little Lu, but don't believe him completely. Right now, it seems that Boss Gold Tooth's wounds are much more serious than we imagined. Even his ability has been greatly affected. He is so weak that even an ordinary teenager would not be able to hypnotize him. He is like an arrow at the end of its flight. We can only grit our teeth and persist. Chances are, our recovery speed is even higher than his. But we don't need to verify this right now. Let's trick him into teaching us the method to train his strength of the heart first. Then we can sort it out later. Bai Xiaolu took a deep breath and nodded firmly. We promised Boss Gold Tooth, but we don't know how you are going to guarantee that. Promise? Huh. The most useless things in the world are promises and guarantees. Boss Gold Tooth waved his hand and said, if I am strong enough, I can guarantee your loyalty with my fists. If you ever become stronger than me, please kill me painlessly. Everything I have is yours. Bai Xiaolu held her breath, at a loss for words. Boss Gold Tooth, on the other hand, burst into laughter. He turned around and shouted at Wan Zhanghai in the distance, "Hey, kid! Are you done yet?" "Immediately, immediately." Wan Zhanghai nodded and bowed like a pet lizard. "Your companion has confirmed your identity. I'll believe you for now. Prepare some food when you're done. I'm going to remove the bullets and stitch up my wounds. It will consume a lot of my strength, and I need to eat a lot." Boss Gold Tooth continued yelling, "This is your best chance to kill me. Your weapons and ammunition are all here. Do you want to try?" "I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." Wan Zhanghai shivered and waved his hands, trying to hide further away. The leader with the gold tooth wiped his blood-stained beard, curled his lips, and commanded Bai Xiaolu, "Get the first aid kit and help me remove the bullets and stitch up the wounds." Clang! 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 Bai Xiaolu dug out 12 bullets from Boss Gold Tooth's body, which was as thick and muscular as a boar's. If it weren't for the blood on the ground and the muscle spasms he couldn't control, she would have suspected she was facing a well-camouflaged killing machine or a new type of biochemical enhancement. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Bai Xiaolu began to stitch up Boss Gold Tooth's wounds and spray antifungal foam. But Boss Gold Tooth took out a thick notebook from his pocket and handed it to Bai Xiaolu. He said softly, "Be careful. Don't let the little devil see you." Bai Xiaolu took the notebook and examined it. The notebook was slightly rolled up, but it felt very smooth to the touch. Clearly, its owner had handled it often. She could vaguely see that many pages were stained with blood, and there was a faint smell of blood. The cover of the notebook was marked with the Alliance logo, with a line of Russian written below. Russian was one of the two common languages of the Alliance, but it was rarely used in the association. Wasn't Boss Gold Tooth's patron the contract? What was going on? Bai Xiaolu shook her head, indicating that she did not understand Russian. Boss Gold Tooth took out a round lens from his pocket, which fit perfectly over one of his ears. After a beep sound, the lens followed Bai Xiaolu's line of sight and automatically translated the Russian, which turned out to be notes and the author's name, "On the Strength of the Soul, Yuri Ikes. Well, I've discovered that my writing speed is close to 10,000 words a day. I can't stop writing. Based on the original text, I have performed a clean and grammatical edit without changing the essence of the passage, while I will only correct minor grammatical errors, such as subject-verb agreement, and improve the readability and flow of the writing." Zigzagging Russian was like a venomous bug, but Bai Xiaolu was deeply attracted to it. She could not help but touch the notebook with her finger. When she touched the name Yuri, she felt a sharp pain as if she had been bitten by a bug. Retracting his finger, Li Yao discovered that it was not an illusion. 2 tiny black holes had appeared on his fingertip, from which a drop of blood was flowing out. The blood splattered on the cover of the notebook and quickly soaked in, or rather, was sucked in by the 2 words Yuri. Bai Xiaolu's heart was palpitating. She shrank her neck and asked, "Yuri? Who is he?" Maybe it was his imagination, but when Bai Xiaolu said the name, he felt that the muscles and nerves all over his body constricted violently, and he was breathing fast. The tough man did not even twitch when Bai Xiaolu touched the bullet out of his ribs with such force. But when he read the name Yuri, he uttered a high-pitched sound deep inside his throat, which reminded Li Yao of a chicken whose throat had been cut. After a long time, the gold-toothed demon said in a coarse voice, "He is not a human being." Bai Xiaolu was baffled. However, Yuri's telepathic notes contained endless magical power that enticed him to keep reading. The notebook was filled with handwriting that was as long and winding as a reptile's. It was also attached with many exquisite and realistic anatomy diagrams of the brain, including a sketch of a human face being skinned alive. Even though it was clearly false, it was as if a person's soul had been forcefully sealed in a 2D plane and was howling towards Bai Xiaolu. Bai Xiaolu swallowed. She was both scared and curious. You don't need to worry about the rest of the content for now. Focus on pages 22 to 26. It's the chapter on hypnosis. I'll give you 10 minutes to memorize all the content and return the notebook to me. Your companion will be suspicious if you wait any longer. Even without Boss Goldtooth's instructions, Bai Xiaolu had already memorized every word. Although his personality was weak, perhaps due to his brother's influence, his memory was exceptionally good, literally photographic. However, he didn't understand what the content meant or how to start. "Brother, is the notebook real?" Bai Xiaolu asked secretly. "Do you think it will work?" "It should be real. These things are very useful," the elder brother pondered for a moment and said. "However, the training methods suggested in the notes are too extreme and dangerous. Many secret techniques seem to still be in the experimental phase and cannot guarantee safety or stability. I think Boss Goldtooth is lending us the notes because he wants us to be his test subjects. Judging from our reactions after the training, he will gather a lot of information from us." "What?" Bai Xiaolu was greatly alarmed. In this world, there was no such thing as unintentionally dropped minced meat. This is very good. Whatever we want, we must pay a certain price. This is called a deal. At least, this price is something we can afford, the elder brother said casually. If you want to survive, you must take a gamble. We are gambling, and Boss Goldtooth is gambling, too. It's much better for us to put our chips on the table than to scheme against each other behind the scenes. All right. Return the notes to Boss Goldtooth. Clean and refine the grammar of the provided text while retaining its overall meaning and essence, without changing the contextual flow or adjusting any improper grammar or punctuation. Consider the essence of the character and the original narrative arc intact to convey the message accurately and effectively. He looked at Bai Xiaolu and found her in a daze. He couldn't help but frown and snap his fingers in front of her eyes. "Are you listening, stinky brat?" Bai Xiaolu was listening to the wind. A moment ago, when Boss Goldtooth mentioned the vulture of the vulture gang, she had fallen into a trance, even to herself. She seemed to see black feathers burning furiously in the sky. She seemed to have seen a vulture soar into the sky, swallowing the entire world. She heard vague, zigzagging sounds in the wind, as if they were coming from far away. "Be careful. Vulture. Vulture, will stop you, will destroy everything. It doesn't matter. He hasn't completely. We still have a chance. Disturbance. Ripples. Reversal. Restart. Everything can be redone. Everything can be changed. Yesterday, can be reenacted." Bai Xiaolu shuddered and came back to herself. She saw the angry face of Boss Goldtooth and the shocked face of Wan Zonghai. "Hey, stinky brat." Boss Goldtooth narrowed his eyes. "Are you suffering from heatstroke? Did you hear what I said?" I did. You said vulture gang and venomous scorpion gang. Bai Xiaolu bit her lip. But there was ruthlessness in her eyes. She hated vultures. She hated those ugly, despicable, wretched, and evil creatures. The appearance of vultures meant death and destruction. Whenever someone died in the village, or even when they breathed their last, the vultures in the desert would surround the village in groups, as if they were receiving a mysterious signal, waiting to enjoy a feast of blood. There was no way to drive them away. The ghouls were not as muscular and straightforward as the falcons. They never attacked head-on, but instead sneaked through all the gaps and loopholes, gnawing on dead bodies until only bones were left. How annoying. "Brother," Bai Xiaolu asked in her mind, "do you hear anything?" Her brother, curious, asked, "What sound?" "Vultures," Bai Xiaolu mumbled. The sound of vultures flapping their wings in the sandstorm. What are you talking about? Her brother asked in concern. Lu, are you really suffering from heatstroke? Where did the wind come from? Bai Xiaolu was dazed for a moment. She took a deep breath and managed to say, maybe I was too nervous. I'm fine now. Listen up. I'm going to say this for the last time. The two kids have remembered it clearly. To the south are the pursuers of the Vulture Gang and the Venomous Scorpion Gang. They will find this place very soon. The Vulture Gang has many mutated falcons that can detect us from hundreds of meters in the sky. Boss Gold Tooth tapped the map firmly. We cannot stay here. We must go north, in this direction. Well, before Bai Xiaolu could react, Wan Zhanghai was already dumbfounded. This is not the route to the Alliance defense zone. Who says we have to go to the Alliance? Boss Gold Tooth stared at him like a lion eyeing its prey. Where we are going and how we get there are all up to me. Is that clear? Wan Zhanghai opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. He replied dejectedly, I do. However, the north is uninhabited. Bai Xiaolu blurted out, immediately realizing there was a loophole in her words. She quickly added, I heard from the teachers at school that the northern part of the furious blood wasteland is a very terrifying no-man's land. During the Great War, a fierce battle broke out there. A lot of minefields and radiation belts were left behind, as well as fully automatic attack robots. No one can pass through the northern desolate wasteland. Yes. There are no people, the gold-tooth leader grinned. It's a pity that I'm not a human but a devil. They were about to get on the train. Boss Gold Tooth kicked Wan Zhanghai into the coach and tossed something to Bai Xiaolu. What is this? It was a small, cool bottle with a contract logo and a small sprinkler on it. Spray a bit of it in your nose. It will refresh your mind and prevent heatstroke, Boss Gold Tooth said coldly. Don't get heatstroke, don't get hurt, and don't become a burden for me. Otherwise, I will kill you. Do you understand? Understood. Holding the cooling spray in her palm, Bai Xiaolu was dazed for a moment. Then she smiled and followed the dominator of the desert. Thank you, boss. The yellow sand rolled, and the wheels spun. The desert off-road vehicle, with a skull painted on it, carried three beings that looked neither human nor ghost, rushing across the desolate desert. At first, it was Boss Gold Tooth who was driving, and while he drove, he taught Bai Xiaolu and Wan Zhanghai driving skills. If the Vulture Gang and the Venomous Scorpion Gang caught up to them, Boss Gold Tooth would definitely be responsible for opening fire. The two kids had to learn how to drive as soon as possible. Thankfully, the two kids were very smart. Since there were no roads, buildings, or traffic rules in the desert, they could step on the gas however they wanted. Bai Xiaolu and Wan Zhanghai were both quick learners. They drove quite well within a day. Aha, Boss Gold Tooth was finally relieved. He felt around inside the SUV and took something out from under the seat. Look what I found. It was a portable speaker that used dry batteries. Music was one of the few entertainments for the devils in the furious blood wasteland. It was especially cherished by the devils who had taken stimulant drugs. When they were fighting, gambling, or venting their primitive desires, they loved to play wild rock music to liven things up. Boss Gold Tooth pressed the play button, and the sound of wailing metal immediately came from the speaker. Bai Xiaolu and Wan Zhanghai both had a headache. Boss Gold Tooth pursed his lips, then pulled out the player from the speaker, crushed it, and threw it out the window into the sandstorm. He then carefully took out his own player from his chest and plugged it in. The melodious old song immediately reverberated in the stuffy coach, bringing a bit of coolness. In the heaven-like West Virginia, there was the Nando River in the Blue Ridge Mountains. The creatures there were far away, older than the trees. Younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. The village road. Take me home, that's where I belong. Mother Mountain, West Virginia. Take me home on the village road. Of course, it was the song, Boss Goldtooth's favorite battle hymn. He squinted and smiled, shook his head, and started singing along. To be honest, on a blood-boiling battlefield, in a vast area where the wind was blowing, his coarse voice was not too unpleasant. He could sing the country music in a different way. But in the narrow and hot carriage, with the nerves of the boy and the young man highly tense, his singing was no different from the wailing of the heavy metal just now. Country Road, the leader of the Gold Teeth gang roared, his fat ass making the seat creak. Now and then, he slapped either Bai Xiaolu's or Wan Zhai's shoulder, depending on who was driving the car. Take me home. The boy and the young man exchanged bewildered glances, seeing the reluctance in each other's eyes. No, he did not even dare to be angry. He could only lower his head, smile, and even sing with Boss Goldtooth. Sing. Why don't you join in? This is the best music in the world. The gold-toothed boss scratched his wounds in amusement. Country Road, take me home, to the Mother Mountain of West Virginia. West Virginia. Mother Mountain. Country Road. Bring me home, the boy and the young man reluctantly began to sing. They listened to the song repeatedly, only to be forced to sing one after another by Boss Goldtooth. When their ears and throats were nearly raw, Boss Goldtooth finally let them go and changed the song. The melody of the new song was even more melodious and soft. The slightly hoarse female voice was like the reluctant sunlight at dusk, a stark contrast to the country song they had just heard. Bai Xiaolu was immediately drawn to it. The boy, restless, wanted to ask the name of the song. But he realized that the underground city must have preserved pre-war culture better than the surface. As an underground dweller, he should have known such a touching melody. Asking would have been a mistake. Boss Goldtooth seemed to read his mind. He took the initiative and said, "This song is called, Yesterday Once More. It's very nice, too. Have you heard it in the underground city?" "I have," Wan Zhai replied, as expected. "These classical English songs have been taught in our Alliance schools, but they are all decades old." "Certainly. Here is the text with simple grammar edits for clarity and readability." There are not many people nowadays. He stopped talking mid-sentence. Bai Xiaolu didn't know what to say. She simply crouched among the guns and ammunition in the back seat and listened to the warm music from decades ago. "When I was young, I liked to listen to the radio, waiting for my favorite song. How delightful it would be to sing while listening. How happy the old days were." In a blink, they had disappeared. There was no telling where it had been lost. And now they had reappeared. My beloved old song, like the reunion of a lost old friend. Every melody and every note was still shining. Every enchanting syllable sounded again. How wonderful it felt to sing about the past. She pressed her heart and burst into tears. Just like before, it reappeared yesterday. Bai Xiaolu spoke in a low voice. At first, she was stammering and could only hum along, but when she reached "Yesterday Once More," she was able to sing with the rhythm and felt the warmth, regret, and hope contained in the song. Before the nuclear war, this place used to be a plantation with the best vineyards and fruit gardens. Dozens of wineries produced the best wine on the planet. He pressed his arms on the window and crossed his legs comfortably. He squinted his red eyes and looked at the sand, desert, and debris of the battlefield outside the window. Then, for some reason, he said to the two little devils, "At that time, when fruit ripens, this place will turn into a colorful, oil-painting-like land with all kinds of charming fragrances. Outsiders will be drunk if they don't drink. Apples, pears, sugarcane, corn, tomato, potatoes, everything you can think of and everything you can't use to make wine. Of course, winemaking is an art. Winemaking requires great care, attention to the type of the vine, the land where the grapes grow, and the microclimate of the area. Bai Xiaolu nodded, we were the most unfortunate. We lost the technique, and we need the land where the grapes grow the best. The problem with the factory, the land where the grapes grow, and the microclimate of the area. The factory with the land where the grapes grow the best. The problem with the factory, the land where the grapes grow, and the microclimate of the area. The land where the land winemaking has the art. Winemaking requires great care, attention to the type of the vine, the land where the grapes grow, and the microclimate of the area. Without the necessary care and attention, the land where the grapes grow the best. Without the grapes, the best fermentation, distillation, and stabilizing cannot happen. Distillation and stabilizing are critical steps in the winemaking process. They are the steps that define the quality of the wine. Distillation and stabilizing the fermentation are necessary for the wine to be great. And to make it stabilizing, to preserve its character, and to develop its fullest potential. Without the grapes, the best fermentation, distillation, and stabilizing cannot happen. Without the grapes, the fermentation, and distillation, the wine would lose its character and its body's full potential would not be achieved. Without the grapes, the best fermentation, and distillation, the wine would not be the best. And it would not be the wine that defines the region, the terroir, the vine, and the winemaker. To make the best wine, the winemaker must know the land, the vine, the grape, and the winemaking process. The winemaker must know the winemaking process, and the winemaking process involves great care, attention to the type of the vine, the land where the grapes grow, and the microclimate of the area. Great care, great attention, and the best land, the best winemaker, and the best grapes, the best fermentation, distillation, and stabilizing, are the ingredients of the best wine. And so, the best wine, the wine that defines the region, the terroir, the vine, and the winemaker. The best wine is made with the greatest care, the best at that time. The girls were in front of the winery, holding hands and stepping on the grape juice. They were laughing and singing as they stepped on the grapes. I remember one girl who could sing many songs, including the old ones that were outdated then. These were the songs only our father's generation knew, like Take Me Home, Country Road, or Yesterday Once More. She loved singing them, and all the young men went crazy for her. Boss Goldtooth sighed softly and buried his head in the pillow. He mumbled, "It's all over. The good days are gone. The wine, the music, and the girls." The redness in his artificial eye pulsed, as if blinking. Creaking noises echoed deep within the skull of the Gold Teeth clan leader, like an ancient tape being rewound. Bai Xiaolu stared out the window at the sandstorm, the broken winery, and the shattered wooden barrels. He had never seen the grapes and other fruits Boss Goldtooth spoke of, nor the beautiful girls with snow-white teeth, golden hair, and skin smooth as honey. But he could imagine. He thought of his sister. If only there were no wars. If there were no wars, no radiation, no acid rain, no mutant beasts, and no bandits, and if this place were still a vast, fertile farm, perhaps his sister would have become the most beautiful girl in the world, jumping on the sweet grapes, laughing, and singing freely. She loved singing so much that she was like a lark in a fairy tale. It was unlike now, where he had a fever every other day and could barely walk when weak, and even his singing had turned into suppressed moans. If yesterday really happens again, Bai Xiaolu closed her eyes. Beautiful illusions appeared on her swollen eyelids. The boy held back his tears and mumbled, "That would be so much better." "What did you say?" Boss Goldtooth asked. "Kid, what do you mean by, that would be so much better?" "I said, if only time could be reversed and yesterday could be replayed." For some reason, Bai Xiaolu found it hard to control herself. She gritted her teeth and said, "If so, maybe we can stop the thermonuclear war and make the world a better place." Boss Goldtooth laughed. "Naive brat, do you think that nuclear weapons have turned the world upside down?" As long as we can return to the past and stop the total thermonuclear war, everything will be fine? Bai Xiaolu was dazed for a moment. Isn't that true? No, Boss Gold Tooth replied. Nuclear weapons are made and controlled by human beings. Therefore, it is not the nuclear weapons that will destroy everything but the human beings themselves. There are 10,000 ways that human beings can destroy themselves. Even if you can go back to the past and correct one of their mistakes, how are you going to correct the other 9,999? Well, Bai Xiaolu had nothing to say, but the urge in her heart was burning stronger and stronger. She said stubbornly, since we can go back to the past and correct one mistake, naturally, we can repeat it 10,000 times. We can correct all 10,000 mistakes and turn the desert back into a prosperous farm. Ha! Boss Gold Tooth smiled and stopped talking. Chi! Wan Zonghai laughed, too. He lowered his head and concentrated on driving. Bai Xiaolu didn't know what to say. She felt that she was arguing, too, and was too embarrassed to talk anymore. She crouched down and listened to the music wholeheartedly. For a moment, nobody said anything. Only the bright, gold classical melody continued to reverberate. Looking back at the past, how could one not feel sad when one did not return after a good time? Everything is gone. I will sing for them. I must remember every line of those love songs. The familiar melody still moved my heart. The barrier of time disappeared without a trace. Every melody and every note was still shining. How wonderful it felt to hear each enchanting syllable again. The most beautiful memories came back to her. Some of them even made her cry, just like before. Yesterday, they appeared again. Compared to the sparsely populated area in the center of the furious blood wasteland, this place was even more desolate after the end of the world. Illuminated by the dull, thick, and colorful mist, the sand and stones attached to the melted tanks formed menacing statues. The collapsed underground fortresses created pitch-black voids. Not to mention the sentry cannons, automatic gun turrets, magnetic storm coils, and prismatic towers that still functioned after being swept by radiation and blasts. Deadly traps were everywhere. The corpses of countless adventurers and the wreckage of vehicles silently testified to the horror of this no-man's land. Only a desert overlord like Boss Gold Tooth, who had struggled in the blood-like sand for more than 10 years, or even his entire life, had the courage and capability to drive an off-road vehicle into this uninhabited area with 2 children. Over the next 2 days, Boss Gold Tooth pretended to be dissatisfied with Bai Xiaolu's driving skills. He primarily asked Wan Zonghai to drive, but he instructed Bai Xiaolu to curl up in the back seat and focus on training with Yuri's notes. Among all the techniques to harness the power of the mind, hypnosis was not very difficult. After all, even an ordinary person without superpowers could become a master hypnotist. His brother grasped it quickly, and even Bai Xiaolu learned a few things about it. However, he did not stop at all during the journey. He did not have time to be alone with Wan Zonghai and could not find an opportunity to attack. 3 days later, the opportunity finally came. In the sky behind them, a few black spots hovered beneath the dark gray clouds. These were the mutated falcons of the Vulture Gang, with excellent eyesight and the ability to communicate telepathically with their masters. In many cases, it was even more useful than an unmanned reconnaissance plane. The Scorpion Gang and the Vulture Gang were so wary of Boss Gold Tooth that they wouldn't let him out of their sight, even after he entered the no man's land. It was as if they wanted to see him dead or alive. With the enemy scouting from the sky, they could only advance at night. During the day, they would drive the off-road vehicles into the hollows of the sand dunes and camouflage them with desert camouflage canvas. They had been traveling day and night for 3 days, and their physical and mental strength had reached their limits. It was time for a good rest. Boss Gold Tooth had taken over the off-road vehicle and all the guns, ammunition, and assets. Bai Xiaolu and Wan Zonghai, on the other hand, were crouching in a desert camouflage tent not far from the vehicle. Without weapons, transportation, or supplies, they couldn't escape anyway. The two of them stretched their necks and strained their ears. Soon, they heard the heavy snoring of Boss Goldtooth from the SUV. The snoring continued for a full 3 minutes, with a very even interval. The boy and the young man looked at each other. Suddenly, Wan Zhanghai grabbed by Xiaolu's collar with an extremely hideous expression. "Speak!" Wan Zhanghai almost bit by Xiaolu's ear off. "What did Boss Goldtooth ask you when you stitched up his wounds? Did you tell him anything?" "No," Bai Xiaolu stammered, pretending to be half panicked. "As I said, we are classmates in the underground city. Your name is Wan Zhanghai, and you are the son of the laboratory director of Gold Mountain Clean Water Company. That's all. Is that so?" Wan Zhanghai narrowed his eyes and stared at Bai Xiaolu, trying to find a loophole in her expression. Bai Xiaolu had been training with her brother for 2 days, so Wan Zhanghai wouldn't see through her easily. He. Wan Zhanghai stared at her for a long time before he resentfully said, "I can see that something is off with your attitude over the past 2 days. You've been singing with him and helping him change his medication every day. Don't tell me you've been swayed by his small favors. You haven't been fooled by him, have you? Let me tell you something. Be clear in your head. He is a demon, the most despicable, inhumane beast. If necessary, he will kill you, drink your blood, eat your flesh, and gnaw on your bones without even blinking." "What?" Bai Xiaolu pretended to panic. How come? How come?" Wan Zhanghai sneered. "The devils are not human at all. They are just animals in human skin. Even their human skin is extremely ugly. What can't they do? Even if you don't remember the education from class, you should clearly remember how the new Gold Mountain broke into the city, shouldn't you? Goldtooth is the culprit." Bai Xiaolu was silent. "If you think that you can get away as long as you do whatever he says, it is the typical Stockholm Syndrome, or the victim's reliance and trust in the criminals." Wan Zhanghai said coldly, "Don't be foolish. Right now, the two of us are still of some value. Therefore, he brought us along out of kindness. Once he achieves his purpose, there will be nothing left of us. Please be clear about this. Boss Goldtooth is our enemy, and we are on the same side. We are compatriots and of the same nation. Do you see the Citibank emblem on Boss Goldtooth's chest and sleeves? Have you ever heard the battle cries of the Citibank gang? He is not just a demon. I very much doubt that he has the background of a regular US soldier and is also one of the most elite special forces. Do you understand now? He used to be an elite soldier of the United States, and the United States was responsible for the damn thermonuclear war. It was an evil existence. Although the City Kingdom has collapsed and the Alliance has been defeated by us, the remnants of the City Kingdom, like Boss Goldtooth, clearly haven't given up yet. They are still dreaming of letting the bloodthirsty city fly in the sky again one day. If they get the cutting-edge water cleaning technology, the consequences will be dire. The devil race is an enemy, and so is the City Kingdom. Therefore, Boss Goldtooth is a double enemy. Look at my eyes. We both have a pair of black eyes. We are blood brothers and compatriots who will never abandon each other. You must listen to me. You must stand on my side to have any hope of survival. Even if you are to die, you must not lose the cutting-edge water cleaning technology to the contract. Do you understand?" The craziness and persistence in Wan Zhanghai's eyes shocked Bai Xiaolu. She nodded subconsciously. He was hesitating, if not ashamed, about whether he should hypnotize Boss Goldtooth and help him get the password. Let's get the password first. This kid's eyes are flickering. I can't believe everything he says, the brother said. When the password is in our hands, we will take the initiative. We will decide whether to give it to the alliance or the contract, or if there's a third option. His brother had a point. Bai Xiaolu calmed herself and pretended to be enlightened. She bit her lip and said, "Of course, I will listen to Brother Wan. I will do whatever you say. Thank goodness Brother Wan reminded me. Otherwise, I would have been fooled by the devil. Brother Wan, tell me more about the brutality of the demon race, in case I am fooled by him again tomorrow." A hazy gleam appeared in Bai Xiaolu's eyes as she spoke. Wan Zonghai was dazed for a moment. His facial muscles relaxed slightly as he mumbled, "All right. I'll tell you." He started talking and talked a lot. Under Bai Xiaolu's hypnotization and guidance, not only did he discuss the horror of the devil race, but he also spoke about the daily life of the underground metropolis. This revealed to Bai Xiaolu how extravagant, splendid, and wasteful the life of a normal, ordinary teenager was. The resources required for one day for an underground teenager could sustain 10 children of the demon race for an entire week. Perhaps, the devils were not human beings after all. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine that the same species could have such different fates. However, Bai Xiaolu's training in hypnotism was not good enough, and she was unprepared for the guiding issue. After talking for a long time, she found it quite challenging to steer the conversation toward the password for the advanced water purification technology. There was no rush. At the very least, today's experiment proved that hypnotism was indeed effective and confirmed Bai Xiaolu and her brother's talent in training mental power. That was enough. Half an hour later, the boy and the young man both fell asleep. The journey was dangerous and bumpy, and they were truly exhausted. Before she was swallowed by the darkness, Bai Xiaolu seemed to hear the melody of yesterday's reappearance again. She saw her healthy sister laughing like a silver bell while basking in the sunlight on a hill of grapes. The boy slept soundly and did not dream for 3 to 4 hours. It was not until nightfall, when Boss Gold Teeth started repairing the off-road vehicle and starting the engine, that he had a dream that was not quite a dream. In his dream, he saw something indescribable. It was extremely weird and ugly, making his hair stand on end. No, it was not the warning from the vulture he had heard in the sandstorm a few days ago, but from billions of years in the future. It was a vulture with a pair of large, watery eyes, trying to look cute despite its wretched appearance. It is everyone's duty to protect vulture. The boy seemed to hear the vulture, who was pretending to be cute, shouting while dancing in a funny circle. Bai Xiaolu was immediately scared awake and screamed. "What's wrong?" Boss Gold Teeth and Wan Zonghai were both shocked. "No, nothing." Bai Xiaolu's chest heaved up and down, and she was breathing heavily. She felt cold sweat on her chest and back and was so disgusted that she felt like vomiting. "Sure, here's a revised version with slight grammatical and punctuation improvements. I think I had a nightmare." "What nightmare?" The leader of the Gold Teeth clan frowned, perhaps because he was afraid that something might be wrong with the boy's training. Bai Xiaolu tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then she looked confused. "I forgot," she said. Bai Xiaolu stared at the shimmering stars through the breaks in the sky, lost in thought. He had truly forgotten, and it would take a long time before he remembered. After another night of traveling, they successfully passed through the hinterland of the northern wastelands. Although they encountered a few dangerous situations, such as uncharted quicksand belts, super-radiation zones, poisonous fog, and several sandworm attacks, the experienced boss Gold Tooth resolved each one without much trouble. The night was dark and cloudy, with no sign of the Vulture Gang's scout falcons. Perhaps the Scorpion Gang and the Vulture Gang were too afraid of the North Desolate Desert to venture into such a place. According to Boss Gold Tooth, at their current speed, they would reach their destination in 1 day and 1 night. Though he didn't specify where they were going, his confident face gave them hope. However, luck has its limits, especially in the Furious Blood Wasteland, where joy turns to sorrow, is a common survival theme. As dawn approached, the leaden clouds in the sky began to leak a gloomy redness. Just as they were about to find a place to rest, they heard hissing noises from the nearby desert. Soon, two silver-gray objects emerged from the sand and stones, extending long, sharp legs from their oval bodies. They moved toward the SUV at an incredible speed, resembling giant mechanical spiders. Terrifying robots. Their faces all turned extremely pale. These terrorist robots were special units developed by the Alliance using apocalyptic technology. They were miniature autonomous war machines known for their agility. Equipped with infrared, optical, and soundwave sensors, they were designed to target enemy tanks, armored vehicles, and other vehicles. Though they didn't carry long-range weapons, they were armed with powerful magnetic bombs. Certainly, the provided text is a creative and vivid description, but it has some grammatical and stylistical phrases that need refining for clarity and flow. Here is a revised version. Once it crawled into the undercarriage of an enemy tank or armored vehicle, it would perish together with the clash. A deal was struck to trade the terrorist robot for a main battle tank, but if the enemy had no vehicles or plate armor, and there were only lone soldiers, the terrifying robots would not hesitate to tear the soldiers apart with their sharp legs. During the prolonged conflict between the Alliance and the Association, numerous fully automatic, terrifying robots had been deployed on the ground. In the absence of enemies, they would enter a hibernation state automatically, even using solar energy and radiation to recharge their batteries. This allowed them to remain dormant for 5 to 10 years. At the first sign of engine sounds, they would awaken and unleash merciless attacks. The terrorist robots were the final enemy they wished to encounter. However, two minor variants should be noted. Two sleek, four-legged mechanical spiders worked in concert to create a simple fear and tension, with a distance between the two of only hundreds of meters. Damn it! The lead robot, Boss Goldtooth, spat angrily and pushed Wan Zonghai to the driver's seat. Keep it steady, or we will all die. With a body resembling a boar's or a rhino, he was agile and moved swiftly. He crawled into the back seat and pulled open the partition and the tarpaulin on the rear of the off-road vehicle, revealing a machine gun fitted to a firing rail. Kid! The lead robot, Boss Goldtooth, shouted fiercely at Bai Xiaolu, hold the belt for me. The two terrifying robots split into two groups and surrounded him from both sides, closing two insidious arcs as they drew closer and closer. Boom, 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 the machine gun of Boss Goldtooth barked, opening its maw. Powerful recoil caused all the wounds on his body that had just formed scabs to burst open. A stream of splattered blood spurted out as the robot moved, leaving behind a trail of smoke. However, the terrifying agility of the robot was far beyond imagination. Boss Goldtooth's barrage only delayed the attack of the terrifying robot that had since moved to the left. Despite one of its legs being broken, it did not stop moving forward with its other 3 legs. Its speed was only slightly slowed down. Change the ammunition belt. Soon, Boss Goldtooth's armor-piercing bullets ran out, and he roared at Bai Xiaolu. But, on the right, Bai Xiaolu was greatly alarmed. Change the ammunition belt. Boss Goldtooth roared. Crack. When the new ammunition belt was in place, Boss Goldtooth didn't even bother to look at the terrifying robot on the right. It continued firing armor-piercing bullets from the 3-legged robot. After, this terrifying robot was injured, and its agility had slightly decreased. Finally, after a few seconds, Boss Goldtooth had completely locked onto it. A line of fire from the machine gun was like a thorny whip, firmly sucking it in. In the blink of an eye, it was riddled with holes, and the remaining 3 legs were all broken. Boom, the robot exploded on the spot. However, as a result, the terrifying robot on the right was only 30 meters away from them. Hiss! The terrifying robot jumped high into the air and launched a fatal lunge at them. Go left and kill him. The leader of the gang roared thunderously. He picked up a compressed fuel bottle of a flamethrower that was scattered in a back of the coach and threw it into the air. While Zhang Hai was trying his best to steer the vehicle clean and grammatically, the off-road vehicle spun almost 360 degrees, but there was no sign that it was going to crash. It seemed that Wan Zhanghai's driving skills were not as simple as those of a beginner. West Virginia, Mother Mountain, Boss Gold Tooth threw away the burning machine gun and crossed his arms behind his back. He took out 2 yellow pistols from his waist and grinned hideously. Take me home on the road to the countryside. Bang 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 bang. The compressed fuel bottle of the flamethrower drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed right in front of the terrifying robot, only to be torn apart by Boss Gold Tooth's bullets. The compressed fuel inside the flamethrower immediately vaporized, expanded, and was ignited by the sparks of the bullets, turning into a dazzling sea of fire. Hissing sounds of the terrifying robots came from the sea of flames. Although it was very difficult to blow up such mechanical monsters with ordinary bullets, their sensor components were their weak points. Under extremely high temperatures, the sensor components were very likely to fail, causing them to lose the ability to seek out their enemy. If they were lucky, they could detonate the magnetic bombs that they carried with high temperature in advance and completely destroy them. Pada. Although the terrifying robot didn't self-detonate, it was still burnt into a pile of black ash. It powerlessly fell from the sky and crouched in the sand. Yay, the Gold Tooth leader grinned. He waved the gold pistol and put it back to his waist. Mega. But right then, Wan Zhanghai screamed. The off-road vehicle seemed to have hit an invisible wall and came to a halt. Boss Gold Teeth and Bai Xiaolu both fell to the ground. A third terrifying robot had crawled out less than 50 meters in front of them. As it turned out, the hunting squad comprised 3 terrifying robots. The last 2 were mere bait, and the one in the lead was the real lethal threat. Hiss. The distance was too short. No matter how skilled Wan Zhanghai's driving was, he was still a teenager who hadn't fully grown up. There was no way he could dodge the attack. All he could do was watch the third terrifying robot crawl under the SUV. The off-road vehicle immediately started shaking violently like a drunkard. 5 seconds. Grab the essential gear and guns, and abandon the vehicle. Boss Gold Tooth gritted his teeth. The terrifying robot was firmly attached to the undercarriage. Unless a state-of-the-art maintenance factory appeared before them right then, even a god couldn't save them. They had at most 5 seconds before it exploded. At that moment, the 3 of them had no time to worry about whose hands the firearms and ammunition would fall into. They grabbed the nearest bags, made up their minds, and jumped down. Thankfully, Wan Zhanghai had reduced the vehicle's speed to a minimum, and the ground outside was soft sand. None of them were hurt. Hardly had Bai Xiaolu landed when he heard a deafening explosion behind him. The blast knocked him over, and he couldn't breathe for half a minute. When he finally calmed the surging blood in his brain and chest, he heard a series of gunshots behind him. He raised his head, only to find his face pale. Their off-road vehicle and a lot of supplies had been destroyed along with the third terrifying robot. However, the second terrifying robot, which had been burned by the flames, was not entirely scrapped. It dragged its blackened limbs and crawled toward them like a deformed iron monster. Boss Gold Tooth stood at the front, one knee on the ground. He held 2 gold python pistols and fired calmly. It was a pity that pistols were not machine guns, and the bullets of ordinary pistols were not armor-piercing. It was very difficult for them to cause effective damage to the terrifying robots. Let's go. At some point, Wan Zhanghai had crawled to Bai Xiaolu's back and pushed him. When are you going to leave if not now? Go? Bai Xiaolu was dazed for a moment. Now? Nonsense. Do you want to die together with Boss Gold Tooth? No, Bai Xiaolu stared at Boss Gold Tooth's muscular and barbaric body in a daze. She shook her head and said, "We can't go. This is the depths of the northern desolate area. Without Boss Gold Tooth's help and transportation, we won't be able to get out of here. Besides, if we don't help Boss Gold Tooth get rid of the terrifying robot, it might attack us one by one and kill us sooner." Wan Songhai was dazed for a moment. Fair enough. He looked the boy up and down as if he was meeting Bai Xiaolu for the first time. Boss Gold Tooth. Bai Xiaolu gritted her teeth. She didn't care what Wan Songhai thought of her. Holding back the excruciating pain all over her body, she stood up, took out the automatic rifle from her backpack, and rushed over. "Let me help you. Uncle." Wan Songhai rolled his eyes and took out a weapon from his backpack. He hid a pistol in his pocket and a dagger in his boot. Then he picked up an assault rifle and rushed over, too. "Hang in there. We are here. We will fight side by side and live and die together." Bam 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 bam. The three waves of firepower collided, forcibly halting the advance of the terrifying robot. It was especially true for Boss Gold Tooth. After receiving the heavy firearms from the two kids, he was like a tiger that had grown wings, transforming into a fixed turret. The terrifying robot was covered in fuel from head to toe, and the burning flames caused it to sizzle, greatly undermining its defensive capabilities. How could it withstand the crazy barrage from the three? After a 10-second stalemate, it finally exploded with a boom. Hoochie. Hoochie. Hoochie, the three of them fell to the ground, only then feeling the pain all over their bodies. Looking at the burning debris and each other's miserable appearances, they couldn't help but laugh. After a moment's thought, he decided it would be more appropriate to call it yesterday's reenactment, so he made some changes. "If it causes any trouble for you, I'm really sorry." Escaping the ambush of three terrifying robots was a stroke of luck. However, it did not mean they were free from the Inferno's clutches. Initially, the off-road vehicle was completely wrecked and blown to pieces. Then, numerous assets were incinerated in the raging flames, including the most precious solid compressed drinking water. The remaining part of the journey could only be completed on foot with the few supplies, guns, and ammunition left. The worst part was seeing circling eagles in the southern sky. The three terrifying robots had exploded one after another, sending smoke hundreds of meters into the air. The Falcon would undoubtedly discover them, which meant the Scorpion Gang and the Vulture Gang had likely locked onto their location. It was only a matter of time before they were found. Fortunately, Boss Gold Tooth discovered a dry river. He knew the terrain of the area like the back of his hand. He told the two youngsters that the river might have been one of the most beautiful in the past, with many wineries scattered along its banks. The workshops and wineries all had wine cellars, and according to local customs, most of these cellars were underground. To maintain consistent temperature and humidity, they had excellent sealing and temperature-regulating facilities, and some even had independent energy supplies. Some larger underground wine cellars could accommodate trucks, facilitating the transport of raw materials and finished products. Therefore, if they were lucky enough to find a well-preserved wine cellar along the dry river, they could gather sufficient supplies or even a vehicle. With no other options, Bai Xiaolu and Wan Songhai could only pick up their bags and pray for a way out. They followed Boss Gold Tooth slowly. Asking a traveler who had been on the train for days to walk on foot was undoubtedly a form of torture. Besides, they were all wounded. The wounds, caused by the terrifying robots, were still leaking blood and bodily fluids. Every step they took brought excruciating pain. Boss Gold Tooth and Bai Xiaolu were both demons, accustomed to physical and mental agony. Yet, Wan Songhai, a young man who had been living a comfortable life in the underground world, did not utter a single word. Bai Xiaolu was secretly impressed. Of course, he did not forget his identity. He moaned on purpose, unable to hold it any longer. Occasionally, he dragged his feet and asked for help from Wan Zonghai. Eventually, he broke away from Boss Gold Tooth, taking the opportunity to test the password of the cutting-edge water cleaning technology with his strength of heart. After the fierce battle against the terrifying robots, Wan Zonghai and Bai Xiaolu seemed to have grown closer. However, secrets concerning his life could not be easily revealed. Apart from the password, Wan Zonghai confided everything to Bai Xiaolu, who knew the background and personality of the underground teenager like the back of her hand. After walking for more than half a day, they arrived at a heavily weathered stone forest. Their physical and mental strength had finally reached their limits. They stopped to rest for a moment. Boss Gold Tooth secretly gestured to Bai Xiaolu. Bai Xiaolu obediently listened and hypnotized Wan Zonghai into a sleep state. In fact, there was no need to hypnotize him at all. Wan Zhaiheng was already on the verge of collapse. He could have fallen asleep just by being blown upon. Without Wan Zonghai's interference, Bai Xiaolu reported the information obtained from the hypnosis to Boss Gold Tooth. Of course, they could not stop fighting. They had to make the best use of their time to apply anti-inflammatory drugs, change bandages, and tend to Boss Gold Tooth's wounds. Boss Gold Tooth was their only reliance when the Scorpion Gang and the Vulture Gang came after them. The situation was indeed dire. Boss Gold Tooth's wounds had been severely torn open that morning, and dozens of fragments had embedded in his flesh during the explosion of the terrifying robots. He had also carried most of the weight and walked a long distance. However, new flesh had started to sprout from his wounds, intertwining and barely affecting his movements. Was he still a human being? No, he was not a human being to begin with. Like Bai Xiaolu, he was a devil. While listening quietly to Bai Xiaolu's report, the leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood was coughing up black blood, probably the only indication that he was severely wounded. Bai Xiaolu wanted to say something but hesitated. Anything else? Boss Gold Tooth keenly picked up on her hesitation and uneasiness. Well, ignoring her brother's dissuasion, Bai Xiaolu bit her lip and asked, "Is Wan Zonghai's assumption correct? Are you really an elite warrior of the United States who still loves your country and wants to restore its glory?" She pointed at the logo on the chest of the dominant figure of the desert, the blood-soaked land. Boss Gold Tooth was momentarily stunned. He grinned. "Is it important?" I don't know." Bai Xiaolu lowered her head and looked at her feet. "The contract lied to you, causing both the City Gang and New Gold Mountain to suffer heavy losses. Yet, you are still sending the advanced water purification technology to the contract? Will it lead to the soaring capability of the contract and the complete defeat of the Alliance? I didn't know you were so concerned about the safety of the Alliance. Are you also part of the Alliance?" Bai Xiaolu was rendered speechless for a moment. Naturally, she could tell that Boss Gold Tooth was mocking her. How was he qualified to be an ally? He was not a human being, he was a devil. The two of them were silent for a long time, long enough for Bai Xiaolu to believe that Boss Gold Tooth was not going to answer her question directly. Then, the dominator of the desert leaned against a stone pillar riddled with holes and stared at the red flag on his chest and arms. He said gloomily, "Yes. A long time ago, I fought under that flag. I was an elite Navy SEAL raider. At that time, I believed in the flag and the country. I sincerely believed it was the country at the top of the mountain, the lighthouse and hope, and that it could be made greater again. He. I was willing to defend and believe with my life. However, as you know, a total thermonuclear war broke out. The war changed everything beyond recognition, including my face, my body, and my soul and beliefs. War exposes the ugliest side of human nature and the nation, tearing apart the most beautiful things. Now, you are asking me whether I still love the country that has passed away? He. What a good question. It's a pity I don't know the answer, because I don't have the qualifications to love the country. Do you understand? In my motherland, only 1% of people are qualified to love it. The remaining 99% are all manipulated chess pieces, enslaved consorts, waiting to be harvested, waiting to be used as cannon fodder. A chess piece doesn't have the qualifications to love a player, a prince consort doesn't have the qualifications to love a whip, a fruit doesn't have the qualifications to love a sickle, and cannon fodder doesn't have the qualifications to love the cannon that fires it. A nation, a nation, a nation. A nation is an insatiable beast. It doesn't need your love, nor does it care about your hatred. It only needs you to stand obediently and wait for its command. The leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood was coughing, sneering, and saying things that Bai Xiaolu did not understand. Then, Bai Xiaolu pointed at the city on the chest of the gold-toothed leader. Since you no longer love your motherland, why are you still wearing the city and shouting MAGA? City, hee. The gold-tooth leader smiled. He suddenly ripped off the cloth on his chest and spat on it. I once fought under this flag for love and belief, the gold-tooth leader said. Right now, I'm still wearing it and shouting the slogan MAGA because it makes the people of the contract think that I'm a hopeless idiot with a simple mind and a red neck. They treat me like a good dog and even loosen the leash occasionally. That's all. Bai Xiaolu was speechless. Hey, kid. I'll give you a few words of advice for free so you won't be fooled by others, Boss Gold Tooth said casually. It's your freedom to fight for a certain flag or a certain force, whether or not you are willing to be a compatriot. However, those who call you a compatriot are often those who stab you in the back, those who wave the flag fiercely are the ones ready to sell it, those who ask you to sacrifice everything you love are the ones who will use or even devour your sacrifices. Remember, contracts and allies, flags and glory belong only to the 1% of humanity. It's a pity that you are a demon, and the most abnormal one at that. You will never be part of that 1%. So, keep your identity in mind and try to live longer. Do you understand? Understood. In fact, Bai Xiaolu did not know. Or rather, he knew it clearly but was not willing to admit it. Come here. Looking at the boy's aggrieved and stubborn face, the leader of the Gold Tooth Legion sighed and waved his hand. Tell me what you've learned over the past few days. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll explain it to you. If there are other skills you want to learn, I'll teach them to you. When your tuition fees are of greater value, you can return them to me with interest. Huh? Bai Xiaolu did not expect Boss Gold Tooth to be so polite to him. As it turned out, it was not just courtesy. Boss Gold Tooth taught him everything he knew. Over the next few hours, Boss Gold Tooth explained the content of Yuri's notes in great detail. It wasn't just about hypnosis, but also the utilization skills of the power of the heart, not just theories, but also Boss Gold Tooth's own real combat experiences. He even tried to teach Bai Xiaolu his famous ultimate skill, Legion, or at least let Bai Xiaolu understand the mysteries of Legion. Bai Xiaolu didn't know why Boss Gold Tooth was doing this. He didn't look like an aggressive overlord of the wasteland, nor did he look like a man with ill intentions about to meet his doom. He was more like someone who had never appeared in Bai Xiaolu's life before. Looking at Boss Gold Tooth's thin but solemn face, Bai Xiaolu wanted to, but did not dare to. She could only widen her eyes and prick up her ears, trying to engrave every word that Boss Gold Tooth said into her heart. Boss Gold Tooth pointed at Bai Xiaolu for almost 5 hours. It wasn't until the mental power of 2 was somewhat insufficient that the somewhat unbelievable teaching came to a temporary end. Hey, kid, when Bai Xiaolu was about to wake up Wan Canghai, Boss Gold Tooth suddenly stopped her. He paused for a moment and said softly, in the day. Thank you. Huh? Bai Xiaolu was surprised again. She waved her hand subconsciously and then, it can't be helped. We have to kill the terrifying robots, or we won't survive, either. I know. The leader of a gold-teeth gang coughed and smiled. It was an ugly smile. Thanks anyway. He is going to die. Returning to his sleeping bag, his brother, who had been silent, suddenly said to Bai Xiaolu. What? Bai Xiaolu was dazed for a moment. You mean Boss Goldtooth? Yes, his brother replied. Over the past few days, I've been studying Boss Goldtooth's condition, including his recovery ability, which far exceeds the limits of human beings. Of course, many demons, after being exposed to excessive radiation and having their genes mutate, boast extraordinary recovery and self-repair abilities. Not to mention the mysterious persons. If the persons of the demon race were once elite Navy SEALs, it wouldn't be surprising if anything happened to them. However, whether they are demons, persons, or elite Navy SEALs, they must abide by the rules of the desert, no, the world. Every benefit has a price. No matter how much you gain, no matter how much you lose, you won't get something for nothing. Boss Goldtooth has fought his way out of desperate situations time and time again. His body is covered in wounds, but he can recover within half a day. He has lost a lot of blood and even organs, but he can still fight, carry, run, and jump. What kind of price has he paid to receive such terrifying benefits? What price? Bai Xiaolu swallowed and asked with difficulty. I have every reason to believe that Boss Goldtooth sacrificed his life in exchange for the last radiance of life, his brother said. Did you pay attention to the content between pages 47 and 49 in Yuri's notes? It's about stimulating brain cells with unparalleled willpower and controlling the secretion of various hormones inside the body to produce results better than cardiac-strengthening needles and exhilarating drugs. The self-healing ability and physiological functions will be significantly improved in a short period, allowing heavily wounded soldiers to stand up and continue fighting. It was like pouring a ladle of fuel into a dying fire, making it brighter than before. Yes, burning of life. That's what I felt. Boss Goldtooth was burning his life without caring about anything else. He was willing to overdraft every cell in his body to maintain his strength and normalcy on the surface. That's all. But even for a muscular man like him, it's impossible to maintain this crazy burning for too long. When he taught us the strength of the heart, I could clearly sense that his brainwaves and vitality were in turmoil. He was even weaker than yesterday. At this rate, he won't last long. He's bound to die. Well, Bai Xiaolu naturally trusted her brother's judgment, but she couldn't bring herself to believe it. She didn't know why, but despite only taking advantage of each other, and despite Boss Goldtooth being hundreds of times more brutal than Master Snake, she didn't want to see Boss Goldtooth die like Master Snake. Is there a mistake? He's as strong as a rhino. He won't die so easily, will he? Does it matter? Her brother smiled. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be too exhausted to return to his previous toughness and dominance. Does that make a difference? Bai Xiaolu immediately understood her brother's meaning. Boss Goldtooth was the dominator of the desert and a renowned expert. While he earned respect and fear, he also accumulated countless grudges and conflicts of interest, more intense than hatred. It is cold at the peak. They were either dominators or dead bodies. For an expert like Boss Goldtooth, even a 30 to 50% reduction in strength was unacceptable, let alone being seriously wounded and losing most of his power, which would only lead to a living hell. But, Bai Xiaolu thought she had figured it out. However, the more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Since Boss Goldtooth is near death, why is he taking us through the northern desolate area? Why didn't he accept Wan Zhonghai's offer to escort the advanced water purification technology to the Alliance? They might have a way to cure him. Isn't it said that underground medical technology is very advanced and can treat any disease? That's different, her brother said. Of course, the medical technology of the cooperation and the alliance is unimaginably advanced. But Boss Goldtooth isn't sick. He is merely burning his life away. His organs are all on the verge of collapse. He is dying. No equipment or drugs can revive him. Then where is he going? Bai Xiaolu couldn't figure it out, no matter how she thought about it. He didn't come to the northern desolate area to commit suicide and drag us down with him, did he? I don't know, her brother said. However, half a month ago, I heard an interesting rumor from a caravan from the north. It is said that a very mysterious special force called Association is stationed at the end of the northern wilderness. After all this time, Boss Goldtooth is still intent to find a new partner. Bai Xiaolu was not very happy. Is he going to hand over the new water purification technology to the association? He has clearly been cheated by the contract. Nothing is certain. His brother said, after all, he once fought for city, and the contract was established on the remains of the collapsed city, based on the original strength of the country. But didn't he say that he no longer believed in hope at the top of the mountain or greatness again? Bai Xiaolu said, didn't he say that he was wearing city and shouting MAGA to cheat the contract and get more benefits for himself? Didn't he say that he would absolutely not sacrifice himself for any flag or fancy words? Why did he have to risk his life? No. Why was he destined to sacrifice his own life and hand over the cutting-edge water cleaning technology to the negotiators? He. His brother said, maybe he is that kind of person. Bai Xiaolu asked, what kind of person? There is only one kind of person in the world, his brother replied, a man of two minds. Bai Xiaolu was silent for a long time. Then, the boy continued asking, why did he teach us all of Yuri's notes? Why did he help us sense the mysteries of the mind world, at the cost of his brainwaves and the vitality magnetic field that was running dry? Why did he disseminate his most famous skill, Legion, and explain it to us? Maybe it's a new trick to test the limits of Legion. Maybe he's trying to win our trust and get more from us. Maybe he's trying to make friends with us sincerely, hoping we can help him revive Citigroup, his brother said. I only know that if things go on like this, we might be able to eliminate him in the mental confrontation within a few days. What do you think, little Lu? Will you kill him? Me? Bai Xiaolu, panicking, said subconsciously, brother is the manipulator, and I'm not. What if you are? His brother asked, if you were capable of killing him, would you do it? I don't know. Bai Xiaolu thought for a long time and sighed in distress. Brother, you decide. I'll listen to you. His brother fell silent. His usual calmness and indifference were gone. He responded in confusion, I don't know. They walked through the dust for another 3 days. Their destination, which could have been reached by an off-road vehicle in a day and a night, was still far away. Their food and water had run out. Their bandages and medication had not been changed for a long time. Their faces were pale, their lips dry, and their wounds smelly. Their physical and mental strength were nearing their limits again. The wind and clouds on the desert tempted and tormented them like a banshee in the deep sea. Sometimes, an oasis appeared faintly in front of them, or a silver city, or at least a settlement where smoke was rising. However, when they gathered all their willpower and strength to look for it, they discovered it was an illusion or a mirage. In front of them was a sandstorm, then another sandstorm, and yet another sandstorm. They were trapped in a world of wind, sand, and uncertainty. What do you think, little Lu? Will you kill him? Me? Bai Xiaolu panicked and said subconsciously, brother is the manipulator, and I'm not. What if you are? His brother asked, if you were capable of killing him, would you do it? I don't know. Bai Xiaolu thought for a long time and sighed in distress. Brother, you decide. I'll listen to you. His brother was silent. His usual calmness and indifference were gone. He replied in confusion, "I don't know." They walked in the dust for another 3 days. Their destination, which could have been reached by an off-road vehicle in a day and a night, was still far away. Their food and water had run out. Their bandages and medication had not been changed after all. The 2 kids still had what he wanted most. If he accidentally killed them, he would be the one to suffer. When the dust storm came, the 3 of them had to cover themselves with the same canvas and dig and struggle to keep from being buried by the wind and sand. Perhaps Boss Goldtooth had considered whether he should kill one of the kids to replenish his strength. But the black spots hovering in the sky behind him made him give up the idea temporarily. The Vulture Gang's falcons were getting closer. It was very likely that they had discovered their existence. Boss Goldtooth alone was not enough to deal with the Scorpion Gang and the Vulture Gang. Someone had to stall and harass them for him. What is that? On the morning of the 3rd day, when the 3 of them were exhausted and about to give up, a forest of shining silver metal suddenly appeared on the left side of the dried river. Bai Xiaolu squinted and observed carefully, only to discover that it was a large wind turbine soaring into the sky. However, they were melted, broken, and collapsed due to the heat and blast of the nuclear war. It's a power station. I recognize the place. I've been here before the war. There's a fairly large winery nearby. The red eyes of the leader of the Gold Teeth clan adjusted to ensure he was really seeing a twisted wind generator and not a mirage. Even he was overjoyed. We are saved. The 3 of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Suddenly, they shouted and ran toward the wind power station together. Bai Xiaolu ran too fast and fell halfway. Ignoring the pain from his wounds, he crawled up on all 4s. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly stepped on something hard, which made a ding sound. Boss Goldtooth suddenly stopped. He turned around and glared at Bai Xiaolu. Don't move. His red eye almost burned a hole in Bai Xiaolu's body. Don't move, landmine. The word landmine froze the air inside the sandstorm. The temperature dropped by almost 10 degrees. Bai Xiaolu was so scared that she did not dare to move at all. Wan Songhai stood on his tiptoes and screamed, terrified he might have stepped on a landmine, too. After making sure there was nothing below his feet, he took 2 steps back and shouted at Bai Xiaolu, "How could you be so careless?" Bai Xiaolu was rendered speechless. Her teeth chattered, and the muscles and bones throughout her body trembled. Don't move. Don't panic. Stay calm. Let me see. The leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood's red eyes dilated and contracted. Strange sounds echoed deep within his temples. He crouched beside Bai Xiaolu's feet and slowly unsheathed his dagger. With the gentlest of movements, he turned the dagger into a feather and pushed away the dust beneath Bai Xiaolu's right foot. An anti-infantry mine, the size of 2 to 3 palms and resembling a flattened can, revealed an ugly corner. Aha! The gold-toothed leader laughed in an ugly manner. We've hit the jackpot. This is a K-141 anti-infantry landmine from Contract, whose nickname is Spider-Catcher. Do you know what a spider-catcher is? It's a giant spider unique to Papua New Guinea. It hunts in a very peculiar way. It does not spin webs but lurks in the darkness. When a bird passes by, it leaps high and kills the bird like a hungry tiger attacking a lamb. It's the same for this Spider-Catcher landmine. It contains a bouncing combat unit that can jump up to 4 to 5 meters high. The combat unit carries over 500 diamond-shaped fragments. Once they explode, they can kill all the enemy's scattered soldiers within a 100-meter radius. There are practically no blind spots in any direction. Even if you're wearing level 3 armor, the casualty rate is still over 85%. Kid, you really know how to step on things. Wow, so awesome. Bai Xiaolu was so scared that she didn't know what to say. Wan Zonghai was the first to scream. He subconsciously ran 100 meters away but, after a moment's thought, turned back and waved at the leader of the Gold Teeth gang. "Uncle, it's too dangerous there. Come here now." "Boss, Bai Xiaolu's mind went blank. She wanted to ask Boss Gold Tooth for help, but she didn't know what to say. They were merely taking advantage of each other's relationship. She had been unlucky enough to step on such a deadly weapon. How could she ask Boss Gold Tooth to die with her? What? Boss Gold Tooth glanced at Wan Zonghai in the distance with a half-smile. "Are you abandoning your classmates?" "Of course not." Wan Zonghai's face flushed red. He coughed and rolled his eyes. "It wasn't easy for me to get here hand in hand with little Lu. We are deeply in love with each other. But he's stepped on a powerful landmine. What can we do? We can't save him at all. How about this? Let's go to the winery up front and see if there are any tools to dismantle the landmine. If there are none, we'll go to the place Uncle wanted to go to in the first place. There must be a lot of professionals and tools there, right? Then we'll definitely come back to save little Lu. Little Lu, don't worry. Never abandon, never give up, is my motto. You must persevere. Grit your teeth and wait for help. Really, in a day or two, 3 to 5 days, the reinforcements will definitely come." Bai Xiaolu was dumbfounded. She thought carefully and was left speechless. Holding back his tears and trembling, he tried to maintain the last bit of his dignity. In a trembling voice, he said, That's right, boss. You should leave now. I'm here. It's all right. I can do it." Boss Gold Tooth continued digging the sand around the landmine until more than half of the tarantula was exposed. He was greatly relieved. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he gestured to Wan Zonghai. "What else do we have in our backpacks?" "Uncle," Wan Zonghai was dazed. He stammered, What are you trying to do? Didn't you say that the range and damage of such landmines are enormous? Don't get yourself killed in vain. We're counting on you for the rest of the journey. I can't do it alone. I asked you to bring the backpack over, Boss Gold Tooth said, staring at Wan Zonghai, word by word. Then, dig 2 pits over 110 meters away, more than 1 meter deep, and finish them within 2 hours. The soil in this area used to be very fertile. Right now, there's only a layer of sand on top. It shouldn't be difficult to dig. After you're done, hide yourself 150 meters away. Do you understand? Wan Zonghai's mouth was wide open. He looked at Boss Gold Tooth's bloodshot eyes, which seemed about to burst, and then at the gold boa pistol on his waist. He stopped talking and tossed the backpack to Li Yao before starting to dig the pit. At least our luck isn't too bad. Boss Gold Tooth took out a few shabby tools from his backpack. There's a screwdriver, a few razor blades, and some sticky gel to stop the bleeding. Boss. Bai Xiaolu felt a cramp of pain in her calf. Can we dismantle the spider catcher landmines? Let's give it a try. Thankfully, we still have the sticky gel. The leader of the Gold Teeth gang explained, Listen, you need to remain absolutely calm and collected, especially the force your right foot exerts on the landmine. There must be no change. Then, I will slowly remove the shell of the landmine and fill it with sticky gel. This kind of landmine is very sensitive. Any slight change in pressure, boom. If someone tries to dismantle its sensor components, boom. If someone tries to freeze its sensor components, boom. If someone tries to replace your right foot with something else, boom. But if we slowly inject some sticky gel into the sensor components, we should be able to delay its jump and detonation. The delay should be around 10 to 15 seconds, right? 10 to 15 seconds. Bai Xiaolu calculated quickly. So, we have to run 100 meters in 10 seconds and jump into the bulletproof pit? I can't do that. Before the nuclear war, the maximum speed of a human being had just surpassed 10 seconds, but it was the result of repeated attempts under the most perfect conditions. Although the radiation had strengthened some of the devil's bodies, it did not mean they could easily surpass the speed limits of humans. Besides, Bai Xiaolu and Boss Goldtooth were both heavily wounded and on the verge of collapse after 2 days and 2 nights of travel. If you can't make it, go to hell, the leader of the Gold-Tooth clan said, lifting his head to look Bai Xiaolu in the eyes. There are many good-for-nothing kids in the furious blood wasteland who can't do anything. They all died, and no one cared. Only you care about yourself. No one else does. He wasn't waiting for an answer and continued to focus on dismantling the landmine. Soon, he removed the curved shell, and his hands, as precise as scalpels, moved away, revealing the intricate internal structure, delicate like a clock. I can't hold on any longer, Bai Xiaolu said, seeing the cold, deadly scraps. She imagined being torn apart by the scraps and picked clean by vultures. Her heart, abdomen, and calves cramped again, and she began to cry. I can't take it anymore. Run away, boss. Run 100 meters away, or I will kill you. Stop. Stand still. Just stay put, the leader of the Gold-Tooth Legion said without raising his head. Or I will kill you. Why? Bai Xiaolu was truly confused. Why did you save me? Stupid brat, you better understand one thing, no one wants to save you. I just want the password to retrieve the cutting-edge water purification technology, the Gold-Tooth leader growled. If you're blown into pieces, who can hypnotize the other kid and get the password for me? This is not important at all. Bai Xiaolu couldn't hold back and said, no matter how smart Wan Zhonghai is, he's just a teenager. I don't believe that you, who used to be an elite Navy SEAL and the dominator of the desert for more than 10 years, can't figure out a way to extract information from him. Many modern punishments are beyond the limits of the human body. Any secret can be dug out easily. You. The leader of the Gold Teeth gang was dazed for a long time. He spat and said, then what about my investment in you? I still need you to revive the Citigroup. That's why I taught you Yuri's notes. Your life is mine until I collect all my investment with interest. But, Bai Xiaolu shouted, brother said you are about to die. What's the point of reviving the Citigroup for a dying man? Boss Gold-Tooth was speechless. Smelly brat, you really will die if you don't talk. The gold-toothed leader gnashed his teeth. Shut up. From this moment on, you will keep your mouth shut, or I will really leave you here to die. Bai Xiaolu obediently shut her mouth. Strangely enough, after the conversation with Boss Gold-Tooth, her heart, stomach, and legs had calmed down. There was no pain or cramp anymore. Watching Boss Gold-Tooth risk his life to save her, the girl felt like a colorful radiation cloud was rising in her heart. She couldn't quite tell what she was feeling. Although she knew that unintentionally dropped minced meat didn't exist. If it did exist, even just once, just for 1 second, how wonderful that would be. All right. Boss Gold-Tooth injected the remaining 1/3 of the can of sticky gel into the battle unit and the sensor component of the landmine. He struggled to his feet, warming up his stiff limbs. On the count of 3, prepare to run. So fast? Bai Xiaolu was shocked. Her muscles were cramping again. In fact, it was not fast. 2.5 hours had passed. Wan Zhonghai had finished digging the pits in the distance. Bai Xiaolu should have felt that every second was like a year. I don't think I can move, the boy said weakly. Look at my eyes, brat. I believe you. You did very well just now. You really didn't move at all. Boss Gold-Tooth fixed Bai Xiaolu's face with his giant hands and said firmly, word by word, I still believe in you. I believe that you can run 100 meters in 15 seconds. You must believe in me, too. Believe in my every word. Do you believe in me? Bai Xiaolu nodded her head. Very good. You believe me. I believe you. That way, we can all survive. The gold-toothed leader said, but... With a long face, Bai Xiaolu said, a few days ago, you told me that nobody could be trusted. Those who shouted believe were the people who would stab me in the back. Boss Gold Tooth took a deep breath and pulled Bai Xiaolu hard. 3. Run. The dominator of the wasteland pulled the boy and dashed out like an arrow released from a bow. Bai Xiaolu felt that she was not just running but also flying. No one had ever held her wrist as tightly as Boss Gold Tooth did. It seemed that Boss Gold Tooth was not willing to let go of her wrist, even if it cost him his life. Her heart was beating fast, and she felt as if she were stepping on cotton. She could not tell what she was feeling, but she kept asking herself, does he believe me? Do I believe him? Why? Ding! Weird noises echoed behind her, which seemed to be the sound of the components of the landmines being bounced up. But Bai Xiaolu was not scared at all. She could hear Boss Gold Tooth's steady and powerful breathing, feel his vibrant energy, and hear his thunderous roars echoing in her ears. They can do it. They can do it. They can definitely survive. Jump. Boss Gold Tooth suddenly pulled her. The two of them were only 20 to 30 meters away from the foxhole. Boom! The landmines behind them exploded. The blast pushed them out like a surging heat wave and hit the foxhole precisely. Bai Xiaolu felt that her entire back was burning. The fire soon penetrated into her lungs, and she was in so much pain that she could barely speak. But the intense pain told every nerve in her body that she was still alive. Hee hee. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. She lay in the foxhole and breathed for a long time before letting out a difficult and twisted laugh. The boy breathed in the scorching air and relished the pain all over his body. Boss Gold Tooth had not lied to her. They had made it and survived. 8.6 seconds. While she was thinking, Boss Gold Tooth's head appeared above the foxhole. The desert dominator grinned while spitting blood. Kid, you will be the champion if you join the pre-war Olympics. Bai Xiaolu waved her hands at the gold-toothed boss to express her sincere gratitude, but she felt something was not right. After pondering for a moment, she widened her eyes and said, 8.6 seconds? Didn't boss say the landmines wouldn't explode until at least 10 seconds later? Is that so? The gold-toothed leader scratched his burnt beard and said casually, it was just a guess. There must be errors, right? You guessed it? Bai Xiaolu was dazed. In fact, you don't know when the landmines will explode, do you? Nonsense. The leader of the Gold Teeth Gang said matter-of-factly, do you think I've ever delayed the explosion of a landmine with sticky gel before? If I didn't, how would I know when the landmine would explode? Well, Bai Xiaolu was dumbfounded, half angry and half frustrated. You lied to me. Therefore, Boss Gold Tooth grinned and patted Bai Xiaolu's face with his shaking hands. Kid, I told you not to trust anybody. Wan Songhai staggered toward the two of them, also laden with guns and bullets. Bai Xiaolu and the gold-toothed leader looked at each other. They both forgot their conflict and concentrated their minds to the maximum. Wan Songhai's eyes darted back and forth. Despite the bruises all over their bodies, the two of them still seemed sane. He glanced at the Vulture Gang's Scout Falcon hovering in the sky behind him, hesitated for half a second, and forced a sincere smile. He pulled the gold tooth boss up and opened his arms to Bai Xiaolu. Congratulations on your narrow escape, little Lu. It seems that our worst moment has passed. Asterisk Walla. Walla, asterisk the sound of chains dragging echoed. Squeak, 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 the grinding and rolling of the winch and pulley filled the air. When the sandstorm dispersed, a cool breeze blew over, revealing an underground wine cellar and a small shelter before the three. Oh, 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 oh. There's actually electricity here all the time. This time, we are really saved. Wan Zhanghai danced and shouted. They were indeed hoping for a happy ending, as if all their bad luck had been consumed the moment Bai Xiaolu stepped on the landmine. After wandering around the wind power plant for a while, they found the ruins of the winery and the entrance to the wine cellar and shelter. The wine cellar, about half the size of a football field before the war, was powered by the wind power plant. Although most of the wind power generators had been destroyed in the nuclear war, one or two were still functioning well enough to support the daily use of the small wine cellar as a shelter. At the end of the war, to pacify the people and encourage them to excavate and modify their own shelters, the government provided the greatest support for energy supply. The wind power plant had been built with this purpose in mind, designed fully automatically. Even so, it was still a miracle that some of the units had survived until now. Perhaps it was a miracle that had been specially prepared for them. The wine cellar maintained a constant temperature and humidity. Most of the wine was intact. Even if it was broken, it could still be used as daily water. A corner of the wine cellar had been modified into a living area that, though small, was well equipped, with bedrooms, living rooms, and washrooms. There was also a small warehouse where all kinds of goods were piled up. It could almost be called a small supermarket. It seemed that the owner of the winery had made up his mind to stay in the underground world for a long time. It was a pity that they died anyway. The three of them found a skeleton in the bedroom. Judging from the decayed clothes, it should have been the mistress of the winery. Her body was emitting a faint blue color. Some of her bones were even deformed, indicating the cause of her death, either radiation syndrome, bacterial invasion from various biochemical weapons, viral infection, or a combination of these. Next to the bedroom was the living room. In the middle of the living room was a colorful carpet adorned with vibrant cartoons. On the carpet was an unfinished chess set. Dice, toy money, and toy deeds were scattered all over the floor. Two corpses, one large and the other small, were curled up in a corner. It seemed to be a middle-aged man hugging his child tightly. Beside him were a few opened medicine bottles. Green pills were scattered everywhere. V44 nerve antidote, the gold-toothed leader said, picking up a bottle and placing it on his knee. At a safe dosage, when the water is dissolved and injected, it can ease the damage caused by most neurological biochemical weapons. However, if the dosage is more than 5 times the safe amount, it becomes an effective suicide drug that paralyzes the central nervous system directly, causing one to fall into an eternal sleep without any pain or feeling. I don't understand, Bai Xiaolu said. They had so many assets, most of which were vacuum-packed cans. The compressed drinking water was sufficient, and they weren't lacking in energy. They had everything. They could have stayed here for 20 years or even longer. Why did they kill themselves? No. Not everything. They prepared everything, but they lost the most important thing. Boss Goldtooth said in a low voice, hope. They've lost hope. Bai Xiaolu was at a loss for words. He didn't understand what lost hope meant, because he had never had any hope. Without hope, there was no loss. If my memory serves me right, the owner of the winery is named John or something like that. He loved his wife very much. She used to be a great wine producer, too. Everyone knows the winery nearby, the gold-toothed leader said. Poor old John. He prepared everything like a squirrel gathering for winter. Modifying the shelter must have cost him a lot of time and effort. But in the end, he discovered that his beloved wife was infected by the virus or radiation before she had the chance to enter the shelter. In the end, he could only guard his assets and watch his wife mutate, suffer, and die. The incident must have crushed old John and made him lose all hope. Maybe he suspected that he and his son were infected, or maybe he didn't think he could persist until the war was over, or maybe he knew the war was over and the outside world had turned into a living hell. As a wine producer, there was no way he could defeat the guns and drones. Sooner or later, his winery would become the nest of the devils, and his son would become prey to the animals. So, he played the last game of chess with his son. While they played, he tricked his son into taking an overdose of the antidote. Just like that, he went to reunite with his son's mother painlessly. After finishing his speech, the gold-toothed leader sighed and covered the dead father and son with a blanket. Bai Xiaolu was silent for a long time. She couldn't help but say, "Let's carry them to their beds," to his wife and his mother. Boss Gold Tooth looked at Bai Xiaolu intently. "Correct," he agreed. Wan Songhai also spoke up, "This living room is not bad, but it's quite creepy with 2 dead bodies in the corner. Let's move them so we can rest properly here." "Alright," Boss Gold Tooth said, lowering his head to pick up the 2 light corpses, blanket and all. Bai Xiaoru went to help. She carefully held the heads of old John and his son as she and the gold-toothed leader carried them back to the bedroom. They laid them next to the female corpse and covered the family with a rotten, moldy blanket. It was then that Bai Xiaoru noticed a dusty picture on the bedside table. She brushed away the dust and saw that it was a photo of old John's family before the war. They were a very healthy and happy couple, with the dark skin and snow-white teeth unique to the locals. Their golden hair seemed to shine on its own. In the middle, the child held a bunch of grapes that looked like rubies. He picked one and stuffed it into his mouth, smiling even happier than the adults. The vineyard in the background was far more glamorous than what Boss Gold Tooth had described, evoking memories of the good days of the past, the good days that were gone forever. After treating their wounds, they found a lot of wine and cans, played the most beautiful music, and had a small party in the living room. Perhaps it was to celebrate Bai Xiaolu's narrow escape, or maybe it was because the journey through the desert was coming to an end, and they needed a moment of rest. Or perhaps it was for nothing more than a moment of pleasure before the Grim Reaper caught up to them. After so many days of trekking side by side, the boundary between them had blurred. It did not matter whether they were enemies, friends, demons, or underground creatures, masters and slaves, or wary beasts. Right now, they were just 3 people who wanted to survive and were still alive. Needless to say about the boy and the young man, even the leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood put on a sincere smile after he went to the other corner of the wine cellar and fiddled with it mysteriously for a while. He told Bai Xiaolu that she did not need to worry about the pursuers anymore. He had found something better than a car, a radio station. He had already sent a message to someone he could trust. Reinforcements would arrive to rescue them very soon. The reinforcements boasted brand new apocalyptic technology and were fast enough to bypass the harsh terrain and the traps in the desert. Therefore, all they had to do was hide in the desert comfortably. Boss Gold Tooth drank a lot of delicious wine and sang a lot of ugly songs. He forced the 2 kids to sing and drink with him again, which was quite unrestrained. Bai Xiaolu even suspected that, if he continued drinking, the wine would spurt out of all the wounds on his body like a large fountain. Boss Gold Tooth finally collapsed on the couch. He waved his hands and asked Bai Xiaolu to get Wan Zonghai out. Wan Zonghai was also drunk. He chuckled and hugged Bai Xiaolu's shoulder affectionately, like an octopus. He said that Bai Xiaolu was his best brother and that he would never forget him when he distinguished himself one day. A brother's business was his own, and a brother's life was his own. He would certainly help his brother no matter what. Bai Xiaolu did not forget her mission. It seemed that this was her last chance to ask for the password using hypnosis. However, Wan Zonghai was as slippery as a greased gyro. Even though he was deeply hypnotized, he still avoided all questions related to the password subconsciously. Bai Xiaolu tried again and again, but Wan Zhanghai was too drunk and soon fell asleep. Helpless, Bai Xiaolu could only stuff him into an empty wine barrel and report to Boss Gold Tooth. When she returned to the living room, Boss Gold Tooth was already somewhat sober. The floor was littered with empty cans and wine bottles. Ancient, warm music played in the room. The cheerful laughter from earlier had faded, making the room feel even more desolate and lonely. The Desert Dominator leaned on the sofa, a cigarette in his hand. The smoke blurred his features. His eyes were dull. He coughed and stared at a picture. It was a photo of old John's family. Bai Xiaolu hesitated for a moment, then walked to the opposite side of Boss Gold Tooth. She sat cross-legged and said softly, "I'm sorry. He still hasn't told me." "It doesn't matter." "Forget it," the leader of the Gold Teeth clan replied casually, without raising his head. He continued to look at the photo, as if he could see much more from old John's family. "Well, about the day, thank you." Bai Xiaolu thought for a moment and thanked him solemnly, "You are the first person in my life who has treated me sincerely. You are also the first person who can make me trust you completely, except for my brother." "Don't say such corny words, smart-ass brat. Do you think such flowery words can move me? Do you really believe your belief?" The gold-toothed leader spat out a thick, bloody phlegm. "Shut up. Don't stop me from enjoying music and wine." Bai Xiaolu was embarrassed. She could only rub her nose and look at Boss Gold Tooth silently. The awkward silence between them grew thicker. Perhaps there was something inexplicable in the silence, or perhaps it was the repeated impacts of alcohol on his brain cells. Within 5 minutes, Boss Gold Tooth's dark and rough face turned red. He put down the photo and glared at Bai Xiaolu, asking in a low voice, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Bai Xiaolu smiled, hunching her shoulders, and asked the Desert Dominator in embarrassment, "Boss, what is this chess piece?" She pointed at old John and his son's unfinished game. "That's strong chess, also known as millionaire." The gold-toothed leader glanced at it and said unhappily. "Was it fun?" Bai Xiaolu was at a loss. "Who knows what you want to ask exactly?" Boss Gold Tooth frowned. I don't know." Bai Xiaolu curled up even smaller. "I don't want to ask anything. I just want to talk to you." "Why?" Boss Gold Tooth stared at Bai Xiaolu. "I don't know." Bai Xiaolu shook her head again. "I don't know." "Stupid brat." Boss Gold Tooth sniffed and spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, both the blood and saliva were black. "I'm probably going to die. If the reinforcements arrive in time, I might live a few days longer. God knows." Looking at the black blood he had vomited, Boss Gold Tooth said slowly, "That's not important. What's important is that this is your best chance to escape. There's a 30% chance you can kill me and take all the assets here. There's a car in the underground garage in the back with enough fuel and other resources. You know how to drive, right? Maybe you have a chance to run away. Maybe. If you don't kill me right now, your fate will be decided by the reinforcements." "Foolish brat. If I were you, I would definitely take action and not entrust my fate to anyone else." "Probably." Bai Xiaolu bit her lip and shook her head. "But I'm not you. I can't do what you can. You are Boss Gold Tooth, the dominator of the desert. I am just Bai Xiaolu." The leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood laughed, coughing and vomiting blood at the same time. "Kid, open another bottle of wine for me." Resting his head on the arm of the couch, the gold-toothed leader lay down comfortably. He squinted and mumbled, "If there's anything else you want to know, just ask." Bai Xiaolu opened another bottle of wine. A familiar melody rang in the room, "Yesterday reappears." She poured a cup of wine for herself and took a big gulp. Then, summoning her courage, she asked, "Boss, would very much like to know. Who is this Yuri Ikes?" Is he an ally? How did his mental notes end up in your hands? Boss Goldtooth's hands trembled for a moment, but he still gulped down the wine and said in a mechanical voice, "Of course, Yuri Ikes was not an ally at first. He wasn't even Russian. Many sources said he was from Romania, and there were rumors that he was the secret heir of the Transylvanian family. He was a devil and a genius, one of the top aptitude users at the time and a well-deserved king in the field of strength of the heart. Unfortunately, even my motherland did not have a thorough understanding of superpowers back then. We thought ordinary weapons were enough to deal with the devil. After extensive intelligence gathering and meticulous planning, a team of fully armed, well-trained elite Navy SEALs sneaked into Eastern Europe to capture Yuri Ikes. I was their vice-captain." Bai Xiaolu exclaimed in surprise. Seeing that Boss Goldtooth had been transformed into a ghost, Li Yao had a vague feeling that the outcome of the operation would not be good. Of course, the capture failed. Boss Goldtooth paused for a moment, pain and indifference flashing on his face. It was not a capture but a game, Yuri's game, or rather, his first experiment with strength of the heart. Most of the SEALs were killed. My 3 brothers and I stayed to cover the retreat so the heavily wounded captain could escape. In the end, my 3 brothers and I became Yuri's captives. Yuri brought us to a place called Battalion X. We were not his first batch of experiment subjects, but the strongest ones who had been tortured the most miserably. He explored our bodies with various superpowers and brainwashed us with his power of the heart. He turned us into obedient killers and helped him do many sordid things. My 3 brothers sacrificed themselves in the experiments and killings. I was the only one who adapted best to the superpowers. I gritted my teeth and persevered. My self-awareness was awakened, and the remarkable abilities of the legions were developed. Later, when the thermonuclear war broke out, Yuri's Camp X was completely destroyed in the carpet bombing. I was lucky enough to escape and even stole his most important notes. I wandered and struggled, and eventually returned to this place where I established the Citigroup. That's all. However, to this day, I still don't know whether I escaped on my own or if Yuri let me out on purpose for a larger scale and longer experiment. What a scumbag. Bai Xiaolu was fascinated by the story. Looking at the wounds on Boss Goldtooth's body, she felt aches in her own body. She continued, "Is Yuri Ikes still alive right now?" "Of course," Boss Goldtooth sniffed. "He is a high-level consultant of the Alliance now. That's why I don't want to go to the Alliance." "I see." Bai Xiaolu took a long breath in relief. The question that had been bothering her for days was finally answered. She should have felt happy, but for some reason, she still felt that something was wrong. Seeing that Boss Goldtooth was pinching the picture of old John's family so hard that his fingers were turning white, Bai Xiaolu suddenly asked, "Boss, can I ask you a personal question? Is this your hometown? Do you have family here? A wife and children?" Note, there are a few minor grammatical corrections and adjustments for clarity, but the original text's meaning and intent are preserved. Here is the edited text with the requested improvements. He explored our bodies with various superpowers and brainwashed us with his power of the heart. He turned us into obedient killers and helped him do many sordid things. My 3 brothers sacrificed themselves in the experiments and killings. I was the only one who adapted best to the superpowers. I gritted my teeth and persevered. My self-awareness was awakened, and the remarkable abilities of the legions. Bai Xiaolu braced herself for mockery, beration, and even drinking with Boss Goldtooth. But after a moment of silence, he answered her question. The dominator of the wasteland replied, "There was." Then, though Bai Xiaolu didn't know how to speak, she understood she shouldn't press further. She was the most beautiful girl in all the farms, 100 times more beautiful than old John's wife. She could sing many songs, and when she did, her hair shone like the brightest sun. She was also an expert at chores, capable of anything on the farm. She always dreamed of having her own winery, not necessarily big or famous, just her own. We saved a lot of money. The winery was safe. Once I completed the task of capturing Yuri, I would leave the army and start a new life. Last night, she told me she was pregnant. Everything would be different when I returned, the gold-toothed leader said. However, you already know what happened next. I became, like this. He opened his index and middle fingers, pointing to his two crimson eyes. I'm sorry, Bai Xiaoru said, lowering her head. There's no need. Even if I hadn't been captured by Yuri, the outcome would have been the same. A nuclear war would have broken out, and our winery would have been destroyed, if not worse. At least for now, Boss Goldtooth added in a low voice. What about them? Bai Xiaolu blurted out, immediately regretting it. I don't know, Boss Goldtooth replied, shaking his head slowly. I was locked up in Camp X of Yuri for 10 years and struggled in the wasteland for another 10 years. When I returned to this place, the farm and the wilderness had turned into rolling sand. All the familiar things were gone. My wife and my children. Who knows? Don't worry, Bai Xiaolu said, not knowing how to comfort him. Heaven helps the weak. They must be alive. You will find them. Alive, alive, the gold-tooth leader said. That's why I said you were stupid. Kid, you are living in the desert, too. Do you really think such a life is better than death? I don't want them to be alive. I want them to be long dead. The moment the nuclear war breaks out, they would have been melted in the high temperature of thousands of degrees in their sleep. That's the happiest outcome. Maybe they escaped to the underground in time and lived a carefree life there. Bai Xiaolu's mouth was dry. You are an elite Navy SEAL, a martyr who sacrificed yourself for the dangerous missions of your motherland. Your family should have been given preferential treatment, shouldn't they? Hearing that, Boss Goldtooth almost choked on his wine. Ha ha ha, sacrifice, ha ha ha, martyr, ha ha ha, preferential treatment. He threw away the bottle and stared at Bai Xiaolu. The redness in his eyes turned into extremely dangerous flames. Kid, didn't you hear what I said just now? For several years, I was brainwashed by Yuri and became his minion and killing machine, helping him carry out the dirtiest and bloodiest missions. Therefore, in the eyes of the uppers, not only am I not a self-sacrificing martyr, I am also a despicable traitor, and the most dangerous a betrayer. How could I give any preferential treatment to my family? Besides, even if they are the family of the victims, they won't be able to enter the underground metropolis and become an underground demon without special circumstances. Why? Bai Xiaolu found it odd. That's not fair. Fair? The leader of the Gold-Tooth Legion sneered. As the scale of the war grows, the casualties in the involved countries will be counted in the tens of millions. How many family members do they have? The space of the underground metropolis is limited, and the resources are limited. What will happen to the families of the victims? Bai Xiaolu asked, Who are they? The leader of the Gold-Tooth Gang bellowed, the people on Wall Street, the 1%, the people waving flags, the sanctimonious people in suits, the people sitting comfortably in their offices, the people operating their computers, the people talking about motherland and sacrifice. Bai Xiaolu didn't know what to say. He was truly not a talkative person. Let's not talk about me, Boss Goldtooth waved his hands in frustration. What about you, kid? Besides your brother who shares a body with you, what other family do you have? Where are your parents? I also have a twin sister. She's normal. I mean, she's separated from us, but right now, her legs aren't very good. As for our parents, Bai Xiaolu hesitated for a moment and then said, Our mother died a long time ago, just like many other women in the desert. As for our father, we don't have one, Bai Xiaolu said. You don't know who your father is? The gold-toothed leader asked with a smile. It's all right. It's perfectly normal. Most of the children in the desert don't know who their father is. No, Bai Xiaolu shook her head. We either don't know who our father is, or we don't have one. At least, that's what our mother said when she was alive. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by no father? The leader pressed. A very strange meteorite fell from the sky near our village a long time ago. The plants near the meteorite were very lush, and many strange animals we had never seen before often appeared, Bai Xiaolu explained. One time, my mother went to the depths of the meteorite forest by accident. She seemed to have taken a nap under the meteorite. When she came back, we were born. Ha! Boss Gold Tooth couldn't help but laugh. We thought it was absurd, too. We didn't know why our mother made up such a lie. Bai Xiaolu blushed and continued. Such things are very common in the wasteland. People are born like animals, die like animals, and reproduce like animals. 9 out of 10 children don't even know who their father is. Does it matter? At the very least, there's bound to be a father. I really don't understand why a mother would lie like that. It's nothing to be ashamed of. My sister and I have asked our mother repeatedly, it doesn't matter who it is. We can accept anyone. Even if she doesn't remember, at least tell us that there is a father. We would be satisfied. But my mother insisted that there was no such person. She got pregnant because she touched a meteorite. She said that the 3 of us were all children of the meteorite. It's true. Sigh. Since then, she's been a bit crazy. She died soon after. Did you know, boss, that there was a time when I hated my mother and her crazy words? Why did she have to deceive us with such an absurd joke? Why did she have to say that we had no father? If we have a father, even if we don't know who he is, we can imagine him to our heart's content. He might be an invincible hero, a villain who commits crimes, an evil and terrifying devil king, a wandering traveler, or a handsome and confident underground clan member. That's all good, right? But, children of the meteorite? A broken stone that fell from the sky? That's not funny at all. It's not funny. But don't hate your mother, the leader said. Maybe she had her reasons. Of course, we don't hate her anymore. We just feel sorry for her, Bai Xiaolu sighed. After all, we have nothing in the desert. It doesn't matter even if we don't have a father. The 2 of them fell silent again, not knowing what to say. Maybe it was a coincidence, but they both turned to the center of the carpet where old John and his son had played strong chess. Their gazes were fixed, unable to break away for a long time. Kid, if you find your father one day, the gold-tooth leader asked, what do you want to talk to him about? I don't know. What about you? If you find your child, what will you say to him and what will you do? I don't know. I've never thought of such a thing. They should be long dead. Boss Gold Tooth finally lowered his eyes and took a long breath. He waved his hands helplessly and said, you should rest. I should rest, too. All right. Bai Xiaolu moved inch by inch toward the door. She held onto the door frame for a long time before she suddenly turned around and asked in a trembling voice, Boss, is strong hand fun? Maybe. Boss Gold Tooth sat up and looked at Bai Xiaolu. It might be fun. Then, can you teach me how to play? Bai Xiaolu felt tears welling up. She thought Boss Gold Tooth would refuse or at least hesitate. She didn't expect his tone to soften so suddenly. Come here, brat. Boss Gold Tooth waved his hand with a smile and patted the carpet next to him, saying, sit down. I'll teach you how to play. They played strong chess for a long time. They had agreed to play just one game, but one led to another. Strong chess might really be fun. This is an opportunity card. This is a public fund card. When you reach this question mark, you must draw a card. Do you understand? Ha! I have a water factory and a railway company. You are surely doomed, kid. How about this? If we buy all 3 plots of the same color, can the rent be doubled, boss? Then you will have to pay me, boss. Hey, 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 get out of jail. What are you talking about? Pay income tax? Is there such a thing? I won. I won this time, boss, right? Ha ha ha. Boss? They played one game after another. The 2 chess pieces wandered on the streets that had long been demolished. They lost possession time and again. Bai Xiaolu was so engrossed in the game that she forgot she was in a purgatory deep in the desert. Again. Again. The boy's face was flushed. He waved the toy bills and the title deed, shouting excitedly, "I'm going to beat you this time." But this time, Boss Goldtooth opened his hands, grabbed the chess piece and the die, and shook his head at the boy. "Enough, brat. It's over." Boss Goldtooth smiled, his voice coarse. Bai Xiaolu was dazed. The smile and redness on her face gradually froze and disappeared. "Can't we play another game?" "Just one more," the boy begged, on the verge of tears. "One more game will end eventually," Boss Goldtooth said as he opened his hands and let the chess pieces and die roll and collide. He mumbled, "Everything is coming to an end. Listen. The music is over." The song, "Yesterday Once More," had stopped at some point. The only sound in the small living room was the boy's sobbing. "It's my fault." Seeing the pleading look on the boy's face, the leader of the Gold Teeth clan lit another cigarette and shivered. He took a long drag and said, "Your generation is actually much luckier than ours. You've never seen the good days of the past, and you're already used to the torment of purgatory. You're definitely not like me, tossing and turning every suffocating night, recalling the past, and the past. Without gain, there is no loss. Without happiness, there is no pain. Without true life, there is no fear of death. Ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is a gift. Death is the ultimate peace. But now, kid, you already know it. You will never forget it. I'm sorry. It's all right. I think this is good. Really. Thank you, boss." Bai Xiaolu sobbed. I was too greedy. I wish I could play strong chess with boss in such clean water and a peaceful environment every day." "Yes. You were too greedy," Boss Goldtooth smiled. "That's impossible. Wouldn't it be great if time could be reversed and yesterday could reappear?" Bai Xiaolu said in a trembling voice. "Then, we could replay today over and over again. Whether it's the nuclear war, the desert, or the wasteland outside, we could always hide here and play strong chess. After one game, we could start another. It would always be like this." "No. It's more than that. If we could turn back time, maybe we could stop everything, stop the damn nuclear war from breaking out, and stop all the disasters that will destroy peace and mankind from happening. If so, maybe boss would be able to find your wife and your child, and my mother wouldn't have died. She will bring me to my father." "You are drunk." Boss Goldtooth's knuckles were turning pale. He suppressed his anger and said, word by word, "Yesterday will not happen again. Time cannot be reversed. Life is not a game. There is no way to start over after a game." "Is there really none?" Bai Xiaolu seemed genuinely drunk. Her face and eyes were frighteningly red, like a small animal that had fallen into a trap and was struggling hard. She shouted, "You and my brother are both persons. Aren't you two super experts who can manipulate the four essential forces and even move mountains and seas to absorb strength from the stars? Why can't there be a superpower that can reverse time and change everything? Why? Because the mysteries of time are far more complicated, obscure, and mysterious than the mysteries of space. According to Yuri's speculation, unless the four fundamental forces of strong interaction force, weak interaction force, electromagnetic force, and gravity force are unified, pushed, and enhanced by the power of the heart, and the grand unification theory is fully cracked and grasped, only then can 1/1000th of the mysteries of time be perceived. The gold-toothed leader sighed. That's impossible. At least, not on Earth. Is it impossible on Earth? Bai Xiaolu grasped the key point keenly. There was an unstoppable sharpness in her eyes. What do you mean? It is impossible on Earth. Then, where is it possible? Well, Boss Gold Tooth shook his head. He hesitated for a moment and said, Yuri is a devil, but he is also an out-and-out genius. He has done a lot of research on the origins of superpowers in Camp X and come up with a lot of interesting speculations. One of his beliefs is that the superpowers come from outer space, or, in other words, the depths of the universe. Between the stars, meteoroids brought these superpowers to Earth. What? Bai Xiaolu's eyes bulged. She stammered, a meteorite? Exactly. Do you know how the total thermonuclear war broke out? At the beginning of the 21st century, the major powers of human civilization clashed and had numerous small-scale conflicts and proxy wars. However, both sides possessed enormous nuclear arsenals and missile defense systems, maintaining a balance of strategic deterrence. No one wanted to perish alongside the other. A total thermonuclear war might not have erupted so early. However, on the eve of the war, a small meteoroid shower broke into the atmosphere and struck the missile defense bases and nuclear arsenals of the superpowers precisely, breaking the balance. The Earth was then burnt to the ground. Yuri believed that the balance-breaking meteoroids, or those coming from the same direction decades ago, brought something extremely special from the depths of the universe, gradually changing the physique and soul of some humans. Eventually, they reached a threshold and gave birth to persons, or rather, new human beings. Is there such a thing? This was the first time Bai Xiaolu had heard such a theory. She found it strange, no matter how she thought about it. However, there have been no large-scale meteoroid showers on Earth in the past few decades. How could a few meteoroids hit the nuclear arsenals and defense centers of the superpowers so precisely? Weird, isn't it? Therefore, Yuri is very suspicious that the meteoroids are not natural but some kind of weapon from another civilization in the depths of the universe, another precisely guided weapon of wisdom. Yuri believed that, since human beings could harness certain superpowers from the remnants of the meteorites, they might be able to unravel the mysteries of the four fundamental forces or even the grand unification theory if they traced back to the source of the meteorites and uncovered the wisdom of another civilization in space. Who knows? So, Bai Xiaolu was suddenly excited and clever. If we want to reverse time, we have to seek a higher civilization and wisdom at the end of the universe. Calm down, kid. Calm down. The dominator of the desert tried to comfort the boy. This is just Yuri's speculation. It's just nonsense he spouted in his excitement. Besides, why go to the end of the universe? Why is it impossible? Looking at the chess pieces on the ground, Bai Xiaolu clutched one of them so hard that it was bleeding. As long as I can reverse time and save everything, I will endure any pain and pay any price. It will be a long, long journey. Boss Gold Tooth looked at Bai Xiaolu with intense pain on his face. He shook his head and said, Kid, you will lose a lot of things. Maybe everything. Is there anything I can lose? Bai Xiaolu looked at her bleeding palm and grinned. Besides, as long as we go back in time and replay what happened, everything we lost will be recovered, won't it? That night, the boy dreamed again. This time, it was a dream so good that he did not want to wake up. He dreamed that the thermonuclear war had not broken out yet. The village where they lived was full of flowers, with colorful orchards and farmlands at the foot of the mountain. The air was filled with delicious scents. He was separated from his brother, who was a handsome young man. His sister's legs were nimble, his mother was alive, and she was not crazy. The family sat on the hillside for a picnic and watched the people at the foot of the mountain working hard. His mother and sister sang many songs together, while his brother and he giggled and drank sweet and sour fruit wine. Ah, there was also their father. They had found their father, a middle-aged man as tall and sturdy as a mountain. His face was unshaven, and he had a somewhat heavy scent. He resembled Boss Gold Tooth, but had black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin. Their father spoke very loudly and laughed heartily. He also taught them to play. He, his brother, and his father played together. The dream was so beautiful that the boy subconsciously knew it was not real, but it did not stop him from leaving all the laughter and tears in the dream and the good days of the past behind. In the end, the dream was about to come to an end. The sun was setting, making the boy's shadow look like a black snake. You don't want it to end like this? Suddenly, the fuzzy shadow started wriggling like a viper. Huh? The boy's eyes widened in shock. Do you want all of this to become reality and for yesterday to reappear? Do you want all the happiness to be endlessly recycled? His shadow continued questioning him. In the dream, everything seemed normal. The boy's fear turned into curiosity. Bai Xiaolu asked, "Who are you?" The shadow smiled. For the first time, Bai Xiaolu realized that her shadow could smile, and it was so weird. "I am you," the shadow said in a low, charming voice. "The you from billions of years in the future." What? Bai Xiaolu was dazed. She stammered, "Billions of years later, how can you?" "Don't waste time," the shadow said. "You don't know how many lives I've burned and how many planets I've sacrificed to send you a message billions of years later. You and I have done a great job over the past billions of years. But if we want to reverse time and restart everything, very good is not good enough. We have to do better." "Hey, what are you doing exactly?" "I extinguished billions of stars and paid such a high price just to say a few words to myself billions of years ago, and you're not even paying attention?" "No, I was looking at it," Bai Xiaolu replied. "Can't you see it?" "See what?" the shadow asked, puzzled. "I can't see it." "What is it?" "A vulture," Bai Xiaolu said, staring at what was in front of her. "You didn't see such a big vulture with watery eyes?" "Watery eyes. Very cheap and flirtatious." "Vulture?" The shadow fell silent for a moment. Then, its voice suddenly turned sharp and indignant. "What is it doing? Tell me what the wretched vulture is doing." "It's spinning. It seems to be dancing." "Ballet dancing," Bai Xiaolu replied honestly. "I don't know the specific script. I'm sorry, but I can't concentrate because of its harassment." "What did you say just now?" "You are me billions of years later. What are you going to do?" The shadow was silent for a long, long time. Then, the dream was shattered by the roaring shadow. When Bai Xiaolu saw the shadow soar into the sky and swallow the vulture, she felt as if she were holding the vulture in a sack and beating it brutally. "You clingy bastard! You filthy, lowly cockroach! You sneaky germ! You shameless virus! Get lost! Get out of the time ripple!" It was the shadow's voice, and for some reason, it sounded so angry. Ouch! 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 ouch, 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 ouch. Ouch, 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 ouch. Ouch! Just like that, he woke up from his dream in confusion. It felt strange. It was supposed to be a pure, bleak, and desperate black story. It was the story of a boy who had lost everything, changed beyond recognition, and tried his best to look back but could never do so, even forgetting who he was. However, everything changed when Vulture appeared. It was like a pot of perfectly good hot porridge had been mixed with mouse droppings. Bai Xiaolu soon forgot the dream. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to remember a dream for long, but this time, the strange dream dissipated too quickly and strangely. In the blink of an eye, he had completely forgotten all the details, even forgetting that he had once dreamed. It was as if a tide had wiped out the dream. Then, Bai Xiaolu heard Boss Goldtooth's roar and was pulled out of bed. "Reinforcements are here?" Bai Xiaolu blurted out, but judging from Boss Goldtooth's gloomy face, unlikely. "Not reinforcements," the leader of the Gold Teeth Gang gritted his teeth, each word jumping out. "The Scorpion Gang and the Vulture Gang." "What?" Bai Xiaolu was greatly alarmed. "Don't be scared. The reinforcements will definitely arrive today. We just need to survive this wave. But there's only one entrance and exit here. It's a dead end. We can't stay and defend ourselves, or the entrance and exit will be blocked and set on fire. We're doomed. We need to go to the surface and use the winery ruins to survive." Boss Goldtooth dragged Bai Xiaolu out of the room and woke up Wan Zhanghai, asking him to pack his weapons and ammunition. He took the opportunity to whisper to Bai Xiaolu, "Don't worry. The reinforcements are a secret special force of the association. They're very fast and can travel on all terrains. They'll definitely come." "You trust them so much?" Bai Xiaolu was suspicious. "Why?" "Because the commander of the special forces is Colonel Sterling, who was my captain when I was in the SEAL. He was rescued by me and my 3 other brothers during the operation to capture Yuri. If it weren't for our sacrifice, he would have been captured by Yuri and thrown into Camp X, too." The leader of the Gold Teeth clan said, "When I returned to this place after all the suffering, Colonel Sterling took a lot of care of me. He was the one who proved my loyalty and reconnected me with the contract. If there's anyone I trust in the Furious Blood Wasteland and the contract, it's him. I'm only willing to hand over the cutting-edge water cleaning technology to Colonel Sterling. He will certainly come to our rescue, too." "But," Bai Xiaolu said, "a few days ago, when we attacked New Gold Mountain, he tricked you and didn't tell you anything about the magnetic explosion infantry factory." "No, it's none of his business." The veins on the forehead of the leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood bulged as he said brutally, "Colonel Sterling came to the secret base in the north of the Furious Blood Wasteland a year ago to train new special forces. He didn't know anything about it. If he had known the truth, he would never have betrayed me. Never. Bai Xiaolu was intimidated by Boss Gold Teeth's brutality and nodded subconsciously. Believe me. Believe Colonel Sterling. We will be fine. You will be fine. Just like yesterday's mines. It was just a false alarm. A false alarm. Boss Gold Tooth summoned the two kids and climbed back to the ground. On the horizon, the wind was blowing, raising dozens of pillars of smoke that looked like raging devils. In the sky, countless falcons were hovering, eager to dive down like the claws of the Grim Reaper. Through the telescope, one could vaguely see the tanks of the Scorpion Gang and the Vulture Gang. The two teams were distinctly different and decorated in a very distinctive way. The tanks of the Scorpion Gang were embedded with the shells of countless giant scorpions, serving as reactive plate armor. Often, one or two hooks were attached to the back of the tanks, designed to knock over the enemy's tanks or the scorpions' tails. The Vulture Gang, on the other hand, covered their tanks with colorful feathers, as if they were decorations on a bandit. Both the Scorpion Gang and the Vulture Gang had installed countless metal hooks on their vehicles so that many bandits could cling to them. An off-road vehicle could carry more than 10 bandits. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 30 tanks, which meant that at least 300 bandits, the elites of the venomous Scorpion Gang and the Vulture Gang, had been deployed. On their side, there were only 3 people, a boy, a teenager, and a dying man. 3 versus 300. The outcome seemed decided long ago. Wan Zonghai's teeth started chattering. But for some reason, Bai Xiaolu was not scared at all. Our weapons and ammunition are running out. Shooting at the enemy is not a good idea. Boss Gold Tooth glanced at the guns and ammunition on the canvas and said solemnly. They're all yours. Don't be stingy with your bullets. Try to attract the enemy's attention by opening fire. I'll go around them and fight my way into their base to retrieve some weapons and ammunition. What? What do you want me to do? Bai Xiaolu was dazed. Rest assured. Everything will be fine, the gold-toothed leader grinned. Can't you feel it? The wind is getting stronger. Soon, there will be a sandstorm. Visibility will be very low. Nobody will expect me to suddenly march in. I'm sure I will be able to kill a lot of people. But there are hundreds of people there. Bai Xiaolu wanted to pull Boss Gold Tooth's sleeve but didn't dare to. Hundreds of people, hee. Boss Gold Tooth patted Bai Xiaolu's shoulder, neither softly nor heavily, and said, Do you know why my ability is named Legion? Why? Bai Xiaolu didn't understand why Boss Gold Tooth was talking about this. Is it because your ability can boost the morale and combat ability of the entire Legion? No, it's because, when my ability is activated to the maximum, I alone will be a Legion. He dashed out into the sandstorm and the bloody desert. The devil-like smoke gradually approached them. Tears streaming down her face, Bai Xiaolu bit her lips so hard they bled. Wan Zonghai rolled his eyes, ready to make a move. Don't move. Bai Xiaolu glared at him. With a fierce expression, she said brutally, If you don't push back the bandits, it will be useless even if you run to the ends of the earth. They will capture you and skin you alive. Wan Zonghai looked at the veins on Bai Xiaolu's face, then at his trembling hands holding the gun. He touched his nose and stopped rolling his eyes. All right, I won't move. Crouching in the middle of the winery's ruins, Wan Zonghai muttered in a low voice, It's a pity Boss Gold Tooth has already acted. Do you really think he's going to attack the Scorpion Gang and Vulture Gang's tanks and fight hundreds of them by himself? Chances are he's planning to use us as a distraction while he sneaks away. Shut up. Bai Xiaolu narrowed her eyes and said, one word after another, shut up. Wan Zonghai's heart skipped a beat. Seeing the boy's expressionless face, he did not dare to say anything. Bang! 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 Bai Xiaolu aimed at the convoy of bandits not far away and opened fire first. At such a long distance and in the midst of a huge sandstorm, hitting the target was impossible, but it was enough to attract the enemy's firepower. Bullets rained down on the ruins of the winery, causing broken stones and sparks to fly everywhere. The air was filled with the sound of cracking. The boy and the young man could not even raise their heads. "Are you crazy?" Wan Sanghai screamed. "Maybe." Bai Xiaolu crouched in a corner, only extending her hands and her gun to counterattack, which attracted even more bullets. "He left us and ran away," Wan Sanghai shouted. "Bullshit!" Bai Xiaolu roared. The young man lay on the ground, covering his head with another bulletproof vest. The boy, on the other hand, picked up a second gun and fired left and right, causing the web between his thumb and index finger to bleed and his arms to go numb. It was unclear where the bullets were flying. The enemy was getting closer and closer. The sound of the off-road vehicle's engine, the clear sounds of the enemy firing, and the sounds of cursing could be heard through the sandstorm. In the sky, a mutated falcon with red eyes suddenly let out a long cry and swooped down at Bai Xiaolu like an arrow released from a bow. Its speed was so fast that Bai Xiaolu could even smell the stench on its body. Bai Xiaolu bit her lip so hard that her brother's brain seemed to be burning. She helped him lock onto the monster diving down. After a beautiful shot, the mutated falcon turned into a pile of minced meat. In the sandstorm not far away, the bandits' gunshots and laughter came to an abrupt end, followed by screams, moans, and roars. Bai Xiaolu was dazed for a moment. Overjoyed, she stuck her head out of the low wall. "He didn't leave?" Wan Sanghai found it hard to believe, too. He swallowed and stuck half his head out of the wall. In the billowing sand, visibility was extremely low. However, even the most intense sandstorm and the thickest smoke could not obscure Boss Goldtooth's vigorous and brilliant vitality when he was burning to the maximum. They were the dominators of the furious blood wasteland, the god of war on the wasteland. Bai Xiaolu saw that Boss Goldtooth had been lurking in the sand, merging with the earth in camouflage, until the tanks of the Scorpion Gang and Vulture Gang passed by him slowly. Then he burst out like a furious rhino and overturned an off-road vehicle. Bai Xiaolu saw that Boss Goldtooth was unstoppable. A dagger and a saber slashed out two dominating auras. No matter how many layers of armor the enemy wore or how much body armor they had, they were all cut in half by Boss Goldtooth. Internal organs and broken limbs were strewn everywhere. Bai Xiaolu saw that bright gold ripples were spreading out of Boss Goldtooth's body. All the enemies covered by the ripples were slowed down, turning into clay chickens and pottery dogs at the mercy of their captors. Bai Xiaolu saw that Boss Goldtooth was snatching grenades from the enemies and throwing them into the nearby off-road vehicles. He was creating countless exploding fireballs in front of and behind him. Countless enemies were blown away, but he stood like an iron tower in the middle of a raging ocean. He wasn't just snatching a few weapons, he planned to kill all the bandits of the Scorpion Gang and the Vulture Gang by himself. Of course, Boss Goldtooth was human, and there were limits to what he could do. There were too many of them. Despite the low visibility and slow reactions, many bullets pierced through Boss Goldtooth's body. But he seemed to be made of iron, showing no reaction. He continued moving forward, slashing, exploding, and bleeding. The bandits of the Scorpion Gang and the Vulture Gang had lost their courage. They had thought that, after Boss Goldtooth's assault on New Gold Mountain failed, the city gang would be gone, and the ambitions of the Desert Dominator would collapse. Besides, Boss Goldtooth and the two kids had been on a long journey in the northern desolate area for several days. They should have been exhausted and waiting for their doom. However, he did not expect that the dry bones, fueled by the invisible flames, would turn into the undying tyrants of hell once more. At this moment, countless bandits were reminded of the terror when Boss Goldtooth savaged the furious Blood Wasteland. Their minds were once again filled with the memory of his aggression and the brutal captives of the legions. They stood like chicks in front of a ferocious tiger, motionless and waiting to be butchered. Very soon, almost 10 armored off-road vehicles had been overturned or blown away, leaving nearly 100 dead bodies. It was not until this moment that Boss Goldtooth's attack began to slow. Crimson blood flowed from his body, and hot steam spurted from his mouth and nose. Though heavily wounded and breathing heavily, he persisted in silence, striding forward, dodging, waving his saber, and slashing, reaping the lives of the hideous creatures like the sickle of death. "Boss is tired. We have to help him." Bai Xiaolu roared at Wan Zonghai. Wan Zonghai had already lost his composure. He dared not meet the boy's fierce gaze, which was as intense as that of a tiger. His lips trembled for a long time, but he could not bring himself to speak. Therefore, he simply handed the gun and the bullets to Bai Xiaolu and raised his hands as if it were none of his business. To be honest, after the previous round of concentrated fire, they did not have many bullets left. If they continued, they would be committing suicide. Besides, it was a dogfight among the devils. From the perspective of the underground dwellers of the Thousand Treasures Sea, it was indeed unnecessary for them to be killed. But Bai Xiaolu couldn't care less about that. She kicked Wan Zonghai to the ground, picked up all the guns and ammunition, and rushed toward the raging sandstorm. "Brother, please." The boy's eyes had never been so determined, nor had the lines on his face ever been so fierce. It was as if he had grown a lot in an instant. "If you've made up your mind," his brother was silent for a moment before he replied, "All right. I'll try my best." When the boy rushed into the sandstorm, Boss Goldtooth's blood had already turned the sand beneath his feet into mud. The moment he slowed down, the bandits' numerical advantage was immediately evident. Dozens of automatic rifles opened fire at once, causing sparks to fly from his body armor and the level 3 armor on his body. His exposed limbs splattered blood one after another. Seeing that the bandits were suppressing him with their firepower and that Boss Goldtooth was pinned down by the line of fire and could not get away, the boy rushed over. "Ah!" The boy roared like an animal, and his elder brother pushed him hard. An invisible wave of brainwaves spread out like an explosion, hitting the brains of all the nearby bandits hard. Many of them were dazed, with blood flowing out of their mouths and out of fear. Dripping mouths and blood streaming out of their noses and mouths their mouths. Noses out of their noses. They staggered and fell into a concussion state. The bandits, who had temporarily lost their combat ability, turned into the best live targets. Their throats were cut, and their weapons taken away. Even though Bai Xiaolu's hands were shaking, she could still blow their heads off easily. The enemies, far away, did not dare to come close. They simply relied on the off-road vehicles to shoot at them, which seemed to be beyond the range of Bai Xiaolu's and her brother's previous attacks. But her brother still endured the pain and pushed them a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth time. One by one, the bandits, with blood spurting from their mouths and noses, staggered out from the back of the SUV, called out by Boss Goldtooth. "Enough, brat. Your brother is about to be overdrafted." Boss Goldtooth threw an automatic rifle to Bai Xiaolu and bellowed. "Not enough, boss. Brother said he could do more. Believe us." Bai Xiaolu grinned. Blood was flowing from her nostrils, ears, eyes, and mouth. She felt her brother's stomach was on fire, as if his brain had been turned into a bomb and pushed, crazily time and time again, venting all the feelings of loss, fear, pain, and fury they had experienced since childhood. The natural sandstorm gradually died down, but the bloody sandstorm raised by Bai Xiaolu, her brother, and Boss Goldtooth was getting stronger, enshrouding the vanguard of the two gangs. The bandits finally couldn't bear it any longer and ran away, shouting, "Devil! Devil! Devil! Bai Xiaolu and Boss Gold Tooth looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Yes. Of course, they were devils. Was there a problem? The boy and the dominator of the desert strode forward side by side. Their brainwaves surged and supported each other, shooting out mind lightning and scorching bullets one after another, until the boy's throat was bleeding, until the brother's every brain cell was burnt to ashes, until the wound on the gold tooth boss stopped bleeding, and the brother fell to one of his knees. At this moment, there was not a single enemy in sight 500 meters ahead of them. Boss, what's wrong? Boss! Bai Xiaolu hurried to help Boss Gold Tooth, only to discover that, although he was wreathed in scorching white smoke, he was as cold as ice. His body armor had been aged. His chest was a mess of flesh and blood like a honeycomb. Even the left red optic eye had been embedded with a bullet. The eye had been burnt into a black hole as a whole stark. But Bai Xiaolu did not feel Gold Tooth was the SC this. The eye had been an ulcer, you are me even though Boss Gold Tooth. Boss Bab Gold Tooth, the Boss Gold and bingo. Boss Gold Teeth, will be fine, boss. Believe me. Reinforcements will thunder. But, whilst aren't you? Soon are the. Not one. Dawn beaten were cold thunders that don't worry. Believe me, Dawn 5 routine. Cold thunder point 15. With her, the you can't be cold thunder. We'll be fine. You're aren't. With me's. So. As well. You. Don't fucking. With me, you can't lie. You said it yourself. T with RNU. With me. As your. Are you? There was a damage 5. Had tooth. 500 meters. The eye won't. Dawn beaten routine of that thunder, training with RN tribe. Broken in on, as you're smoking as. Gun paranoia was the damage Perug had. Bullet was bright, you lung routine were _export thunder. In stuck. Your RN tribe. Fortunate. Dawn have routine were fortunate. Dawn fortunate. His. Beaten routine were weapons, Dawn beaten routine were _export thunder. In but. With her tribe. Pain me young Yuri's mind notebook is indeed impressive. My brother has pushed it more than 10 times in a row. However, he is a little tired right now. He will be fine after a short rest. Bai Xiaolu still refused to let go of Boss Gold Tooth. She tried to clean his wounds in vain, but she didn't know where to start. The wounds were too numerous and too dense. Boss Gold Tooth's internal organs had all been torn apart. Everyone was wondering how he was still alive. That's good, Boss Gold Tooth said weakly, repeating, that's good. In fact, it was not good at all. Both of them were very clear that they had only taken down the vanguard of the Scorpion Gang and the Vulture Gang. Although the two bandit gangs were a bunch of mobs, they were not idiots. It was impossible for them to gather all their troops and swarm forward in a mess, especially when faced with a well-known, terrifying ability user, who dominated the desert. The newcomers were just the vanguards. Those who were drawing close and firing guns in the distance were the real main force of the two gangs. Bai Xiaolu and Boss Gold Tooth did not even have the strength to stand up. Whether it was Boss Gold Tooth's legion or his brother's mind lightning, they were all gone, and were even about to consume their master's vitality. They were truly running out of supplies and resources. However, seeing the main force of the enemy drawing closer, the two of them found it odd that they felt no negative emotions like fear, regret, or despair. The boy and the dominator of the desert looked at each other and saw nothing but calmness in each other's eyes. I'm sorry, the overlord of the wasteland said to the boy. No. This is good. I'm going to die anyway. This is good, the boy smiled. No, I was talking about last night. I should have agreed to play strong chess with you then, the dominator of the desert said solemnly. Maybe in my next life. I really hope that I can see Boss Goldtooth again in my next life. By then, you can teach me, all right? There were tears in the boy's smile. All right. Believe me. Definitely, the dominator of the desert said. The bandits were getting closer. The boy and the dominator of the desert leaned against each other, unaware. There should be some music now. It's a pity I didn't bring a loudspeaker. Otherwise, I would sing for you, the dominator of the desert said. Take me home, please. Not good. I'm sick of it, the boy laughed. Do you know how to sing, yesterday? I want to hear it. Ah, that. Sing it. I've been listening to you sing The Road to the Village, Bring Me Home. I'm really curious what yesterday's reappearance will sound like with your voice. Sing it, boss. I like listening to you sing yesterday's reappearance. Sing it. The boy shook the arm of the overlord of the wasteland. The pale face of the dominator of the desert flushed. He cleared his throat and spat out another mouthful of thick, black blood, ready to open his mouth. But at that moment, the humming of the wind and the dense sound of bullets drowned out his singing. Burning bullet comments rained upon the ground, not aimed at them but at the bandits not far away. Bai Xiaolu narrowed her eyes and saw dozens of soldiers carrying jetpacks with silver wings on their backs. They were as fierce as eagles, as agile as dragonflies, and as swift as hummingbirds. They were well trained, their firepower extremely fierce. They were reaping and slaughtering the bandits. Even though the sunlight was dim, their advanced armor, full of futuristic colors, and the contract sign on their chests still shone brilliantly. Reinforcements had finally arrived, none other than the new troop type secretly trained under the contract, the rocket-flying soldier. This is, hearing the voice that sounded like wild bees dancing, the leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood's lips trembled. He tilted his head and listened for a moment. Filthy liquid flowed from his broken red eye, as if it were hot tears. Reinforcements. Our men. Help me up, kid. Help me up. Bai Xiaolu was so excited she was rendered speechless. She didn't know whether it was because she had survived or because Boss Goldtooth and her belief had not been let down, but she felt an immense surge of strength and managed to lift Boss Goldtooth, who weighed hundreds of kilograms. In my belt, Boss Goldtooth said weakly. There's something in the belt on the left. Help me, cough, cough, draw it out. Soon, Bai Xiaolu found the neatly packed item. She took it out and opened it against the wind. It was a flag, a blood-stained flag. Before, Boss Goldtooth could barely walk, and a gust of wind was enough to knock him down. But now, with the blood-stained flag in his hands, he seemed granted infinite strength. His broken spine suddenly straightened. He pushed Bai Xiaolu away and crawled to the remains of a tank that was still burning fiercely. He shook the flag to its fullest and waved it wildly in the wind. Hey! Boss Goldtooth waved the flag strenuously and gestured to the sky. We are here. We are here. Here. Boss. Bai Xiaolu was so scared she felt dizzy. Danger. Come down now. Although the main force of the Scorpion Gang and the Vulture Gang were still 300 to 500 meters away and had suffered a head-on strike from the contract rocket aviators, turning them into lambs waiting to be slaughtered, who knew whether a stray bullet might suddenly blow off Boss Goldtooth's head? However, Boss Goldtooth seemed to have turned a deaf ear to Bai Xiaolu's shouts. In his eyes, ears, and heart, there was nothing but the rocket aviators in the sky, the blood-stained flag in his hand, and the glittering battle emblem of the contract. Mega! 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 The city was expanding, and the former Navy SEALs were roaring. Boss, get down! Get down now! Bai Xiaolu was so anxious that she was about to go crazy. She rushed over and tried to drag Boss Gold Tooth out of the wrecked tank, but his feet were deeply embedded in the scrap metal like the roots of a tree. How could she move him? The boy's action finally caught the attention of the desert's dominator. The leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood turned around, his ugly face surprisingly gentle. "Believe me, everything is fine now," the desert's dominator said softly to the boy, "we are saved." Before he could finish, a bright flower of blood burst from the chest of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood's leader. He loosened his grip on City, who was blown away by the flames. Dazed, he tried to grab her back but failed and fell off the burning tank. Ah! Bai Xiaolu was dazed for 3 seconds, as if her brain cells couldn't keep up with the rhythm of her optic nerves and process the abrupt scene. It was not until 3 seconds later that she lunged at the leader of the Gold Teeth clan and discovered he had been blown through from chest to back. Not only his heart and lungs, but even part of his spine had been destroyed. No one could survive such severe wounds, not even the dominators of the desert who commanded the legions. "Boss!" Bai Xiaolu screamed hysterically. "How are you, boss? You can't die. You mustn't die. Reinforcements are here. Do you hear me? Colonel Sterling, whom you've been waiting for, is coming to your rescue. You mustn't die." Boss Gold Tooth's mouth was full of pink foam, soon washed away by thick black blood. His once tall and strong body, like a mountain, now appeared so thin and weak, like a melting ice block. Lying in Bai Xiaolu's arms, he let the boy hold his head and weep. After breathing hard for a long time, he stammered, "Believe me. It's all right now. Help me hand over the cutting-edge water cleaning technology to Colonel Sterling. He will take care of you. You can live on. Live on. No, you have to pull through." Bai Xiaolu couldn't stop her tears. "Didn't you say we would be fine? You can't die. You must survive. You can't be a liar. You can't lie to me. You said we would be fine. That's why I said, cough cough, cough cough. That's why I said you were stupid," the gold-toothed leader laughed, in a way that was both grotesque and gentle. "Didn't I tell you not to trust anyone? If you don't listen to me, I won't lie to you. Cough cough. Who am I lying to? No, I won't let you die." Bai Xiaolu stuffed sticky gel and hemostatic bandages into the hole in the gold-toothed leader's chest, but she couldn't stop the blood and internal organs from spurting out. The boy's face was as crazy as a devil's, and his dark eyes burned with the fury of the deepest level of hell. "No matter what price you have to pay, no matter how many things you have to abandon, no matter how far you have to walk, no matter what you have to become, no matter how many lives you have to sacrifice, I will not let you die. Even if you die, I will revive you. Enough, noisy brat. I've lived enough. I've lived too long. I'm too tired. Let me rest. You should forget me and live your own life." The leader's voice grew weaker, and his intact artificial eye gradually dimmed. But his hands were still groping. "Where is my flag? I can't see it. It's right here." Bai Xiaolu's tears and snot were mixed together. She helped Boss Gold Tooth find the flag and stuffed it into his hands, sobbing, "Didn't you say you hate your motherland? Didn't you say you hate the flag? Didn't you say that those who believe in motherland and flag are idiots?" The leader's hands stiffened, and he seemed somewhat embarrassed. "Shut up, brat." In the end, he didn't defend himself. Instead, he covered his chest with the burnt, blood-soaked, and riddled flag and mumbled, "I'm used to it. I'm used to it. Boss." Bai Xiaolu finally burst into tears. Her tears fell on the face and flag of Boss Gold Tooth. "Don't cry," the dominator of the desert said, reaching out to wipe the boy's tears. He paused and said softly, "My child, don't cry." City stopped moving. His large hands froze. The last expression Gold Tooth Boss left in the black world was one of serenity and satisfaction. Soft brilliance flowed from every wrinkle on his ugly face. Boss! 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 The boy hugged the heavy body of the desert dominator with his thin frame, venting his grief and anger without restraint. Wait, Xiaolu, his brother's voice was shaking and coarse, his brainwaves disordered. Something is not right. What's wrong? Bai Xiaolu's eyes were bloodshot. She stared at the bandits of the Scorpion Gang and the Vulture Gang, ready to be slaughtered, like a wild animal. I'm going to kill them. I'm going to kill them all. It's not them, the elder brother said quickly. Didn't you notice Boss Goldtooth's wound? It's a through-and-through wound. The wound on his back is small, but the one on his chest is large. It's clear the bullet entered from the back and exploded from the chest, it was shot from behind. The rear? Bai Xiaolu was dazed. Yes, the rear, the elder brother continued. Boss Goldtooth fought valiantly and didn't retreat a single step. Although his body armor and chest plate were damaged, his back was completely intact. It couldn't have been blown through by a single bullet, unless it was an armor-piercing round. But we didn't hear an intensely loud sound just now, so that's unlikely. It was as if a ghostly bullet had assaulted us from behind, silently knocking Boss Goldtooth down. Well, Bai Xiaolu was greatly alarmed. A chill ran down her spine. When she turned around, there was not a single bandit behind them, only the ruins of the winery. But at this moment, Bai Xiaolu keenly sensed the danger. She tilted her head, and an object that looked like a bullet whizzed past her ear, cutting off half of her earlobe. Ah! Bai Xiaolu cried in pain, staring at the ruins of the winery, but found no trace of the enemy. However, a broken brick from the left drew a strange curve and slapped her temple brutally, knocking her to the ground. Bai Xiaolu was already exhausted, and her brother was on the verge of death after more than 10 rounds of a mind lightning. The world spun, and her head felt dizzy. How could she stand up? In a daze, they saw a ghost-like figure slowly emerge from the ruins of the winery, walking toward them unhurriedly. No, he was not walking, he was floating closer. His feet were 3 feet off the ground. His eyes emitted a strange purple glow, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. He opened his hands, where dozens of pebbles with sharp edges, like bullets, were floating. Tiny electric arcs danced around the pebbles, as if they could be accelerated by electromagnetic force at any moment and shot out like armor-piercing bullets. It was the underground teenager, Wan Zhanghai. It's you. Bai Xiaolu had been wary of Wan Zhanghai from the beginning. She had taken away all the weapons and ammunition on purpose when she charged, thinking that Wan Zhanghai would not be able to play any tricks. She did not expect that she had still underestimated him. You are also an ability user. That's right, Wan Zhanghai smiled and said. You didn't see this coming, did you, Student Liu? I'm just like you, I'm an ability user too. However, I believe that even with a super ability, there's no need to spend all day and night overexerting myself and releasing my super ability completely. That kind of reckless behavior is just courting death. Only by keeping a low profile can one live long. What do you think? It was you. You killed Boss Goldtooth. Bai Xiaolu's fingers turned into ghost claws and scratched the sand crazily. Why? Why did you kill him? Why? Isn't that a silly question? Wan Zhanghai continued to smile. He is of the devil race, and I am of the underground race. He is a bandit of the wasteland, and I am a law-abiding student of the underground metropolis. He is a lackey of the contract, and I am a citizen of the alliance. He is the culprit behind the assault on New Gold Mountain, and I am a victim of the destruction of my home. There is an irreconcilable hatred between us. Isn't it perfectly justified for me to kill him? How can you not understand such simple logic? Have you really forgotten our home, New Gold Mountain, because of the Stockholm Syndrome? Or, hee. Or are you not an underground demon at all? Are you an evil devil just like Boss Goldtooth? You know it? Bai Xiaolu was dumbfounded. Without stopping to consider if he was bluffing, she blurted out, "How did you know? Do you mean demons, or superpowers?" Wan Songhai sneered, "I've known you were a devil from the start. No fault of yours, though. Your acting skills are just too poor. Your lies are riddled with loopholes. I don't believe a word. However, back then, it was too risky to travel alone in the desert. So, I was forced to team up with you. You lied to me, and I lied back. It's quite normal. As for the fact that you are also an ability user, I figured that out later. You must have been an expert in mental power training, just like Boss Goldtooth. You must have tried to hypnotize me and steal the password for the cutting-edge water purification technology, right? You know everything?" Bai Xiaolu blushed, ashamed at being seen through. "Why are you pretending you don't?" "Nonsense. If we hadn't been on such bad terms, I wouldn't have stood a chance against the two of you. I would have either been killed or hypnotized by your stronger mind power." Wan Songhai spread his hands and said, "Apart from playing dumb and waiting for an opportunity, what other choice did I have? Besides, I needed you two to escort me to my real destination. You are both capable cultivators, which greatly increased the chances of success and safety. Why would I expose you?" Bai Xiaolu opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. She knew Wan Songhai was cunning, but she hadn't realized he was so cunning that even Boss Goldtooth had fallen for his act. "Now, you understand everything. Don't blame me. Blame yourselves for being too stupid." Wan Songhai said proudly, "We were enemies to begin with. It was you who first attacked New Gold Mountain and destroyed my home. Of course, I will do whatever it takes to avenge my city. Is there a problem?" "No problem." Bai Xiaolu was not an unreasonable person. Even after being cleansed by the wasteland's ugliness, he refused to mimic the unreasonable and shameless behavior of those scoundrels. Wan Songhai's methods were dishonorable, but he was indeed a victim. It was Boss Goldtooth who led Bai Xiaolu and the rest of the Devil Army to attack New Gold Mountain first and destroy the underground metropolis. Whatever the past grievances between the underground clan and the demon race, Wan Songhai had every reason to seek vengeance against Boss Goldtooth. But was Bai Xiaolu in a position to avenge Boss Goldtooth's death? Even if he were, did he have the capability? He had nothing. The boy lowered his head and looked at the dominator of the desert's corpse. Tears welled in his eyes, and he remained speechless for a long time. At this moment, the battle in front was coming to an end as well. The bandits of the Scorpion and Vulture gangs had been slain, but the rocket pilots remained unharmed. It was the difference between a mob and an elite army. Even if you kill Boss Goldtooth, you won't be able to get away. Bai Xiaolu was utterly disheartened. She said bitterly, "The commander of this troop, Colonel Sterling, is a close friend of Boss Goldtooth. He braved the sandstorm to come here for the rescue, but you killed him. How are you going to run away? Good friend? Ha ha ha. How cute. Student Xiaolu, do you know the biggest difference between us?" Wan Songhai burst into laughter. He pointed at Bai Xiaolu and then at his own chest. "You believe in your friends, your flags, your hopes, your motherland, and your compatriots. You believe in such meaningless things because you are too weak. Even though you have superpowers, you are still a failure from head to toe. You don't believe in yourself at all. You must find someone to rely on other than yourself. I am strong enough to not care about anything. I only need to believe in myself. I am destined to reach the peak and command the world. This is the difference between you and me. It is also the difference between 1% and 99%, between the underground race and the demon race, between a leader and an ant. Get lost and watch my performance. Disdain was written all over Wan Sanghai's face. He kicked Bai Xiaolu away and searched Boss Gold Tooth's body, kneeling on one knee. What are you doing? Bai Xiaolu screamed. This is mine. Return it to its rightful owner. Is that all right? Wan Zonghai touched the chip that stored the cutting-edge water cleaning technology on Boss Gold Tooth's waist. Bai Xiaolu was speechless. And this? Wan Zonghai tried to take the blood-stained Citigroup from Boss Gold Tooth, but even as he was dying, Boss Gold Tooth clung to his flag tightly. Wan Zonghai failed to take it after 2 attempts. Furious, he slashed off 2 of Boss Gold Tooth's fingers with his dagger and finally got the Citigroup. You're crazy. This is Boss Gold Tooth's flag. The flag of the city gang. Bai Xiaolu's eyes and mouth widened simultaneously, and blood was flowing out. He's dead anyway. What's wrong with borrowing him? Wan Sanghai smiled and squatted in front of Bai Xiaolu. He patted the boy's cheek and said, "Unpleasant? Uncomfortable? You are so angry that you want to kill me? Come on then. Explode my cerebral vessels with your strength of the heart and make me suffer a serious concussion, just like you did to the bandits a moment ago." What's wrong? I can't do it anymore. My ability is running out. If I activate it again, I will be backfired. Hee. That's why Boss Gold Tooth said you were stupid. He was absolutely right. As an ability user, you must always keep a trump card for yourself. Otherwise, you will be at the mercy of others, like you are now, Student Liu. He pressed Bai Xiaolu's head into the sand and rubbed it hard. Then, he stepped on a wound on Bai Xiaolu's thigh and started waving it, ignoring the boy's screams. Don't open fire. We are on the same side. I want to make a deal with your commander. Wan Sanghai was beaming with a bright smile. He shouted at the approaching rocket pilots, "Who is Colonel Sterling? I want to meet Colonel Sterling and offer him a precious gift as a token of our first meeting. I want to make a great deal with him." More than 10 rocket pilots landed slowly. The rest of the elite warriors were still on high alert in midair. Countless menacing eyes pierced through Wan Sanghai's body, but he seemed to enjoy it as if nothing had happened. On the opposite side, an officer wearing the best armor took off his helmet, revealing a face that was full of hardships. "Oh, so you are not a colonel." Seeing the emblem on his opponent's chest, Wan Zonghai's eyes suddenly shone, and his smile widened. "General, indeed. General Sterling, pleased to meet you. Who are you?" Sterling narrowed his eyes, looking at Wan Zonghai, Bai Xiaolu, and the corpse of Boss Gold Tooth. When he saw the broken body of Boss Gold Tooth, his face darkened. His lips trembled for a moment, but he did not utter a word. Wan Zonghai opened his hands, indicating he had no weapons. He took a deep breath and declared, "My name is Shao Jinchuan. My father is Shao Qingyun, the mayor of New Gold Mountain. On behalf of my father, I wish to make a deal with General Sterling and the contract. We are willing to submit to the contract and assist the contract in defeating the detestable alliance." What? The boy beneath the young man's feet was dumbfounded by his words. He seemed to have been struck by lightning and took a long time to come to his senses. This man was not the son of the laboratory director of the Gold Mountain Clean Water Company but the son of the mayor of New Gold Mountain. What was happening? Well, Sterling narrowed his eyes and pondered. Words alone are no proof. Here is my gift to General Sterling on behalf of my father. Please accept all the files on the cutting-edge water cleaning technology you've been searching for. Whether the deal is made or not, it will not affect the friendship between me and General Sterling. Wan Zhai, Shao Jinchuan sent the chip over with a smile, obviously using his super ability to control objects remotely. The fact that he was an ability user made the space pirates nervous anew. Sterling, on the other hand, waved his hand, gesturing for the soldiers to lower their vigilance. He held the chip in his palm and rubbed it carefully. It's true. I wouldn't cross the northern wilderness and risk my own life. Xiao Jinchuan said, my life is very valuable. New Gold Mountain has been destroyed. Even if you are really the son of the mayor, why are you making a deal with me? Sterling weighed the chip and said coldly, this chip is far from enough. Although the New Gold Mountain has been destroyed, the Gold Mountain people are not entirely wiped out, especially the military and police system responsible for the city's defense. Many people escaped under my father's leadership and evacuated to other underground metropolises of the Alliance. They were defeated and lost their foundation. Their future is bleak. If the agreement gives them a chance right now, they will certainly seize it without caring about anything else. Xiao Jinchuan shouted, I know the Association and the Alliance are in a stalemate on the front line, and it won't break anytime soon. The front line is about to turn into a bloody meat grinder. Chances are that the troops General Stellan built up with all his hard work will be wasted. If anything happens to the rear of the Alliance at this moment, the Alliance will cooperate with my father's subordinates who have snuck into the underground metropolises. Victory will definitely be secured. Sterling's eyes were deep and dark. Can you really represent your father? Did he say those words, or did you say them yourself? I was just an ignorant young man. How could I have made such a deal without my father's enlightenment? Xiao Jinchuan sat down and raised his hands. General Sterling, the outcome of the battle, and even the war, is in your hands. One mistake could change the fate of the entire Earth. Of course, it will also change your own future. You will be the hero who ends the war, not just a general, but a marshal. The wrinkles at the corners of Sterling's eyes gathered and twitched uncontrollably. Don't believe him. Bai Xiaolu, so anxious, shouted without caring about anything. He killed Barrett, the leader of the Gold Teeth Brotherhood. He was your best friend, Colonel Sterling. Avenge Boss Gold Teeth now. Save your breath, Student Liu. Look at his eyes. He's already moved. Xiao Jinchuan smiled. I don't know how such an innocent person like you survived in the desert for so long. Bai Xiaolu glared at him. You are not Wan Zonghai. Nonsense. Xiao Jinchuan replied casually. Of course not. I killed the real Wan Zonghai and took his identity bracelet and the storage chip of his cutting-edge water cleaning technology. It's as simple as that. Why? Bai Xiaolu's eyes bulged. Aren't you on the same side? You are all allies. Isn't his technology the technology of the Alliance? Yes, his technology is the technology of the Alliance, but it is not the technology of us. Don't you understand such simple logic? Xiao Jinchuan sniffed. The two of us worked hard to help the Alliance keep the secret of the cutting-edge water cleaning technology. What good does it do for us? On the other hand, killing Wan Zonghai and his son and stealing their technology for the contract might lead to a different path. Even a fool would know what to choose. Bai Xiaolu completely understood. You betrayed the Alliance so easily. Loyalty is irrelevant to begin with. Why are you talking about betrayal? Xiao Jinchuan said. My father built the New Gold Mountain with his life's work. He planned to make a name for himself in the Alliance, but it all fell apart in the end. Even if he led the main troops to break through the siege and live under someone else's roof in other underground metropolises, his political career would still be over. Humph. Such a fate is unacceptable for me and my father. Even if there is only a slim chance of success, we will take the risk and fight to the end. We will either rise to the top or die a graveless death. We will never walk a third path. Xiao Jinchuan's ruthlessness made Bai Xiaolu's heart constrict. It was unclear whether she felt ashamed, scared, or angry. Sterling coughed and looked at Xiao Jinchuan. He said slowly, "Let's go back and check the authenticity of the cutting-edge water cleaning technology." Of course, Xiao Jinchuan smiled and gestured invitingly. "Colonel Sterling." Bai Xiaolu screamed, "He is a murderer. He killed Boss Gold Tooth." "Not a colonel, a general," Sterling said emotionlessly, not even bothering to look at Bai Xiaolu. "Who is he?" "He is another small gift I personally gave to General Sterling, a devil who controls the power of the heart. Don't worry. He has overdosed himself and burned his brain. Right now, he can't even move his little finger." Xiao Jinchuan smiled. "I believe a devil ability user must have many uses in the contract laboratory, don't you?" "Understood," Sterling put on a fake smile. "I'm starting to like you. Let's get rid of the body of the mayor of New Gold Mountain's son. Take the user's devil ability away and inject him with 5 times the dosage of the hypnotizing drug in case he counterattacks. The best soldiers surrounded by Xiaolu with their guns. In fact, I quite like you. It's a pity that you value relationships too much. After only a few days, you've already fallen out with Boss Gold Tooth. Look at the expression in your eyes right now. TSK TSK TSK. How terrifying. You really are like a devil. How could I dare to keep you?" Xiao Jinchuan smiled at Bai Xiaolu. "Right. Let me tell you one last thing. In fact, the chip that stores the cutting-edge water cleaning technology doesn't have a password. When I killed Wan Sanghai, I forced him to crack the password. Therefore, if you had been cruel enough to kill me, things might not have ended up like this." Ha! Ha! The young man had survived the disaster and even contacted the contract. He was so delighted he burst into laughter. But he did not notice that the boy in the dust was smiling, too. Looking at the ragged body of Boss Gold Tooth, the expressionless General Sterling, the rocket pilots armed to the teeth, and City, who had been waved to by Boss Gold Tooth and Xiao Jinchuan a moment ago and was now crouching on the ground, the boy smiled hideously. Flag, boss, friends, justice, agreement, alliance, wasteland, underground, trust, transaction, wine, strong player, country road, yesterday reappears, hee, ha, I'm back. Little Lou. The boy heard his brother's exclamation of disbelief. "This is, you are actually, hee, ha. Bai Xiaolu's eyes, darker than black holes, were exactly as Xiao Jinchuan had described, as if they contained the gathered sorrow and fury of billions of deities. "I'm going to kill you," the childish boy said, looking at the traitorous young man with a solemn and haunting tone. "I will kill you 10,000 times. You." Xiao Jinchuan finally regained his senses. He felt the boundless grief and coldness deep within Bai Xiaolu's eyes, but it was too late. Bai Xiaolu's brain exploded. Nearly 100 transparent tentacles pierced into the heads of Xiao Jinchuan, General Sterling, and all the other rocket pilots like sharp blades. One tentacle gently entangled Boss Gold Tooth's head, collecting the brainwaves that had not yet completely dispersed. Slither, slither. It was as if the brains of Xiao Jinchuan, General Sterling, and all the other rocket pilots were being sucked out and swallowed by the boy. They screamed hysterically, transforming from dominators a moment ago into dead fish on a chopping block. Their eyes rolled back, and their bodies seized up in terror, unable to be more frightened. Ha. Is this the outcome you desired? Then come on. Enjoy the suffocating death and destruction, enjoy the pain that surpasses death and destruction. Savor the torment that the devils endure in silence. Especially you, Xiao Jinchuan. I said I would kill you 10,000 times. This is the first. Remember that. The boy discarded the now lifeless young man, his dark eyes gleaming. He hoisted Boss Goldtooth's body and began to dance amongst dozens of twitching forms. It felt like a dream he never wanted to wake from. Occasionally, when he woke up, he found himself sitting in the driver's seat of an off-road vehicle, with his brother controlling his body and driving. "What's going on?" he struggled to ask. "It's all right now," his brother always replied, gently. "It's all over. We're fine now." "Where is Boss Goldtooth?" he would occasionally ask with all his strength. "Where are we going? Everyone was killed by us." "Boss Goldtooth was buried deep with his flag, too," his brother said. "We're heading west to the Alliance's territory. With our new identity and the cutting-edge water-cleaning technology as our stepping stone, we might be able to sneak into the underground and live on as the Thousand Treasures Sea. Remember, from this moment on, you are the Thousand Treasures Sea." He didn't have the strength to think, only to sleep. Sometimes, he heard the sounds of fierce battles and felt the violent bumps of the vehicle. "It's the rocket pilots. We've stirred up a hornet's nest. Many rocket pilots are searching for us in the desert," his brother explained. "However, don't worry, little Lou. I'll send you to the Alliance safely." He knew his brother was overexerting his superpowers. He could feel the burning and corroding pain in his brother's brain every second. How else could they have fought against the rocket pilots? He wanted to persuade his brother to take it easy, but he knew it was all nonsense. There was no such thing as unintentionally dropped minced meat. Everything had a price. In the desert, every second of survival came at a terrible cost. In the end, he was woken by the noise of cannon fire. Through the telescope, he saw a large group of rocket pilots hovering on the horizon, while three strange-looking tanks rushed across the ground. These tanks were even more powerful and savage than the Rhino tanks commonly seen in the Alliance. Each tank had two thick barrels attached to its turret, and they also possessed unparalleled anti-air capabilities. They shot at the rocket pilots, chasing them as if they were shooting at birds. "It's the Alliance." His brother was overjoyed. "We are saved. This is the territory of the Alliance. We've finally escaped." He smiled, too, but he felt a sense of worry. He had that something bad was about to happen. Although there are still many twists and turns ahead, we finally see hope. "Little Lou, remember, from this moment on, you are Wan Zhanghai. Don't forget it." His brother said, "There is only one last question. Lou, do you believe in me?" "Of course," he said without hesitation. "Then give your body to your brother for another minute." "Just 1 minute will do," his brother said. Without hesitation, he relinquished control of his body, allowing his brother to take over. "Thank you," his brother smiled. "Thank you for trusting me so much." His brother picked up a modified automatic rifle with a short barrel from the seat next to him and pointed it at the chest of the body where his brother's brain was located. "Brother, what are you doing?" He was dazed, unable to think at all. "Little Lou, no, hi, pretending to be someone else isn't easy. In the future, you will certainly face many doubts, challenges, and ambushes, but the most fatal problem is not you but me." Note, the term in the text seems to be a typo or an untranslated term. It should be felt or had a feeling in English. I have left it as is, but you may want to consider revising that part of the text for clarity. His brother said, "Maybe the real Wan Zhanghai is already dead, and all his files have been destroyed by Xiao Jinchuan. No one knows what the real Wan Zhanghai looks like. But no matter what he looks like, he cannot be a deformed man, a devil, or an ugly conjoined baby. It's a pity that your brother is not just a brainwave but also a deformed brain inside your body. With the technology of the Alliance, they will certainly discover your brother. Therefore, your brother's brain must be removed from your body or destroyed. Of course, the risk is high, but there's no other choice. We have to take a gamble. In this dark world, the devil race will never stand out. Whether you have water purification technology or superpowers, you will only end up as prey. You shouldn't be prey. You should live a good life. You should go to the underground metropolis and live a happy life. Such a severe wound in the abdomen cannot be treated with the technology on the ground, but the Alliance should have a solution. When you wake up, you will tell the story of what happened on the way to Thousand Treasures Sea, half true and half false. You will tell the people who rescued you that you were being chased by the rocket pilots and had nowhere to run. In desperation, you will raise your gun and kill yourself. I hope you can survive. The bullets will clean up your brother and let you fool them. Do you understand? I won't be able to take care of you in the future. You have to rely on yourself for everything. Be smart. Learn more from me, Boss Gold Tooth, and even that bastard Xiao Jinchuan. Learn how to live, okay? No. He was heartbroken again. Don't leave me, brother. First, it was Boss Gold Tooth, and now it's you. No, I don't have anything you can't do. I can't. You can do it, his brother said. It's not until now that I realize I've been a burden to you all this time. My deformed brain has been a burden to your normal brain, making it impossible for you to utilize your own abilities. Chances are, you are the most capable one among the three of us. If I had known earlier, I would have left you long ago. No. Let go. Brother. Give me back my body. I won't allow you to do that. He struggled hard, but his body did not move at all. He exerted more and more strength on the trigger. Little fool, take care of yourself in the future. Don't trust others so easily. Although the underground metropolis is prosperous, it might be even more dangerous and cruel than the furious blood wasteland. Brother and Boss Gold Tooth will support you from afar, but you must be careful. No. No. Never. Never. He roared hysterically like a devil child. I swear I will turn back time and restart everything. I will stop the war and save you. Whatever the price, whatever I become, I will. I will. I will. That's why I said you were stupid. His brother was silent for a moment. The last laughter echoed inside his heart. We don't need you to save us at all. We only need you to live on. That's enough. In the distance, the battle between the super tanks of the Alliance and the rocket pilots had come to an end. A super tank carrying several Alliance soldiers was rushing toward the off-road vehicle. Bam bam bam. Dull gunshots echoed from inside the coach. Then came the most heart-wrenching cry a boy could make. Ah, 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 ah. Ah, 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 ah. The boy walked among mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Plots eroded his innocence, lies whittled away his childishness, and betrayals put solid armor on him. Regrets and desires turned into his sharpest blades. He grew up by stepping on piles of bones, transforming first into a young man, then into a young man amid bloody storms and perils. The young man raised his head and saw a throne of bones standing on the peak of endless corpses, but all the bones were black. He smiled and walked unhurriedly to the skeleton throne that was destined to be his. But right then, a head popped up from the pool of blood nearby. It was a vulture. You again, he frowned, not very happy. He was dazed for a moment. He did not remember such a vulture. Why did he say, again? Such an eye-catching vulture with distinctive features would not be forgotten even if it were burnt to ashes. He would definitely remember it if he had seen it before. We are finally back online. The vulture was somewhat relieved but still very nervous. Listen, Bai Xiaolu. The interference is too intense. The future you will destroy the connection very soon. We only have 3 to 5 minutes at best. We must talk. He did not understand what the vulture was talking about. He replied subconsciously, I am not Bai Xiaolu. I am Wan Zhanghai. No. That's what we're going to talk about. You are Bai Xiaolu. You are not Wan Zhanghai, nor are you a super body or a flood. The vulture hurried to say, all right. The inertia of the time tide is too strong. It's impossible for me to change the past. Every contact between us will be erased. You will eventually become a super body and a flood. However, I beg you, no matter how much time has passed, no matter how many things you've experienced, no matter how much you've lost, never forget your true self, the innocent, kind, hopeful, and trusting Bai Xiaolu. His eyelids were twitching, as if the weakness deep inside his heart had been seen through. The scales, thorns, and armor all stood up. Who are you exactly? Why have you sneaked into my dreams time and time again? With your wisdom right now, it's hard for me to explain who I am and how I got in touch with you. In short, I'm a person from billions of years in the future, and I'm a superhero of a future world. I'm fighting a future you in a space battleground that is unimaginably mysterious and boundless. But in fact, the future you may not be the future you. Let's call you that. Vulture replied quickly. To put it in a way you can understand, the future you is incredibly powerful. After billions of years of development, you've grown into a supreme cosmic force. When I attacked him with my blood-boiling passion, he dodged it easily and hit me back with a black tiger steals heart. Then, I tried to steal a monkey's peach. But instead of stealing the peach, he locked his throat with a deadly scissor kick. Then, he bashed me so hard that I almost collapsed. He found it hard to understand Vulture's words. Was this how future generations would speak billions of years from now? But in fact, well, you won't believe it, but I beat the crap out of the future you on purpose. Ha ha ha. Everything was within my plan. Vulture smiled drily. I pretended to be weak and peed my pants. Then, I finally outwitted the future you and infiltrated its ultimate core. I even slyly connected with the original you through the barrier of billions of years. Our time is limited. To make a long story short, Bai Xiaolu, I need your help. The human civilization needs your help. The entire universe needs your help. You need me? He rolled his eyes and smiled. All right, you help me, and I'll help you. Since you said that you are from the future and have grasped the mysteries of time, help me turn back time, stop the war, and change everything. I'll help you however I can. That's the point, Vulture said, I can't help you. If I help you change everything, all the history over billions of years will be changed. I wouldn't have been born at all. Since I was never born, how can I help you change everything? This is a paradox. A time paradox that nobody can resolve. I can't resolve it, and neither can you. His eyes were cold, and his lips curled. I know what you are thinking, but it is impossible, Vulture said. If you go back to the past and stop the war, or even revive the people you love, your life will be completely different. Maybe you will live a happy life together, and you will never be able to grasp such terrifying abilities. You won't be able to touch the mysteries of time, and you won't be able to go back to the past to change everything. Look, we are back to the time paradox. If one day you really change everything and return to a new timeline that seems to be peaceful and where all your mistakes have never happened, you will not really return to the past. Instead, you will create a new parallel universe with your supreme techniques. Everything in this parallel universe is merely an illusion you've created to deceive yourself. In the old parallel universe, nothing can be changed. On the contrary, it will become even more painful and dark because you have expended too much energy. Do you see what I mean? It's like you accidentally broke a very beautiful vase. You can go to the market and buy an identical one to replace it, but the old one is broken. The new vase can never become the old vase. No matter how you fool yourself, it's impossible. Asshole. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, dangerous feelings gathering in his black eyes like billions of lightning bolts. There are worse things, Vulture continued, unfazed by his fury. There's an old saying that a man will die twice. The first time is when his body perishes, and the second time is when everyone forgets him. This saying has been around since the era of Earth, hasn't it? It means that a person lives not only in three-dimensional space but also in the memories and feelings of others. Even if his body perishes, his information remains alive. If you really choose to go back to the past, you will bypass the time paradox and jump to another parallel universe. I suspect that you will completely forget the people you truly love. You will forget the sacrifices they made for you, your love for them, and the beautiful days you spent together. In other words, you will erase them with your own hands. No one will remember who they are anymore. Even if there are other people in the new parallel universe, they are not the real ones. They are just puppets that look like them. Clones and artificial beings. They are all fakes. Shut up. He finally couldn't help it and roared, I don't know what you're talking about. Shut up and get out of my dream. You are very smart. You can understand it. Even if you don't understand it now, you will have billions of years to understand it later. The Vulture continued, in terms of real age, you are more than qualified to be my 18th generation ancestor. But in terms of life experience, I am slightly richer than you were at the beginning. I am a father and an elder brother. Let me tell you, when I make certain sacrifices for my children and juniors as a father or elder brother, I really don't want to see them torture themselves with endless hatred and regret. They will be trapped in the thorny maze of obsessions for billions of years without being able to free themselves. In the end, they will turn into beasts, monsters, and devils. They will do whatever they want, destroy themselves and others, and ruin their own future. Really. I don't want them to be like that. All the sacrifices I've made have only one purpose, to let them live a happy life with a brighter and brighter future than mine. That's enough. Really, it is enough. Your father and brother, the people who gave you happiness in the past, must have been the same. They hope that you can live a happy life forever, instead of becoming a monster consumed by hatred and resentment, punishing yourself for billions of years, right? Shut up. He held his head in agony. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Enough. Billions of years of pain and suffering, billions of years of wandering and colliding in the labyrinth of regret. It's really enough. It's time to wake up, by Xiaolu. Vulture spread his wings wide. I can't change the past, but you can change the future. The odds of me defeating the flood tide are only 1 in a billion, but the odds of you defeating the flood tide are 100%. Because you are the starting point of the flood tide. You are the regret that the flood tide will never be able to repair. Awaken from the billions of years of regret and the pain that will never be able to rid. Listen to the real voices of the people who sacrificed themselves for you. Collect the past and stride toward a future with infinite possibilities. We need you. Human civilization needs you. We need you in the future. Only you can completely transform the tides and bring human civilization billions of years in the future to a whole new level. Only you can lead us to defeat the Great Purge Agreement, the Fast Child Collapse, the Lord of Singularity, and the Ancient Devourer. With the sacrifices, hopes, and dreams of countless people over billions of years, we will create the most beautiful tomorrow. Only in this way can those who sacrificed for you be truly at peace. For the first time, he hesitated. He could not see himself clearly in the pool of blood. The future me is so awesome. What about you? Me? Vulture said, as long as you can be awakened, I will recognize you immediately. I will be satisfied if I can be your leg accessory. A leg accessory? He was confused. What is that? The leg hair, Vulture said. You are the real unparalleled expert in the multiverse and the well-deserved top expert in the billions of years of human civilization. I will be a hair on your leg and follow you to the multiverse and high-dimensional space to cheer for you. I will be satisfied when I see you sweep across billions of universes. Now, you should know how sharp and important you are, right? So, it was like this. He was confused and felt that something was not right. Of course it is. Don't doubt it. Maybe you don't know me, but in the future, billions of years from now, I will be known for my honesty and integrity. Vulture said, not good. The future you has discovered me. It's harassing me again. I have to retreat. Don't forget the secret code. Secret code? He was dazed. What secret code? It's that everyone has a duty to protect Vulture. Vulture shouted, the inertia of the time tide is so strong that it will erase all traces of me from billions of years ago without leaving a single ripple. Therefore, you will forget the dream and me very soon. But I still hope that, no matter what, you don't forget that you are Bai Xiaolu, the Bai Xiaolu who is righteous, kind, and full of hope for tomorrow. And I hope that you can firmly bind your belief to the words, love the vulture, everyone has a duty, and imprint it in the deepest part of your soul. In this way, in the space battleground billions of years from now, when the future you and I are engaged in the most intense battle, I will shout, it is everyone's responsibility to protect Vulture, and you will be able to awaken and recall your past. You will be able to recreate your true self, the original Bai Xiaolu. Remember, you must remember. Give your real self a chance. Give the future civilization of mankind a chance. Give hope, tomorrow, and belief a chance. This is the only possibility for us to defeat the flood. I believe you, Bai Xiaolu, Bai Xiaolu, Bai Xiaolu. Vulture seemed to have been grabbed by the throat and dragged billions of years into the future. Very soon, he forgot the existence of Vulture, the conversation just now, and the embarrassing secret code. However, the throne of bones on the bloody ocean was somewhat dazzling and showing signs of collapse. When he lowered his head, the clear face in the pool of blood became blurred again. It was impossible to tell whether it was Thousand Treasures Sea or Bai Xiaolu. Brother, we've made it. I'm not dead. I've entered the underground metropolis of the Alliance. They have no doubts and really think I'm the Thousand Treasures Sea. Brother, I've been sent to a hospital. The medical treatment here is excellent, and I'll be recovered soon. They didn't find any traces of you. Ha! Your plan is indeed marvelous. I am now part of the underground clan. Brother, the director of this hospital is also named Yuri. Of course, he is not the terrible Yuri Ikes. He is a good man, an angel without wings. He took special care of me and helped me solve many unnecessary problems. He also said I have a rare gift and wants to recruit me as his student. Hee. It seems that our luck has turned for the better. Our future will be better and better, won't it? Brother, I seem to remember that when Boss Goldtooth died, and when you died, you said something to me. What did you want me to do? Damn it. I forgot it. Please, come to my dreams and tell me again. The underground metropolis is very prosperous, but my heart is a bit lost. I don't know which road I should walk on in the future. But it doesn't matter. There is still a long way to go. There is still a lot of time. Eventually, I would remember, right? Apart from that, the replay of yesterday has concluded.